Well, hello. Welcome to the CitizenCon 2954 pre-show with me, DedLeader. I was about to say I was hoping that would be loaded into the game by the time it started, but it has. I managed to get in today earlier. I thought we might as well. We haven't talked for like a couple months, so I thought I might as well log in a bit earlier for CitizenCon to just make sure we've got time to make sure people have signed up. I can't get out of bed. Man, make sure people signed up for their bingo card and everyone knows the rules and how we're gonna go. Still stuck in this bed. It took the time to get out last time. It's gonna do. So, well, this is one of the problems. There you go. This person, Metal Zero. What the fuck just got out of bed? Anyway, I thought we'd knob around. We'd talk about things. Oh, thank you, Captain Flint. I appreciate that. Yeah, so we're just going to catch up on what was seen, you know, because it's been kind of a heck of a patch cycle, and this is sort of the time when things are finally going to get a lot more interesting for the year. So I'm excited. Look, I can't get out of bed, so let me switch the vision over to display capture. There you go. Let's see what's coming up. We have coming up. I've got a timer on the screen up there for CitizenCon, which says, 3 hours essentially, which is the one you'll find on like this site here, right? So this will always be on the stream, but then their actual stream that we're going to be co-streaming when panels and stuff starts, that's going to be a little bit on here. So let's just go over what we're going to see when it starts. Then hopefully my game client would have caught up, and we can catch up with things. All right. So the event's going to open up, and then everyone's going to potter in and pour them in for a couple hours. Then we've got Brave New Worlds, which, if you remember last year, they did the Star Engine, trailer thing. They played that for like half an hour. So this is essentially, they're talking about this new Genesis suite of technologies for the Star Engine trailer. So they're going to talk about how they're actually going to sell Star Engine for other people, or more like, tools, showing how this is more like an actual engine of what it could do other than it just be an extended trailer for Star Citizen, I imagine. And we may see some sort of demo as well for, how they were talking about CIG potentially working on like a fantasy title, or, maybe that's what this demonstration for Brave New Worlds is. Who knows? And I have thoughts. On CIG working on another game, because let's start with the little point for that. Is it dodgy that CIG are making another game when we haven't funded them for another game, and they haven't finished the one that we've asked for already? Like if they announce things about a brand new game, this might not go so great. But also, if it's something that is made specifically as a tool to make, maybe it is another game, but maybe it's a game used to really push the engine and its model to sell to other people. Because here's the thing that I worry that this would be good for, is that Star Citizen in the future, when people aren't just paying money in pledge amounts in the future, they're not going to be able to make these hundreds of millions of dollars every year. And so they're going to have to look for, which is the way that they're going to like settle on this. And there's lots of avenues they can go. And there's, where they're going to draw the line at, where things are going to say no, because things are going to tighten up when we lose that pledge kind of money going into it. And to keep these servers online, remember, there's gonna be many servers for all this network meshing to work, right? So that, and the amount of people to upkeep it and to keep it going once it's like out, I really like worry about half the stuff all getting fired. Like, there needs to be a product in this engine or whatever that can keep it going, that offsets And you know, so Star Citizen isn't just the one source of income for them, essentially. And so if they can diversify that income, it allows them to keep up their promise of what Star Citizen is going to be, but also make CIG more sustainable without having to be so cutthroat. So that's what I'm hoping for, and what we're going to see with this Brave New Worlds Genesis sort of panel. That's my ultimate wish from what we're going to see out of that. Would you like rather to be a sneaky farmer or a spooky Elvis? Says Magmara. Sneaky farmer, I think. I think a spooky Elvis seems way too much just like an actual, like, creep hiding in a bush. I don't want to be that guy. Hold on, let me change my mic. I've got some filters on here that might be a little bit oppressive. I'll try that. Yeah, okay, it's better. The noise suppression was a bit crazy. Okay, then we got a social universe. So this is, so you know, last CitizenCon they showed heaps of like, oh, you know, this mission there's gonna be raids and it's gonna be this on this and this and this and this, and they were just showing like it was. It took a while to realize that was an artist giving the description, because they were just talking about the potential of those areas in those panels. This is what I reckon this one might be as well, unless they've got proof, which is the social universe. It's the people you meet and the bonds you form that truly bring the verse to life. Dive into how we're evolving social features to maximize your adventures, from personal one-on-one interactions to massive gatherings with hundreds or even thousands of players. Like, if they're talking about like all the MMO, they've been hinting on Twitter and that about making things more of an MMO over this time, right? And so I think that's what this is going to be. They're going to show like, at its best, if they do what is written here, they're going to show like clan infrastructure, like clan banks, clan chat, you know, clan permissions for ships and stuff. All that sort of stuff, and you know, how to be able to organize, and just the user interface in the future that's going to be more MMO. Like how are we going to handle like thousands of people on servers, right? How are you going to talk to someone in Pyro from Stanton? Is it going to be a global chat between all systems? Like, what's going on? How's this going to work? For your bingo card, everyone, what you're going to do is in the description of this chat. Not chat, the stream itself. I'll see if I've got it in front of me. Yeah, there's a link to a form you've got to fill out where you're just going to put your username in the chat and your email address, and then it'll give you a link to generate your own custom card. It's in the description of the video. Let me see if I can. I don't want pre-filled link. Just trying to find the one I couldn't scored. Right. Here's a link there. Should probably put more information on that before pinning it, but see, that's the the form there to go to sign up. This is to make sure that, you know, you generate one card, bingo card for this, and you've like submitted it to me. So when you submit, at some point submission is going to be cut off, so you've got to get a submission in. So you've got to generate a card, put your username and email address in there, and then your card, your individual card we just view, and then click submit, and that I'll have that version of your card, and I can monitor them all from my end. And then you've got to do is follow along, look at the different kinds of dads that you've got on your bingo card, and yeah, tick them off as we go. And you've essentially, if you see someone in the background who, you know, is wearing a Hawaiian shirt, and you've got Hawaii aloha dad or whatever, you say aloha dad in the chat. And you've got to have me like qualify it, and I'm the guy who says if we got it or not. And if you got it, boom, all right, you got the panel. And as we go through, and as someone gets a bingo, and you know, calls bingo and I verify it, then we go to the prize wheel. Woo-hoo-hoo. Hello. We're here. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 different ships with game packs, with LTI, with paints. Some of them have like this Galaxulan has like 3 paints in it. This has 2 of the China paints in it of the New Year's. So we've got heaps and heaps and heaps of stuff. Whatever the one you've submitted, Mags, is the one that's going to be your one. If you've lost that address that you've submitted, you can let me know, and I can, like, I've got them, so I can send it back to you, just so you know you've got the one. No, I don't have a character giveaway. I mean, hey, maybe if it's that bad, maybe there will be a character giveaway, you know? Yeah, and as we go, at some point I've got the ability to cut off new ones from being generated, and that way we can't have people just spoofing a bunch of entries. Like if there's a bunch of different entries from the same person with the same email or whatever, it's not going to count. Explain the dad thing, please. Well, essentially in the audience, the gag is with Star Citizen, 13 or whatever, how many years ago it was first kickstarted, and when a game is kickstarted to that degree, you got to have a disposable income, and it's a very male-oriented audience. And so cut to like 13 years later, the majority of people who invested into it, there's a good chance they're a parent by now. So there's a lot of space dads. So I like to spend CitizenCon to watch it from Australia from far away on stream and look in the audience and try and find different types of dads in the audience. For instance, where I don't have my own bingo card in front of me. Hold on. Here we go. Yeah, so we got a Bigfoot dad. So if you see a Bigfoot dad, yeah, you see a Bigfoot dad, you knock that one. See an anime dad, see a rich dad, and so if you see something, you're like mafia dad. What am I going to see? I don't know what that is. If you just see someone in the background of something, and you're like, he kind of looks he was a bit dodgy. He's up to something no good. You just say that in the chat and tell me, that guy mafia dad, and like try and give me your reasoning if it's not obvious, like you got to describe why you think this person is this thing. And if you make a good case for it, essentially, and I say, all right, that's the one, lock it in, then lock it in, and that's how we roll. And it was because last time we were trying to do a CitizenCon bingo, and I think, and then we're just kind of bored, and randomly we just came up with the idea of doing a dad bingo, and everyone in the chat's like, yes, let's do it. That's a great idea. And randomly we came up and did it, and it was heaps of fun. And so that's why this is now the 2nd annual dad bingo at CitizenCon. It's been a long road to get here. All right, so back onto what we're going to see of the events for the day. We have the cosplay competition by Toby. Okay, so that really isn't interesting to us. I mean, it might be something cool, There's some pretty incredible cosplays that have been done for stars and stuff. So, and people are always trying to beat each other, especially with the 3D printing scene, which is insane at the moment. So who knows what we're going to see out of this. I mean, you know what? There's a lot of new designs with Pyro as well that we saw last year. And so people are definitely going to be coming this time. People would have worked a long time on some of those, hopefully we're going to see some of that, remember the legendary armor that we got from, a couple patches ago, which is no longer in there, which had the extra slots and everything. That was cool. Man, that made those areas so dangerous. Anyway, hopefully we see some cool armors like that, because they're all pretty iconic, and hopefully we do get used to them in Pyro and stuff. I'm so ready for new loot, a new loot table, oh my god. Dress to kill, there we go. Well, talking about that, there we go. From high fashion to dynamic function, discover starwear and exciting new character-focused specializations that let you define your ideally, whatever. It's fashion, it's clothes and game, it's game clothes. Where's your wizard dad? Well, we'll find out when it starts. Yeah, your shiny dad. That's actually the old list of dads from last year as well. Pretty much, it's almost exactly. I came up with a bunch of new ones and altered some of them, but I found the old like Google Doc I had that was still there. It was like CitizenCon Dad Bingo. I'm like, oh, thank God. I have to come up with all these dang dads again. Then we've got Beyond Pyro. To the fantastic reaches beyond Staten and Pyro, join us as we explore the exciting new frontiers of Star Citizen's persistent universe. Okay, so that's saying the new systems other than Pyro and Stanton. So it's been a while since we've seen all those other ones. What was the other one that's supposed to be the one next? Was it Nyx? He's just saying about revisiting an old ship during CitizenCon, right? Yeah, there's a bunch of ships have already been looked over. If if the server works well for me, oh, it looks like I have gotten up since then. All right, someone's brains are on the ground. Oh my God. So I don't. Tell me, is this new? Because this is one of the dumbest things. So I've got the Toby tracker, right? If I can get out of here. I was trying to figure out what the like the voice thing was the other day, because I always forget. And I thought, I was like, I swear it's minus. I hit minus. I did this. I'm like, what? And if you've got the Toby eye tracker on, it really has that like that, you know, that camera strapped to your head type look. Anyway, I really needed a big run up for that, but it didn't really work. We get Nick's back, yeah. So you may have heard me on the Space Tomato podcast, and I was saying that if they were gonna like, I'll turn that Toby off so it doesn't make you sick. Okay, we can't get out the door. There's good news. Okay, yeah. If you saw me in the Space Tomato podcast with a Board Gamer and a 5-star and the other guy, I forgot his name, I'm sorry, from Atmos. I was saying if they were really going to impress us in SitCon, if they were really going to impress us, for me, they would give us solid roadmap and deadline of not just the next system or the next couple systems, but of a whole bunch of systems. Like saying that's like, all right, next year we're gonna have this and this and this next quarter, and it's boom, 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 boom. Like a fully like letting us know like the population of these systems is about to happen. If they do that and they commit the dates and stuff, I'm gonna be a very happy little leader. Okay. And so if that's beyond Pyro, it doesn't go for that long, but you know. Anyway, and there's Redacted. Big slot there for Redacted. So that's from, so that 5:30, and then venue closes at 9. There'd be a little gap after it ends for that. So yeah, it's probably like a 2-hour thing. Where we all think that's Squadron 42, right? Like that's I don't think anyone's not thinking that. And then day 2, we've got Crafting Home. So they're talking a lot, and we've seen this vehicle, this what's it called, the CVS, the fucking CVS or whatever, the FM and the SM something cargo whatever. It seems like it's a, oh my God, the door opened. It seems like it's a, no. There we go. It seems like it's a base building like vehicle, right? Just turn the game sound down a little bit. Yeah, so it's a base building like land vehicle thing, and people have actually even like played it in game. There's leaks of it in the pipeline of it being, and so like, would they have put in like, you know, the Drake Mule of the building? Now I can't use the elevators. That's the next. Okay. Yeah. So for the base building, would they have put like, you know, the equivalent of the Drake Mule, the useless vehicle for building it in game, if they didn't have plans to literally put it in the game like pretty soon. That's the big thing that I'm hoping for here. Like some also legitimate talk about where this base building stuff is going to happen. Even if it's going to be like, you know, connecting beyond Pyro, maybe I'd still be just happy if they give us a like, oh, there's going to be one system where there'll be these planets where they're exclusively you can do this like base building and crafting stuff, and that's going to be connected to it. I'm happy with that, you know, too. That's if they've got that playing on like a separate server, and we can go from like Pyro and Stanton and this like, you know, Builder Universo 1 or whatever. Cool. That's, you know, I'm a very happy DedLeader then too in day 2. They got Captains of Industry. Uncover the ships and ground vehicles that will serve as your primary tools for base building, anniversary, visiting, classic, and more. Well, there you go. See, the fact that there's 2 of these paired up, right, means that like the majority of this day is specifically for like base building, right? This is pretty obvious focus. And they're obviously going to talk about that vehicle then also. So that's like over 2 hours that they've already spending in that day. Then you got the stars of my destination, Star Citizen 1.0, PvP, PvE, non-combat. What type of game is Star Citizen? If you want answers, join us as we outline a high-level overview of Star Citizen 1.0 and what our intentions are for our epic shared universe. So that coming off the base building as well is making it sound like this is certainly, these are elements coming before what they consider 1.0. This, yeah, then venue closes. Then they've got the atmosphere, the esports stuff, which should be hype because they've got people in a live actual the space. So that means that that's going to be super fun, especially for people there. But even watching online, if they've got it set up right, it's so much better watching esports when there's like a live audience. So hopefully that becomes a thing. Okay, can we get out of here? Is it gonna make me like die? Oh, but I have to. Is it gonna be as long as there's an inventory I can get to dump my thing? You know, it's a wild thing as well of like how much they've clearly gone against their own elevator rules. Was I played the you know, some of the 4.0 playtests and stuff, and I mostly never even managed to get anywhere near a jump point. But one time I got to an elevator and it wouldn't let me through to be able to get to the hangar. That I would go and like press F and the door would open and there'd be a guy in there with an orange spacesuit standing in a very specific like angle, and I would go in and it wouldn't work. I go, oh, that's annoying. And so I'd go out and I would summon an elevator over here, and then the door would immediately open up, and it's the same guy, but this door was already open. And so like I was like and like hitting it, and I was watching it actively. Before one would close and open, it would teleport between them. I'm like, they're just doing it now. They gave up. Like, hooray. So they're doing teleporting elevators. Other than in the area, then they're doing the persistent hangars. But which is a good thing, other than the fact that the elevator itself still wasn't working. Yeah, I can't even get out of here, right? Happy CitizenCon. All right, let's get back to this one. All right, so what I'm hoping to see. Yeah, I wanna see ships, of course. I wanna see new ships. Hey, Soy, how you doing, beautiful? I wanna see new ships so badly. Like and of course, the only JPEG I own, the only JPEG ship I've ever owned in Star Citizen is the Polaris. So I need some hardcore Polaris ship porn, like you would never believe. I need something to tide me over to IAE when the Polaris is coming out, because baby, that thing's gonna be my new Carrack. Since the Carrack can't do anything for a while until they finally get to its like modules and stuff, but then You know, forget it. I don't even care anymore. I don't even care anymore. Hold on, let me just fix my audio here. There we go. So, yeah, I want the Polaris to be my new, like, dick around and, you know, fill it full of things that I shouldn't and go and try and push the game too far. My mucking around ship. That's what my Carrack was when it first came out. That was my, you know, my respawner. That was my hauler. That was, you know, I could always fill it with everything and go wherever, and it was so useful, and it just felt it was always felt like home. You know, and with the fact that they're going this way of, wait, do you guys know when they said that they're removing like the whole ships having HB and going to just, you got to like hit the components. They like announced that like recently again. Yeah. Did they give like a proper, is that coming with 4.0, or is it just sort of like, they're just saying, hey, it's but they're coming. They say the range. Yeah, the Ranger. I definitely want to hear about the Ranger. Yes, yes. Oh my god, filling up the Polaris of motorcycles. Yes, being able to like pull out a bunch of like Drake ships out of a Polaris, essentially, because like the Polaris still has those like cool lines. I hope the Polaris doesn't go the same way that, and a lot of you are not gonna like me saying this when you first hear me say it, but I hope it's not like how the new Zeus Mark II looks when it comes out, because the Zeus Mark II, although I like its design, its look, like how it, you know, its angles and everything, it looks too fresh off the lot, far too to the point that it looks like it's missing a level of design. I think it looks like that because it's supposed to be, it's the remake of this original old one. It's the Mark II. Like, you know, this old one is the first one that took us into quantum space. So this new one designed for a modern age is a fresh off the lot. Oh my god, did the elevators open? Okay. But it's too new looking, you know, and I hope the Polaris just has a little bit of like, you know, like the boots have been on the ground for a while. Does that make sense? Yeah. Like I'm not, it doesn't have to be like Reclaimer, like obviously, but it would be way better if it was. See, I've just gone to the other side of the fuck. I've just done a teleportation. I'm in the lobby for a sec. Yeah, it's still, look how much they've like, look, bless them, bless their hearts. I love that they're making elevators teleport now, but if they could just go to the right location, that'd be really great. If I was supposed to, yeah, C3PO, like a lot. When I say, like, you know, you got to pitch it to me, you got to sell it to me, I'm serious, you know, like you've got to like see someone in the, with Dad Bingo, if you see someone in the audience, you know, and you've got at any given time, everyone in chat has a super easy chance at getting a bingo square during this presentation. Whenever they look into the audience, you're going to be seeing hundreds of faces, hundreds of dudes, hundreds of dads of people there, right? And you're going to a custom bingo square. If you look in the description, you'll find the link. It's pinned to the top of the chat. Click that and sign up. You're going to get your own card. You're going to see all these different bingo slots for different dads. Yeah, and if you see someone, and if you can pitch to me why that person's Viking dad or stoner dad, if someone looks just a little bit sleepy and they're giggling and they're eating like a burrito, right? And you say, stoner dad, and you point and he's got some tie-dye on, all right? And I go, what? Someone says stoner dad, you know, and everyone, if you've got that, then everyone look on your thing. If you've got stoner dad as well, if that looks like it. Then if you've got it as well and you reckon that's stoner dad, you get in there and you make your point. Yeah, that's stoner dad right there. And I'm, you know, as I'll be, this is the stop. And as the arbiter, I'll go through and say whether or not, and then only if I've said agree that that's the one, you can mark it off. And that's how we're going to go about all the dad bingo, right? So, but you've got to sign up now. You got to get, because at some point I'm going to cut it off once it starts for entries. We only even, last time I checked, we only had like 10 entries. So there was almost one prize per person kind of thing. Hold on. Well, we got 15. Only 15 people have entered at the moment. And that's almost everyone is guaranteed to win a new ship with LTI and game pack from what have we got? So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 different ships. 15 people entered. Plus, I do have a couple. They might send a couple other things to give away during this. Who knows if they announce any new kind of ships or whatever, and they're under a certain price range, they might send them to me, and I'll add them to this if I don't particularly need it to say review or make content with at the time or whatever. I'll send it out to you guys. And I have a couple other like multi-ship packs here that I don't necessarily want to give away, but if something happens and we end up like getting rid of all these super quickly or something, or I feel bad, or I just feel high on giving ships from my account and want to go deeper, I've got some other ships might add into it, which is the Origin M50 with the new pirate skin with LTI, and this other one is a good one. This is an Ursa Medevac with an MPUV tractor beam ship with an Aurora MR, all with LTI and with a game pack as well. So these are all literally, these are every single ship that like CIG has sent me over this like past year. I've been too lazy to do giveaways for and stuff. This is what I did last year as well. I just give away them all during CitizenCon, during Dad Bingo. So this is high stake. This is the biggest competition you've ever seen for ship giveaways on YouTube or Twitch. Probably at any CitizenCon's in Korean, because I don't know. I think everyone just gives them out every month when they do it, right? I don't think anyone's as lazy as me just to do it all in one go. So congratulations with that. As you can see, the ones here, they're like, so they're clearly sent to me during like the Foundation Festival, which is this one here, during the the Chinese New Year. They sent me that one. This is during the Alien Week. This is the Love Struck one is during what's it name? Valentine's, and then this is the Halloween one they sent me. So this is all it's all throughout the year when they've sent me things to give away. This is them, baby. Okay. Yeah. So my main takeaway as well on that Space Tomato podcast was that it's a weirdly two-sided sword of what I want to see from this, because what I want to see from this is more commitments, but that also those commitments need to be followed up. Like, you know, it was they were walking a tightrope from what they said they were going to achieve last year, and they still got the rest of the year to achieve it. But yeah, I need to see the next stage of things now. I'm not so interested in just what Pyro is going to be like once it's in, and what, you know, 4.0 is going to be like. I'm sorry. I don't need just another Inside Sources and like an update of what's going on in the verse of the game, because that they've kept us starved of development information for a few months. Like, that's why I haven't been making content in this time. I do have to say though, there is one thing. I was like writing a script for a video for a long time, so I wanted to make a point about a lot of stuff I was seeing. So for those that don't know, I haven't posted any videos on this channel for 2 months, because I've decided that I wanted to focus on renovating this old 1970s Viscount caravan that I've been wanting to do my whole life, and I hadn't had enough time to focus on it with the channel, so I just did some renovating on that for like 2 months, just working straight, and, you know, got these new windows installed, and cleaned up and did a lot of sealing, and at the moment we're still working on it, and we're restoring these new floors, and we're putting bitumen paint on the bottom to make them road safe from all the crap and stuff, and waterproof and all that. And we've just got them cut at the right side, but we just need to wait for a good couple days after all this streaming for CitizenCon is done, and we're gonna pop them in and get that down, and we're gonna put the walls in properly. It's this big, beautiful, massive trailer, and I love it. Anyway, I haven't been doing it because of that, but everyone's been going off their heads about, oh my god, like, yes, there's been like the Corsair changes, and they've sucked, and there's been the Redeemer changes, and they've sucked, and there's been the Master Mode changes, like, and they've sucked. And the thing is, like, what I think is sort of happening, it's very odd that, like, I don't see developers saying this in particular sort of in defense, but I think what's happening is the game, especially with stuff, the game is about to change in such a huge monumental way, right? That they're not changing parts of the game anymore to adapt from what the game is now. They're changing elements early for what the game is going to be then. So what the game is going to be later on with Master Mode, say, like, with Master Modes, here's a great example. With Master Modes, that everyone's like, oh, everything's so much slower. Like, and I'm in so much more danger kind of in that moment, the short moment between, like, getting away, and I just pop and die. But with that armor, not necessarily armor, but with HP being removed and all about just taking out components and you repairing a component to get away, how long all that interaction of, like, and what an interaction looks like when that's what a battle looks like, how taking place looks like is going to happen, is going to be completely different. Because, like, a group of pirates, if they can just be sprayed and then shut down immediately by someone, and they know it's going to take their mages to attack something to take it down, and they might have a crew of people, it might be redundant for them, so they might just not even look at big ships or ships of this certain size anymore, and only go after really small things, all right? Or, like, the whole meta and everything, and how we're even going to look at every application of, like, how much time it's going to take from you, how vulnerable you are at any given time, like, where your, components are on your, like, ship's person, but how, like, vulnerable you are. Like, the entire, like, view of an interaction in every circumstance with a PvP or PvE is going to be completely different. Even from is another example, the fact that it's going to be where your components are being hit, not the where your ship is being hit, and it's not going to be about the health of your own ship and it's like HP pool, but where those components are. Here's a great example. Do you know, if you took an X-ray of your ship, where your components are in your ship right now? Do you know where your children are today? Like, I think you can do it when you're scanning another ship. You can do, like, a view where you can see their components, but do you know with your favorite ships how big those components are? Have you looked at a scan of your favorite ships to see where those components, like, are placed and how vulnerable they are to any sort of fire? Like, and then being that vulnerable, how is that gonna change your view of how you're gonna take every interaction in the game going forward? And so things like Master Modes, all of a sudden, that bit of time and that interaction, that might just be enough time to make sure that that you really see everything that comes by. Like say you're orbiting a planet, someone comes in, like, that have just, like, quantum there, you're gonna get a second to go, oh, who's over there? Hold on, let me scan him. Like, all right, he's got cargo, but he might be a pirate. I don't think we want to bother him. Even if this is someone who's up to trouble, scanning them, man, that person's got time to already get away by then. There's going to be so many more things they're going to have to consider when scanning or thinking about engaging someone. And so I think the fact that they're building all these elements for the game that it's going to be, and not for the game where it is at the moment, I think that is really confusing people. And a lot of these ship changes that are happening, I think they're being done because of those reasons. Like, I think, like, yes, the Corsair is already a massive damage dealer, but when it comes to dealing the amount of damage that these components are going to take in tests, I'm sure those sorts of cannons and stuff that you could attach to a Corsair, it's probably not even like, it's probably infinitely far more powerful if they left it all in someone else's damage than it is, like, attacking those components. The power of those different cannons was probably enough to immediately take out a Polaris or something within their own tests. If all they need to do is aim at one component and work with ballistics and go boom, and they probably took down an entire Idris or everything, went, this is impossible, we need to cut this power down by half immediately or something, right? And so I think a lot of that is happening at the moment, but the fact, I think, is what's happening here. The reason the developers aren't correctly communicating that disconnect to us, I believe, it's because they don't see it, because they're developing the game. Of course they know that they're just working on these things for what the game's going to be. They're like, we've already told them what the game's going to be. Like, you know, why wouldn't they know that these things are happening? But they're being made so drastically different now that everyone's making comparisons and like trying to explain in theories and in essays and all this stuff of like why master mode is wrong, why this is wrong and everything. But they haven't even had the chance to test it in the environment that was designed for, that they're designing it to test in. And so that's why they're not commenting really on saying that, you know, directly on it, because they haven't had to get their chance of their data yet, so they know nothing they say to you really matters. That's why it's like talking to a brick wall and no one's budging on the master mode stuff, because they're like, motherfucker, we've still got to get, like, we've got like 6 months until adding more stuff into the game until we can finally do our tests with master modes. Like, we can't comment on it at how it stands at the game at the moment, because it's all about to change completely and become a completely different game. So that's what I think is happening at the moment with a lot of these different elements. And so I think people just need, like, you know, it's good data, and it's right in documenting the history of, you know, the flight model of Star Citizen, how it was, and, you know, making sure that once all those new elements are in, that it is a fun and then balanced, you know, equivalent in the new version, whatever. Yeah. But yeah, so that's the one point I wanted to make. That's essentially the video that I was going to make in that time that I said, you know what, I'm just going to start a bit earlier and run around the game and look at stuff and talk to everyone for a bit. And there we go. That's your DedLeader video. Oh damn, I don't have the guy I removed. I had the DedLeader like on this thing, but yeah, I removed it. My bad. Yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited because we are going to, was it Fortune or Fortuna, this new MISC ship? It sounds like it's a salvaging ship. And I mean, look, a lot of stuff that we've seen, remember like last year in CitizenCon, remember, for everyone that's seen a lot of leaks and stuff of the ships coming out this year, just remember, last year we had a huge amount of leaks and dumps of ships before CitizenCon, and everyone thought the Cutter Rambler was going to come out as well as the Cutter Scout, but only the Cutter Scout came out last CitizenCon, even though we had like leaks in that it was in the game files and everything. So everyone thought it was going to come out at CitizenCon, they were going to announce it near the end. Never happened. So for everything that has been leaked already online, don't expect that it's all for CitizenCon and that all those things are going to come out now. The one thing I do think we are going to see is the MISC Fortuna one, the salvaging one, and that's because they've CIG have been doing like a Twitter campaign thing with, they've been releasing images of it with a countdown to CitizenCon, and we seen those game files in there as well. So I don't know if it's something that'll be released immediately. I don't think it will. I think it might be something that may be released, like announced and then released before the end of the year or something though. But there is a lot of files in there, so there's definitely going to be some stuff being released this time. And I don't know what or how many, and I'm excited as you guys just to kind of see it. I've been seeing a bunch of stuff in ads recently. Oh yeah, well yeah, they must have been pumping up those budgets recently, eh? That's hard. So in like 4 hours ish, Brave New World starts. Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, because it's like half an hour before the whole thing starts. The stream will start. So in, yeah, like 4 hours. 4 hours, Brave New World should start from now. Whatever happened to the refining ship, the Expanse? That's still in there. That's still like just a concept ship. It's a beautiful one too. The Expanse and the Odyssey are two that I love. I didn't realize CitizenCon was in Manchester. Yeah, it is Sawyer, dude. I swear. There was a long part of this year where I'm like, look, if I do this and this and then this, I could get to the UK, I could get to Sawyer, we can hang out, I can go to CitizenCon, I can be weirded out by the fact that I know a bunch of people around me and other content creators, and they kind of technically know me, but they don't know my face, and so then I would look like a weirdo if I went up to them. And CIG like invited me to come and check out the offices and everything, so I would have had a good amount of fun. We go about 2 hours. Yeah, well, it's about 4 hours and this whole thing starts. So because I'm in Australia, though, it means that I think I'm like one of the only Star Citizen streamers in that online, because with the you know, in the UK, as you just said, it's like 7 a.m. there, so no one's streaming now. And if it's the US, no one would be streaming then at the time anyway. So with the, and I think the Australian streamers that I know have all gone to CitizenCon. Anyway, so they're not even in their fucking country. They're a bunch of lazy dads, them ones. So I thought we would hang out here. We might be one of the first Star Citizen streamers to be kind of doing a pre-show. So, I mean, look, we've got the biggest, remember, as I said, we're going to have the biggest prize pool of prizes. We're going to have ships. Maybe you don't even have Star Citizen. It doesn't even bloody matter. You just make yourself click on the link in the description or at the top of the chat and put your information in there. Don't worry about the email. It's not going to be used for anything. It's just literally when I get a winner, all I need to do is put an email to where they're going to send the like acceptance code for the ship, and at the end, and I don't want to have to fucking hunt that shit out, right? So if you put like a fake email in there or whatever, you're just not going to win it. The whole thing will be invalid, okay? So I've got like at least nine to like 12-ish ships to give out. An entire year's of stuff. It's the biggest Star Citizen ship giveaway. All ships with LTI and game packs. So you don't even need to have the game. Get it all here for free. Not able to give away just because I'm lazy and haven't. Look, I've got them. They're all in here as well. So this is one thing. A little peek behind the content creator window. When these are in like your hangar. Okay, I can't even activate it. So there you go. When a giveaway ship is in your hangar to give away, it's actually in your fleet, like it's in your thing, so you can fly it. So when you give away one of your giveaway ships, you're actually giving one away from your fleet. So I can show you the ship that I will be giving you away on this, if you know, Star Citizen was technologically advanced to the point where the screens worked to do that, but it's not, obviously, because it's still early days. So what can we expect? Maybe we'll say something about it in the stream coming up ahead. Yeah. God, I just don't want to keep showing the. Hold on. Sorry. I don't know why it went quiet though. Oh, okay. It's because if we. Yeah, we disconnected. Inactive for too long. What? Oh, hold on. What's the... I was like, it's not completely lined up perfectly. What the hell? Okay. Maybe I should try a different server. Come on, Asia. Yeah, I mean, you can't even tell what's a 30k anymore, because 30ks aren't technically supposed to be possible, right? Right? I forget. Right. What else is on here? Yeah. What was it? They had there was sim pits added in here apparently. I saw a little sneak peek of that Hornet as well. Apparently they got that in there. What was it? They were saying that apparently it's like it's gonna stay in Manchester as like an exhibit. Like it's gonna be, it's like they're leaving without it. Does that mean like they're installing it? Like what is it made out of? Is it's gonna be able to be survive just in Manchester? I don't know. So Sim Pits, where's that? Yeah, it sees the icon for it. Oh, to here it just it's weird they just do that because it just seems like beanbags. Yeah, I can't show anything from Pipeline Discord because I'm in Evocati. So I'm back and talk about stuff, you know. So I've got okay, yeah. I've got rare knowledges, right? It's all about me just finding the right visuals for everyone. I have rare and exotic knowledges. Yeah, MFDs. Look, they look better. They're more like comfortable. I think. I mean, when I say look better, as in they obviously there's no like lag kind of around them. They feel more dynamic and stuff with them. Obviously, this is stuff I was hoping to commentate while looking at them in game, but we can't have everything that we want all the time, you guys. I do not understand what the fuck's going on with the power triangle or power meters thing now. I saw a bunch of videos pop up trying to explain it, but it felt too painful wanting to even click them. So so I didn't. And so I still have no fucking clue what's going on with that. But, you know, I kind of wanted to leave that up to content in a way to kind of, because I dropped off sort of in between the update. So now that they've been pushing back and forth and updating and changing things here and there all this whole time between the updates of 3.24, 0.1 and 2 or whatever, now I want to try and see, like, you know, does it make sense? Do you know if they're going to have any ship sales? Yeah. I mean, they'll definitely be. They've been teasing a bunch of different ships, and there's one in particular, the Misk or Tuna or whatever it is, which we think is like a mid-level salvaging ship. I believe there's a good enough reason to think that that's going to be announced as like the ready to fly kind of thing. Oh, you're right. Now can we get out of bed? We can. China. Fancy. So that's right. You can only interact with your inventory through here. I don't have anything in Port Tressler. Okay, well, this is far better than the Australian server. I guess the Australians are all up, as I said, because of CitizenCon, and they're all on the server breaking it. Can we interact with the ASAP? I don't like saying. Oh yeah, because they got new tattoos. Of course. I had the skull. I had to try and kind of make it DedLeader-ish. It was a skeleton. There was a skeleton tattoo, so I done did it. I done it. Done it. DedLeader Jason.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
I think I took my lightning here. Here we go. Here are the Zeuses. But fuck. Okay. Last time I stored it, it looks like it didn't store. All right. Well, let's take something out fresh then. Hey. Okay. Well, all right. All I need to do. The other video I haven't done is a Zeus video. So let's claim the Zeuses here.
Your insurance claim has been sent.
And we'll do live action Zeus review and complaining. Not complaining, reviewing.
Your insurance claim has been sent.
Stop littering when they make trash. Yeah, exactly.
Thank you. Your insurance claim has been sent. Thank you.
Okay, so let me start off with saying Zeus Mark II, Zeuses, right? I think they look cool. I think they look cool, guys. I think they have an alright core use. And I like that it follows the modern CIG design language with its internal layout well. They've got the ladder near the front, close to the cockpit. It's got a bit of everything. They're all in good locations for things. The tractor beam is one of the best with the best angle and arm to move things on there, right? Let me say that first of all, right? It's got dangerous lines on it as well. I can see that thing in Star Wars doing a spin, going whap 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 whap, and then taking something out and it being a beautiful scene. Very sci-fi. Wow, love it. But as we're going to see with these ships, there's 2 out at the moment out of potential 3. Okay, we've got the Zeus Mark II ES, which is the expedition version, and this is the one with, I think, you know, it's just supposed to be like, oh, you know, you're gonna go out there long distances and be able to survive. Oh, I can do a bit of everything. And then they got the Zeus Mark II CL. This is the cargo variant, and this one in the back, as we can actually see here. Right, let's scroll down to it. The SCU, or cargo, in the expedition one is 32 SCU, where in the Mark II, the CL, the cargo version, it's 128 SCU. So a huge amount more. So you're like, well, there's got to be a lot of payoffs for that, right? Like, you know, if you're going to have that much extra cargo room and you got an extra tractor beam in the back, what are you paying off for on it? Nope. Nothing. Because all it does to get that extra space in the back is the Zeus Mark II ES, the expedition version. They made, like, here, we'll get it at this one, right? The expedition version will get out already. They made the living areas in that. Living areas are the most useless parts of the ships. They just made them too long in this. So they made them over, instead of making it like making things fit tighter to fit more cargo in, just in the other variant, they just made a more cumbersome middle area to like eat up the space of what would be better cargo space in the back. They just used the space worse. And then you go into the cargo variant and it's like they just removed the awful space. It must be this one. Oh, wait, 2. So I'm going to show you the normal version now. Because the weapons, you'd think like, oh, well, the cargo one must have worse weapons or like shielding. No. I mean, it might have a different shield, even though I'm not even sure about them. But it's like, it has the same weapons. It has pretty much everything is exactly the same. It's just that one has way better cargo, and the payoff for that is that. So this is the small cargo bay, right? So in here, so these are the living quarter stuff. You go here. Oh, this is, so you got your beds here. The stuff that's cut out on the other one is like this little useless grid. Like there's only like, I think that like this couch is cut out kind of thing. And these beds, I think the beds are even the same size, and there's still like a bathroom here. It's almost indistinguishable. And then in here, like, you know, like maybe this part of the bar is cut out and like this part of something is cut out. And instead you get this like whole massive cargo bay with like just under like 100 SCU. Here's like, this stuff's all great. Like, you know, great placement for all like your components and everything. Like, yeah, bravo. You can exit. There's an exit so you don't have to go through the front and back of the ship the whole time. You know, we all know how annoying that is, so we appreciate it. You know, but just close that. Okay, so here's my thing. I was saying before, I feel like this ship looks like it doesn't have a level of detail done. Like, let me get into like the living, that kitchen quarters. Like, look. This, I think it's just supposed to be clean or fresh off the lot. It looks unfinished. Like, even if you were painting like a like a Gundam, like, you know, like a model kit, even then you'd add like, you'd run a marker over something to add a bit of distress for definition, you know, just because it would make it look better, even if it was something this was your fresh off the lot. But like, everything still has this. This is what I hope the Polaris isn't like. I want to feel like there's been something. See, because what this makes me feel like in this one, it being so clean, it makes me feel like it's a nerd's ship. And when I say nerd, calm down. I'm a nerd too. I'm a nerd. I'm a dorcas small orcas. But when I say nerd, I mean like, say you work for, like, in this verse, the militant cops, and you're there, like, you know, I gotta tuck your bed in, soldier, stand up, like, you know, someone who's like way too obedient, and, you know, a real nerd, other than like, say, like a pirate, you know, a Drake flyer kind of thing, you know, where this feels like you're just way too nerdy. I don't know, like, yeah, you know, yeah. As we all know, I'm a reclaimer pilot, so I'm a filthy little maggot, right? Can't get out. Let me out of the damn chair. Get out of here. I think the thing's crashing again. I think we'll lose it again. I want scum. I want the scum. I'm unsure, Jay, because they said there was going to be ad for IE, but then they, like, that was supposed to be like, was it supposed to be like technically Q3, and then they changed it to Q4? And so people are wondering if, like, maybe for IE they're going to be like, oh, it's in a PTU or something. Oh, wait. So yeah, 1, nerds. 2, too clean. But yeah, to the point of seeing like it's missing like details. But that all being said, like, great placement of components, you know, useful airlock with 2-door system. So you got this little bit here you can hang out in. I've seen people close it too. Doesn't want to. I feel like an idiot. No, they fixed its safety regulations, have they? What if I do this? I think the game's just freaking out. All right. Well, anyway, I've seen people like close the door with themselves in there, and they're in a cute little hidden spot. Yeah. Okay. So this is one. So now I'm going to show you the cargo variant, and you're going to see it's pretty much not missing anything.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
It's a lot of ships, yeah.
Vehicle select. Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location. Please visit us again.
And the reason why this is relevant, just in case anyone's wondering, is because, you know, with the cargo patch, with all the new inventory changes and everything, you're just not going to have local inventories just sort of everywhere. You can't just drag and drop out of thin air. Weapons and inventory is all physicalized. We've got like cargo boxes and freight elevators now. Everything's very physicalized. So having to move things around is very laborious at the moment. So any ship that gives you benefits in making that less of a fucking hard time and a stinker is way better. Well, great, I've just got a fucking ship and hold, haven't we? Yeah. Yeah. So servers aren't doing too great on today, but I mean, I think that is pretty much just because it's CitizenCon. So, oh, there we go. Yep. So we're just gonna have a fun time with this, sort of going through all the different updates and that sort of bit by bit. And yeah, this tractor beam on this one is quite bizarre too. The way it handles, because it has like at least two like elbow joints in it. So it's like an arm, like a robotic arm, and you know how like a robotic arm usually has like an elbow or whatever, right? Well, this has like two 360 sort of servo elbows in this tractor beam, so it kind of unpacks itself out of like a little crate, and then the elbows unfurl and it sticks out, and so we can get, it's a little ball at the end of that, and so it can look around lots of really different angles. There's just a space station, and it's all breaking down now. Yeah, so it's a great little arm that can really grab things from different angles and then like move and maneuver the stuff in, like, you know, physically without just like trying to point from one single direct. Jesus Christ, get shit like that. Pointing from one location, you know, just to try and grab something and move it. It's kind of got a bit of, it can look around corners kind of a tiny little bit. So it's that's so good, you know, on top of having just all the extra cargo space. And the reason why this is so important to me is because you see the way like this ship, well, if you remember the way this ship looks, it looks really big at the back, right? Does anyone else feel like it felt like it was going to have more stuff in it? And so when you have these two ships next to each other and they look like they're supposed to have heaps of stuff in it, and then one of them looks intentionally like they just threw a bunch of garbage in it to try and justify there being a difference between these two different variant ships, it stands out because you're like, it's this like fat wide back. It's like, yeah, it's supposed to be heaps in the back, right? And then really pointy at the front, and they got the pointy bit at the front, and then, you know, I give them my hats off for the little ladder there and everything, and there's, you know, gun lockers everywhere and all your component gear, you know, is in a good spot. But it just feels like, you know, with the full width of by the time those wings kind of get really pointy, that's just useless space on the left and the right, and it's really more of a sort of just long tube of a ship than it is, you know, a big Dorito. God, this is just really depressing. Little hole in the ground. See, guys, this is when you make content for Star Citizen and you see it all edited up and nice and quick, or even if it's like a 40-minute something, just know it's usually days of footage because of garbage like this. And although we'll still include it, we'll just show like, you know, a SpongeBob 3 hours later kind of gag or a fast forwarded thing. I would never like hide the fact that the game was acting buggy and doing crap like this, but you still have to experience it, and then you still have to edit it and then put it into the story and then actually get the actual story out of it as well, and not go completely insane the entire time. Okay, this is opened. There's so much better. I've tried to just film nice B-roll and stuff before, but things get outdated so quickly that it's just like you feel like it might just expire really purposefully. People like realize it's the old game. But like this back door as well, for something that's so big, this, because they're not fitting much in all this space, right? It means that this entry here, like this can't fit like an Ursa rover. Like this ship is so much bigger than a bunch of other ships that can all take that stuff. And you can't, because of it's so limited in the back here, they couldn't. I like this little perspex thing here. I think that design stuff's cool. But the fact that you can't fit a certain size thing in here when you can in so many of the other ships that are considered a lot smaller is just ridiculous to me. But yeah, look how much more room is in here. This just looks like it's supposed to be this way. And you got a little weapon rack in the corner here as well. And then, so if you think, oh no, we're gonna see like so much missing in here. It's the living quarters, still here. This is the toilet. It's still, I didn't show the last one, but it was exactly the same. Yeah, beds are like exact same size. Then this is the kitchen bit. Still see, they just moved like a beam out of there. They didn't even remove this one here. Still as empty as the other one. What the what? Hey, I don't remember being parked in this location. Okay. Whoa. Oh. No. And yeah, and then weapons and everything changed. I'm not sure. The weapons and everything are the same. So you'd think that it would like... right now? So you'd think that it would take like a massive... like hit in weapon damage and stuff, right? See, all this is all same size. So all that change between the ships has already happened in there. That's conversating between them. How you doing, F? Yep, so you got all same with this. Same way to get out. Same entry. Into this. All same. And, oh wait, which one? This is the one with the tractor beam, I think. Back, yeah, windows. But that's just it, because I'm saying like that this, I don't use much of the actual space in between the walls because the way that it's shaped, it goes like too thin and there's just nothing there, like in that space. Where was it supposed to be? Just want to do it. Alright, it's not gonna play to it. Yeah, so like, I don't know, like the shape of it and everything is cool, and it's got like these cool angles, right? But it's just a real shame that, like, how can I'm trying to find out. Okay, I can't like point, but essentially, like, see to like the right of that wall in that cargo bay, all that space to the wing is just nothing, and then all the way up to the ship, all that like the angle kind of slanting towards the cockpit, all that is just nothing. So it might as well just be like a missed prospector, or like a freelancer, right? And its actual size. They've just added, you know, or just wingspan essentially. And I don't know. I feel like they could have just used that space, maybe. Like, I mean, you know, at least even if you're not going to go in there, let us see in there. Like, maybe we can have some engines and that. Like, you know, maybe don't just have a blank wall. Like, let us see some of the gear. Let's see some of your gear, mate. Like, because it does have a really, I think, like a dangerous, like silhouette and everything. I like the angles. I like its silhouette. I like what it represents. But I don't think it then does that. I mean, it does have two, like, what is it, like size 4 guns or something, and that's pretty decent. Like, it's a pretty good all-rounder. And that I just don't like that out of the two that they've released now, the cargo variant is just far better, and there's really, even though it costs the same amount as money as the other one, and so it's like, why did you even do that? And they probably will just nerf the guns on this later on, and but for now, that's the situation of that one. Yeah, right.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
What else with here? I guess we gotta look at that, let's say. Guess we gotta look at the Atlas. Like, it's a fine ship, right? It's a fine ship. The Zeus Mark II is a fine vehicle. Especially if you know, as I said, like, you know, it's got some really romantic lines. I really like how it looks like that, and a lot of the time, all it takes is the design of a ship for it to be something for enough to someone to fall completely in love with it. So I get it if you just fucking love the Zeus. Like, a lot of people love the new Crusader ships, the Spirits. And then on top of this, you know, the one that they haven't released yet, because they always keep one variant for a later release that's actually different and has different stuff in it, is the Interdictor, so like the bounty hunting one. So they're saving that one for I don't know when, but any bets that'll actually have a lot of more differences. And I look forward to that one. More so because it's actually dangerous then, you know, like it looks dangerous, has a dangerous function, and it has different functions. So it doesn't mean I can do pretty much everything else that this can in another ship, you know. It doesn't offer me anything new, it's just a different variant of it. Man, it's gonna take another 30 minutes to get this house out of here. Yeah, it's been so much better than this for so long as well, though. So you're seeing it in a really bad time right now. I think just because of the convention and everything. It's a really awkward time of its life right now, you guys. But yes, everyone, remember, sign up. Get your dad bingo card, because you won't be able to do it forever. Even if you're not going to be here for all time or whatever, you can generate one now and submit it with that form, and just whenever you are ready, you'll be able to do it then, because I'm gonna shut down the ability to generate them after a while, and you won't be able to do it. God, it's really taking its fucking time for this. Yeah, it's been way better at times with this. It's yeah. I mean, like, they've been doing a bunch of tests with special technologies and stuff, server meshing technologies to have, like, you know, at the moment the servers are like 100 population servers, but they did the test for 200 population servers and 500 population servers and 1,000 population servers and a 2,000 population server, and everything above the 500 population server exploded immediately. Oh, Adam, I have bad news, actually. I melted the Best in Show Reclaimer. I meddled it, but I bought the CCU, just a regular one, so don't worry. And that was because I needed extra credit, and at the time I was able to melt Best in Show Reclaimer and the skin that I used to put on it so it wasn't so Larry sometimes, and then I was able to then upgrade another shitty one I didn't want to it, and then I had a bunch of leftover store credit to be able to still have the Reclaimer and then buy another new ship or upgrade another new ship, whatever. So I don't have the Best in Show one at the moment. I think it's still in my buybacks though, just so you know. But I still have the Reclaimer, of course. I'm not crazy. Alright, well, yeah, it looks like someone's down there, I imagine. Everyone's unsubscribing. CitizenCon isn't for another hour and a half, and even then it's not for 3 hours until we get to see much of anything. Jesus Christ. Yeah, what are your thoughts in chat? Do you think Star Citizen have delivered enough this time for CitizenCon from what they promised last year? How do I explain how DedLeader works? If you click the link in the form, it'll explain it to you and how to sign up. But essentially, we're going to be looking at people in the audience and seeing if they match up to the dad that you have in your bingo card, and you've got to argue to me your point why that's your dad's. You can't print up your dad bingo cards, you can set them up. I think you could. Oh no, but I made them black to look cool. You think Tesla 4 was their best year yet? Yeah, I think they're in like a transitional phase. So like a lot of the stuff that they put on the roadmaps were kind of shit. Like the past, like, what was it? Someone in the, our community was saying, oh, I'm so excited for 3.24. I was just sort of like, why? It's like, there's nothing here. Let me find the roadmap. Because the only really, like, a really interesting thing is that pyro and server meshing, right? Where's explore roadmap? So yeah, so they haven't, even though these have been done to it, they still haven't committed these 3.24 things. Caves, freight elevators end up being clunky. Cargo hauling, being weird. I never really tried it too much. Hangars, yeah, everyone knows what they feel with that. Storage access just kind of felt a bit of a weird drama. Blockade runner, I just wasn't interested. I mean, this was just what was happening. All this stuff was just coming out this time. I just wasn't interested. Oh, like you look at the description of it, like you're just doing the same thing. I can't see a unique experience coming out of this, so I don't want to. I don't want to do it. There's still so many just normal missions in Star Citizen I've never even attempted anymore. Like I haven't gotten any reputation from. That I haven't tried. Like some of these ones, like, I'm not interested in trying those over even those other ones. Ships and vehicles. Yeah, the MFD things, all fine, other than the scroll bars, and I don't understand the power triangles. Weird. I talked about Zeus. Saber Peregrine wasn't even like in the trailer. It doesn't even do the trail that it gives, and like it was kind of slow. I don't know what the point of it was. Who was it for? The Argo Atlas, that's the thing I was trying to summon just then. Can't even summon it, apparently. Lots of pirates through Blockade Runner. As in, like, PvE pirates, like NPC pirates, or people just saying, fuck it, I'm gonna pirate you. Cargo is a great spot. Downly, Blockade Runner was broken. Yeah, see, and this is why I reckon all that stuff is an example of that whole, it's being made for what Star Citizen is about to sort of become with a bunch of this stuff, including one of the main things being that whole HP isn't going to be a thing anymore. So, like, the idea of your ship is going to stay your ship, even if I get like robbed or beat up or whatever and taken down, they take all your stuff, you're still going to have to, you know, repair your ship and get it back into a working condition. And, you know, the idea of you stay with your one ship for longer being, you know, a big focus on where they're taking it. That stuff is going to be really interesting. Yeah, but this is all kind of like whatever. And then 4.0, which is saying is Q4 this year. So more player customization, whatever. The contested zones, yeah, this is all just the stuff in Pyro. So it's all good, but we don't even really know what this even entails, you know, because we don't even know what the missions are kind of really going to be between these, and especially when they're all populated with, you know, 1,000 or however many kind of people all running around doing them. Like, what's it gonna play like for real? And then, yeah, with the jump points, you know, we're gonna see what the difference between, like, if there's gonna be major price differences, if that's gonna be a good thing. For cargo will get really interesting and really fucking matter by that point if they make like, oh, you know, you could do all these missions and everything here instead, and oh yeah, sure, they're boring, but everything that you get from them is actually, you know, sells for 4 times as much in Pyro. All right, well, you better get a pilot that can make it through these jump points without crashing it, because as you know, a lot of people haven't been able to successfully make it through the jump points, and it does damage your ship. Like, is it going to damage your cargo or like whatever? And so you've got to like, is traveling it that distance, what are those dangers going to be? And the fact that there's no police zones over there, Pyro's going to be just everywhere for it, and all cargo is going to be worth a lot more. So seeing how that's going to unfold is just going to make Sussen be a completely different game by that point. Yeah, hopefully the outposts and everything, that they get serious with all that, their reputation. Like, you know, that's one thing that they really did last year in CitizenCon, is they were talking a lot about reputation. Now, oh, reputation's going to matter so much, and oh, reputation's going to, you're not going to be able to get this gear without reputation, and you're going to get all this loot if you're in a good reputation with this guild and that one, and you're not going to be able to do that. And then none of that has happened over the 12 months at all, and we don't have any clue about it coming in any form at all as well, other than maybe in one of those panels, but we'll find out. Anyway, they've been saying that stuff is going to be happening with these outposts with Pyro. So if that happens like day one, all that stuff is working, that reputation is sort of engaged in 4.0, that'll be a big win. Yeah, it's just small planets. It's the space cow. But, okay, character on our team. Like, why is the cow called a cat? Yeah, missions, repair missions, be able to do with your multi-tool. Fire hazards, so your ship's gonna like go on fire and be able to put it out with a fire extinguisher. Engineering, yes, the engineering, all life support stuff, that's all gonna be like a big part of 4.0. That, yeah, and like Pyro, and then Cortec, server meshing, yeah. So this is all the big 3 really from this is the server meshing stuff, the engineering stuff is gonna. I was about to kick me out. Server mesh stuff, the engineering stuff, and yeah, the Pyro stuff. But yeah, I don't know if we're going to see new things that are going to be added to these cards for 4.0, or if the only new stuff we see is going to be 4.1 or whatever kind of after. In my opinion, the biggest addition that's needed for the game to boom is mission reworks this reputation, and we need shit to work for each other. Great. Yeah, totally. And if they have like a difference between those, like, you know, payouts and that, and the journey to be able to get that stuff to there is, you know, a fun whole thing, then that'd be cool too. Wait, yeah, let's go to CitizenCon. And that stuff may be well discussed at this on Social Universe as well. It might be a lot of stuff might be looking at that. They might be tying in a lot of the reputation stuff with like You know, there's been a lot of talk on Twitter from people behind the scenes about, like, you know, people that have questions Star Citizen being an MMORPG, like, just stay tuned for CitizenCon kind of thing. We're supposed to, our game's supposed to be a jaw after this one, is what I've heard from developers trying to kind of hype people up for it. So let's see. My only thing is, it's interesting if it's one thing for them to show, oh, it's going to have a do it, because they've done that before. I'm not interested in them showing us like cinematic visuals or like of that. Remember they said the distribution centers were going to have raids, and they showed raids last time. I'm not interested in any visualizations and shit like that. I just want to know, when is it going in? When is it going in? I know you could make something that looks cool for anything. I could make something that looks sick for Star Citizen. Give me any budget in a week, I'll make something that looks cool that people will pay money for. Doesn't mean anything unless we say, as you say, it's happening and it's this time and it's then and this is like, you know, I don't give a shit about any announcements of theoretical natures by artists and designers at all for CitizenCon. I care for, this is what we're doing, this is the plan, this is the date, because it's happening and we've like done it, and like, you know, this is everyone's working on it. You know, I don't give a shit about theoretical stuff. So that's going to be my kind of angle for CitizenCon this one. I'm going to let them speak their piece. I'm going to let them do their whole that. I'm not going to be talking over it during their presentations or whatever. Too much. But that's the standard of expectation I'm holding CIG to this year, for it to be considered a successful CitizenCon in my opinion. And that's just me personally. Concept art, I don't give a shit about, you know, Mid-Journey, like AI can do concept. Like that's one of the original things I started my channel off was making the gag of that. I used AI to come up with concept ships because I thought it was so silly, and that the fact that AI can just do that, like you can make anyone hype for anything conceptually. It's not good enough anymore. You know, they're still pretending that they're a crowdfunding, that they're actively a crowdfunding game. No, you're a crowd-funded game. You're just working on an adapted model, which is quite awkward and perverted and can't last forever. So hopefully, and then so that's hopefully going into the Brave New Worlds thing where they show the Genesis stuff. Hopefully they show a product that's going to be able to help generate revenue for CIG, other than taking pledge stuff for Star Citizen in the future. Fun story. Since the cargo patch, can't use the hammerhead for a cargo run anymore. Since it docks instead of lands, you can't. Oh, and you can't use the aerial. You can't even. So you can't land it in like a planet, a hammerhead. If they do, knock socks off. It's going to affect my big cat socks instead. No, that'll just be really visually. Oh, okay, I get it. So if it's socks and sandals and they come off, does it invalidate the bingo? No, as long as you catch him in time, as long as you get the bingo square in time before the socks get knocked off. No. But yeah, I think I was rewatching some of the panels from last year's CitizenCon, and it wasn't until like rewatching it, realizing the person that was giving the panel was, you know, an artist or, you know, a level designer. And so they didn't even have the answers when things were going to come out, or when they could like tell things. Like if they put someone on stage that isn't in the position in the company to give like high enough and up to give a date for something, then they're probably showing something which is just like, look, theoretically, wouldn't it be cool? Wouldn't it be cool if we made it look like this? It's like, we kind of wanted to wouldn't it be sick if, and it's like, no. Trust me, we've all have plenty enough copium to have an opinion on how sick Star Citizen would be if it looked like a certain way, okay? We've all huffed that before. What we want now, because we want to know when we're getting stuff. So, look, that's why I want a little bit of that Polaris porn, because we know, look, I know we're not getting it at this event, we're getting later on this year, but it's so close that it's something that's real. So they should be, I reckon, already, I guess they can't right now because they're not releasing it for this thing, but they should be pushing the Polaris in marketing so hard. This should be, instead of like coming up with new concept ships and stuff, going to those old ones that are actually close to being released and re-put money into marketing again. Like, sure, you put money in when you initially announce like a concept ship coming out and get people hype up for it to buy those concept ships. But it's about to come out again. You're about to sell it again. Now's the time. You actually have something to show. It's not fucking smoke and mirrors. Why aren't they already advertising the Polaris? They should be doing extensive fucking videos and hype shit on all their media stuff already for the Polaris. It's this massive capital ship. Beautiful thing. Like, they should have us absolutely itching, clawing at our skin in anticipation for that damn thing, and they don't. They're not. It's silly. Like I really like properly got into making content for Star Citizen when the Corsair was announced like 2 years ago, and like they first then had it to fly and test, and I wanted to test it out, and as I was testing out, I was having fun with it, and so I'm like, all right, well, I'm gonna try filming something with this, and I made like my first like little video thing of content was because of that Corsair, and it's because of the hype leading up to it, because everyone was just so hyped for this thing, because it was worth being hyped over. Like, as you know now, it's like the Corsair, the reason why they're nerfing it is they say it's the most like used ship. I think actually literally won like the ship of like the most kills over the past year since it was like released, because everyone was using this fucking thing. It actually had like a usable like front elevator onto the roof, which fixed all these things. It had a usable like, you know, cargo area. It looks good. Everyone has their own areas. It was deadly, like all those boxes, and it was unique. And so like it was such a good hype up for it, and the Polaris was that too. I just think, you know, they should. It's always been my position on concept ships is they should be doing more marketing into selling the concept ships that are coming out and getting people hyped for them closer to release than bothering for coming up with new ones to add to slow down. And then if they're slowing down by making these other ones, then just speed up on getting these new ones out and increasing that like hype train of like that pipeline of the next one for it. You know, they'd come out quicker and quicker. Like, it's only logical. Anyway, 1 hour 13 minutes until they open doors on CitizenCon, when all them sweaty dads and dadettes are gonna pile in to Manchester City Centre. Here we go, Manchester Centre. We're finally gonna pick them out. So, if you're new in the audience, we're gonna play some dad bingo when this happens, which is essentially, if you go down the description or you look at the form link at the top of the chat, we have a form to fill out to get your own bingo card, and on it you're going to see a bunch of different types of rare dads on there, and as we go, you got to call them out. Say if you see do I have some examples here? So you might see a stoner dad or dairy dad. See, I don't know what a dairy, just know that all these things, I don't have a set thing in my mind of what a lot of these are going to look like. Okay, so if this seems weird to you, don't worry, it's supposed to be weird. These are, the point of this is that these are kind of abstract and be interpreted in many different ways. So you've got to make your pitch to me that someone that you see in the audience of the live stream of CitizenCon, that is someone meets these things. So we've got, do I have, see, world's #1 dad, all right, what is that? I don't know. We've also got UK's #2 dad. I don't know. But if you see, remember, it's in the UK, you see someone that's of questionable dad potential, but still seems like they're not that bad of a dad though, maybe you pitch it to me somehow. I don't know how you would. It's kind of like a creative improv for you guys as well as me, right? We get to have a little bit of fun with it, with each other, making each other laugh. And so if you can make me laugh or prove the point well, and I say that you've got that bingo point, then everyone can mark that on, so you can actively affect your chances for winning this bingo. And so we've got 9 ships here. I might have another 4 to give away as well, but these are all ships with LTI and game packages that we've got to give away. It's the biggest ship giveaway ever, probably, maybe, I don't know, but we're going to give these away all over these next 2 days with people that have one of these bingo cards. So all you gotta do is click on it, put your YouTube username and your email address in. I'm not going to be sending you any weird emails with any of them or anything. It's purely just because if you do win, on the back end, when you gift a ship to someone, you need an email, and I don't want it to chase you down to try and do that. I just want to be able to go, boom, this person's won. I'm just going to send it to them right now. I'm not have to think about it anymore, okay? So, and at some point during this, I'm going to cut off, so there's no more new cards being made. And so you've got to get in, you got to make your thing now, bookmark it so you don't lose it, so you got your card. Because it's going to be cut off at some point, and so we can't have new people coming in and just asking what ones have already been done. They might generate one that already has them in a bingo, and they haven't been here the whole time, you know? I've been thinking about this. Let me know what you think about this, guys. I was thinking, in the case of if we do have someone who says, oh, I was away, what did I miss? Which ones did I miss if they came up? Do we not tell them, but say if someone pops up again, say if that guy pops up again and that person that didn't see him early, say Aloha Dad gets hit, right? Someone in a Hawaiian shirt, Aloha Dad hits, I go, yeah, cool, right. Camera moves away, that person comes back, and then the Aloha Dad comes on screen, and they go, Aloha Dad. And I say, yeah. Does that mean they get it? I mean, like, then that means that they get it. But if they come back and they say, oh, I was gone, did we miss anyone? Someone shouldn't just say, oh, we got Aloha Dad, kind of thing, you know? So don't say it out to give it to them. So that way, people are rewarded for, say if you sit here and have it open and you're watching and playing along the whole time, you're rewarded because there's more likely that you're going to get that bingo over someone that comes in and then asks for a replay of what's been called so far. Do you know? Not later, but freebies. We got to keep track. Yeah, no catch ups is. Yeah, but it means if you see people keep calling the same one out, we be like, it's fine with it. I'll keep saying like, yep, that's good, let's do it. So you might hear me multiple times qualify the same sort of guy over. Right? I've been trying to run through my mind sort of like how we did it last time, and how we did it. How we should kind of do it. So I was thinking that's the sort of thing that got in the way. Someone asked about the goodies pack. I did buy it. I do have it. Oh, I think I kicked for an activity. Yep. Classic. The more realistic dads, like the tired dads, dad, bald dad, etc. Well, those are all diss dads, and I'm about dad love here. I'm not part of the anti-dad rhetoric. I don't believe in that kind of bad dad vibe, man. Okay? Tired dad, sleep dad, it's just the realistic ones. You've just got to show me that. Say, like, I think there is, like, there's a sleepy dad and that one in there. For those ones, you've just got to prove to me that dad embodies sleepy dad. There's none of that anti-dad rhetoric around here. I can't handle it. But yeah, you have to just be like this person. They have to be that they embody it. Like they don't embody anything else. You couldn't say that they're also footy. Like I can't remember like a footy jersey and be like, oh, it's a footy dad, but he's also sleepy dad. No. If you point me like a sleeping guy in a footy bunch of gear, I'm gonna say no, that's footy dad. That's not sleepy dad. So there you go. Maybe that's another one. Then you can't have every dad can't have multiple. One bingo per dad. You know what I mean? If someone could qualify for 2 different dad hits, then that means that they can't be like the alpha dad of that dad bingo spot. I'm so sorry. I think we all just came a little bit dumber by actively thinking that scenario through. All right. Since I can't log in here for a second, I'm gonna go to the bathroom and refresh my drink for a second. I will be right back. Oi, 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 oi. DedLeader, DedLeader. I actually wrote the words for that song as well. In case you didn't know. I thought, you know what? Since Citizen's literally just not working, actually, shut it down. Let's watch some of the CitizenCon stuff from last year, hey? What's good with me? Okay. God, they do put a lot of shit out, don't they? Okay, so that's the whole things. Are the cut up ones here? That's a cut up one. Okay, I'll just click that one then, shall I?
It's a beautiful day for a CitizenCon.
It's not chaptered. Chapter it. Alright, it's Star Engine. See, I don't want to hear about that.
Or simply the fire's
allocate all of the simulation regions depending on what is colliding where and what.
Yeah, we got the water.
There's nothing really to tell you that it was a lens.
Not interested in that.
Thing about that tech, and I thought about putting some technical drawings.
So this was the
on the slides, or maybe
this is the server meshing test we did.
like
Remember
we
this
did
one?
2 years ago. But really, the best way to show you how persistent entity streaming works
Just an entity
is to
streaming.
give you a live
That's right. See,
demonstration.
this is what I
And
think
that's what
Pez
I'm
is
going to
doing
do.
now. Pez isn't doing what they sold it when they
Alright.
came out. It's not keeping things in craters and
So
shit.
this will all be live, so please bear with me.
It's just
if there's any glitches.
helping the
Um,
replication layer to copy paste things to allow server meshing. I believe.
So let's keep this rolling. I think I'm supposed to press the button. No.
So dads, you can't pick any dads. These are all dads, right?
Before
Those
we
dads are all
start,
invalid.
A little bit. I just give you a little bit an overview what you see here. Let me set up everything. One moment. Sorry. So on this left
I
side,
hope
you will
Bones
see
is
my
fucking
client
things
window.
up on stage too.
And on the bottom side, worker, the requests per minute, per seconds, the mutations, and you also will see. So the first thing that will happen when I join this level, you will see on that server everything streams in, and my client get connected and also streams in
Those
everything
worked.
on the client.
I believe you.
What would happen on the behind the scenes is that my player just got unstowed into that shard, and we had real-time created everything for this player. So you will see his body is attached to the player. You will see his mobi-glass, his head with all his customizations, his undersuit, and then all his customizations as well on the undersuit. For ships or more complex entities, if I spawn this buggy here, you will see this one gets created with all its attachments and everything else attached to it. And this is just my small demo level
we've seen.
here.
See, we've seen this stuff. Like, it's interesting, isn't it? Right? Because you're showing this in the small scale here, but we've seen this in the large scale of like server boundaries, right? But have we seen this in the game, or is that, would this be considered, doing things at this scale would be the scale after this thing of cyber serving? That's like dynamic whatever server meshing, right? I catch some sleep, Steve BO. I've spot some dads who say, yeah, same, mate. Weird one. Like, we haven't seen things at this level, have we? But maybe the elevator. Maybe that's what the elevator was doing when it was zipping me back and forth before. Where's where the heads or the tails? I don't know. Box. An example purpose of. Yeah, it's an example purpose, but remember that they were gonna. Isn't there like a level of dynamic server meshing where your ship will be one of these bubbles, and the outside of it would be a different server itself? Isn't there a scale of that that's supposed to kind of happen? And that, but so, you know, there could be, say, one server that is handling multiple internals of people's ships, you know, but then that ship itself as a server is like dynamically moving, like being piloted through another one. So you're still viewing that you're doing that, but your stability and what's happening inside your own ship is sort of stable on its own thing. Isn't that like a level? Yeah, they say that for big ships with large public. Yeah. So that's more gentle on any CPU, that's for sure. Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, especially because when you're doing things like one thing I experienced with one of the tests, I believe it was at the like 500, one of the only like really successful server meshing tests that they did on the tech preview, which was for the 500 population servers. I saw some really great moments of like a full 890 jump of people running around, all doing different things and not like rubber banding or any like visual glitches or whatever, and they were all consistent. You could see like people interacting with each other, like moving back and forth, or like someone sitting down, or everyone doing something unique, and everything was very fluent. No rubber banding for anyone. And it was peeling out of New Babbage that was de-rendering at the window that you could see out through like the glass roof. And you could see multiple other ships coming into orbit, which would have had large numbers of people on as well, also not rubber banding at the same time. Like that amount of stability for 500 people, we don't even know what a game is like. Like what that game, that's not Star Citizen that we know, right? Like it sounds weird saying, oh, you're doing rubber band, but no, this is hundreds of people in one ship, like one entity, like that entity's hurling, like, you know, they're not even paying attention, they're looking out the fucking window kind of thing, you know, and all their little gravity things of what they're doing is happening, you know, no one's kind of like spinning on a hoverbike in the corner, like exploding, like, you know, and seeing that level of it just working on that fucking blew my mind. Because it naturally looked like, you know, when you get like an establishing shop in Coruscant in Star Wars or something, right? You know, that's when you get like, you know, always, oh, there's a big ship in the background, in the far background, like, you know, it's probably coming to dock, you know, some cargo, but there's always the ships doing this, all different things in different directions, like organically, and it looks lived in and it looked natural. That's what it really it looked like. It was scripted, but it wasn't. It was just like I think it was like I don't know if it was more for Ollie or something that were doing one of those, you know, those massive mega community things where they got like, you know, hundreds and hundreds of people all onto an 890 jump, and then they had other people on other 890 jumps and shit. And as they like, you know, of course everyone was like peeling out as fast as possible, just because like, you know, 500 people, like, you know, in Stanton, there's only so, like, you know, there's only so much space. You're gonna see like a third of that server peeling out of that station at that given time, right? And you know, I saw it happen with that. It like all like today we couldn't even get out of the hangar, right? That's crazy compared to seeing what that was. And so that's kind of the future behind all this technology here. You know what? There's nothing on that the panel, anything about server meshing, or is there, you know? Which does make me think that you know, it's a good thing that if this year we really are just going to see, you know, what's coming in the future, not stuff of what we've already seen of sort of what's coming, which is my worry. Like, I don't want to see too much more of, you know, pyro or anything. I want to see some fucking announcements, you know. Or look, okay, you know what? I was kind of saying, oh, we don't really care about the cosplay thing, but I realized that this is probably where we will get some real meat and potatoes
Come this
of
way.
dads,
and
just
stand
by the way,
right
because we've got some, you got
Just don't move
cosplay
the
dads
button.
immediately, which is a square.
We're letting them
Then you might get some crazy
walk.
ones, and we're going to get heaps of reactions. They're going to show heaps of reactions in the audience, right? Ooh, that's a good one. And I actually have a bunch of content creators who are going here that know I'm doing Dead Bingo and have looked at the list. And do you know they've removed that top
Kin Shadow?
and those arms from the game? I think I loaded into like the current live patch for it, and all my copies of it are all grayed out now and like are glitched. But there are certain versions, like the other armored version and the patched version, like legs still work. But a lot of that duster shit, I think they've removed it from the game. I'll have to actually go do another 890 jump, like in distress mission at some point and raid it, because that's where you farm them from. I might have to see what but that's like my outfit. That's like the DedLeader gear. They've like removed two key parts of it, and the pants that that are my replacement for the patched ones, because the patched ones are rare and hard to get.
I want to move you. Oh, come on down here. Over there. I got you. Right there. Good job.
Otherwise, that could be a dad.
So if you are not familiar with
Anybody?
Hydrosa does stream on Twitch, and I was lurking a little bit in his chat
Yeah.
while he was making this
True.
outfit, and he told me that he has never made a cosplay before, and that he had to learn how to sew and do a lot of different fabrications in order to make this outfit, which is quite
Man,
impressive.
before
for
cosplay
a
was a
first
thing,
cosplay. I've made
when I was a little
probably about
kid,
100 cosplays,
I used
and they
to-
look nothing like
taught
that,
myself
so
how to use a sewing machine to make
all right,
little
up
Spider-Man
next,
masks
we have
and gloves
Rico
before you could
as
buy them in shops.
Jimmy. There we go. I was waiting for that.
I was uncool before it was cool to be uncool. Uncool.
I'll be right back. Keep going without me.
Are we gonna get Jax?
Where is Jax? Have you seen him? Have you
Yeah,
seen
this
Jax?
is a trial dead run. I mean, it's funny because the community, when you see them in a group like this, it's like, I don't mean this in a demeaning way. We're so cute.
Let's take a look at it.
Because it's this, you know, it's just a bunch of like, this like kind of like generation of like slightly older dudes are probably not as happy as they are when they're in this place at this time, right? And you might even see some bummed faces a lot of the time, but man, they're probably the most hyped of all year, and you're seeing so much joy for so many people that are probably having a fucking shit time that it's legit so charming just seeing when they act just a little bit doofy in that, because they're all kind of just letting go, and it's so beautiful. I used to work in like events and stuff, and so I've overthought this on this point for far too many years. You guys, don't worry.
All right, and up next we have Britty Kitty.
They're absolutely in their element, exactly. It's Big Dad's Day out, yeah. And so like, and you'll get like, imagine like this will be someone, this is some mum who's probably been like, maybe she's been like a stay at home for a while, but she's been working on this thing, and when she's gonna come out, she's like, I'm gonna look like the biggest fucking badass ever. I'm not gonna be a mum. I'm gonna be fucking I'm gonna be my character in Star Citizen, but that I, you know, that I live as like a badass in game or whatever. I don't know. I just love, you know, people living their
The
best.
only one that's going to be able to bring Luke back.
I know.
Oh, people working that fucking, that's a working little display in the back.
All right, and next we have a familiar face,
You kiddies.
Sigillion.
I used to have that outfit. But
Also,
they're
side note,
droids.
if you have never had pizza made by Sigelian, I highly recommend it. You're missing out. All right. And up next we have Cyber Wolf 74.
Cyber Wolf. Is there a safety dad? Because that would be that one. I mean, yeah,
Minus
last
5
year it
points.
Right over, right over.
Doesn't know where to go.
All right. And last we have Cats.
Guys, step forward on this line. Step forward on this line. In the middle of this.
And her Pico sidekick, of course. We can't forget
She's doing her
Pico.
bit, guys.
I love your nice
That
little
is so
sneaker.
Step forward.
Perfect.
All right, judges, feel free to go around, ask questions, think really hard, and let me know when you have your top 3.
All right. Hey, John, can we kill the... Good. There you
Testing. My mic is on.
Ah, yeah, he didn't know he had his mic. He was like stage directing people, and he was coming over the mic the whole time. I always thought that sounded weird. I only didn't realize until just then. He finally was like, "You should fucking
We good?
undo me."
Yeah. Are we back on? Are we back on? All right.
All right.
So that was that was easier than we thought. You got yours, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got mine. I think I got
So
mine.
was my
All
dad.
right, let's announce our 3rd place winner.
Step forward.
I'll let Kat announce it.
So in 3rd place, we have Diabolus in the Artemex Elite Hurston armor, and you win a Toby Eye Tracker 5 and an A1 Spirit. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Awesome job.
Wait, and a spirit?
Yeah.
I mean, it is a timeless armor. Everyone's that's never not a valuable armor
If I
set.
can have you
You
when you're
know,
done, just
the
stand
red
right here.
Armiston, like the red Hurston armor gear. Woo! It's never not a valuable set. Iconic.
All right, let's have you stand right here.
Every other variant of
I'm
it
gonna have everybody line up.
just
I
doesn't
don't know if
compare
you can see very well.
to the red one set.
I was gonna
Sorry,
leave you alone.
I got
All right,
one.
right here. Okay, right. Yep. Don't need to get off stage, but right here is fine. Okay.
He's
And,
like, I'm gonna fucking fall off
2nd
stage
place
unless you
winner,
guys
Forrest, who's
push me
that?
around. He knows he's blind as fuck.
Went with Hydrosa with the advocacy.
Oh,
Ah, that Stitcher one is so good though.
congratulations.
Yeah, he's got to be. He probably won. He definitely won some dad square last
All
year.
right, I'm gonna have you stand right here. And can we get a drum roll in the audience, please? Make some noise.
All right. First place is an OG. This is a Star Citizen, goes back to 2012. I've been to Disneyland with this guy. I've played with this guy. I pushed him around in a wheelchair. Just so happens to have our first place costume this year. Ken Shadow with the Toby Eye Tracker 5 and an Anvil Carrot. All right. Picture. Pictures. And then receive your trophy.
Well earned, well deserved.
Congratulations. I'm going to have you stand right here. So, we know that these cosplayers put a
But
lot
don't
of
know why
work and
watching
time and dedication
the
into
most
their outfits.
useless part
So,
of
as
last
a
year's
little
CitizenCon.
token of appreciation, we're also going to give everybody here
What's
on
this?
stage with us today.
Whenever someone is in need of hope, you can feel it in the atmosphere.
There's some Zeus shit.
The spirit of Crusader.
There's some cutter shit.
Keeping the universe safe
Ooh, why is it far?
and secure. Forge the future you want to see.
Oh, here's a good one.
but we kind of always felt they were a little bit
The
predictable. We ended
silhouettes.
up
These are the like these are the
making
ships
most
that
of
we're
them
gonna
anyway.
release over the next year.
So last year
See
we
if we can
changed
spot
things
'em all.
up. We asked what manufacturers we want to see make our next large mining ship, and you're going to see more about that at IAE next month.
Yeah, right.
But
Kickstarter.
again, this year we decided just to mix things up a little bit with how we wanted to deliver this. So you're about to see in a minute a video. It shows some ships you might recognize. Hopefully, it will show you some that you don't recognize.
All right, let's
But feel free to
we
go on
pause
Spectrum
through this.
afterwards, take a look, give us a guess at what you think they might be, because we'd love to, hear your input.
And I will just add to that as well. We aim to deliver everything you see in this video and more in the next 12 months.
Okay. So that's the Mirai pulses. So they've come out. Yeah, it's the X1s. Ursa Medevac. It's the tractor. MPUV, I think. They released that. Now, is that's the Zeus. That's not the Galaxy, right? That's the Zeus. Is that person to that cockpit, that death, and I don't know what this is. But it might not be anything right now. Yeah, I'm gonna just assume that's a Zeus. The one that we looked at, right? Not Zeus? This, I think, is the Mirai Guardian, which people saying it's like the Big Fury. This isn't out. This isn't out yet. And I think there might be like a second variant of it. I'm unsure. That's a misc. Yeah, it looks like a Big Fury. Okay, that one. Okay, we don't have this. All right. That's what's that one called again? Is that the Deliberator or something? Right? Isn't this the like isn't this like a boarding ship? Yeah, the mouthful. Let's just say it's RSI, so it's the same company. So they are building a number with similar silhouettes, like the Polaris that's coming out. If it shares a similar silhouette, but it's a capital size ship, we'll see. Legionnaire, right? Right. Let me take a look at that. Legionnaire. Oh. God, the website is so fucking annoying now. It used to always take you to the ship thing, and then now I can't find my way to just the ship thing. Engineer. Yeah, boarding. Anvil Legionnaire presents the civilian market with a military-style boarding vessel capable of occupying ships of various sizes, crews, and capacities. High-performance jump seats. Man, I really have no idea how. I think, did they say something about how maybe they backed off on this? I feel like maybe there was at some point 3 months ago. I feel like at some point they did say something about maybe retracting the Legionnaire being part of it, I think, right? Hacking dependent. Right. Well, let's keep seeing. that, and then that. Wait, that's the Zeus, because that's got the. The fuck was this? So this last one, was it the galaxy? Oh no, there's two Zeuses. Is it one's the cargo variant, right? Maybe. So here's the first one. God, it does look thinner. Crusader starter? No. Am I losing my mind? That's a different ship. Yeah, because look at the wings down. Because I thought the wings didn't do that. And that's not a galaxy, because the galaxy is like a way bigger ship, right? I think they show the galaxy after this. Yeah, Retaliator. That's Polaris. That's one I want to see the porn from. Alright, so... Yeah, I think I remember them saying something about they're saying there wasn't going to be a... That there wasn't going to be the galaxy as well. That it wasn't that we didn't see the galaxy in it. So I think at the time, maybe I assumed that or like that was. But looking at it, that's definitely the ladder that we have at the front, and that's definitely like that annoying thin ramp that I was talking about with the wings being like too long, right? Yeah, and the wings went up a little bit in pointy bits. Or maybe is this too big for that? Because the little person comparison thing kind of makes it seem a bit bigger than the Zeus. But that feels like the Zeus dimensions to me. Because this feels like that's the bridge. And there's like a little bit. There's like the little stairs. And there's too much kitchen or whatever. And then here's the storage or whatever. I think this is like probably solved by far better content creators than myself. And that I'm probably about 7 months behind on that. Just so you know. Well, let's see what they say at the end. It's not. Do you think you know what it is, Markov? The Zeus, it's the Zeus Mark II, which is like the modern version, but the Zeus Mark I sort of looks like a ye-olde shuttle.
I don't know if you noticed, but there was quite a big ship at the end of that video.
Yeah.
Like a re-entry shuttle type
yeah,
thing.
just to confirm, that is the Polaris.
Yeah.
Polaris. Woo! Exactly.
So, we've done a lot of talking. We'll do a bit more talking about it.
So yeah, okay. Just wanted to touch again on like, yeah, why are we doing an RSI ship? Like, what is with that? So, the thing about doing another RSI ship is that we've got a really well-established art style for RSI in our universe, and it gives us the ability to kind of train up newest members of the teams on something that's kind of quite a known element.
Stairs, you reckon?
That is absolutely not the only benefit, though. The way we are like planning on
Crusade
tackling
Intrepid.
the Polaris is not tackling it as one ship, but actually we want to tackle, well, anyone that knows our backlog knows we have a number of large RSI ships on there. And our kind of plan is that we tackle that as a family of ships. We don't just tackle one of them and then we go off and do something else for 6 months, a year, come back and do another one, something else, come back and do another one. We want to tackle them all together, one after the other. And what that really allows us to do is just kind of streamline our development process. We're able to, you know, for our more common areas of the ship, we're able to build kits that we're confident in, that we can reuse and we can make the most out of them. And then that allows us to focus our development time and our efforts really on the much more unique and the important and exciting areas of each ship. Tackling them as a family kind of allows us to expedite their development. We leverage the experience that we've got within the team. And it just allows us to, like I say, streamline everything. So first up, we've got the Polaris.
Fix the elevators.
Next up, we've got the Galaxy.
You asked too much.
Then we've got the Perseus. And that kind of closes out most of our large RSI ships. And then we can, you know, see what we want to take on after that.
I barely even thought about the Perseus, you know.
Well, I think that's pretty much everything we want to talk about today.
It looks like so many other things.
Before we go, we're going to... Torsten's already stolen the predictable joke here. So we'll do one last thing to show you guys. So let's have a look at the current state of the Polaris in engine in its white box state.
I mean, we've had better looks at it since this. Sure. Can't get to it, yeah. Yeah. Brutus. I mean, I like the sharp look is fire, you know? It's pretty dope. It's just that they need to live up to it. It's like if you had the shape of like a Lamborghini, but you put it on just a turd of a car. Like, you can't do that. You can't be a dude that wears like, you know, Pit Vipers or Oakleys with like, you know, with razor sharp flares without actually being like a tough dude that can get in a fight, you know? That's the rule. And so like, that's why I think the Zeus, I think, is a little bit like a little under for its sharpness, you know? Like I would just expect something of that size, of that fearsome shape. And I know this sounds totally stupid, it's totally subjective, okay? But this is what I'm telling you is my totally objective opinion, is that they need to be as threatening as that angle implies. And I think you understand what I mean, you know, because otherwise it's a really tacky design. If you're just gonna be easily palpable and you're looking like a shark out there, then you suck more than just than how bad your ship is, you know. You suck even more because you're trying to pretend you're way harder. but that's why the F-8C Lightning is like my favorite ship, because it has all those angles, it has those sharp things, it looks fucking deadly, it looks like fangs, it looks like, you know, it looks like teeth, but it has like crazy guns on it. It can get out all over the place. It's got great armor, it's got great everything. And so it lives up to that expectation of it, and it also has like a rare factor. So, you know, it is like you know, a shark.
Whoa,
and so
that was amazing. Give
and
it
that's
up
important
for the ship
for a
team,
game.
everybody. That was amazing. We're back on the show floor at CitizenCon 2953 to show you more.
You know,
awesome
that's
things
why
you guys
things
might
like
be
the
missing
Reclaimer
here at the
getting
Convention
a
Center.
bunch of buffers,
Come follow me a little bit.
a
We're gonna go on a
bunch
little
of
bit of
buffs
a
recently,
journey
and especially
down
with
this
the way
leisurely Sunday
turn
road
down.
drive.
See, look at this, we're getting dads all over the place with this.
The Drake.
Yeah, like the Reclaimer. The Reclaimer is getting such a buff with all that stuff. And that's going to be great, because when a Reclaimer, like, say if a Reclaimer just jumps and appears in front of you and a bunch of smaller ships in one go, those smaller ships shouldn't think, oh wow, I can take that out. They should think, ah! Like, you know, it should be relative. And so that's more entertaining for them if it does feel like that. But at the current state, it's very poppable, and so it doesn't line up. And so they're like, hee hee, and they just like to grief things that stand out, that are too weak. So that's why it's so important that these sorts of things like do line up. Because if you're just like dicking around and you're up to no good, and then a Polaris rocks up in the orbit and you assume that they must like have your bounty or something, you should, for everyone's enjoyment and for this game to work right, the people in the Polaris and the bounty, like the bounty they're going after, or what are the naughty boys, they should equally be shitting them pants, being terrified and excited for what is about to happen, because they know like the intensity of like the situation. Like, you know, it should be up to that level. It should be up to that price point in the game store. And so that's why it's like, especially like was it the PDSs or whatever, but like a bunch of like automated guns apparently are being added onto it, which will just automatically fire to like take like missiles out of the sky and stuff on it. Ah, so hot. Something I love more than turrets. What was this one? Oh, this was all the star map shit, right? Or the level, it was level design. And stuff. Yeah, we kind of got star map, so. Not as interesting. Well, I really remember day one being a lot more interesting. Or is that just me?
Ladies and gentlemen, please
Where's
welcome
the
to the
bounty
stage
flying?
the person who forgot to create himself an intro.
With Polaris. Oh dear. A lot of fashion customization. Okay, customization. God.
For example,
I think he won drunk dad.
Scan mode, the character has scanning information about your target.
I just Lando, I think he definitely actually won drunk dad that year.
Can be customized, but we'll see more about that later.
That's just the MFD.
For this demo, we're showing the UI developed for these Gladiators.
And we can't really call some of these large locations outposts anymore. They become something more like settlements and imply
Right, these are the pyro settlements.
More established community. Now, as a player, it will mean a lot more to explore and do at any single individual location with a localized and personal feeling mission types that might see you moving around a single settlement.
Pumped as ever as was today. Yeah, that would be so hype.
Clusters of settlements on a single planet. So you might head up to a ridge to repair some wind turbines. You could counter an outlaw attack from a neighboring outpost, or on the opposite side, you might be stealing or destroying vehicles for the criminal gang that you're working for. But in the art department, we always say show, don't tell. So let's stop looking at slides and let's have a look at some of the locations in game.
I love these like Mos Eisley like pits in the desert biomes that they do for the like I think like they're hangars and repair bay type things. They like straight up rip the like sunken, they're like almost like sunken. His dad doesn't have to sleep for tomorrow. All right, thanks, B. Jordan. The thing is, I really like all these little outposts and stuff that we'll be making in that, but they really actually come with gameplay. Yeah, I think it's just there's like a lot of complexities with them, with like embedding, like I think the elevators often have to be like a different entity to the ship itself, and then there's a lot of like, oh, this entity is parented in this one, and then that one is being parented in this whole space that's doing all this other stuff, and then now we're going to make that one just move this little way in the parented object while everything else is happening, and it just freaks out essentially because it almost counts as like a second ship, and so it's always prone to fucking up.
Operations can
have a refinery module and ore extractors.
As
So
soon as something goes out of
commodity
sync,
trading,
and
trading posts themselves
it's
allow
a nightmare.
broad range of item purchases through the dedicated.
It's
trade
so
guild
funny,
module.
like things can conceptualize like elevators and doors. Like they seem like such simple concepts, but in game design, they could be some of the most difficult shit to do. Like, was it? Oh my god! Imagine the day we get the caterpillars like elevator doors to actually work on, like, because they're doors that people that don't know, they open on the sides and then they're supposed to go down and then up, almost like you can get like a van to do that. A van has a tray, like a moving one, but they're supposed to like open down and then lower flat like that, so you can lower and like raise like cargo on and off, because the whole point of it's like a cargo ship. But like designing it so it has these two like hinge points. I think it's almost like a double version problem of the elevator issue, because you know you've got like two parented objects, because it's not just like arcing coming down one day, it's then splitting down and doing it again. And so I think because it's like they're just like not looking at it until like the game's going to be able to reliably get the server ticks to be able to handle doing that kind of thing, I think. Yeah, let's get upstairs. I think like the Reclaimer is, they know that it pretty much has to be completely redone on the inside. Like, because it has so many inaccessible places by stairs that you just, if one elevator isn't working, you just cannot use it whatsoever. And it's such a shame. And they know that there's a whole useless part of the area of the ship that's supposed to be doing the, like, crumbling or chewing or whatever, but doesn't actually do that functionally as a game thing anymore. So there's a whole area just wasted. But then I reckon they know they need to do a whole fucking rework on like gutting it and repurposing all of that space. They're just putting it off. Yeah, we've got all this stuff. I've been here. There was no one there. I was doing a mission. I was supposed to like assassinate someone here, but none of the NPCs were loading in. Pretty cool. If elevators going away for it. Yeah. I mean, I just want to see more like unique purposes of being at these places. Yeah, the reputation stuff in Pyro sort of does that. I wonder if it's going to be like a matter of like, oh, you're just going to be like 2 or 3 missions for each outpost, and then you'll get access to that area, and then they'll never be hostile to you again. Like, if it's going to be something like that, it's like, oh man, you promised like a whole deep reputation and rewards and like location-based like, like faction-based thing, and then you made it so it was just like, all right, so go here, just do these 2 rewards. That'll unlock your reputation with these guys, and then you can just land it there. And go here and unlock that. Right, you've done that. It better not be that. It better be like being good with one faction and doing more stuff with them lowers your standing with another one or something. It'd be so silly. Be there. We'll be drinking this. Throw it to the ground. Yeah. That's good. That's awesome. It's a bunch of cinematics for no reason.
I like the end. The end's awesome. All right, in summary, guys, we're going to have a lot of new location on planets, links with nice mission and good gameplay. And the most important, all those locations will be in Q4 this year, available in the game. So thank you very much. I will let now Adam to show you more good stuff. Thanks.
Well done, mate. Yeah.
Hi, everyone.
Yeah.
All right. So, welcome to Rust Stop Stations. I'm Adam Sanders, lead environment artist for EUL1. We're excited today to show you our efforts for the Pyro rest stop stations. So,
I do
what
love
are
how
Pyro
Pyro
rest stop
looks.
stations? Well,
These
are
stations,
reinvented.
they, oh
These
my
have
god,
new themes, archetypes,
they're
and gameplay.
beautiful. They're so
support new
beautiful to
and
me.
interesting
It looks
experiences.
so good when you go to these Pyro stations.
Aside from the
Genuinely.
social aspects, there is gameplay and exploration on the location. I've hoped you had a chance to play the demo over the past couple of days. I know I've spoken to a few of you. It's pretty good, right?
They are so beautiful.
Yeah. It was a sneak peek of our current progress. Let's kick off with an overview of the Pyro system. For the Pyro system release, we plan on 6 planets and 26 stations, including jump point stations that connect for Stanton and future systems such as Magnus. Rest stop stations are either in rundown or abandoned states. Citizens of Pyro, the Rough and Ready Outlaws, and Xenothreat may control these. Our focus today on the Rough and Ready owned Pyrotech Amalgamated
They've said that they are
Fuel
Mecca.
and Resource Station, Planet 2, Lagrange Point 4, otherwise known as Checkmate
some
Station.
way. They've said building settlements is going to be in space as well. They're almost over designed just because because they're so broken down and a lot of areas are cut off. It is kind of difficult. It is like trying to find your way to the hangars is so hard to kind of relearn again. It might just be that feeling of not knowing a new landing zone though. It's been so long in Star Citizen, maybe I just don't recognize it, but getting from the habs where you spawn in Pyro to add to the hangout, it really it's not the same sort of language as in Stanton. It really is a broken, jagged.
So to create a richer experience from rundown stations, we have 3 key points. So increased reputation gives you access to new areas, unique gear, and mission givers. It also relates to basic functions such as the hab clinics, which need at least a neutral standing with their owners.
We're just not.
Combat can take place anywhere, including social areas. Numerous options for environment traversal.
No, they have said there is going to be
interactions.
There is going to be some of that.
We aim to include new substation areas such as the workers area, lower decks.
Because you can just go hostile, right?
These areas will offer unique content, more environment interactivity, and interconnection between areas. Our journey begins when the player arrives in the entry deck view room. The entry deck serves as the first barrier between the outside world and the interior of the station. Some inhabitants are prevented from going inside and are stuck here with no means of getting out. Slums are formed beneath the bridge, smuggling routes established. Some shopkeepers will sell you water and food on your way.
Got something even newer than this. I think it was a Salty Mike. Just showed this video of this, what's it called? It's the Ghost Arena in Pyro.
There's another thing that was
let me pull it up. It's a 6th floor PvP arena type area that's hidden behind a bunch of jump puzzles in a station or something.
Previous Evocati experience video, and you go through the jump puzzles and the door puzzles and things like that, and randomly you're opened up. Well, actually, before you get there, there's like little signs that say "Smile for the camera," because I'm sure there's some lore aspects of this that it's, you know, the people who own the station are, you know, putting up these fights essentially where you battle and people bet on them or something like that. And this level is insane. It's like maybe 6 floors high. There's multiple exits and entrances. It's huge. There's height, there's depth, there's cover, there's loot, there's ammo, there's everything.
It's like
NPCs,
Squid Game Arena.
Copians. It's crazy.
Copians.
But I don't think they, you know, the NPCs weren't very functional, clearly. But there's another thing that was really interesting. There was near a stairwell, there was a floating symbol or a floating clock that was counting down, and it opened up the loot room. Now there was 3 other doors in that room that were named like certain names, that if you went in them,
the
you
4.0
would get a special
Ducati
key specifically from that
tonight.
room. And if you get to the loot room, like if you let the numbers count down, the loot room door opens. So assuming these fights last about 5-10 minutes, and it's a rush to get a key to open a loot door. We really struggled with the keys. They were very bugged. The key name didn't apply to the door that we were using it on, so we kept moving around the room trying to get a key to work. My partner that I was playing with, the D-Rack, got a key that worked, and we went into the loot room. The loot room just had guns, and the door locked behind us, and we had to log out. So there's something clearly missing there in terms of what the loot is, I think. Again, we're still on the Stanton loot pool for all the loot containers in the area. But there was a freight elevator at the end of each major room with each named door, I guess, from the main area. And I have a funny feeling that the loot that we're going to be getting is big. If there's a freight elevator, why would it be there to put a FPS weapon away? Wouldn't there be an item kiosk, right? So I don't think they're sharing the loot here. Oh, there's something else. I got other keys that were really big, like comp boards. So those are going to be used somewhere else. I didn't get to go to an asteroid base. I really wanted to, but there just wasn't enough time because we were spending so much time in this massive area trying to figure out this thing. So if you're interested in this, that's like the real short of it. I have to get to bed. There's, you know, I'm starting my stream at 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm waking up at.
Yeah. Each time I've managed to make my way onto the 4.0 build, it's been so buggy that I've because it comes out at about 4 or 5 a.m. my time. So by the time I get on, you see footage like that of a bunch of people managing to get on and get a run around. That's people who have super fast internet that we don't have in this country, in countries where it's coming out at a normal time for them as well. So they're able to download it super fast and play it before the servers start degrading. By the time I can ever get on, the servers because it's like a test build and they've been up for like hours. They're fucking falling apart. Sometimes I can't get out the front door. Sometimes I'll be able to get out the front door, but I can't get out an elevator. Or I'll be able to get out and I'll get past the elevator, but then I won't be able to get to the hangar. And I just haven't been able to check out anything of note. I think I did, the first I got was once I was able to get out of the hangar, but they had done that nerf of the quantum fuel, and I didn't realize how far it was to get to the jump gate. And so I couldn't lock coordinates to set in a quantum jump properly because it was a broken one of that as well. And so I was stuck in the middle of space with a ship with not enough quantum fuel to make the full jump. So I tried to make it back to refuel. I couldn't refuel. And I just said, fuck this. I just closed it. So there's only like 20 minutes left in the test by that point because they only have them up for a few hours. And it's all just completely broken. So I just gave up. This official stream in 1 hour 15 minutes. 1 hour and 36 minutes.
Way into and out of the station. Let's have a look.
is this footage so bad? Yeah, they're starting their stream like in half an hour before they start a stage panel. So there's like a, you know, they're doing like a pre-welcome to CitizenCon kind of disco off stage thing, you know? So I got the 2 timers. One is for when doors open. Cause I did 1 timer. I was like, can't just do 1 timer because it's inaccurate. Because no matter what, like, if I put the CitizenCon timer on, people are going to think we're going to cut to it then. But the one the website goes to when the doors open. So I'm like, so people are going to come in here and go, on the website it says this. So I had to put them both in. I had to. Yeah, well, let's see if it works.
Khan touched on reputation earlier. Let's see how that is applied to the stations. So how does the reputation gate in the entry deck affect gameplay? What happens if we have good reputation? So if you had good reputation, you could go straight through. This is no fuss. And it's the
Legal
quickest way
statements
to maneuver
again,
through
but
the
apparently I'm
station.
not welcome as
However,
some
you've
skills
got the
anymore.
time and
I
the
don't
effort
even get
to
a
to the
subject
point.
category in the contracts window.
What happens if you
I think
neutral
I
the
get it.
station? So you might be waiting
I mean, the
for
game doesn't let me even play it
Maybe
at the
you have
moment.
to pay a bribe, and you don't want to pay, so you can have to find an alternate pathing. Or you can have to build up your reputation. If you have bad reputation, and for all you naughty ones out there, I know some of you exist.
It's going to be
this
weak if
applies to you.
4.0 doesn't
In short,
launch
you're going to
with
have a
this.
tough time, but you have options. So stealth via other pathways might be one of those options. You build your reputation up from scratch, or you could probably fight. Let's focus on those alternate pathways. The modules in the station are broken up into several traversal areas. As with the other location archetypes, we define these spaces as secondary or tertiary routes. As opposed
Sometimes
to the
it's
more
so hard
official
you
primary
get
paths.
lost in these places and like, wait, is this the
Those modules
location?
are
And
interconnected with vents and
like some
maintenance shafts. These
was
reward the
it?
players.
Like, because there's so many different hidden spots in these places, it's like, you know, when you're trying to find your way in somewhere and it looks like it's open, but you realize it's not, and you go, oh, that's just the wrong way. And then you go back and then you find a place that does lead on more. Oh, this is the right way. You find a lot of places that do keep giving way, and so you think, oh, this must be the right way. And but then like the place gets smaller. Or like the ladder gets smaller and smaller, or it's more inconspicuous the further you go, and then you realize you've got the wrong way. You're taking some back way, and then you just get spit out in like fucking nowhere, and it's like, you don't know if it's for some random mission or if it's just to be sneaky or what. Yeah, so there's a bit of that going on in Pyro. So you really need to like pick your stations and like learn your ways from like your hangar to where you need to kind of go and all that, because there's so many different like little different ways, and if there are people trying to mess with you, then they're probably hiding in the ways you ain't supposed to go.
With infiltration and exploration paths, as well as potential loot. So what alternative routes exist to access the station? We'll offer the opportunity to access the station through multiple EVA points on the exterior. It gives you the choice on how to tackle missions and reputation issues. These alternative entries allow the player to circumvent the ATC loop completely. Useful
love,
for when your
like,
reputation with the owners would normally prevent you from going through
design.
more official ways. These serve as spaces that provide content aligned or against the owners of the station. The maintenance hatch access points are a new common sub-location to the stations. The stations are planned to house maintenance areas that increase the interconnection between all the different sub-areas of the station. They act as alternative pathways the player can take to traverse from the entrance area to the Galleria, for example. Now let's have a look at our main social space. The market. A central location for the controlling faction, it houses all their nefarious activities. You can participate in their endeavors if you have the right rep. Let's have a look at some of those key features.
Jankie's my middle name. It sucks that you can't lay items out like that and they don't have better like gun boxes and shit. One thing I hate about like all these new like locations and stuff they've been doing is that they're a real offender of using assets that otherwise are normally interactable as non-interactable things. So there'll be like loot crates around, but they're not lootable loot crates. They're just, no, this is just a visual one. It's like, you know, where you'll see like an explodable barrel in a game that has explodable barrels, but it's not an explodable barrel. They're just using it as an asset. It's like, fuck you. Bad game design.
So the market
Some of the places on Pyro, I did find guns on display that you could actually pick down and look at with like stress and shit. It was cool.
Another reputation gate can be found in the market. The ground floor is open to the common public. The upper floor is reserved to rough and ready outlaws and their associates. If you have increased reputation, you can access the area. You can access this area, which gives you access to premium items, top tier mission givers, and access to new.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Woo! CitizenCon 2024. Woo! Turn that off. Get on with that.
New areas. We plan to house.
Pretty sure it's not a. Pretty sure they don't have anything streaming right now. Nope, just egg.
Mission givers in both tiers that will give you unique jobs
bit
to
of
further
weird.
your reputation and fame across Pyro. Now let's have a look at another theme. Abandoned is a new, non-social location theme. Let's have a quick look at the current abandoned area on Checkmate.
This is like what we saw before. You had to go through one of these areas to get to that like 6th level arena. The test train. Yeah, they usually he does that a bunch. Yeah, that was really not much of anything. It looked pretty though.
So we have entire abandoned stations as separate locations. On top of that, there are abandoned areas within the rundown stations, much like the ones you probably see in the demo. There will be around 15 of these around the Pyro system. These are accessible through airlocks and breaches or other means. We aim to enhance all the space
oh really?
locations
It's actually
with a lot of
delayed at the
gameplay
door.
content.
Great.
Loot runs, exploration, creatures, missions of various types with PvE and PvP content, just to name a few. We're also laying a focus on environment interactivity with potential retrofitting of occupied stations.
Okay. There was some esports stuff, and they took out distribution centers, and there's so much of this. Remember, this was supposed to all be in like this year. This is all like bullshit.
Hello and welcome to Destination Adventure.
They said there's gonna be so much more.
I'm the lead environment artist for EU Sandbox 2, and I'm the product owner for the distribution centers. Before we delve into, I'll put my slide on for a start. Before we delve into it,
Just got your name.
everything that you're going to see is currently
Since
in
you
grey
said you were New
box,
Zealand.
so just keep that in mind. So, these distribution centers, what are they? Well, first off, they're the biggest location we have on the ground outside of landing zones. The reason why they're so big is intentional. We wanted them to accommodate as much world and mission-based gameplay as possible. Each location supports multiple landing pads and hangars, making them
Look at the guns pointing down on the corset. What's going
to
on?
as many players as possible at any one time. There's even a road network to support transit from the planet's surface.
Everyone clapping here.
Into the main building. And
It
to
was
any
not how you thought it was going to be, buddy. You thought you were going to have a reason to use a vehicle around here.
So every distribution center will be owned by a faction. You know, depending on the faction and where the distribution center is
Hey,
located,
the majority of
on
my
the planet
viewers are all
will determine its
US and
specialism.
UK.
Now, each specialism will lend itself to different missions and gameplay opportunities. So let's talk about some factions for a moment. So,
Well,
an
this
example
faction
of a major faction would be the
was all
UEE.
bullshit.
Now, at their distribution centers, they're likely to be more specialized towards military supply, research and development, or communications, you know, depending on which branch of the UEE it is. They will have a much stronger military presence in the area, and missions here may be more hostile with combat-orientated, team-based raid opportunities. Other examples of hostile gameplay that we're thinking of is hacking and stealing, searching for and destroying a specific item, tracking and eliminating any VIPs, and, you know, everyone's favorite, eliminate all. Grey Cat Industrial would be an example of a minor faction. So their distribution centers will be more specialized towards gathering resources,
Right, that one guy.
manufacturing,
You got it.
assembly, shipping. There would be a security presence here, but it won't be that as strong as a major faction. And missions here would be more suited to friendly gameplay loops, though we won't be
Ticket
ruling
holders
out
going in.
hostile missions like corporate espionage. Yes, some other friendly gameplay types.
Same, to be honest.
Cargo hauling, like I said, resource gathering and mining, maintenance of the location. But you know, that's enough of me talking.
Fancy
about
testing
it.
first, yeah.
How about we show you where we're up to with these distribution centers?
And distribution centers do look good, but they just don't like actively function with the world at large outside of them, you know, other than being a mission location and part of like the mercenary chain. Which even then, it's hard to access them. It's kind of awkward. There might be some drop-off ones, right? I'm sure there's cargo missions go to them. The cargo missions haven't bothered me. They've been broken the majority of the time anyway. I was like, I'll wait till they're all done. Then now they won't let me fly. Because no one has any reason to drive like around here. You got like NPCs all like around doing stuff, but no one. Keep posing around. See, the side of it was all damaged. That was when that was happening. Was that constantly? Like the panels of your skin would just like start corroding away sometimes. Could destroy trees, yes. Agreed. Finally. Yeah, it looks all alive and well, but those need to be players doing that. And no one has, they don't have any reason to be doing that. They land, they jump out, they gun like every other location.
Thank you. So to talk you through the corporate spaces at these locations, please welcome Rainer Rick to the stage.
Hello, hello. So my name is Rainer Rick. I'm a lead environment artist at the Montreal studio. and we've been working with John's team on the distribution centers. So John just showed how massive these locations are. He also presented the industrial sections on the ground level, and I'm here to present the administrative area of these facilities that the Montreal team has been working on. So, they're located above ground just below the tower highlighted in the picture. Inside, you'll be able to explore the corporate office space and interact with the administrative personnel. Accessible via the lifts in the hangars and also the industrial sections we saw earlier. In addition, we've added also landing pads in front of the lobby, specifically designed for smaller ships and ideal for short stays like pickup or delivery missions. And we can't ignore the fantastic views we have from these platforms, a reminder of the vastness of these facilities. Now, let's step inside the lobby.
Hopefully the quality
You'll
of the
find
stream
atrium,
just
which
went
is the
up a bit.
central point of the administrative area, providing access to various locations of the corporate space. Within this space, you'll find the reception desk, and as a newcomer, you'll be expected to report here first.
None of this.
So here you can hand over your deliveries or pick up
You
packages.
can tell by the
and earn
that
reputation points.
these can tell by the fact that these are clearly like human assets that have just been drag and dropped. Like I haven't even like got an idle animation or anything. They're like starting position. They've just been dressed and then dragged here. None of this has been made. This is literally just half a screenshot.
With that faction. So
1440
also
HD.
expect to
Okay,
see
good.
corporate ownership reflected through branding, color schemes, and product placement throughout the corporate hub. And with the use of overlays, we'll be able to swap these out depending on the ownership. And here's an example with Grey Cat showcasing their vehicles and some shiny armor. And
I'm telling you, not excited. Well, he's excited to
as
talk
it
to me.
grows, you can expect to gain access to the executive office spaces. From here, you'll meet with unique quest givers, and depending on your reputation level, you'll receive various mission types, either friendly or hostile. And finally, the distribution centers were designed as an evolving location. We've built this with future expansion in mind. And in the back of the lobby, for example, doorways could eventually lead to additional office space.
Cargo missions hooked up to these places at
So,
the moment, right? I
enough
haven't been
talk.
doing them.
Just before I show our progress so far, I
Like
want to
sometimes?
give a big thank you to the Montreal team for their work on the administration area.
Because I still want to make sure we cover
And as John
the
mentioned, we're still in gray box
obviously
space,
the
so just keep that
player
in mind.
hab building stuff, which happens
Let's
at this
take a
point
look.
here. So yeah, we'll just keep watching through, I guess. Vulture's pretty good if you were just gonna get one thing, just because even for the roleplay element, you've got that bed and everything in there. Like, when they walk downstairs, I got that weird snap between things. And no dad's allowed yet. So funny. Where are you getting your feed from, Kickstarter? Have you got like someone who's their stream open? You can look at it, all these fucking these characters are dead-eyed characters. Every single one of them don't have any programming in them. That's how fake they are. Oh, that one! Look, he's got a sitting animation programmed into him. He's real. I think I've actually seen him there too. This is what we need to look out for right this time. If you want to see if it's like just bullshit, alright? If we need to see how fresh out of like Unity or, you know, the engine the MP, like how little they bothered to program anything into the NPC. Is it still T-posing? They got this dead stare, but they just put like, let's put 2 blinks in. As much time I have for him for this dramatic look, I'll give him 2 blinks. His hands emoting behind him.
Thank you very much.
It'll make something
Now,
really
let me
deep.
welcome back John on stage. He's going to continue the presentation. Thanks a lot, guys.
That was a con. That was a con.
Team did a great job with that video.
Yeah, with the
Okay,
video.
so something we've been working on that's unique to this location is raids. Click on. So raids are team-based missions.
This is all bullshit too.
on
None of
high
this
risk,
happened.
high reward
It was all fake.
operations. As Carl mentioned previously, you'll be able to choose how you gain entry to these locations.
But like, this is just them.
Coming prepared and geared up will make the difference.
This is, as I said, there's times when they're telling them what they're doing, and then there's times when the developers are just role playing and blue skying what they can do potentially in the area, you know, where they had no plans. They weren't actually working on any of this, right? It's just that this space, this distribution center, they're working on this space because it could become a good avenue for things like this in the future. And they're going to show a whole video with a potential how a potential raid could take place. None of it's even been programmed in. It's just that they're showing off. And the whole point, which is what is deceptive and how you need to kind of like read and watch these things, is that it's up to us to determine what is like, here is the thing that's actually coming. So we actually got this place, this distribution center, but everything else they showed us wasn't stuff that we were going to get. It was stuff that they were saying like, oh, look how good would be in this other place. So that's where you need to hold your goat spoon, because watch this whole thing and it's pretty brutal when you think about it. Because they were really making this at the time. They were saying like, all this is coming in for the next 12 months, right? 12 months ago.
Of the main structure highlighted here. Now each interior will
They just meant this area would be 12 months.
Specialism. For example, a shipping focused distribution center will have rooms dedicated to the storage of cargo. Looking to the future, we're planning on having distribution centers with subterranean levels that will be accessed from a mysterious space.
Yeah, the ones that are just blinking twice and looking out forlorningly.
These raids. Now let's take a look at one of these raid missions in action, but please note that this is early gameplay prototype of a raid.
Heck, the directors. Oh, really? It's a work, yeah. Yeah, I feel like I'm not interested in like playing Star Citizen until they've gotten closer to whatever this next version of what it is. It's too in between things right now, you know. Like I was saying earlier, there's just parts of it that are being developed for what it's going to be later on, with what the gameplay is now, and it's not interesting where the gameplay is now, and those things that are kind of just a bit broken at the moment. So I'm really waiting until they've got just enough new things in, which does sort of begin at 4.0, where it's gonna, I don't know, it feels like at the moment there's so many like new keybinds and things I need to learn, and UI things where even though I know by the end of the year at 4.0 it's gonna be so much more different again, that's like, what's the bother relearning all these keys where I know they're gonna be completely different. Like they're gonna completely change so many aspects of all this stuff by that time that you kind of almost just not want to learn it, because it's just gonna make it harder and harder, because you're gonna have to unlearn and relearn a whole bunch of things. Ugh. They really need to come to some sort of parity or decision with the controls at some point soon. Stop messing with stuff for a while. They need to figure that out internally. There's too many changes consistently happening.
The team took a more aggressive approach to getting inside and taking what they wanted, but this isn't the only approach you can use. You know, multiple points of egress allow you to be stealthier, and it may make it easier for you to avoid obstacles in your path. Now, reputation will also tie into these raids. Missions will have varying objectives depending on the player's reputation level, and dynamic events may also be triggered during the raid, so players will need to adapt to an evolving situation. This could range from dealing with additional security personnel to other players arriving to defend the location against you.
Like, you know, I'm saying a lot of like, oh yeah, they're putting all this stuff in, but they don't actually do the gameplay or whatever. That being said, that previous place that we saw, that Ghost Arena, that did look pretty dope though. I can envisage some pretty fucking cool battle royale kind of games, deathmatch that happening there. Yeah.
Something else we've been prototyping is how we can utilize the multi-tool to create gameplay puzzles. Physically interacting with the environment around you changes the puzzles for everybody.
Back up. That's why I'm hoping you're saying, like, to be fair, you can do it now, though cargo ain't worth the time. That's why I'm hoping that with Pyro and other systems, that they really do, like, immediately make it that, like, pretty much anything, even if it's common in Stanton, is, like they've said this is what they're going to do, but, like, it's going to be, like, you know, rare, and you can say at a better price at Pyro, and it's going to be vice versa. So, to encourage that trade between them and then have that kind of risk versus reward thing be a part of it. Like, please let that be in at 4.0 immediately, because what's the point otherwise? Yeah.
Multiple add-ons for the tool available, you may have to get creative when finding
Such an easy win.
To the problem in front of you. In this next video, we show you how using the track to be an attachment can open up new paths to your objective, but it's up to you to decide what path you can create with what is available. Let's watch the video.
Are these areas even accessible at the moment? I know you can get into some sort of places like this, but I admittedly never got too many distribution center missions unlocked. It is. So, like, they're putting all the arenas and that in for it, and it's really like they just can't do anything about it because of server meshing isn't in yet. So, like, they activate them, there's going to be more bugs to work with that can't be solved.
Location would be possible with several people at CIG.
Without a better server tick.
My thanks go to Manuel, John, Jack, Martin, Farouk, Luke, Chris, Mustafa, Sam, Tom, and Rob. You've been excellent. Thank you to Rainer and his team in Montreal. You know, none of this would be possible without their efforts. And yeah, thanks to everybody here and online watching. Really appreciate your support. On to the next one.
Hello.
This nice guy's going to break your heart, mate.
This is a good segue.
He's going to break your heart, and then he's going to steal your WoW account.
To you about different aspects
He's
of
going to raid your guild of all your goals.
Freight on behalf of art and design. My name is
Never
Nick
been to
Etheridge,
this
and I'm an
game.
assistant environment
It's a
art
good
director.
loot there.
So obviously cargo isn't just about boxes.
You get the items, you get a lot of
big part of the
person
game.
security going on there.
Almost every aspect of the game has some kind of involvement with cargo. And I'm going to briefly go through some of them now.
Oh god, yeah.
So
the doors aren't open.
Let's start with missions. How will
The
building
whales
contracts
are
work
pretty
in-game?
big.
We'll
See
be
here.
introducing the Interstellar Transport Guild, as well as formalizing.
None of this happened. None of this happened. This is all the interesting stuff about the cargo, the cargo missions and that was supposed to happen. This is all the interesting stuff. None of this came in.
Reputation and relationship with the guild.
This is why it
This
was
will
so
lead you to gaining
boring.
more lucrative contracts.
This is why it felt like it was going to be so more
specialized
interesting.
Cargo and destinations.
That last
such as
patch.
different forms of hazardous
Because
cargo.
none of this came.
Perishable cargo, riskier routes, and more.
That's true.
So what do I mean by hazardous and perishable?
I'm no to go.
Well, as you know, there's lots of commodities in the game, and different commodities have different properties. As you know, with events like Xenothreat, we have some special cargo types with different attributes, such as time-sensitive cargo or quantum-sensitive cargo. But those were a small selection for the event, and they were the two-handed carry.
Oh yeah, like the stream, by the way, guys. So as people start logging on to watch the official one, they get served the the Dad Bingo one first, okay? I'd appreciate it if you like the stream. That's all.
Variable types anyway. We'll be expanding those types, plus lots more types, to the wider game and to these hauling contracts. So how does this affect gameplay? It will affect the choices.
I do really want way more diverse. They've done a little bit. There's a bit more diversity with the crates, but oh my god, I can't wait till we get like proper like storage crates and like guild like this like unique kind of containers and that. I'd love to be able to like eventually like in my reclaimer or like Polaris or whatever ship that I'm bringing around the whole time have like just a mix of like, you know, oh god, this was from a CitizenCon and oh this is like the Benny's noodles, you know, crate. Oh, this is that, having like a mishmash of like old like you know, shipping crates. I reckon that'd be a real cool kind of collectible aesthetic vibe. I know there's some of those in the digital goodies pack. That's kind of the thing that got me to actually spend the money on that one this year.
You make when you are handling, storing, and traveling with the cargo. For example, with size and weight, is it carryable? Do you need a tractor beam? What type of tractor beam do you need? Is it a handheld one or a ship tractor beam? Some containers can only be moved with ship tractor beams, for example. With
I have a salvage guild.
Has the container got good integrity?
Okay.
Is it holding fragile goods? Do you need to handle it with care? You can't just throw all containers about. For temperature control, do you need to ensure the container is powered so it can keep the contents cool? Or do you need to get to your destination
maybe in the really
quickly?
big ones you can, yeah.
Otherwise the contents may perish. For security, can the container be locked or hacked? Can the contents be scanned, or is the container tracked? Will there be pirates or law after you when you're holding this container?
Yeah, they got to be liquid ones.
Has a containment?
Or gas.
Is it radioactive? You might need the right protection against it, as you may have seen in Jens's presentation earlier. Can it explode? You might not want to put these containers on a more exposed section of your ship. And many of these attributes are going to be visually distinctive. So conversely, if you want to steal, for example, some cargo on a hull sea, which does have very exposed cargo containers, you might want to avoid shooting blindly and accidentally blowing up your potential profits. So look out for those types of containers. Back to mission progression. We'll be introducing perks and rewards as part of fulfilling contracts and raising reputation with these companies. For rewards, we'll have branded ship and tool skins, branded clothing. There will be collectibles to decorate your hab, hangar, or ship, or you can put them anywhere you want.
Hab.
And there'll be more exclusive rewards that we'll be revealing later.
I reckon there's some immediate reveals as soon as they go in. You know what I mean? I reckon as soon as they go in, there's going to be some things set up on display, like in the sim pits and shit, that are going to be like spoiler level, and so that like we cannot let anyone in until this is like proper set up, because that's when all the like everyone's media and posts are going to go out about it. Hey.
For perks, you'll get access to more items in shops and discounts on specific items. And all of these rewards and perks you need to earn in the game. You cannot just buy them. Next, let's have a look at freight elevators and hangars. I knew you'd be excited for this. I'd like to show you a short video to demonstrate how freight elevators will change how you view your hangars and how you use your hangars.
God. Oh, we're going to say the vehicles come up. See, look how good a variety looks. That wasn't even that good. Yeah, that'd be so annoying to unload that amount. And now knowing how long it takes to do. It's a mess to look like. Look how slow it is. Cargo trolleys, which are like in the game but seems so useless that they haven't bothered to like make them readily available. They're like in those distribution centers apparently. If you go really deep you find them and there's like no point to them.
No.
Oh, don't. Oh, my heart. My heart. No! You can't. You lied. You lied. Stop it. You bastards. Why are you doing this to me? Not like the fact that bringing up like a vehicle, even like a small tiny thing, it takes like 2 minutes because it's so slow. It sucks so badly. Made so much sense to have him in that the elevator, but they said there was some problem with it. Not only that, but that type of elevator, that Drake-ish type elevator there, it's like, oh, we're supposed to like move your vehicle, like vehicle up first, and then move it aside, then bring your ship up, and then put it in. But it's like that type of hangar barely has any space around the side of it to put anything. Like the old ATC system.
Thank you. Thank you.
Blame this guy.
So,
put a spell on me.
As you can see, hangars, they will become persistent and personal, meaning you can stay there as long as you want. Whatever you leave there will persist and will be yours to use as you see fit. Your hangar won't just be a place that you leave from in your ship. It will become a key base of operations to handle your inventory and storage needs, and you'll be able to request your ships from an ASOP terminal from within the hangar itself.
You know what's weird? Is this the same for anyone else? But since this hangar update, how often do you, compared to before, do you only make it to the hangar and not actually go out, like leave the hangar and go into space, and you just sort of stop here because you just be fudging around or doing whatever here, and then be like, all right, well, I don't even feel like flying a ship, and you'll just stop. Because that's been me. I'll come here, and I'll dick around with the hangar in here, but then I won't even fly a ship out or like do a mission. I mean, largely because I'm just playing this, but before I'd at least go and, you know, I'd be going to a mission to check it out. If there's added missions and I haven't even bothered to check it out, I'm just like usually trying to get something, like something will break or like not work right in the hangar, which will interrupt what I was doing, which will stop me from leaving. Like there's so many more sort of potential kinks in the chain, like along the chain to go wrong with all the hangar stuff, that it stops me from you know, doing the next step, which is then leaving the hangar. I only stop to drop my salvage and then sell at the end of the day. Yeah, I mean, I find I just never go out to salvage even beyond it because something's just going to break beyond it anyway.
Location inventories won't be magic and instant anymore. This means that the freight elevators will be one of the main ways you interact with your local inventory.
Not really.
Items stored at the location can be requested via the elevator kiosks and will be brought up in a physicalized state to do with as you want. This would be done through a dedicated interface screen to manage large volumes of items. It won't be using the personal inventory system. The change is obviously a really big quality of life improvement to retrieving ground vehicles. No longer do you have to travel thousands or millions of kilometers to specific places in the verse to get your vehicle. You will get them straight from your hangar. You'll also be able to bring up ship components, so your hangar is now more of a maintenance bay and outfitters where you can do repairs and swap around items and things like that. So in short, persistent player hangars in combination with freight elevators will dramatically change what you can do in your hangar. It will be a home to do as you want, which has always been the dream. That concludes my presentation. Thank you very much for listening.
That concludes my presentation.
And I will pass you over to Todd Pappy.
CitizenCon.
Come
on, I can't hear you.
Yes.
All right, there we go. So, we'll be talking today about something special. It's an update on something that we talked about a little while ago, but we feel it's the future of Star Citizen, and it's the culmination of multiple different game systems coming together. So why don't you play the video?
I hate my extra large hangar. It's too big. Here we go. So they're saying we're seeing a bunch of base building stuff this year. There's like 2 panels on it tomorrow. So they're hinting at something coming. It does look very stuffed. I hope the Habs don't actually look like this. It's very No Man's Sky. For no reason. Forest fine. Yeah, but that's just... It's because it's a forest. I do love the forest. Yeah. I'm worried that these are all going to be like really like rigid, just simple. Like that thing is just, yeah, you just sit that there. It's always going to look like that. And just do that, you know. And that Hab, as they said, it was the 2 pieces went down. Is it just going to be 2 pieces? Because it's not very like, you know, customizable feeling. I hope it's more in depth than this, you know. I guess it is simple enough that like they do it like this, then it you know, should theoretically be possible, right? You know, they're not really asking for much. But that's why I'm wondering if maybe they're gonna release a system. They're gonna announce a system that they're gonna release that's gonna have building active in it, and it's only gonna be that one for a while to sort of test it, whatever. That's what I'm hoping for. Bomb flies over for nothing. Yeah. That literally just looks like an asset out of something else. Like, I'm pretty sure in No Man's Sky you can plop that down. Sorry, I'm poo-pooing with love here, guys. You don't have to call me you don't have to call me salty leader.
All right, so base building. All right, it breaks down into 2 really large gameplay sections: planning ahead and prepping, and then you've got the on-site where you're actually going to build. So with that, you need to figure out what your goal is. Is it to have a home with a nice view and relax? Is it to have a trading post where you want to create and sell items? Is it to gather resources available and move on to the next area, or is it to be off grid and be completely
Off
self-sufficient?
grid. Off grid. Off grid.
So with that,
So just quick poll in the audience, right? We're all going off grid, yeah? I'm gonna bring a poll up. Will you join my off grid cult? Yes. Oh, no. Let's find out.
with your prep and everything like that, we've got blueprints. So the recipes, everything in the game is fabricated from a blueprint.
Like, imagine you just get like way too many people just en masse all out
NPCs.
in an area and like collectively
research on it and then create
like you just an unsurmountable force. Imagine that, like every farmer, every RPer is like on half of a planet all in one big org, and we're able to afford some fucking like, you know, planetary laser.
Different variations.
Skyscraper station, exactly.
With materials ranging from the common to ultra rare. You might find them at the local shop.
big skull
or have to
with a
travel
scraping
around the
beam in
universe
its
to
mouth.
collect them. Unrefined, refined, simple materials, or even
Salvaging
complex
Death Star.
components will all go into the fabrication. With this, then you got location, location, location. First area is high security, so you must purchase the land. The base is actually invulnerable because the planetary shield tech. A security will show up to protect it as well. You pay for the privilege, you're taxed. So at this point, you won't have the best resources available. You won't have access to the best resources available on the planet. If you don't pay your taxes, the shields will go away after a period of time, and the base will become derelict and will collapse. But this is low risk, low reward. Then you've got low security. So again, you must purchase the land. It's owned by an independent corp, gang, or faction. Again, you don't have access to all the best resources on the planet. The base is vulnerable.
It's like I've been rewatching The Expanse recently. It was 100% in the We Enjoy My Cult, by the way, in the poll for the votes. I've been enjoying watching The Expanse recently, and it's been getting me to want to actually read the original books from it, because with all the factions, I just love the factions in The Expanse. And one of them in particular that I noticed this time that I paid a bit more attention to and enjoyed even more was the Mormons. I love that in the future they've got the Mormons. The Mormons are still trying to like go on pilgrimage. And so the whole thing is they're making this giant ship to make a pilgrimage like across space into this like where this planet is supposed to be, this like planet just for the Mormons, and they're gonna make this like, you know, this pilgrimage to the furthest that anyone's ever been, and like this biggest ship, and it's this like, essentially just like a temple. They call it the temple. So it's this giant flying temple that's gonna fly, and that, you know, gets hijacked by all the OPA and stuff or whatever. But the fact that like they put that in there I think is so fucking beautiful, like world building. So build the books I'm in, yeah. That's because they don't finish the story at the end of like the final season. You know, that side story that's going on with like that whole weird zombie kid and shit. And I'm like, all right, there's clearly all this stuff going on. What happens that like I'm not getting enough backstory, and I need more stuff on Amos and he's growing up, and you know, all this context stuff that's clearly they hint to, but is never fully kind of in the series. And so yeah, that's my little Expanse ramble.
Vulnerable. AI NPCs will show up and protect the base if it's attacked. The protection will escalate over time. Player can also build defenses to help mitigate this as well.
Defenses,
and then it's medium
I want to know what
reward,
that shit's going to be like.
medium risk. Then you've got lawless. So this is no protection other than what you build. There's
I hope you can
shields,
like
anti-air.
fucking
Players
like
can
lock
disable
a
the
place
shields by
down,
getting
you know.
close to them and destroying them. High risk, high reward. Since there's no taxes, no protection fees, you get a high return on the resources that you collect. Now, there's some cross-shard and server meshing considerations that will kind of adjust this design in the future, but we'll get into that later once we're really building it. So from here,
Yeah,
you've got
that's
the
what we might
tool,
hear about.
So this is what we would consider a
Cross-shard
surveyor.
server machine.
With this, we want to actually cater to everybody's playstyle, whether you're solo or in an org. With this, you got different buildings that you can produce, from small, medium to large to XL or XL. So with the surveyor tool, you can only build the small buildings. With a vehicle, you can build small and medium-sized buildings. With the Galaxy, you can build small to large structures.
Huh. The
And then
Galaxy
obviously
there.
with the Pioneer,
Compare it to that previous silhouette.
Pioneer can do it all, and it still works as a mobile base. And we'll talk about some of the more expanded features that we're adding to it in later on. So, and then it's also, we're exploring what can be done in space, not just on the planet.
Yeah,
so from
that's
here,
what I'm saying,
you set
space
off on your
station.
journey. So with the land claim, you put your tool down where you want, you launch the drone that is built into the machine, and then from there, this allows the player to access the base building and also land claim mode. With the land claim modes,
This is pretty accurate, this, like, I mean, not accurate, but it's pretty detailed the way they're showing this sort of thing. Like, this feels very Starfieldy. You got a Pioneer, Dead? No. The only JPEG that I own in my hangar is the Polaris. That's just because it's, you know, closest to being real.
the player can actually change the size and position of what area they want to claim, and it also shows you the cost and taxes associated with it. If it's in a taxable zone and you don't own the land, this interface will default to it. So if you own land or it's in a
You own these rocks. Get all these rocks.
Go to base building mode. So with the overhead view of the land, you can actually place down buildings exactly where you want. You can see the resources beneath the surface, and then you can also place multiple buildings before you actually build. So you can see how it will all kind of come together. You'll see the resources that are needed for it, and then you can also switch back and forth between different modes, which are showing off the resource network and how you link basically power generators to consumers.
Yeah, Russell's
and
got
then the player can
king,
move or
king
deconstruct
fleet.
existing buildings
Now,
right
clan.
now with no charge. Fabrication. So when you
With all the talk about the salvage stuff, by the way, in case you didn't know, we do have a salvaging org called the Skull Scrapers. Look down in the description. You'll see the link on how to join us.
when you basically build these buildings, they don't come with any furnishings. And if you didn't bring any with you, then you want to build a fabricator. So depending on what you want to build, there's different sizes of them that support buildings from decorations, armor, weapons, components, and even ships. So like base building mode, you need blueprints, resources to craft what you want. Everything fabricated is produced from it produces a physicalized entity. Stats and quality will depend on the quality of the materials actually used. Once you've done that and you've built your decorations, now you can actually fill the room the way that you want to fill it. So furnishings can be purchased at different locations, or they can actually be fabricated. You can do that via first person or in a dedicated mode in the Surveyor's tool. With that, you've got different types of buildings. So you've got utility style, which would be garages, freight elevators.
Sarah just got an alert thing saying a new video from CRG. Yeah, so 13 minutes. Oh, that's quicker than they said. I mean, we're probably going to start and it's going to be a countdown, right? Yeah.
Elevators, landing pads, storefronts, and then you've got extractors. So with extractors, we want to make sure that nothing in regards to resource gathering.
Yeah, surveyors.
is fully
That's
automated.
like a No Man's Sky thing.
A level of player engagement is.
Heaps of this seems like, you know, the first inspiration or first direction they went seems like No Man's Sky was the first step, and I think that's because No Man's Sky is just very like everything is just very few pieces, you know. They all can only snap to you know, everything snaps to everything pretty much. You can't make like a mistake, and you know, they're varied but limited, and there's no real way to mess up connecting them because they're just big, giant, simple pieces. But I mean, there's never gonna. I don't think there's ever gonna be like, oh, you can put like a wall down and build like, you know, oh well, I may make this like a double wall and build it extra long. I don't think it's gonna be any custom room shit at all like that, which is a bummer. I think they're all just gonna be like set pieces, and you know, they're got like the only set pieces where like have this will be like a big concrete bottom, you know, with a curve with stuff all on it. So no matter where it sits on the telemetry, you know, there'll be stuff underneath. It'll look like, oh yeah, it's supposed to look like this. And we don't have to worry about deforming the terrain. I think that's the main thing, developmental wise, is they want to be able to do this without deforming the terrain on a planet. So a lot of these designs that they're showing on here, like they're standing on legs, like concrete legs, and I'm sure that they go down, those concrete legs probably go quite a while down because they need to make them long enough that, you know, whatever a player is trying to put them, that they can, you know, go through whatever terrain is sort of underneath it. And so I think they're all being designed in these ways just so they're not, you know, going to be too detailed, which is a bummer,
So
but
as
they
we
might
talked
be able to
about
pull it off.
Before, there are different types of commodities, radioactive, perishable, etc. What you'll be doing is pulling out full containers. Then from there, it'll be repairing, or there's wear and tear associated with it,
PlayStation
or
was
even
sick,
misfires,
man.
like
That'd be
you saw
so
in
good.
Kristen's talk and
Especially
Guillermo's
like
talk
getting
yesterday.
to,
There's al-
especially if you have like say that this is like the spine of the space station, and say there's all these little portholes, and if you go like connect like branches to a tree, like different sectors or whatever, and like slowly build on, and at the end of the hall build a new bit, and having like a space station like slowly branch out almost like like an ants, you know, when people do like molds of ants nests and that, they put like molten metal in an ant's nest. This might be horrific for some people, and then like they pull it out and it shows like these caverns that branch off like many times over. If you could do that and like make your own space station off that, would be sick.
There's also upgrade paths for making them more efficient or resilient. Power generators. So with different types of power generators, there'll be some that are more cost effective as well as effective in different areas. Solar panels will not always work
Yeah,
in
they've
darkness.
said that, but they've also said that it's just a huge problem with it. And so you know that when they design them in ways that make them be as easy as possible to go in any situation, you know,
Fuel generators will need
it
to be
makes
filled
it
up
less of
every
a
now
problem
and
in
then,
the future.
and then batteries to store excess power. Then you've got producers. So things that will require the players to combine different resources to produce new items. And then you've got defense. So anti-air, anti-personnel, and then shield generators. And then the big one. We start development Q1. So that's me. Thank you all. Thank you for coming. It's wonderful to see you.
Introducing Chris Roberts. Alright. I'm gonna mute for a second. I'm just gonna go to the bathroom before we like start. I'll let you have a chat with Chris, eh?
I hope you've enjoyed everything you've seen in these last 2 days. We were really excited to show you a lot of it. And I've sort of seen some online comments about, okay, well that's very cool, but when are we going to get it in the game? But one of the real reasons why we wanted to show you this CitizenCon is because we've hit an inflection point on a lot of the features, as in they're either finished or they're in polishing stage, which is why we're showing them. So everything that we've been showing you here at CitizenCon is our intention, not making 100% promise, just so everyone remembers that, to get them into Star Citizen through next year. So it's not going to be gated on having to be after Squadron 42. So we are... So we're planning over the next, Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4 of next year, hopefully everything that we've shown you, you will have in your hands playing inside Star Citizen. So, and it's very gratifying for the team and myself to finally be able to show you a lot of this. One of the advantages of being able to go and iterate on these features in Squadron was that we were able to do it without having to release every 3 months and make sure the old system worked while the new system was working, so we could actually really polish the features, which I hope you could see when we showed you the updated UI stuff, the updated FPS stuff, the updated flight stuff, the character stuff, which is something we're very proud of, because this is, after all, an MMO. You want to have as much freedom to create the character you want to create. So, as you may have guessed, and Brian Chambers may have let slip a bit earlier, we are feature complete on Squadron 42. You will not get a release date from me today, because first of all, you always get very angry at me when I give dates. It will be when I know that we're fully about ready to print the Gold Masters, but it won't be just yet. But we prepared, the Squadron 42 team prepared a small video for you. I may be lying, it's a bit bigger than small. To give you a glimpse of everything we've been working on and what the gameplay looks and feels like. So let's roll that.
Archangel 6, come in.
Go for 6.
We're getting a faint contact on bearing 287. You picking that up?
Yeah, got it. Scanning that.
I am here. Sorry, I just had to go to the bathroom. So I was just thinking randomly, do we know where Mark Hamill is in the world at the moment? Because I know he would hide it. He hasn't posted in 7 days. Because the thing is, when you hire Mark Hamill for something, at some point, you have to do he comes out on stage, right? Is this the year they do the Mark Hamill comes out on stage thing? They said feature complete last year.
We're clear. Commercial vessel out of Vegas 3.
He mentioned it recently, too.
Civilian traffic is restricted under lockdown.
Copy that.
Archangel, this is Krugeri.
Come back, Krugeri.
Redirect to sector 7 Bravo Echo for immediate tasking.
Copy that. On our way.
See, this is kind of the vibe I got during the 500 player server mission test. When I said there was we were jetting out of atmosphere and I jumped with a bunch of people. And then at the window, you can see a bunch of other ships all doing their own thing, going in different directions. Everything was really seamless. It kind of gave this feel, a real breathing feel of like, oh, there's just a bunch of people all doing their own thing here, and it was really, really impressive.
I know I just wrote.
Sorry, but that tone shift. Well, a minute. This will probably end up being a 30-minute countdown, right? Because my stream thing, I sent my timer to the time on the event page. They say it's gonna start stream.
But a couple of hours ago, proximity sensors on the other side.
Stop.
I hope that we're long. I don't know what to pull for anymore.
I just wanted to let you know.
I'll write as soon as I can. Stay safe.
Boys and girls can play.
Never gets old, does it?
Sir.
Eddie's. I used to do the same thing when I was alone.
Fan service is crazy.
Welcome to Patron Games Manchester Studio. I'm Chris Roberts, and I'm pleased to announce we have just passed a major milestone.
See how many people? Oh my god! Look at all these people we employ with our pledges, man. Look at all these people we directly employ in this building.
Studio.
That's
Chris
crazy.
Roberts, and I'm pleased to announce we have just passed a major milestone.
Squadron.
Squadron 42 is now feature complete and has entered its polish phase. To celebrate this milestone, we've gathered some of our core leaders.
Let's see what this. Yeah. Oh, what are they showing us here? Is this just random ship design pieces, or is this something it's actually showing us? What are those jets, you know? I can't tell if we're looking at something real or not. Like, these could just be like pieces of engines. It almost looks like AI. It looks like AI. Just like, give me spacey engine background. Looks like the underside of like an Ares or. Looks like that could be the back of a MISC ship. What the chat says. Look at the ship is Polaris. That should be IE. There's actually a live. You can hear live audio. You can hear a crowd. This like array of different jets at the back is really odd. This is like a Corsair. Just a timer. Yeah, I went to live, but I think like. I mean, that's probably by their delay. Head release date. No one said a release date. Yeah, the release date's constantly changing, brother. You know, like some of the the texture design on it looks almost fake, you know, like, but they might have just turned up the shine on a particular sort of detail on it for it. It just kind of does like just look like a rocket. Like, I mean, I'd love that. I'd love a, you know, I still have been watching The Expanse. Rocinante is essentially just like a rocket strapped to like a tub. Oh, you still okay? I didn't know you actually hadn't got it, brother. So. Wait, did you organize it or not? Yeah. You know, I take the therapist. Wait, but I mean, I don't see a submission under the name Mags. There's no Magnamura. That bingo submission, brother. Why is everyone saying Griffin at victory? And bingo doesn't work with dark mode? I thought they were all in dark mode. I set it so they'd be all black. So you're looking for a bingo card, Max. Have you generated one already? Did you, like, send it in the form? Because I've got a list of everyone who used the form to submit their things. And in username, there's no Magnamura, which is how I would find you to send you your bingo card thing. Otherwise, are you saying you just haven't used the form yet to generate a bingo card? Generated. Okay. And so just bookmark it. Make sure you bookmark it whenever you generate one, guys. Just because if you want to get back to it, like, I can pull them on the back end by looking at your username and finding your finger, but you'll want to keep yours pulled up. Mags, you may have like checked the bingo form and then opened up the new window to generate it, but didn't go back to actually paste the link into the form. That's the last thing you need to do is like submit it. Otherwise, I can't see what the bingo form is connected to your name. And remember, for this one, if you go away and a bingo happens and you come back, no one's inclined to give you your tell you what any of the things were. So if you miss the call, you missed it. But if you see the same one, sorry, why is this doing this? But if you can call it again for the same person if you see it yourself, so that way people that like join later on can't do a bunch of I'm sorry, it's like showing me like the names in a weird like graph for some reason. Why is it doing this? Okay, so you got your thing. All right. It was just Mags. I just set it up with a form and that so that people were forced to put their username and email in first before they got a hold of the link to generate it. and then they're supposed to submit their link on that form, and that way I've already got their username and their email, so that it stops people from going, oh, I'm gonna make multiple, because like I've already got your username and email, so if that's not you, then it's not you. Like, you gotta still call bingo. And yeah, so we've got it done pretty well, so people can't just generate sort of a multiple bunch. It's like whatever's been submitted by that and that username and email, I'll be able to look at that person's card and I'll be able to check off everything to make sure, and then we'll spin the wheel for ships. And for a refresher, we got a bunch of ships. There's like 9 here with a bunch of paints, and these all come with LTI and starts as a game pack. 9 ships we're going to give away over these next 2 days, and we've also I've got another like 4 as well that I kind of want myself. So, but if I get high on giving out ships or we go through them too quickly, maybe I'll look at throwing those ones in as well, and we'll end up having what, like 13 or 14 ships given away. As long as you submitted the form, should be in. What's your Jimmy? Yeah, I've got here Jimmy 37591. Oh, yes. Couple accidental Magnamura responses. There's 3 responses by Mags now. Yep, I'm reading there 3 times now. I'll just use the first one. I'm sure it's all the same. Up to 26 responses, so there's still pretty much a 50-50 response. A 50-50% chance for anyone to win this bingo, you guys. And remember, it's one where you can affect your own odds, because whatever ones you pull up, you know, you can convince me that that's what they are. You just got to make your case for them, all right? There's a little bit of improv in this. You gotta sell me on why that person in the audience or on stage or whatever is that dad as described in your bingo square. But remember, the square will only be taken if I accept that is that dad. All right, guys. So you can't just use your own judgment on if it's the dad or not and then submit it and say a thing. It's got to go through me. I know it's tough, but you've got to. We can argue, we can bitter, we can go back and forth. But when I put my foot down, I'll put it down. You can't argue, but you got to make your point. You got to keep making your point. All right. But don't complain. If I put my foot down, if your argument's no good, when I say no, we're done. All right. But there'll be plenty of times we're going to see plenty of dads during this. All right. You'll think of plenty of gags to justify the dads you want for those wins. And as this goes on, it should get funnier. A little Terry for the dad figure. Yeah. I was quite proud of myself of setting up the bingo system for this one. Actually paid for like a membership to this bingo service. Last time was a bit jankier. Would have a sock and wear a jandal dead? No. Holly? No. No, those aren't big enough. Go. Anyone got any wild predictions of what we're going to see this time? What's your what do you believe we're going to see that's going to be a big reveal? And what's your risky prediction of probably what you more want to see, hope to want to see? So I think my difference is really that I reckon we're going to see a bunch of stuff, but what I hope to see is that they're going to say realistic deadlines about them. You know, it's not just going to be a bunch of what we just saw before, which was just like animations of, oh, this is how things could look like in this location or in this. You know, I'm just not interested in that shit. You know, what are we doing, man? It can't. It has to go beyond an ISC level announcement for things, and they've been so quiet for so long this year. We've heard nothing beyond all the things coming up to 4.0 for so long, you guys. So long. This has got an interesting shape, man. Like, can we at least picture the manufacturer? Like, I was kind of thinking MISC, but there's an angle we're getting like around here, which doesn't. We can kind of see right there at the end. Like, it doesn't look like it goes that very long. I feel it's stubby. It does kind of seem a bit misky. I don't know. It could be Crusader. The dev chat GPT read that. Well, I mean, these are the people. These aren't speech writers. A lot of people that they get up to do these speeches, you know. I imagine a lot of them probably at least put through what they say. They will run through an ADA at least once, to some degree. Flat, yeah. It kind of looks like the Corsair engine. Like, the Corsair does have like a bundle of engines at the back at one point. So what's the code? Yeah, yeah. Like, the only things they released that they hadn't really sort of announced were like the Saber variants, and the Atlas in that time. But there's so many other. Oh god, what's going on? There's an alarm going off in the background. Let's go to CitizenCon play now, Ed. Be happy if they address the others, especially the VTech ones. Interesting. Well, I think that's one where it's like when server meshing's in and then they really solve it. I mean, I'm hoping, I think it's on the roadmap that there was like a transportation rework. I reckon that has is taking part in that as well. I know there was like I was thinking that was initially like just the trams and that, but it could likely mean the elevators also. Hello, how are you doing, Mac like my beautiful bastard? So I was in here so previously. I think she's currently sleepwatching. We're just getting into the start of CitizenCon. I'm surprised vehicle hangars got cut out of all things. Yeah. But well, there's the vehicle like freight elevator. That was the one thing that was really going to make all that stuff like useful, you know, I feel. Oh, there's heaps of stuff in the game files recently about drones. So that's like there was heaps and heaps and heaps of leaks of yeah, just talks of drone stuff in there. And so like that's one thing that is pretty much definitely coming up this time. It'll probably be a part of what was it? It was like day 2. There was sort of like the vehicles of base building and shit. Captains of industry, uncover the ships and ground vehicles that will serve as your primary tools for base building. The verse revisit a classic and more. So I reckon, I think because like the drone, there's the drone hatch on the Reclaimer like opens now, and there was a bunch, yeah, in the Zeus commercial they were, and they found the game code. They found a bunch of like specifically like different like types of drones, like different brands of drones and stuff. Like it's actively being developed on, and so that with the construction vehicles that we've also seen kind of being popping out means like there's some shit going on. Like day 2 is pretty much that exclusively. So I'm hoping that all this, it just comes paired with an actual date. Like they tell us it's coming in like whatever patch or something. Like it goes on the roadmap. If it doesn't go on the roadmap, I like do not give a shit about it. That's where I am. Like it could be nice, it could be entertaining to hear about like new stuff that's like coming to it. But when it comes down to like me as a Star Citizen player, like as I said before, like I own a Polaris, which is my one, as I said, a like JPEG ship, which means like concept ship. I don't buy concept ships. I don't buy things that don't exist. You know, I don't care about the lore of Star Citizen, but like lore that doesn't have any purpose. Like it's not consequential in the game at the moment. You know, the game's not out. I don't care about a lore for a game that, or a media series that doesn't exist. Like until they give me like something, like a reason to follow along for it, like that's all stuff that can still just be changed and is up in the air. Like I don't care. So I don't care about things that are not real. I don't care about JPEGs. I care about realistic goals when things are coming out. So I own a Polaris, the only JPEG ship I've had. I'm very happy with that because I know it's coming out this year. But yeah, I don't believe in paying for this shit. What is Dad Bingo? Okay, so here's the rundown. This is it's time to do a rundown anyway. So if people are wondering what the fuck is Dad Bingo, what's going on, why am I here? I'm in the wrong place. Star Citizen, as we all know, was crowdfunded like 13 years ago. So people had to have had a disposable income 13 years ago. The game's still not out. And the core audience was male. So 13 years on, had disposable income then. There's a good chance the majority of the player bases from the original founders are dads by now. So it's been known to have a lot of space dads in Star Citizen. But during CitizenCon, there's a lot of crowd shots where you see there's not just space dads, we're a diverse crowd. There's all kinds of dads out there. And so we've done a CitizenCon bingo card for dads. So, like, see, we've got here, you know, you see Bigfoot dad, anime dad, rich dad, cyborg dad, mafia dad, fence dad, stoner dad, doghouse dad. Everyone can generate their own unique card. And as we go through, you got to make your case for any of the dads that you see in the audience. You got to say, hey, I saw Matrix dad. He looked like Neo. He was running as fast as he could to the payphone over in the corner, wearing like dark black shades, all leather. I saw fucking Neo. That's Matrix dad right there. If you point him out and I see him, I go, yep, you found him. You found Neo. Log it in, Morpheus. You are the one. Hit that space, and then everyone can hit that Matrix one, right? And we're just playing bingo with dads we see in the audience and on stage for this nerd convention. That's it. And we've got prizes. We've actually got, as facilitated as it is, we've actually probably got more ships being given away with LTI, with a game pack, with a bunch of paints and everything than any other content creator, with any other competition all year. Toby, eye tracker ain't putting out 9 to 13 ships over an event. No, it's just DedLeader does, because he's too lazy to give them out all throughout the year. So that's what we're doing. I got a bulk backup of ships that I need to get rid of that I was supposed to have given away. I got given by CIG and I haven't done it, so I'm just going to upload them all today. Oh yeah. Weird, I'm going to have to look at feet. Well, wait, you must have written something before that. We're going to pledge all these things when the game actually does get released. There'll be not much to do. My kids' sons will one day be playing this game. Okay, no, that doesn't have anything to do with feet. No, why are you going to have to look at feet? Oh, wait, the song. Okay, it's because of me you have to. Right. Yeah. Yeah, it's weird. To a normie. Hey-oh. Check your bingo card. So I'm trying to find an easy way to look through these, making me scroll down when I go to a new one. Yeah, so this is your card. Duck Dad Nasty. So you want to know? That was one. Oh, it's not for us Australian New Zealanders. Duck Dad Nasty. It doesn't really make sense, really. It's a gag of Duck Dynasty. So that just means if you see someone wearing like a trucker hat and like a big like white beard kind of thing that looks sort of like a swamp redneck, then that's a Duck Dynasty. But I wrote Duck Dad Nasty so it would have dad in it and make sense. Yeah, it's super bad. It's super silly. Pardon. Yeah, Duck Dad Nasty. I forgot that was in there. It's so super. It's so dumb. I apologize. Duck Dad Nasty. And the Dirty Dozen. Bondage Dad. Yeah. Hey man, if you can prove to me there had to be some like impossible dads or some ones that allow like creative interpretation, essentially. Free is just free. Means you can just tick that one. That's free. So you can see it, when you click it, when you mark your thing, it actually marks it. I made little Chris Robert faces as the custom marker icon. I was very proud of that, just so you know, everyone. I was very proud of that little face. I think that's the face that has popped up as a lot of emotes on people's Discords as the word proud. Doghouse Dad should be a free space because you know we're all in the doghouse over here. Yeah, true. Fastest dad alive, fancy dad, hipster dad, farmer dad, rad dad, metal dad. Yeah, I got socks and sandals dad. Dairy free dad? I thought that was a creative one because it's like, it's not dairy dad, which is here. It's dairy free dad. Like, how do you define someone by like their freeness of it. Like, they gotta look like they hate cows, man. It's one that the stream will shut down with their yeah, probably. Day and day for day. The same. Yeah, there are. That's pleather, daddy. These dads are locked and loaded, brother. Oh, 3, 2, 1. Who did it? Comes free time. Oh, there's another one. Oh no. So one daddy per dad. Yes, one daddy per dad. You can't have a multi-tier dad. Yes, we did cover that potential outcome because otherwise, how can they really be the leather daddy if there's someone else? Like, if they're also something else, they can't be the one. They gotta be undeniable. And remember, there's a level of, you know, ad lib in this, if you know what I mean. Like, you gotta. If you can convince me, like, say, like, what someone seems like their inner intention is, that matches, you know, what you want for a tile. If you really convince me for it, and you can bring me to that conclusion, well, we'll see, you know? What's an 1800s dad? This is gonna look like he's from the 1800s and he's a dad. You know, it's in Manchester. You know, so you know we're gonna. It's sure this with some fucking twirly, white-haired, mutton chop looking motherfucker walking in there with a judge wig or something. You know, too tired. I could be going. Oh well, you know, keep coming by if you come by or not. This is gonna be a long running kind of thing. It's gonna go for hours, and I'm gonna be up tomorrow as well. So whenever you pop on or jump back later on, watch the stream after, if you'd like. Good having you here, mate. I like to imagine my 1800s dad has a nice mustache and a bowler hat. He's a good dude. Is a bowler hat more like early 1900s? I feel like he had to walk on a dangerous pier to get a bowler hat. Prohibition. I bet your bowler hat 1800s dad's a real good guy, man. Yeah. Man, I really thought, like, the pipeline would have been jumping off a lot more since doors open. They haven't really done anything. Well, we got some new merch on the website. I like the blackout hoodie. I have the money for it though. The Zeus one's kind of silly, but I kind of like it too. I don't get it. I wouldn't get it. I get it for those that would get it. You know, I get it. I love that for them. Pico Black Ice Edition. I'll move these down so you guys can see what I'm looking at. So they've put him in the hoodie that I'm talking about. Hold on. I like the hoodie. It's, yeah, $75 US. That's great. That's like $100 Australian. His hat, that shit. It's the Zeus jacket. See, this is what I was saying. Like, I can see people if they really dug this. I can see like your DJing mate wearing that and still going to a set. I mean, it's good they're doing pre-order though. I assume that means there's unlimited. Then I'm just gonna sell out kind of thing. They're always sold out of the other black hoodie that they normally have. Desk mat, Bengal. Oh god, so ugly. Yeah, my. If you have seen my merch ad that I made, that just it pokes fun of the Star Citizen merch just because it's so ugly. It's like hideous. All this shit. They got such like cool imagery with some stuff, and they just fuck it up with two things: with merch and with skins. Other than those recent Drake skins they did that were actually like unique. They just have someone, it feels like they've got someone hired from who has an industry background from some completely other industry and just doesn't understand what would be ravenous in the merch store. Like the correct Star Citizen merch in the merch store, people would be fucking ravenous, dudes. Oh my god, like just, and they've got so many angles to go from it. But I mean, let's do it again. No, I insist. We're doing it again. We're going to the merch store. Look at this mess. Okay, look, those are alright, but that's just because they've gone kind of minimum, okay? Anything that's minimum is fine. What are you doing, mate? You're having a laugh. Awful quality. Disgusting. You know? $70? Are you joking me, mate? What is this? Who's your audience? Okay, you know who your audience is? It's Aloha Dad right there. Sorry, Aloha Dad. I didn't mean to be so offensive. That doesn't count. That's a hit. Boring. Like, oh, let's do a Christmas sweater. Boring. Ew. Ew. What are these lines? So, oh, it's sticker set. What are we? Are we actually 3? Like, what are even these shades? Like, what are they? Why did you pick these? That red and that blue there. That's not clothes. Those aren't clothes colors. Okay. We're here for clothes, mate. Like, and that's just like clothing wear, you know. Focusing good, looks good. Well, that's just it. The stuff that's just like black and like simple is like cool, you know. I'll take that. But they could push it. They could push it in so many angles, directions, other than just simple with a good logo kind of thing. Which is also like, yeah, they should be doing that stuff. Timmy would rub his face on it. It says rich dad. Exactly. The one with him sort of crying. Proud one. Rich, proud dad. Matter of fact, I've got that now. So, I mean, it's funny if it's the delay at this point, because remember the opening thing is about their tech. It's about Star Engine, and like the dead Genesis system of like new suite of tools for it. So this is like what they're trying to sell to other companies to build their games on. This is how, hopefully, if this stuff does well, this is like the marketing pitch bit right now to try and make money for CIG to be able to pay for everything going forward outside of pledges, if it works right. Hello.
Hi, everybody.
The jacket looks good on him.
Hi,
This
everybody.
jacket does look good on him.
It's been so long. Hi, welcome to CitizenCon 2954. I'm Jared Huckabee. If you're in Hall A, let me hear you scream.
Hey, hey.
If you're in Hall B, let me hear you scream. I'm going to take this off. Here, George. Come on, dude. That's George. Say hi to George. All right, you didn't see George.
No,
Welcome
it's
to
not
CitizenCon
that
2954. I'm Jared Huckabee. We are live from Manchester Central here in beautiful, sunny Manchester, United Kingdom. This is the, 11th CitizenCon? 10th CitizenCon? I should have counted beforehand. Basically, we're back. It's our first since we returned last year in Los Angeles. We've got a tremendous show for you. I'm sorry about the countdown thing there. This is the biggest CitizenCon we've ever done, and as one might expect, it took us a little longer to get things going than we expected. But we're ready to start. We're approximately 20 to 25 minutes from the show start, so we are not going to make our 11 o'clock on the dot start time, but you can guess about 20, 25 minutes. So we do got some stuff here. So what is CitizenCon? Anybody? You can't see them. There's a bunch of people down here below me. What's CitizenCon? Nothing. Ships? It's more than ships. Grand vehicles? Okay, we're not talking to that guy anymore. CitizenCon is our annual showcase of all the work our developers are doing for both Star Citizen and Squadron 42. It's also a chance for Star Citizens to come from around the globe and gather, much as they're doing here. Let's take a look across the field here. I'm going to get out of frame here. Let's take a look at the field. Look at that. This is our hangar bay of the UEES
How big a horn it is.
Here, now every CitizenCon, we theme our hall B, our expo hall, to one thing or another. In 2019, it was themed for Grimhex. And last year, it was themed for Pyro. This year, the UEE's in town celebrating Citizen Day, and we'll learn more about Citizen Day later in the thing. So what's on the agenda for this year? Well, CitizenCon, like it was last year, is now a two-day event. So we have a whole host of presentations today, and then a whole host of presentations tomorrow. We're going to run them down now and let you know a little bit about what you can expect. So in about 15, 20, 25 minutes, I can't be specifically at this point, Chris Roberts is going to take the stage and kick off CitizenCon proper. We're just the pre-show here where we like to have fun. After Chris Roberts takes the stage, we are starting with Brave New Worlds. Now that is our core technology and Star Engine Group's presentation. You might remember that they kicked off last year's presentation.
Mac, they said that they're leaving that behind. Apparently that Hornet is going to stay just on display in Manchester somewhere as like an art installation. That's what I read that somewhere. Like what the that's what I thought, like what the fuck is that made out of? If that's going to survive in Manchester, that's fucked.
That we've always dreamed of. So you can check that out at the start of the day. After that, we've got a social universe. Now this is the sleeper presentation of the entire thing. Now, we were a little cagey in the description on the website about what this is. You know, it's everybody getting together and playing with your friends and stuff like this. But I'll just say it's the sequel to a presentation we did approximately 10 years ago at CitizenCon. And if you want to look back at what we did back then, you can probably guess what it's about. Folks that are in large groups of people will want to pay attention to this one.
It's Olden Clan
after
shit.
That, we're going to take a lunch break because this is a very long day, and you know we all need.
I fucking knew it. I said it.
That's your chance to get your snacks, get your food, say goodbye to your loved ones, because the second half of the day you are not going to want to be anywhere else but in your seat. Because when we come back, we've got that cosplay contest sponsored by Toby Eye Tracker, and then Dressed to Kill. Now, Dressed to Kill is also a sequel to a presentation we did in 2019 about armor specializations and basically bringing high function to high fashion in the universe. And then, as we said in our summary on the website, the return of an old friend from CitizenCon past. Yes, Virginia, it's true. What you've guessed on Reddit, it's here. And then finally, Beyond Pyro, where I promised on SCL just a few short weeks ago
wait,
that there's no 4.0 content at CitizenCon. Well, guess what? There's no 4.0 content at CitizenCon. We're all beyond 4.0 this year. All right, I'm going to need you to do better with your cues there. Yeah, we're going to look beyond Pyro to what comes next. And then we're going to take a short 15-minute break after that, let everybody recharge, and then there's something on the schedule that is currently redacted. I'm not allowed to tell you what that is, but I'm going to tell you guys watching at home the same thing I told everybody out front when they were waiting to get in. Do not let any force on this earth stop you from being in your seat when whatever that is happens at the end of the day. And then on day 2, we come back tomorrow with a look at crafting your home. That's a look at base building, which we first introduced at last year's CitizenCon, and the new crafting system. The crafting system that aims to dynamically change the face of all life.
It's English. There's got to actually be someone with a paperboy hat.
You're not going to want to miss that. Then Captains of Ministry. That's replacing our general Ship Talk 2054. Is that what year it is? 904. Yeah. George is saying yes.
He didn't pay for that jacket.
Ship Talk segment with a presentation dedicated to the ships and vehicles that will make crafting and base building possible, with the return, with a revisit of an old friend that hasn't made its appearance in the Persistent universe yet, but it's getting a big glow up before it does. So you're gonna want to check that out. And then, well, if I can be honest, we got a tight zoom. You got a tight zoom? Yeah. Let me talk to you here though. The Star's my destination. Star Citizen Alpha 1.0. If you're an old school sci-fi head like me, you'll recognize that title. This is perhaps, and you know me, I'm not the one to hype. I'm not generally prone to hyperbole. I'm always like cautious. I'm like, well, you know, it might be this, might be that. I'm going to tell you right now, the most important presentation we've ever done at CitizenCon. Mark it, be there for it tomorrow. Now, that's enough for me. We're going to throw it down to Dan, down on the floor of the hangar here, and we're actually going to explore a little of what's here in the UEES Barbary. Dan, are you there?
Okay, ready.
Thank you, Jared. Welcome back to CitizenCon 2954. My name is Dan Haubrick. I'm the community producer here at Cloud Imperium Games, welcoming you all back to Manchester, home of the previous CitizenCon 2949 Although unlike then, things look a little
Viking
bit
Dad.
different than they
We
did
saw
before.
Viking Dad walk
That's right,
by.
as Jared said, gone is the grit and grime of Grimhex, and now we have the spick and span floors of a UEES Bengal class ship. That's right, we are aboard the UEES Barbary, just locked in orbit above Manchester. That's right, this entire CitizenCon is themed and brought to you by the UEE Navy. Why, you may ask?
He's
Well, you'll
talking
just
some
have to keep
shit.
watching to find out. Now, if you're looking at the screen going, who's that handsome man I'm looking at? You probably have a different tab open. So I'll give you guys a quick second to get to Twitch or YouTube and get to the right tab. Make sure you're watching the stream and make sure you're watching our content. I know, it's a disappointment to me too, but I'm told that eventually you get over my face and voice and everything about me. But in case you don't, this year I'm joined by Manchester's very own Sam Haley as my co-host here on the show floor at CitizenCon. Sam Haley is one of our QA supervisors here.
You should
at
also
the
like this
Manchester
stream
studio.
if you
She
haven't
also has
already.
some impressive street cred. She was the pilot of the Carrick in the 2949 CitizenCon demo, and I literally found this out yesterday. She's also the voice of the ASOP terminal. So we'll make sure that you guys get to meet Sam later today as we're going through. Now, I know Jared just went over this a moment ago, but if you're like me and you can't listen to a man in his, I don't know, mid-80s ramble on about how the sky used to be blue and dial-up used to be a thing, let me explain what we're doing here. I'm here on the show floor at CitizenCon here to show you guys the awesome stuff we have for those of you who are at home and aren't able to attend. So we want to make sure that you guys feel as though you're not missing out. So come follow me and we're going to check out some cool stuff here on the show floor right now. To my immediate left, we have the Voyager Bar. If you guys are here at CitizenCon and are looking for some refreshments, look no further than the Voyager Bar. As you can see, we have some impressive refreshments based on our in-game
Some prime dad territory.
captures. We have some awesome flags. We have some awesome pennants. I don't know how well they're going to pick up, but we also have some amazing 3D torpedo burrito dancing Garmin Humble stuff in the background. If you guys are looking for a drink here at CitizenCon, look no further than the Voyager
Didn't
Bar.
say someone was
I'm
a
sure we're gonna
pint
see some
was
of our
like
developers here around
17
4 p.m.
pounds or something.
Probably closer to 3 p.m. They're going to be here any second. It's been a long couple of weeks, so we'll give them some privacy, and we're going to move right on.
Someone in our Discord was saying the
Also, to
beer
my left, we have our
was
Monster
like
Truck Sim Pit.
priced
If you
something
guys are looking to
crazy.
experience Star Citizen in a way
She
that you've
said,
never
"Fancy
experienced
Dad."
before while you're here at CitizenCon, then the Monster
No,
Truck
that was
Sim
just a
Pit is a great
bartender,
place
man.
to be. Using our VKB sponsored joysticks, these are awesome places to check out Arena Commander and Star Citizen in real D4D. Now over here, come follow me. We're just going, excuse me guys. Come follow me.
It's so
Now,
weird
over here we
looking
have
so
our
hard for
community booth
dads.
section. We're going to be visiting the community booth section a bunch during CitizenCon, so I'm not going to get into too much detail now. But as you can see, all of our community booths are themed after in-game cargo container manufacturers. We have Anvil, we have Argo, we got RSI, we got Kovalex, we got MISC. All of these containers
The
are
wrong-
filled with orgs and booths that signed
Wrong
up to be
cosplay.
part of our community
That Metal
base.
Dad?
There's some
Ooh.
awesome stuff.
I don't know if I
said,
saw Metal
we're gonna
Dad.
be going there a little later today, so I'm not going to get into too much
Goth
detail
Dad.
right now.
That was the Goth
But
Mum.
There's some awesome stuff there, filled with groups that make the verse a more immersive, impressive, inclusive place to be. Excited to check
Another
it out
one you're
later.
talking about, that was the
Come
goth
follow
mum.
me.
Was more of an emo mum.
As you can see right here, we have our
Cyborg,
general lounge here at CitizenCon. If you guys are looking for a place to
Oh,
escape,
is there a
from
Doctor
the,
Who based one?
humdrum
That guy,
and,
that guy could seem like a
beats
Doctor
and
Who.
bustle of the auditorium,
I don't even know what I've
to
done.
hang your cap, sit down, and relax.
I think
It's
there is.
also a good place for you guys to make new friends. You guys are here for a shared love of Star Citizen. So if you guys want to make new friends, feel free to grab a seat. Ask people what their favorite ships are, their favorite ship manufacturer, their favorite game feature that may or may not have an issue council report. And you guys will make friends for life here at CitizenCon, here at the General Lounge.
I was thinking that, but
I know there's something that we haven't talked about.
Yeah.
It's a pretty big thing. It's a pretty big deal.
Do I have
know
it
we've
as
just been
well?
glossing over it. I think we finally should talk about it. I'm talking about, of course, the Addison Lounge. That's right, the Addison
Do I
Lounge.
not
If you're
have it?
looking to sit down and
Oh,
comfort
Disney
and
Dad.
style,
Boba Fett can be
Addison Lounge
Disney
place to
Dad.
go. We have our United Empire of Earth timeline. We have our UEE branding all over the place. It's a good place for, again, for you to hang your cap, sit down, relax, and enjoy the show. And I think that's it. I mean, Sam, I don't know where my co-host Sam is. Sam, I don't think.
Double Dad's got two pieces. I didn't
Sam,
see
don't
any
think
two
there's
pieces.
anything else that I'm missing on show 4, right? I don't think there's any major stuff I glossed over, nothing big or exciting that I didn't talk about, right?
Dan, I know the most big thing in the room is your ego, but other than that, there is one thing you haven't mentioned yet.
Yeah, let's talk about the Hornet in the room, shall we? We have an amazing set piece here at CitizenCon this year. It is massive. It is the biggest thing that I think we've ever had on the show floor.
Does look super good.
At CitizenCon. It is absolutely impressive. It has some really great audio displays as well, if you guys were here earlier. I think, Sam, while I go powder my nose and make sure that I'm picture perfect, why don't you head on over there and give the people more information about the biggest and best set piece we have here at CitizenCon. Let's check out exactly what we're talking about,
in the background.
Happily.
Home
Thanks,
Depot
Dan.
bondage.
Let's go check this thing out.
Oh, fucking look at it. Oh my god. Life size is crazy.
So, as you guys can see, we have a near life-size replica of the Hornet F7A Mark II. This thing was made for us by Mango Stone, and they spent 14 weeks putting this together. From 6 weeks of concept, 8 weeks of build time. This thing was their biggest ever build, but they have built stuff for us before in the Manchester studio.
Yeah, who's paying for it?
Now, as you guys know, this is a medium fighter, so it packs a punch, but it is pretty quick. If you guys have flown the F-7Cs before, it's very similar. However, this thing, if you guys haven't seen the guns and the Gatlings on this thing, it's pretty powerful. Well, yes, this is my now second favorite anvil ship. Dare I say it?
Mate, you don't have an F7A.
And, you know, I haven't got to drop my cred yet, have I? Let's just... Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location. Yeah? Did I sound like me? Yeah? Good, good. Yeah, it has been delivered right here to Manchester, 200 miles away from Brighton, by our amazing guys at Mango Stone. This thing was built with a huge steel spine structure, and there is a platform in the middle, steel platform, that they use to build the top details.
This is insane.
Yep, if you guys don't get the chance to see this in person, just look at everybody's social media for the next 5 years. I'm pretty sure this is going to be people's profile pictures, cover photos, whatever it might be. So yeah, if you're at the event and you
such
don't
a
get
fun
picture
job
with
for
this
that
thing,
studio.
I think you're missing out.
Like giant gunpla.
Yes. Are we ready to head over? Brill, I think we're nearly ready for
I think that's supposed to be like a power plug-in.
But before that, I'm going to hand you over to Jared. Jared, over to you.
Hi, Sam. Thanks, Sam.
That's refueling.
There's Sam.
Hi.
And there's me. And there's Sam. There's me. Now, what Sam was far too humble to tell you is that she, as in her role in QA, has more flight hours on the Hornet than almost any person at CIG, which is why we gave her the wonderful introduction to the Hornet. So, and you might remember Sam from CitizenCon 2019. She flew the Carrick through the very first jump point to the very first visit at Pyro. So let's give Sam a round of applause, please. She was too humble to give her credentials herself. So now we are going to go into Hall A. Hall A is where the magic happens. It's where everybody needs to find their seat and get ready for the start of the show. So hey, if you're here in Hall B, let's all move over into Hall A. Because the sooner we all get in there, the sooner we can start the show. And the less I have to vamp like this.
He's got to do something particularly
all right. So look,
good
I'll
dad of him
Follow me.
to be that one.
Hey, what you got? Want to take a picture? Take a picture.
Oh, wait.
Oh, that way. There you
Oh.
go. Hi. Oh, you have a timer on it. I don't got that kind of time, man.
Dork Dad.
You want to? Here, I'll take the picture. No, I'm a
There you go.
Fun. Okay. No, I got it.
Lando's
I got it.
Dork
Yeah.
Dad.
Oh, you got a battery.
Yeah, I have to.
I'll do it.
He's
Now you push the
thinking
button.
giving a bunch of
There you
other
go.
dads a
Professional.
selfie
Ready?
opportunity is a
Stand over there.
cool thing to do.
Hey, I gonna be.
We've got Viking Dad, Disney Dad, and Dork Dad in a vast small moment.
Rap album.
But we can see our bellies then.
Well, okay, I'll do this. Good call. And then up high, like we're teenage girls.
Jesus. Yeah, that's Dork Dad for
And then
sure.
One that's really awkward. Ready?
That's a solid Dork Dad.
How's that look? How's that look?
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. No problem, guys. All right, let's get in the Hall A. Everybody in the Hall A. Everybody moving Hall A. Slice of pizza. What is that? Just cheese?
Wait, is there a
All right,
pizza
thanks.
dad?
Everybody in the Hall.
Wait, that's wait, Dairy Dad, Dairy Dad.
All right.
Dairy Dad. That's a solid Dairy Dad right there.
One of my favorite things about Star Citizen, we've got Big Benny's noodles, we've got torpedo burrito.
You're thinking I'm making weird
and we've got pizza.
dads. No
Just
way.
Pizza. Wow. There's a lot of you in here. This is the largest audience we've ever had for CitizenCon. 4,200 people, plus a bunch of employees, plus a bunch of crew members, over 5,000
I'm not going to say it too often, but we've got Dork Dad, Disney Dad, Dairy Dad, and Viking Dad in the past small moment.
Are you streaming?
No, I'm just videoing.
All right. Well, hi, Mom.
Said pasta meal Dad.
Oh, you're
Nah,
streaming.
but he's eating pizza.
Recording, mate.
Are you just recording?
Yeah.
All right, there we go. Oh, what are you doing? You doing the same thing? All right, here. Let me see. Thanks. All right.
Prime dad
So,
opportunity.
CitizenCon, who are you?
Martin.
Martin? Where are you
I'm
from,
from-
Martin? Netherlands. I love the Netherlands. I don't remember most of it.
He looks
though.
like he could be a potential socks and sandals dad.
Do you? Yes. All right. Must be different for visitors. Different priorities.
Yeah, there's some extra
I
dads.
don't know if I'm supposed
Yeah.
to say that on stream. Whose phone was this? There you go. There you go.
Not everyone will have the same
What's going on?
dads.
How much time do we got? Hold on, I got to put my headset on. How much time do I need to do this for? Where's Chris Roberts?
You've done free
Chris
damage on
Roberts is
Dairy
here.
Dad. Sucker.
Does he have his mic on? Okay. All right, sure. I mean, if that's what he wants. I apologize. You ready?
He would have gotten world's fastest dad if he didn't just win Dork Dad. We can't have multiple.
I think I legitimately pulled a hammy.
We can't have multi-dads.
Oh, that thing is rock hard right now. Oh, you're going to check out my shoes.
He could have got
Yeah.
fancy dad for those shoes too.
Donatello, Michelangelo,
But he's Dork.
Leonardo, Raphael. Yeah. All right. So that's all I got, everybody. We're going to take a few short minutes. We're going to start the show. Chris Roberts, he's going to
That's a
take
bit
this thing
rich,
off
Dad.
proper. So stay tuned. We'll be right back. You're going to love the show, everybody. Thanks.
God, there's some fast dads going by here. I'm trying to see any obvious ones. Because an easy one to find could be like a denim dad. We're just going to find someone in like a denim jacket and jeans kind of thing. Oh, fancy dad! Fancy dad! Bum, 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 bum! Oh, that's got to be something. That could be double dad, double dad. The two of them holding was double dad, double dad. Okay, so we hit Double Dead then. And Fancy Dead. Oh, did you see the Atmo Esports guy there? Oh, I can't confirm him though. I wasn't a podcaster with him, but I wouldn't. I'm not good with faces. I'm sure we'll see someone else run. You know, I think that's like an easy one. I've shown all these damn dads backs to their heads. Dad nammit. Dad nammit. Calm down. He's not Optimus Prime. Jesus.
Hello, CitizenCon 2954. There's a lot more of you here than there were when we were here last year, 5 years ago. There was 1,200 people. There's almost 5,000 people in the building today, which is amazing. I'm so
I'm unsure
grateful.
what to pick.
I know a whole bunch of you around that have come from around the world to visit the lovely sunny Manchester.
I don't know.
But inside here, there's going to be a lot of very cool
Make
stuff,
your
although
cases for what
in this
Chris is.
up-and-coming presentation, you
I want
may
to see
a few
proper.
things inspired by the Manchester weather.
Don't just say the name. Tell me
anyway.
why.
So, like the first title of our first presentation, Brave New Worlds, we're on the cusp of a new era for Star Citizen.
Maybe add a huge pass.
Server meshing is finally a reality. People are making their first jumps to Pyro in Evercati testing right now, which is pretty awesome. We're going to have it out at the end of this year. So I think it was going to be a great new phase for Star Citizen. And over these next 2 days, we'll talk about the new tech and tools in Star Engine that will help us craft those worlds that you're going to be
He
flying
was Dad
around
Leader
to.
last year.
And you'll hear about our plans beyond 4.0 and how we get towards Star Citizen 1.0, which is out of alpha and for everybody to play. And a little later this evening, I've got a special surprise for you, so you definitely want to stick around for the 5:30 show. Anyway, the team has worked really hard on the lead up to CitizenCon and this year to work on, first of all, what you've been playing in live, what you're going to be playing, what you're going to see here. So I'd like to thank them all for working extra hard and putting all their love and care, just like you guys love and care what we're building, into what we're doing. So thank them and you guys. And without me waffling on, I'd like to bring CIG's CTO, Benoit Bézageur. Did I say it right, Benoit? Yeah, okay, good. I'm always bad with French surnames. To the stage to start our journey into the future. So let's have a great show.
I'm holding back on clarifying which dad he is, just because if he fucks up, like if he acts sneaky, he could become Sneaky Dad, you know? Let's see how the reveals go for a little while before we designate Chris Roberts.
Bonjour, CitizenCon! Guten Tag, CitizenCon! Hola, CitizenCon! Ni hao, CitizenCon! And hello, Manchester. I'm not going to need this anymore. Cool. I am Benoit Beauséjour, or as some of you know me, I am Balt on Spectrum. Today, we will talk about Brave New Worlds. This is Pyro 2, Monox. It's a barren planet, not really habitable. Now, since the advance of our planet tech, we've always allowed players to circumnavigate planets and move from orbit to ground seamlessly, explore complex areas in intricate detail. Now, with server meshing, we're going to need a lot more locations for missions and destinations for more life. But there's a major question that has always followed this project since the beginning of Alpha 3.0. How are we going to make a large number of planets and systems? How are we going to meet the fidelity benchmark we've established. In this technology update, we bring life to lifelessness, even to monarchs. We take the physical representation of the terrain, the geology, the atmosphere, the climate, and the environment to create accurate biomes that spring naturally from the collision of all these environments.
I don't know what.
Coherent, denser biomes that follow the laws of nature that we encode into data. Data that we then leverage to place flora and fauna, yes, but also settlements, buildings, alien and human life in a planetary context. This creates worlds that are scientifically plausible, richer in gameplay opportunities. We want you to find adventure just by going around the planets without a quantum point. We want you to find actions along your path. For this, we are changing how we made the game. We are scaling how we make the game in all areas. This is not just a Planet Tech update. This is a collection of systems that we call...
I feel like I'm being sold a Bitcoin, you know?
Now, to help me explain all this nice work and this nice technology, let us kick us off. And I welcome our very own Ali Brown and Will Hine for Phase 1 of Genesis.
Tell me about this new cryptocurrency of yours. Okay, he's got to be something. He's got to be something.
Hello, Star Citizen.
Yes, hello, CitizenCon.
Yeah. So let's start with some introductions. This guy over here is Will Hine, aka Water Guy or River Guy.
And this lovely gentleman is Ali Brown, pusher of pixels extraordinaire.
And we're here to tell you about
I'm still trying to figure it out.
Which we're entitling The Laws of Nature. And this revolves around
Could almost be
the
Farmer
fundamental approach
Dad.
we use to build our planet, and is the literal foundation for everything else we're going to talk about in this talk today. Now, it centers on data-driven, physically based rules that we aim to realistically emulate nature and its incredible diversity. Before we dive in a bit deeper, let's just recap on some of the things we already have on our planet. So here you can see our lovely atmosphere and our cloud rendering, which can provide some spectacular views. We have our on-the-fly terrain generation, which is no loading screens in our game, which we're very proud of. And then we have our scattering system that can populate these planets with many different diverse biomes. And we've been setting quality benchmarks for each of these biomes as we come across them one by one.
But what we have isn't perfect. This scene on Microtech, it looks great, but it's not getting the same density that you'd expect from a real pine forest. That's one of the things we want to solve. The other, if I take you to the other side of Microtech, you'd be excused if you thought we'd just turned around and looked at a different part of the forest. Why is that?
Yeah, duck dead
This is
nasty.
because
Let's
currently our
lock that
artists
one in.
create slices of biomes in great number, and then they distribute them across the planet using humidity and temperature properties. Each slice looks great in isolation, as you've seen, as you've explored. But this is not the solution to give us varied and natural biomes across an entire planet. Additionally, just using humidity and temperature limits us to only 2 degrees of variation. And that's not enough for the sorts of planets and worlds that we want to create and for you to explore.
So how are we going to scale up our planet generation? Well, as I said before, we're going to start with physically based rules that drive everything. We want nothing to feel random on these planets. We want no limitations on the number of biomes. We want infinite biomes that are continuously changing across the planets. And we want extreme density, and we want to maintain or exceed all of the quality levels we've set with our existing biomes. And most importantly, we want it to be scalable so that we can really scale up to the level of content that the designers are expecting. And from your perspective, we want you to be able to truly explore and find unique playing opportunities everywhere on our planets. So to start this, we're going to need more data. So if we see here some of our existing data sets on our planets, we have temperature, which we define locally and globally, and humidity, and that's it for now. With Genesis, we add many other data sets, such as the geology type, the soil type, and then we also go for things like the soil depth and the quality and the nutrients, and many other properties all drive this complex data set that we use to build rule sets on.
They're pretending like this is new technology.
And describe how it should work with them.
We're going to put something together and show you some demos today using some of the assets that you've already know and love in the PU. Although you might see some new stuff later, we'll save that. What you're going to see is a vertical slice of development. It's very early stages, very work in progress. You might see some bugs, but that means it's only going to get better, so be excited. The number one challenge with planets in our game is scale. In no other context do you need a planet to look great from first-person perspective when you're stood among the trees. You need it to look great when you're in a spaceship at a quantum marker miles away, and everywhere in between. There are no loading screens, you see everything. We cannot afford for it to look bad in
I gotta
any
see a
other
leather
scenario.
jacket.
So,
or like
let's
black
start
shades
from a ground
on
perspective.
for
Demo
Matrix
number
Dad.
one. Let's have a look.
I mean, this means nothing. This means nothing to me. They're just saying that this was a procedurally generated planet. Okay.
So, how do we make that?
It might still be impressive. It might still be.
Thank you. So,
I mean, I think it's just that they're able to do it in
let's
their engine,
The
I
ground.
suppose. They've
So-
finally gotten there.
So, in our previous terrain
Maybe,
shader,
maybe.
we just switched
Bigfoot.
between different ground textures depending on climate and didn't really consider the unique properties of each type. Now, the
It's
terrain
just like-
shader
I mean,
is based around 4
it's
layers.
Minecraft
Always
has
first
done
consider
this forever
base
ago.
at the bottom of it all. Then, where appropriate, we add layers of soil of different types. We then add debris where appropriate, whether it be pine needles, dead leaves, etc. And then when it gets cold, we add snow. Each of these layers has unique shading properties and unique transitions between them. Because we do this all in one shader, we're able to achieve that as well as being performant. We can also use things like water saturation to darken and tint the soil and other properties to make it look more realistic. But that's not what filled most of the screen in that demo. That's the vegetation. Like what Ali said, we want to emulate the laws of nature. So in Genesis, we have rule sets for every asset that tells it how to respond to our rich data, whether it be
Oh my God,
soil type,
Bigfoot.
water availability,
It's actually going to happen, you guys.
We assess the viability and the vitality of each asset and compare them to decide what is likely to spawn in a natural environment. This automatically creates the cohesive environments that you saw in that clip. Not handcrafted anymore. No one has told those ferns and those pines to be like that. They each want to be like that. And that's what we're doing, multiple assets coming together to create a unique microbiome. What about trees then? Same thing. They have a larger requirement for space. They have a larger requirement for nutrients. That's how you see the distribution, and it's how it all works. Let's meet the flora that came together to make that forest, and have a look at some of their properties. Now, just to note, they are all going to look quite similar because we've already seen them in the same place, so they must be similar. So, building blocks, like grass and common grass, medium amounts of sunlight. We had ferns, see as a much lower requirement for sunlight. We had salix bushes forming our undergrowth. And we had pines, of course, and multiple variations of pines. Diversity is driven by competition.
It's an algorithm.
Everything has ideal conditions, which affects its competitiveness. We also have additional control over this in the form of dominance, which allows us to make one asset more competitive and more dominant than another, which is just what we see in nature. Everything is constantly fighting for resources and, of course, light. Because we spawn these assets in a hierarchy, it's easy to propagate shade data down over the distribution of the assets so that we can control ones that prefer or reject shade. Often, like these ferns, they can spawn in light, but they are outcompeted in those scenarios most of the time. So you will see a rogue fern or a place where there's no seeds for a specific
Beauty means
asset.
nothing
You
if you
might
can't
start
log
to get
in
this
to
coming
see
in.
it.
Let's take a look from a larger perspective again.
who knows? This might be what allows the player build habs to work, and they just need to tell us this part first. That this technology is like compatible with player hab builder. I think that's what's going on. Okay, because this is completely uninteresting right now, but if they tell us that this is all like, and oh, it all works seamlessly with our new Genesis system, which is all going to be populating this new planet, which is going to be the first test ground for, hopefully that's what we're going to hear.
So to take you through some of the things we saw in that clip, let's talk about rocks first. So anyone that's done a lot of ground driving and ground vehicles might have seen that our rocks sometimes feel a little bit randomly scattered and can be quite an obstacle sometimes. So in this clip, you saw that the rocks are no longer randomly scattered, and they're now placed based on physically based rule sets. And this logical grouping is achieved via erosion simulations, which we run offline to build localized data maps. And they describe the size of the aggregate and rocks and the density and where they should naturally form. And that means we get things like these natural clusters of boulders at the forest edge underneath the cliffside. And on that note, you might have noticed that the cliffs have been dramatically improved in how they shade. We also see things like the natural clumping of vegetation caused by seed dispersal. This is controlled per species, so we can get better emulation of their unique growth patterns and create a much more realistic environment. And we also calculate the slope aspect, which is the exposure to vegetation to solar radiation and other environmental factors. And this allows us different species to flourish in different conditions, as we can see on different sides of this valley. And over larger scale, we calculate the age and vitality of each tree individually to drive exactly how high they should be, but also the color of their leaves. Now, this isn't the only thing that will drive the further leaves. We're going to introduce the concept of seasons to the game. And this will mean our plants will evolve through the year, and we'll be able to shed leaves from trees and have the grass wither in winter.
Cool, I guess.
So as you're starting to see, all these rules, all this data, it's all coming together to create what we call truly emergent biomes. Let's have one more look at how this varies over a much larger scale.
Yeah, this is totally generated for player built. It's too boring otherwise. I play a lot of Rust, and I do a lot of like Rust map editing, and this looks like the kind of terrain they do for building. Like the way they've made it spread everything out certain like distances. I reckon that's what this is. This is all a prelude to this being the technology that they've developed to be able to do the player habs on their server meshing and stuff. Yeah, Space Force. Space science, baby.
Just like in real life. Oh. Thanks.
Oh, science. No.
Just like in real life, our areas should vary, even by traveling a few kilometers. If you get in a helicopter and fly over the Alps, it all looks a bit snowy, but when you look closer, it's constantly changing. And we're now able to accurately represent that with our changing data. Another very important factor to mention is the distant look. In this screenshot, you don't see a single tree, and yet the terrain is still green. We previously did that with artist-made lookup tables that told the planet what color to be at what position. But that wasn't going to work with all our new data and our far more complex spawning. Now we have a systemic solution. The planet shader is able to intelligently evaluate what's going to spawn there using the same rule sets that cause the assets to spawn there when you get there. That means we can sample the sort of color that is going to project onto the orbital view and use it. We get a far better accuracy from the result. Together, by creating rules and authoring data that works, we create a continuously varying planet that sets the scene for the incredible exploration gameplay I know you guys are going to have. But how have we done this without compromising on performance?
So yeah, with all this new data sets and these physically based spawning rules, you're probably wondering, how is this going to handle in your CPU? We don't want to melt anyone's CPU, so we've redesigned all of this tech to work much more efficiently than before, and now it can run on many cores. This allows it to be run perfectly well on both the CPU and the GPU. So we've redesigned our framework so that we can run it at both and swap between them freely. Now, the benefit of this is we can do things like, first off, move the terrain system to the GPU, and we've now done that to get some incredible performance improvements, but we then also cache the results in some what we call a virtual terrain texture. I'll just give you a quick demo of this now. This is now vastly faster than the previous system, but it also allows us to generate the terrain in much higher resolution, which means all you can see on the mountains as we're approaching, all of that should be completely eliminated on the right-hand side of the screen.
Wow. That was like the one real imperfection with it being seamless coming planet side, you know?
With the extra headroom we've gained by making our terrain system more efficient, we've been able to introduce some improvements, including high-resolution ground textures, proper blending between surface types.
But where is
and, of
all
course,
this
better tiling.
contained?
If you're familiar with NMR
You know?
planets,
That's-
we've
they haven't
taken
said
off all
that
the
yet.
assets so you can see the issue. And now how it looks,
Is
you
this
don't
in
see those lines
4.0?
going at
Where
all.
is this?
And one more.
It's about the same, to be honest.
With the terrain data cached on the GPU, like Ali said, we can perform the scattering there too, which is significantly faster. All those algorithms that we've used to generate those first bits can run there without being more
480p.
expensive on your CPU. And it also means the results are directly there on the GPU. We can render straight from them. That allows us to have dramatically more density in our new system. We can render objects directly without having to go via the CPU every frame. We also cull at different levels of granularity, with bigger groups in the distance and individual assets up close. Just as a demonstration, this is the sort of density you can expect on Microtech today. And in a second, we'll flip over to what you can expect from the new upcoming
Go
tech.
on. Go on. Go on. Go ahead. It still doesn't look very real.
In a second, we're going to turn on the culling groups, Steve-O, so you can see. These are the groups that we create of those trees and of the terrain. And as we get closer, we shrink them so we're more intelligently rendering what we need without having to assess each tree individually, all the way down to the ground.
Okay, so they're just big assets of forests.
So to recap some of the things you've seen here in phase one, we had data-driven rules based on physically based data, generating emergent biomes that continuously vary across our planets to get infinite possibilities. And we've achieved this with much greater density than before and much faster rendering. And we also achieved seamless transitions from ground to space with zero popping. So
Pretty huge.
now that we've got all this tech,
That's huge.
it's time to talk about how art might make use of this. So for that, I'll hand you to the next phase towards Sebastian Schroeder.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. No physical.
Thank you. Wow. Thank God there's only 20 of you, otherwise I'd be nervous.
Wow. Thank God there's only 20 of you.
Right. Thanks for having me. I'm here on behalf of the Planet Content team, and we're very excited to finally show you some of the things we've been working on. As you've just seen from Will and Ali, the system keeps growing in both complexity and capability, so our libraries have to grow alongside it.
I should have put Chat GPT dead.
Click? No. No, I should click. Yeah, click. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, click.
So, our goal with the content is to provide. Our goal is to provide the content that the system needs to populate every corner
That's
of every
the
planet
German.
with realistic
Yeah.
environments. And this content is what this phase of Genesis is all about, emergent biomes. For our first example of today, it's almost a shame Will left because it's about moisture, but let's look at very high moisture and medium to high temperature.
Oh, let's look at moisture, shall we? Oh, that's for sweaty. Swamps. So remember, these are just assets. This is all fake. This isn't what it actually looks like. These are all just parts of, you know, so these are some assets they have done in a very... Okay, this is all sitting in a non-real thing, okay? Just so you know. This is like the raids thing from last time, when they showed us the raid gameplay, and it was all completely fake. They do have these assets, which look very good. You know, alright. Yeah, it is a bit Star Swamps. There you go. They're literally doing it. Literally doing the bit. Smart ass. That's a lawsuit.
Thanks, that did look really good. So, for swamps, we obviously made vegetation that feels at home in or near water. But before we dive in, allow me to give you a quick primer on our approach to authoring plants. Most species can survive in a
I almost thought NPC Dad,
but will only thrive if the
but for
conditions are
NPC
ideal.
Dad, I think he needs to
support
have an
this
actual
concept,
NPC
we offer our
son.
vegetation assets to
Otherwise
describe
it's
the
just
full
an
growth
NPC.
cycle of a species. If the conditions aren't ideal, they may not grow to full maturity or look their best. But the
An
species
NPC
can
can't
still
pledge
exist.
otherwise,
So
you know.
let's have a closer look. For the water's edge, we made plants like this Alternatera and the iris. We also need the aquatic ones to float on the water surface, like the water lily or the pickerel weed. This willow and the one after, a Chinese tallow tree, while comfortable near water, we can also use to replace some of the more aged assets used to seeing elsewhere in the game. The last one, it's taking a bit longer now, but the last one, I'm gonna wait. The last one, you may not see used much in other biomes, but it's a very iconic one for the swamp, the bald cypress. So another feature we need for make a swamp experience a proper one is water interaction. Over the last year or two, a lot of work has gone into improving the way our water reacts and renders. So naturally, we wanted to make a biome that highlights those advances. Let's have a brief look at what it's like being inside the swamp. As you walk through or swim through the water, you may come across obstacles like logs or debris floating on the surface.
I feel like
they will react to the player character.
don't show this shit now. Because it's not going to be in the game for so long. And people are going to hold them to this now. It's just, I can smell it already.
How the water simulation systemically affects assets floating on the water surface, making for some really immersive moments.
Yeah.
Now, before I get to our second use case of the day, a quick disclaimer. Obviously, all the things you're seeing here today we're still actively working on, but this one in particular, it's a bit early in the process. So let's have a look at extreme object density next. With the data saying we should have high rainfall and sunlight year-round, it's the perfect condition for our next biome to appear.
That'd be cool to live in a jungle biome. Making drugs out in like the Amazon under a canopy, like inside a reclaimer. space jungles. I always had a soft spot for the jungles in Minecraft, you know? I always like feeling hidden under the trees. Is always a good, in like base building games. I love that shit. Or an ark being out in like in the middle of nowhere.
Considering everything you've just seen is still very much work in progress, the gameplay capture team really did a great job showing our work in the best possible light. With jungles, we wanted to explore the concept of vertical stratification, as they are the prime example for that. What it means is that you have
I love that
horizontal
shit,
layers of microbiomes defined by the species that thrives with the amount of sunlight and rain that still reaches there.
He could almost be NPC daddy.
Could almost do before, obviously missing the density. But now we also have the option to
He
add
is
variation to the
so
tree
on
layer
script.
by dynamically spawning epiphytes like lianas, orchids, or bromeliads attached to trunks and canopies of other assets.
No, it's not my Discord.
With this and improved density is what will finally allow us to make convincing jungles. And the best part is, we don't even need a lot of different species to create what we refer to as a canvas of a biome. The idea being that we can vary what kind of forest you're in by adding or replacing the plants that visually stand out the most.
You already marked him NPC dad? Yeah,
Now,
put him at NPC dad.
To get us started on our certification,
He's so
we
on
need epiphytes
script.
like the Epiprenum and the bromeliad,
Yeah, he
including
has.
the
Yeah,
version for
he
your
has
hair.
NPC dad. NPC
Then
dad.
obviously you need jungles for lianas for a jungle. And we also made agreeers, which add character to the herb and tree layer. For tall trees, we decided on a fairly generic rubber tree, as its different growth stages serve as a nice foundation for all height levels. And that's pretty much it, what we need to make a pretty good base for jungle. Now, for our third and last use case, let's pretend the
make
data
a good
indicates
base for
regular
jungle.
rainfall and moderate temperatures. This climate would support a lot of different forests, but we also wanted to use this opportunity to explore extreme scale. And they're just really cool.
Yeah, Jesus Christ. I think that this is all leading into other panel stuff. I've got a feeling that this is all part of the technology that allows them to do what the player had, but base building stuff. And they're going to make an announcement about this being used actively in some new system or something.
Now, for this one, we first looked at the different redwood biomes on Earth and tried to analyze what the most defining species of them are. With this understanding, we then decided on the following plants to allow for a fairly universal redwood forest that will easily support
these are
variation
the
across
assets in these
continental
demonstrations.
planets. A fairly common family of species for a ground
Know that
forest
one
for
guy.
redwoods
They've just
are
been
ferns,
showing the
in our case, a
assets
sword fern.
of
We also need
their
a huckleberry
future
variant to provide some
world
visual
generator
density for the shrub layer.
technology.
To add some Jurassic vibes, we made
And
tree
so
ferns
they're
that can
showing
be
some
found
of
in
the
New Zealand
potential
redwood forests.
biomes
The
that
most
could be made with
important
all these
one,
different
though,
assets.
obviously sequoias. And they ended up being one of our most complex sets yet. As it turns out, they can grow to be fairly ridiculous in size. It keeps going.
I do love the redwoods in Ark. You know? It would be good to hide a Carrick Or
now,
Polaris
one thing
down,
our
something
game's
like
foliage is sorely missing is the ability to properly react to what's happening around it. The goal here is to unify all forces from all sorry for the horrible rhyme. All forces from all sources, wind, characters and creatures, ships, explosions, and whatever else, and have the vegetation behave accordingly. Now, as part of our tech improvements, we will be implementing a GPU-based simulation that's fit for our game scale.
Yeah, we are.
For now, we've set up
Pretty
the
much.
ferns
I think
with
this is
our
what's
existing
happening.
CPU-based one to better visualize what it will feel like to walk amongst those giants. Also, with the biomes on our planets now being defined by where an individual object wants to appear, you can expect a lot more happy accidents by having species invade different biomes, making for some unique locations, hopefully. Surely.
Okay.
Now, before I get to disappear off stage,
Saying
I just want to say a big
sometimes
thank you to
plants
everybody
will
involved,
be where plants
especially my
shouldn't
team in
be.
Frankfurt for doing such amazing
Okay.
work and being all around great people.
Oh.
And also to all of you guys. I really hope you have a fantastic CitizenCon. This concludes this phase of Genesis, so please welcome Ian to the stage so he can tell you all about the next one.
I do. He hated that. He hated that.
Thank you. Hello, CitizenCon.
Oh, that's a hipster dad.
All right. Those new planets and biomes were pretty, right?
You
But it's
can't
time
wear bloody
from phase-free civilization to give you some stuff to do.
suspenders and not be a hipster. That's the rule.
So, let's talk about location density. We've emulated nature as well as we can to make sure our planets are physically based and realistic, and our biomes are emergent. But it's time to start populating the verse, because where there's people, there are their lives and the structures they build. So it makes sense that whenever you go and explore these planets, that you find their lives. And what's even more important is that when we make these structures, that they use and they follow the same rules as our biomes, such as the jungles and the swamps.
Didn't have
But before we
suspenders.
continue, let's first take stock as to where
Hipster
we
dad's
are now.
already down.
At the moment in the verse,
We
we
can't
have
do
these
multiple
custom,
things on the same dad.
beautifully made locations, such as Ghost Hollow, we've got our distribution centers, or even just some outposts. And they've
I'll try and give more time before putting
by our designers and
before
artists
declaring it
to
though
hit that
next time,
benchmark.
guys. I'll let
They've
you
been working directly
give your
on the
positions
planet.
first, okay?
However, going forward, this doesn't really scale with how we want to go forward with the game. Server meshing is about to arrive, and we're going to have a way higher player count. So those 73 bunkers across Stanton just won't cut it. But in general, it's also pretty barren. There's not much for you to explore and find stuff out there. So there's no exploration gameplay. You haven't really put your character to use for the way that you should. So
I was
this
trying to
means
hit
we
mute the
need
whole
to go
time.
bigger,
I muted
which
it
means
after
we
I'd
need
finished
to change our
sneezing, sorry.
workflow. And with any workflow means we need to first establish a new benchmark. So, with our new benchmark, we are ensuring quality and improve on our previous work and make it even better. And any location that you'll find needs to have its own unique personality and no repetition. We don't want you to find the same location twice. This also means that this is your exploration and your findings. So when you go out there and explore with your Carrack or with your Corsair, is that whatever you find, you can share with your orgs or with your friends. As for that density, if you fly down to the planet, we want you to find something, let's say, every 100 clicks. But also improve the mission experience. So when you stay more on the planet, you're more immersed, and you go from location to location. Just keep going. So going forward, we are modularizing all our existing locations and assets. And we're basically making a library of buildings and layouts that we'll be using to no longer work directly on the planet. The neat thing, all these modules and assets can be iterated upon and tested right in the editor for all the designers and artists to ensure fun gameplay and interactive sandbox activity, and also make sure all the mission stuff is there. Basically, we're building a toolkit. So let's look at some of the things that we need to keep in mind as we are making that toolkit. First and foremost, we've got our art style and branding. We've got things like Frontier for our settlements. We've got high-tech for the emergency shelters, but also utilitarian, like our bunkers and distribution centers. The richer the data, the richer these locations will be. Secondly, they all have a function. We've got mining for our mining outposts, farming for the farmsteads, or just places where people live. The function of the place will define the way the place looks as well, and its form.
Yeah, they've talked about this asset talk
And
for
last
a
but not
ton
least, the people
over the
as
years.
well, the faction and their loadouts. We've got lawful people, like the new Citizens for Prosperity in Pyro. Unlawful, such as Xenofred.
You gotta be able to do
And
stuff with
sometimes
them,
not
though.
even
You know,
no one.
they
And
can't
the
just
place
be
needs to look
set
a bit,
dressings.
you know, derelict. In different places, you'll find different people. So, now that we've made our toolkit and we've defined all this new stuff,
that means building
let's
it
start
onto it.
building thousands of locations.
Yeah,
yes, I said
procedural.
thousands. So, to avoid the same issue of working on directly in the planet, I'd like to introduce to you Starchitect.
Oh, God. These are all
Starchitect
internal
allows us to
tools
do
that they
is
use.
directly on a planetary scale, scatter all these new libraries and modules and assets and no longer work directly on the planet. And it uses the same logical rule set as our emergent biomes. And it also gives us full control over the data that we set on these locations. So expect locations in places where they make sense. Let's kind of look at all this new Genesis data and all these new libraries and chuck it into Starchitect and see what it gives us. As you can see, we're now able to make full-size locations, and they will look completely different based on where you'd find them. The layouts are controlled by the rules, and it will reflect its place in the verse. We've got
I'm unsure
farms,
why, if this is
mining
like...
outposts, but even our older locations, such as the bunkers.
They might just be
that you find
saying this is
on Stanton.
the new tool for placing it when they're just building stuff anyway. But I don't think it's for, like, obviously, like, instance procedural.
So, let's look at an example and kind of use the tool to really, make a location. We can define the rules, as I've mentioned a couple times by now. So for our mining outpost, it wants to be near a resource. We can specify what this resource needs to be. But we can also give it suggestions where sometimes you'd find it here and sometimes you wouldn't. If the location has refineries, it might want to be near water to refine the resources. Then secondly, we can define what buildings should be there. So obviously we need mining buildings, houses for people to live as well, and even power buildings that we can leverage with the resource network. Starchitect will intelligently figure out where to place these and what needs to be at the location. Next up, farms. Its rules, well, temperature. Not every plant can live in every temperature, but the same with soil type. Only certain plants can be in certain grounds. And then we can query the seed map to determine what plants you would find there. What are the harvestables? As for the targets, again, farm buildings, obviously, power buildings, houses, but even animals, such as our beloved quasi-grazers. And last but not least, derelict ships. We've got these all over the place currently. Rules, well, they'd be close to anti-air because they would be shot down. But even in harsh flight conditions, such as mountains
all
or
this
low
stuff
visibility,
really isn't
you
impressive.
probably most commonly find them.
But I think it's
Targets,
collectively
well,
going to lead
crash
into
ship
it.
parts, of course. Sometimes you'd
Because
find
this
the
is all
full
just
remains of a
if
javelin,
and
the other time you
like
might just find a nose of a
questions.
starfare laying around.
If and
So-
then spawn.
Let's talk about coherency. Sure, we can scatter all these locations everywhere on the planet, and you'll find them in places they make sense, but we can do better. You don't just want to find an outpost completely on its own, right? We want to make sure it really feels like people have built their lives here. So, let's talk about some missing bits. We want to tell tighter stories, such as the people's lives, but also logical exploration. If I find one thing, I expect to find something similar or something else nearby. We also need more data control. What defines one mining outpost being different from the other ones, aside from the harvestables? And also give the narrative development. Make sure people build near rivers, on mountains. They build near town halls. They build near distribution centers.
So to hit
he
a
wants
bit
to
of a
get through it
benchmark, we make
as
sure that
fast as
locations
possible.
are near each other and group them together. The effect it gives is a fully developed landscape with vistas and points of interest
It looks
all
like No
over.
Man's Sky.
And we group them together in what we like to call a cluster, like this one, that has 13 locations.
Well, that's an impressive amount of stuff.
Let's talk about clusters. Clustering means generating locations near other locations. So, for example, if you find a distribution center, just like in the verse currently, I would find forward operating bases next to them. But if you go even further out, you'd find mining outposts to funnel those resources to the FOBs. Go out even further, you'd find caves around them, because that's where they might find some of the gems. And then we can even specify the data on a cluster level. All of the factions that live at this whole cluster, any mining outpost, that would be the same people, but also what commodities they sell, to find on what resource you'd find. So let's look at an example of the clusters. We have our mining cluster. Again, we can define what rules we should have. Rules, well, near a resource, just like our mining outpost, but also it needs to be on a lawful planet. We can target on a planetary scale where they would need to be. They need protection. As for the targets, well, caves, mining outposts, but even trade posts. Let's go to the other side of the spectrum. Before I do so, I forgot. Data. We can, on a cluster level, specify, again, what mineral commodities, but also what harvestable types you'd find are in that region. Now let's look at the other side of the spectrum, an unlawful cluster. What rules? Well, they need to be far away from any other cluster, because they want to be isolated and do their evil deeds on their own. And also on an unlawful planet, such as somewhere in the Pyros system. For the targets, outlaw outposts, crash ships, because they would shoot them down, and also ruins from just places they just completely overrun. The data on this one, you'd find specific loadouts, and they'll be using weapons that you wouldn't find any in other legal system. And these weapons will be sold at the shops in these regions. So, now that we have a cluster, let's go even bigger. Just like our locations, we can put clusters near other clusters, and we group them together. Ranging between 10 to 15 locations each. And we group this into
At the
what
moment,
we call
it's very
a
basic,
sector.
but I think they're trying,
Like this
they're
one,
laying
that has
the
about
very
120
first foundation,
locations.
and they're going to lay the next, and the next, and the next, and
However,
the next, for something that's going to be a big
We can
reveal.
define how many sectors we should have.
Because
with
it's just
each their
saying
own
what
data
the code
and
is for
persona.
planet generation.
And every
which is
single one
just,
of these locations
it
is
goes,
now
okay,
ready
we
for
do
the
it in
mission
sets of
system
this in
to
clusters
hook up
this far
and
away.
give you
It's all just
gameplay. And for you
an
to
algorithm.
find
Like, it doesn't really matter.
a bunch of places on your own. And just on this side of the planet, can you guess the number? We've got about 3,042 locations.
Okay. But say when though?
This means as Starchitect, we're just able to, on a
Where are these
planetary scale,
planets
just
going?
define how many locations we need, what you'd find there, and to just give that full identity. Thank you for listening. And I won't just see you in the verse, but I'll see you in a denser verse.
Because we've seen like outposts and
This was only the first phase of civilization. Let me introduce you to the stage, the person who will introduce life at these locations, Francesco Racucci.
Yeah, we've seen like these tools for making planets and generation before. That's a lot of progress, but I want to see that this is going to be used for something more, you know, a system in particular.
Today? So my name is
Where are these planets going?
And I'm
You
the
know?
director
Are they going to go in Stat and
Welcome
Pyro?
to the next step of phase 3. We will look into how life adapts to the laws of nature and how all the NPCs can interact pretty much with these incredibly vast and dense worlds that we just saw. So up to this point, we have seen how we are building the worlds. We start from the physical data set, and this is to make sure that what you see is not just beautiful and realistic, but also physically accurate. So the distribution of the elements that we have seen and the location and the POIs are influenced by geology, mission, narrative, and the lore. Those locations cannot be lifeless. We want the planets to basically leverage the space that emerge with life. So from an AI perspective, I will categorize the elements of those worlds into 4 macro groups. Emergent environment, that is everything we have just seen being built out of the physical dataset. Users-made locations. So this includes everything that our designers or you players will create in the world. So something that is mankind-made and not predefined in the environment. Interior of those locations. Now, this is very connected to the previous point. The difference is that they represent usually a confined space where there is much more tight interaction. And for NPCs, it's a lot about interaction with objects that we are usually used to in our everyday lives. And then the day and night cycle. So in essence, the passage of time. That so far didn't have really a lot of impact on the gameplay. So to allow life to respect this world and conform to the rules that this environment defines, well, we want to improve our tools and workflow, and we want to distance ourselves as much as possible from a designer-driven approach. This is because, first, it's labor-intensive. It can be prone to bugs, but also because the scale of the worlds that we've just seen are very hard to be, designer-driven in the markup. So we want to improve this workflow, and we will see how manual markup is also not usually the best option, because with these worlds that are heavily impacted by users and changes and customization, it's very hard to know in advance where interesting things are. So today I want to show you a couple of examples of what the IT team has been focusing on to make these systems supported and scale correctly to support these vastly dense dynamic worlds. So we'll look at perception in light and dark environments and dynamic cover generation. So attacking an outpost now must have a level of depth that goes beyond what we had. So layouts of the environment can change, vehicles may or may not be present, and PC can be anywhere. And if it's a bright day, well, we will be more visible, but our enemies will also be more visible. And if you choose to attack at nighttime, well, we'll attack in shadows. During darkness, it's going to be a bit harder to see our enemies, but we will also be harder to be spotted.
Yeah.
And it will give us more opportunities to be stealthy and sneaky. How do we do that? So as you see, there is also a lot of different light conditions in this outpost.
I think it's more that the algorithm that distributes the planets will put it in rotation that will give it a day-night cycle as a part of the generated algorithm is what that title meant.
So in this scenario, we will start look at how perception is impacted by the day and night cycle. On the planetary surface, as we've seen in the outpost, natural and artificial lights are the two elements that will impact vision. And knowing that, you can use this to leverage
No, this
your
is about
gameplay style
tools the engine, Star Engine is has been getting.
Perception on NPC level
we
is
don't
the
know how they're going to
combination of
use
data
this
that we
yet
collect
for
out
us.
of the senses. And vision is one of the senses and just tries to
I'm thinking they might announce
a
system
the human
where
side
they
ability.
made planets using
So
this
designers can already tweak
and that we can build on.
perception in different ways. And one way is defining how quickly NPCs can understand what they're seeing. And the light condition have a direct impact how quickly an NPC will fully understand, for example, if there is an hostile in front of them. And obviously, there is condition of light that designers can control, and some others, like
and they're going to say, because of the Genesis system, we
so
can
build
habs
two main
on
elements. The
and
graph
that
on the
it's
top
going to
left
be in
and
a new system or something.
The graph on the left basically represents the current light level the NPC is in, and the current multiplier this light level generates to speed up or slow down the NPC perception and understanding. The two cones instead represents the primary and secondary FOV. The red color means that if you stand in that location, it will result in NPC reacting the slowest to you, and the green color instead represents the quickest response. So during the night, NPC will have a hard time to understand and foresee and see things, but if they have flashlights on their helmets, they can turn it on, and this will impact their primary FOV, making still the peripheral vision a bit more uncertain. And as you see here, first of all, the NPC is patrolling with his domesticated friendly copion. This is because he wants to exploit the vision, the night vision capabilities of the animal, and it's kind of our tier 0 pets. So we will now look at the cover system. That is the next dynamic things that I want to show you. So when we introduced planetary navigation mesh the first time, our goal was really to create a systems that would support and process the environment in a very dynamic way. Our planets are just way too big to statically export them and process them, first of all. And then their regions only exist when somebody's there and the NPCs are there. So essentially, environment has its purpose only when life exists. Also, let's keep in mind that even if we could export dynamically and statically those planets, so processing dynamically all the static version of the planet,
dynamically,
this would be, first of all,
statically,
wasteful and on the memory side and time-consuming. And also because we have a lot of runtime modification of the terrain, this would require us to still reparse it at runtime, and pretty much that will be almost all the time. So to generate the cover data, we want to leverage the navigation mesh system. And what we do is, as you see here, the blue polygons are basically where NPCs can walk, and the green ones are what we call cover surfaces, that are our simple representation of the environment, what NPC uses to understand if they can hide behind something and if they can shoot from some positions. So up to now, we have had an approach where designer would be a designer-driven approach. Designer can define in the locations where cover was interesting. They could mark it up, either the location itself or prefabs. And then with a special entity that would just sample dynamically the environment, but would still be designer-driven. This is obviously a good approach for, it's also a standard approach in gaming industry.
They've developed this stuff for CryEngine and for Star Engine for their thing.
Like if designers wants to iterate on these ones,
this stuff is in other engines and stuff. I guess it is a triumph that they've got that into these tools now for Star Engine.
Without being afraid of doing it, because the gameplay was, predefined and controlled, and now they can just make something beautiful but also fun. Besides that, yes, we did have a prefab approach where you can build stuff out of small building
almost.
blocks. This is obviously a good approach because it's
they're starting off with the most boring one. This is one they did last time too.
But this creates a lot of unnecessary data. Imagine a crate, and we can say that the crate can generate cover. Now we stack 100 crates, and what happens? That we have a lot of data to generate cover that we have to process, throw away. This would just waste CPU cycles for nothing. This is why, until now, you also couldn't find an NPC in a forest like this one and see them hiding behind a tree or a rock. So enabling the dynamic generation of covers on the planet allows us to exploit all the elements of the environment. Whenever navigation mesh generates, NPC can now have a chance to fight with you hiding behind available elements. Boulders, rock, walls, and are all useful elements right now. However, we don't have to limit ourselves to static geometries, but also vehicles can be used for cover. And as you can see, this is dynamically generating while the vehicle moves. So be careful where you park your Ursa, because now it can become a source of danger for you as well. Last but not least, these systems can be just used on all the different type of navigation mesh we have, so not on the planet, but also, for example, the interiors and everything you guys construct. Because obviously, you guys will build your own locations, but you don't really
driving
cut stuff, or you
and
don't
those
want to decide
NPCs
it, because that's going to come automatically out of
open the doors and breach the vehicle.
So I want to show you.
I'd shit myself.
So what I want to show you now is just like a little bit of insight of what goes behind the scene when we generate cover and navigation mesh. These are some of the steps that our system does. So we always start from the environment voxelization.
Killed by an NPC
what that
while
means
making a
is we
phone.
process the geometry, the physical representation of the geometries, that is a little bit simpler than usually the render mesh, and we construct it in a voxelized approach. This is also using different types of agent definition. Why so? Because obviously where a human can move, it's not the same as where a big one can move. So we can define different type of precisions and then speeding up the process where we have to, or be more precise where we cannot be to. And we can also create overrides based on different things. For example, if you crouch, you can enter into smaller locations than where you stand. This process is basically common between navigation mesh and cover. After that is generated,
he said, why do we need to see this? Because I think this is, they're going to say that this is a brand new engine to make new planets with, and they're going to say, and Nix, or and this and this and this and this and this are all going to be made with this, and here's the deadline. We're going to release them here, 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 and they're going to keep adding more on what this can do, and they're going to add that this is going to have base building, and they're going to show a bunch of cool stuff. I think they're going to announce. So I don't know if they're going to replace the planets we already have, or just build new planets in Stanton and Pyro. I think they're going to say that this is all for an area in particular that we've never seen before.
So you were destroying so much stuff in this world that we had to find a solution, right? So this is why we approach the coverage generation navigation mesh as it is, because there is just no way for us to predict anything that you're doing, and we want just Maelstrom to be another trigger for word evaluation. So as you see, this is all dynamically generating. And destroying anything just makes the word be reevaluated. So as you see here, we can have also lots of rules, so you can see that a bit here. But when things break, first they invalidate, and then when they rest, for example, we can decide when is a good moment to regenerate, so that we also don't waste too much CPU cycles. The color that you see is mostly cover quality. So you see the light green is high cover, the dark green is low cover, and then we have the red that we introduced some time ago that is basically not really good cover, but if there is nothing better, well, it's better to be behind something than being, in open space. So let's just recap. What we want to do is finding a plan and having a good plan to approach life in this vast universe. What we want is the life to be able to systemically evaluate all the dynamic environments that is generated. We want to improve our workflow, not only to support designers and being faster, but also support all your guys' creations. So we want the life to adapt, and this is all for making the game fun for you, so that everything comes together. So thank you all. This was phase 3. And now, let's welcome Ben Parry, that will introduce you guys to phase 4 of Genesis.
Thank you. Hello, CitizenCon.
Ooh. I don't know if it was Golf Dad.
Sorry, someone's changed my lines. Welcome to phase 4, light and sound. Now, we've seen already automated systems for automatically placing different biomes, different vegetation, settlements, and people. So now we're going to take the same approach to automatically handling
Nah, he wasn't Golf Dad.
itself.
Aloha Dad. Nah, he's not Aloha Dad.
First of all, why is this important? Well, it's not always obvious, especially when they do their jobs as well as they do. But there's an incredible amount of attention from the lighting artists that goes into all of the locations that we have in the
potential red
game.
Dad.
Besides just marking up the reflection
let's
probe
observe.
areas, they
Let's
also manage the
observe.
visuals really carefully, adding fill lights, approximating bounce lights off ground and up into ceilings and dark corners where there aren't any direct lights pointing, really. And the problem is, not only does this take a lot of time and really constrain the style that they're using, it's simply not possible. If you've got a planet full of forests and, 3,000 and something placed locations, you're going to be exploring places
Hopefully
that no
this
artist
is the
has
bottom
ever
of the
visited.
barrel
No, they've not looked at,
of
and they're certainly not going to be able to have
presentations
tweaked it
for
for
the
you.
weekend.
So we need something that works completely hands-off. And natural outdoor scenes are especially problematic for us.
He's not acting very
Indoors,
red.
You can put a lot of little lights around, pointing from different directions, and you can probably justify it. Outdoors, you've got the sun.
It could
you've
be
got the sky.
anime Dad.
And if you're behind a tree, you've got the sky. And so you need that skylight to vary. Now, so this is the forest as you'd see it without the GI system. As you can see, all the shadows are receiving lighting from the same environment probe, so it's basically just a flat color across. We replace that with around 40,000 mini ray trace probes. Each of them has their own view of the sky, and so that gives you way more contrast and variation as you move in and out of the canopy. Now, there are a couple of other pieces of the puzzle that we've been working on over the last year. Now, the first is, well, all the stuff that you can't stick 40,000 mini probes onto. Anything that doesn't have an opaque surface, we can't really know where it is on the screen and track it from frame to frame. But if we don't do anything, it's going to stick out like a sore thumb. We've got fog, we've got particles, we've got other little things, I don't know what they are. And so we need something to do with those. So to address this, we've added a kind of stable grid of medium-y kind of probes that are generated around the player as you move around. So that gives us approximately matching lighting that we can apply to all of those things. Now, this is a little bit difficult to illustrate in normal scenes, so for once, I've been making my own levels. As you can see, Pico's in trouble again, but because the lighting team hasn't helped, you can't see anything in most of the scene. If you add the transparency GI system, suddenly the whole scene comes alive, and this is something that we could never have done until we added this tech.
I want to believe.
Now, the other piece of the puzzle is glossy reflections. Now, we've got a fair few shiny objects in the game, you may have noticed. And we've got the same problem that if we fix the lighting on one thing and then the reflections don't match, it's going to look terrible. Also, ray tracing reflections is really cool, and we wanted to do it. And the challenge here, though, is that the ray traced reflections you're going to do, they're not just mirrors. Like, we've got a whole range of objects in the game, from like a scuffed hull panel all the way up to chrome polished pipes. And we want the same system to apply globally across that. So I'm going to do an uncomfortably short breakdown on what this tech looks like and how that comes together. So here's what we need to beat. Now, obviously, it reads as shiny, but there's this kind of fakeness to it. It kind of looks a bit like it's flying. So let's see what the ray tracing looks like. Yeah, it's really noisy and horrible. We need to clean it up. So what we do is we let pixels share their data in space, and then also in time to clear up the final image. And then we let the game's normal anti-aliasing just kind of clean up the last stuff and carry us over the finish line. And that's how you make a chrome penguin.
Okay.
Now, I'm going to derail for a moment away from the topic of Genesis, because this isn't actually just about automating the lighting for new environments. This is also about pushing quality in areas that have already had all of that work done by the lighting team. We're freeing the artists up to light more naturally, allowing the time of day shifts to be embraced rather than fighting against them. And as I'm about to show, players and NPCs are going to reap the same benefits as well. So here we start adding natural areas of light and shade and warm and cool colors. These open areas benefit in the same way as the forest scene did, adding areas of shade and areas of open lighting. Like I mentioned, the time of day shifting leads to different ambience as the sun moves. And this is the shot that I just liked. Finally, let's see how the new GI system can brighten up your character's day. And also their day as well, whoever they are.
John Love, put a smile on that face for me, would you?
Well, I promised you light and sound, but I don't actually know anything about sound. So here's the man who does, Graham Phillipson.
I don't know if he really rang a bell. You know?
Good afternoon, CitizenCon. I've been at CIGE nearly 10 years, and this is the first time I've done this. Very exciting for me. So,
show us how to make a red penguin.
Make some noise.
Do it. Do it. Make a gold one. Make a bronze penguin.
Sound isn't as fast as light, so it takes me a bit to catch up.
It.
Jared wrote that joke for me, so you can blame him. Says it right here, blame him. So now we have a huge amount of visual and interactable content. Locations, biomes, populations, planets, and systems. And now they're all beautifully lit too, thanks Ben. But how do we paint this world with sounds? It's a challenge. It's a challenge of scale. We need to support multiple star systems, and it's a challenge of quality. We want the highest quality possible. We also don't want implementation to hinder creativity, and we want a seamless experience. So we're asking a lot. But with Star Audio, we can rapidly implement audio for entity classes, brushes, or audio sweeteners, all of which can be reused and reflected immediately across the game, including all of those emergent locations we talked about earlier. So again, this is Genesis data driving what happens in-game. And we can do all this without breaking flow. So here's a fairly dry video. It gets more exciting later, I promise, showing you our rapid workflow. So over on the left, I had to think about that, we have the Wise editor. That's where all our sounds live. In the middle, we have Star Audio editor. And on your right, we have an entity that needs some insect sounds on it. So we can very quickly drag from Wise to Star Audio. We can mark up very quickly a bit of logic, and we can re-trigger this entity's spawn sound
like
so
the
that it immediately
redwood
makes a sound.
area and arc. I swear.
I assure you that is a group of insects. Thank you. You're too kind. If you like that one, you'll like the ones that come later.
I don't think Nyx will be released with Pyro, but I think they'll give a date
missing.
for Nyx.
So
and
to add some realism,
with a lot
sounds
of this.
respond to how they move, how you move in the world, and how they move relative to you. So we need to change the frequency as their velocity relative to the listener changes. This is known as the Doppler effect. In simple terms, the pitch dropping as something whizzes by. Or, in even simpler terms, now, sound designers traditionally need to implement their own Doppler sounds. But given how fast we can travel through these rich, dense locations, with the sheer number of them, we can't afford to be doing that any longer. So we've created a systemic Doppler solution.
There's actually a channel on YouTube that just has...
By putting a big
they're standing on the ground, and it's the sound of ships going ahead. It's great.
So you can hear the pitch, the tempo changing as we move relative to the Benny Noodle machine, and this is all fully systemic, no special treatment for this sound.
Good. Why can we hear it from here? Does it seem not correct to anyone?
And I expect the noodle bar to be very busy after that commercial.
So why is it just as loud?
So
why didn't it get quieter?
Well, the listener is surrounded by variable time delay buffering, not the horrible kind of buffering you get on the internet. This is a really nice kind that helps the game sound good. Each buffer represents a section of the sphere around the audio listener, and the audio is mixed into these buffers at a position that is appropriate to the object's position in the world.
It sounds like it just slowed down.
Changes in the position are applied to the delay buffer by interpolating the audio data. But that's not all we're doing here. Now, I know there was a bar citizen yesterday, so some of you may not be thinking as fast as you might normally. But you may have realized that by buffering the data in this way, we're not just creating a speed of sound.
Make him a candidate for a sneaky dad, I think.
We are indeed, and I just
He's trying to pull one over us, mate.
Creating a speed of sound effect.
Oh, look what I've done.
So
that's not good.
Introducing systemic speed of sound to the game. I now have a couple of minutes of video, and we go through rapid fire.
It was like a really weird video.
Examples of what this brings to the game, starting with a spaceship pass by that is supported tonally by the systemic speed of sound.
All right, let's see if he redeems himself. If this is as weird as that. Yeah.
Okay, sounds cool. What about weapon fire? So let's bring in a sniper, and unfortunately for
it sounds like awesome in the current state of the game.
We're going to hear this first from the perspective of both with no speed of sound effect. Okay, so that's, if you were at the Pico perspective there, that's how you'd hear it in game right now. Let's hear it with speed of sound enabled, and this time we're just going to listen from Pico's perspective. So Pico's down before he even hears the shot. But don't worry, he's not dead. Okay, let's finish him off. Now he's dead. And as the voice of Pip's Power Up, I need to get some proper placement in. So there's one more example for you. Now finally...
These ones don't seem different.
We have ship weapons, so listen to the fire rate as the ship approaches the camera here, giving you a bit of a sense of threat. It's not too easy to tell what's going on there, but you get an increase in fire rate. Finally, the really cool stuff, explosions. So we can put a cinematic element, a shockwave element, and a delayed speed of sound effects.
Oh yeah. That's cool.
And that's way too cool to do just once, so we're going to do it twice more from further distance. So again, cinematic effect first when you see it.
I mean, this is all just about engine stuff, so this is expected for this time, you know?
This is all completely driven by parameters in the game, so we can do this for real.
Like, they did engine stuff last time, and they did bring a bunch of it in over the year. I mean, that's a pretty cool one, you know? I imagine seeing someone nuke an area nearby and surviving it and having that happen. I would absolutely brick my
So,
decks.
the speed of sound simulation gives you a better sense of distance, it improves the sense of speed, and it supports those amazing cinematic moments. So, in summary, we're trying to make the game more immersive and respond to all this Genesis data and make it feel more real. And that's not all we can do. We can make sounds respond differently to changes in atmospheric pressure and resultant changes in temperature. So, for example, the sound will travel faster in extremely hot, high-pressure environments. We really look forward to getting this in-game for you and getting you enjoying it at home. Now, that's all from Phase 4 of the Genesis cycle, Light and Sound. So I'm going to hand you back to the amazing Ben and Ali to bring us home with the final phase.
Yeah. Paperboy Dad. Paperboy Dad. Because he was reading the headlines of just these things.
So, as Graham says, this is going to be the final phase of Genesis, and it's called Nature's Wrath. And this is where we're going to bring the very planet itself to life. So, first off, let's start talking clouds. So clouds have got an atmosphere, have got to be one of my favorite visual features of our game, and they're truly awesome, but they're also completely static. Nothing has changed with them. So what we want to bring with Genesis is the evolution of clouds over time. But this isn't just some simple scrolling animation. We use the same physical data sets that drove the biomes we talked about earlier and Starchitect, and these are also now driving a physical simulation of the clouds so they can form and dissipate in realistic conditions. So this means things like the oceans, the prevailing winds, mountain ranges, and the temperature will all impact the clouds.
We already have this, right?
But to complement these more dynamic clouds, we've also improved our lighting model. So it now correctly accounts for how light scatters multiple times inside a cloud. And this is important, creates much deeper lighting, and it can contrast against the sun's rays, resulting in much more vivid cloudscapes like we see on the left here. Something we're all too familiar with in Manchester.
Now, it would be awesome to bring this into context and show it on an actual location. Let's take a look at a quick scene to round this up.
Well, see, a lot of this is because it's all generated
nice day on the surface,
from a brand new thing.
Different.
All this
Clouds
stuff should work
moving,
a lot more
but they're not just moving
easily.
They're forming naturally in changing shape.
It's all from
they
scratch.
Dissipate as they
There should
glide
be a
on
lot
the
more
atmosphere based
efficient.
on wind data, stratus and cumulus alike. Now we start seeing the new cloud shading model come into play. We are seeing enhanced occlusion beneath the cover, emphasizing the sunbeams how it interact with the clouds, and seeing the light shafts peer through the layers. Now, as this is closing in, we can start to see the changes in visibility of the area.
Okay, but they still haven't told us where they're using this to build things.
We authored static cloud shapes, but no longer. We didn't
Or
manually
they're
place a
remaking
volume
places
here.
with this.
Its presence has been informed by Genesis data. Oh, and it's not just a cloud volume. It's a weather front.
Calm down, calm down.
Now we're trying to see the wind picking up. Terrain and rocks are getting wet. Vegetation, grass, and the overall environment are responding to the weather. The system is changing the world around us. We can see puddles being formed dynamically in the dirt, properly responding to light, reflections, and rain droplets, making it it's getting really ominous and loud in here. I can feel the danger. I think we should let this play out in the game.
Weather disclosing fast on this location. Conditions are deteriorating. Severe items. We need to leave now. Get back here.
Hey, the boys had really decent clouds. It spies the droplets.
I'm getting out of this soon now.
Ew, an aurora.
We'll leave the switch to Night Farm. See you on the other side.
Disgusting. What was that? Head jut. God, it's the nerd ship. Hijacking it for a bunch of jocks. Go here, it's Mark Hamill. And he's flying, and he becomes your best pal. And you go to a Star War. Oh, that lighting in the distance was pretty cool. I still find it so hard to read what's on the screen here.
It's getting very sparky up here. Recommend deviation.
Psych. True, Nick.
Wow! Wow! Man, that's what we call the Falco maneuver to get out of there. Ali, please break this down for us. What did we just see?
Yeah, so that was a combination of lots of tech we just saw that all combined together to make a really great cohesive experience. So we started with the cloud simulation, which wasn't really a cloud simulation, it's a weather simulation. The rain will appear not at random, but it's based on physically plausible conditions, so you have real weather fronts evolving across your planet all the time. We have a host of visual effects, like the rain, and then they have the atmospheric scattering that you get under the columns of rain. We had the puddles and the splashes and all of this type of visual effects. We saw the wind developing over time, and that introduced turbulence to the flight model, making flight very challenging. And then, of course, we saw the lightning, which plays havoc with your instrumentation, but if direct strikes will damage your ship, and of course, some storms will be dangerous enough to be fatal, as Ben's unlucky Aurora just found out. And these storms will sometimes be short-lived and localized, but others will be larger and potentially permanent on some planets. And this is going to restrict access via flight. I mean, players will be forced to resort to ground vehicles or even foot. And this is all going to be dynamic, meaning that you might find yourself trapped in some really unexpected situations. So we really can't wait to use all these mechanics to open up many new gameplay opportunities for All in the Verse soon.
A wise yogi once said, "It's your job as a pilot to compensate and stay on course." All right, what have we learned today, guys? We've shown you an approach of encoding the rules of nature into planetary data. We've seen biomes emerge from geology, temperature, humidity, climate, weather, the physical terrain. We create denser, more diverse living planets without artists hand-placing or manually creating biomes, instead leveraging asset mapping. We've shown you a new way to make the game that can scale, to create thousands of coherent places for civilizations on planets that can be used for missions or immersion gameplay, without art and design hand-placing locations, leveraging world design rules instead. We've seen how populations of AI and NPCs inhabiting locations dynamically adapt their understanding of the environment without custom markup by developers, allowing the creation of more playable spaces rapidly. We've shown you how light and sound also benefit from Genesis data to influence planetary environments, and we've shown how these systems come together when weather comes into an area, changing your gameplay experience significantly. Our goal with Genesis and all of its systems is to create more worlds, better worlds, faster, by applying our tech wizardry and craftsmanship to build systems that respond to data. That's our Star Engine presentation for today, guys, for this year. Have a great CitizenCon. We'll see you next month.
I think they're just trying to make this, like Star Engine, just a yearly thing.
Hello viewers. I'm Kirsten. I'm a producer here at Cloud Imperium, and I work with the UI Tech and Planet Tech teams. Off the back of that amazing presentation is the lovely Will Hain on Planet Tech. How are you feeling, Will?
Yeah, I'm feeling really good, thank you. It's been a good day so far.
Beautiful. That was a smashing presentation. How is it to do it here in Manchester versus LA last year?
It's very different. LA is, of course, amazing. It was incredible to visit. But I think there's something really special about doing it here, just down the road from the studio. It's amazing to see the people you get coffee with, the people you work with and you chat about problems and do design with. They're here too this time. Whereas last time, it was amazing and it was lovely meeting all the LA folks. But it's just not the same as the people that you work with each day. I love it being here. It's great.
Oh, it must be amazing to celebrate all the work you've done with the community and the studio here in Manchester.
He's already duck dead nasty.
No one person carries any of this. It's all teamwork, and having everyone here to kind of share in that and see everyone and meet the communities, it's just incredible.
Well, with all that hard work that you just got to show off to everyone here today, what are the main 3 takeaways from today's presentation?
So it's like Benoit just said, the whole Genesis set of technologies, it's all about creating more worlds faster and better. We've got a benchmark. Things look great. Pyro looks incredible. But we want to be able to deliver that more. We want to be able to exceed that benchmark and do it across everything we make going forward. And the whole Genesis panel, I won't pretend that I know everything about everyone's section because they're all experts. But all of it is coming together to create a much better game and much better content for it.
Amazing. Okay. So what was your personal favorite moment from that presentation?
Well, that's not fair. I love all those people. The dynamic weather demo, I'd not seen that cut. It's incredible. I love it.
That weather looked pretty good.
I have to shout out Seb's work. He makes the techie stuff that me and the Planet Tech team make. He makes it beautiful. And his team, of course, over in Frankfurt, they're all incredible. I love them all. But I can't pick a single favorite. I could shout out everyone because it all looks amazing. I don't want anyone to feel like I didn't.
Oh, he squeaked. He squeaked.
So, tell us a bit more about what players can expect off the bat with Genesis. What are the biggest changes coming for them?
Well, you're going to see the planets become more and more physically based. As this technology matures and is finished out and is rolled out to the stuff that we're delivering to live, you're going to start to see all of these things come together. You're going to see that cohesion that we demoed today. And I'm hoping that we're going to show you some more of the steps along the way as well in the future, where we won't just be showing you Pines anymore. We're going to be showing all that incredible stuff that Seb's been busy authoring. Together, it's just going to look amazing. I'm so excited to get this into people's hands.
Beautiful. A personal highlight for me was seeing the water
interaction
with the biomes. Is that something you're excited for players to interact with?
Absolutely. The swamp demo with the water interaction, I kind of knew it was coming, and I'd seen like the clip in the background, but seeing it there and it just working is great. I love it, and I can't wait for once those biomes are out and you can go and explore. There's so much more reason to be in the water and see it all. I'm very excited, yeah.
Immersion's obviously very important to our community, but I would just want to touch on the work you and the team have done. Is there anything you want to say to anyone in the studio, or any shout-outs you want to make to the people you work with?
I don't know what to say about fans except come up and say hello if you are one. Back at the studio, you guys are all amazing. It's great being the person to stand up and talk about this stuff together with Ali as well, but there are so many people that go into making technology like this, whether it be the water sim and the rendering and all the people that worked on that, or the Planet Tech and all the people who have worked on the giants whose shoulders we stand on, and then the people who work today. It's not just me. We have a team. We have a group of people, and everyone brings a unique contribution. It's amazing. It's great. So thank you to everyone.
Yeah, just to echo that, thank you to everyone who's worked so hard on all this tech, including yourself. Yeah.
There's a Zeus jacket in the merch store at the moment.
I like seeing the Pico get shot.
Absolutely. Shoot that guy. He doesn't. We don't need him.
Well, speaking of community,
if he wasn't already ducked
I think it might be time to throw over to Dan, who's checking out the community booths. Dan, are you ready for us? Yeah.
Thank you, Kirsten, and thank you, Will. It turns out water is wet, and no one better to tell us than Will. Now, guys, we are here back at CitizenCon on the show floor waiting for the next panel. We'll be back in a little bit for that, but I want to continue showing you guys some of the awesome stuff we have here on the show floor. So I'm here now at the Monster Tech Sim Pit area. Monster Tech, we had an awesome promotion with earlier this year where we have these great themed chairs. Look at this. This is an RSI branded Monster Tech chair. Let's get a close in on that if we can. Look at that RSI branding. Look at me. Look at me. I'm Chris Roberts now. I'm Chris Roberts now. So let's take a look at this booth right now. We have an awesome area where players are playing Arena Commander in sort of a real D 4D situation. These are haptic chairs. There's motors in the chairs. They're using our VKB branded joysticks. Thank you again to VKB for helping sponsor CitizenCon. This is awesome. We are getting to play Star Citizen in a way few people ever get to experience Star Citizen.
Pretty sick.
It runs smooth. It looks great. This is awesome. If you guys are here on the show floor at CitizenCon, this is an awesome place. You definitely need to check this place out. How you doing? Doing well? You winning? Are you winning something?
I'm just trying to figure out how to fly again.
He's trying to figure out how to fly again. You have to figure out how to walk before you can run, in a sense. We have a huge crowd of people here, so it might take you a little bit to get in, but this is awesome. And as you can see, continuing the branding and the theming we have here, just excuse me, guys. We have in-game posters as well. We have a Leilani
Anyone wants the master
we have our
list
Ship Showdown
of everyone?
posters.
Here it is.
All the theming here is that we were on deck of the
too many
UES
words.
Barbary here in orbit above Manchester. Now, guys, we also have some awesome stuff we're about to show you. We're going to head over to the community booth in a little bit. But first, I want to take a quick moment to also thank one of our other sponsors, ScanPC. So for those of you who are attending CitizenCon, you didn't even know this, but all of you are actually entered in a competition right now to win a free themed Star Citizen ScanPC. If you check into your bags, you have a challenge coin. Every single challenge coin in every single one of your bags has a unique number on it. At the end of the show, we'll be pulling a random number that matches one of those unique challenge coin numbers. So make sure you have your challenge coin on you. If you don't, you're going to miss out because we have an awesome themed Kovalex box themed ScanPC. I'm actually going to throw it over to Sam, who's going to check out that PC over in our interactions booth. Sam, why don't you show us what that looks like?
No idea what he's saying, so I'll just wing it. Hi guys, and welcome over to the community booths. So I'm right here at our props booth, and we do have one of those special PCs right here on the desk. So if you guys want to see what you could be winning, hang on to those challenge coins. That is a 3XS PC from our friends over at Scan. Thank you so much for sponsoring this event.
Oh, that's another Paperboy Dad.
At the props booth today, I am here with Tom, Joe, and Anise, who are going to be working on stuff throughout the day. So, Tom, what is it that you're working on
No, they're not
today?
the ones we've checked off.
We have
Those
the
are just
goodie bag that's gonna be,
the master list.
part of the, if you bought it, you would
Because
have
there's
it,
more
and
than
we are
just
doing
what's
some of the
on
props that's gonna be part
everyone's
of the
card.
pack. I'm doing, the stuff that we have gonna have, and yeah.
Amazing. So, how are you finding the atmosphere at CitCon? Is it your first time?
Sorry, I was in LA last year, and it was amazing, and I love this one even more, and I hope everyone feels the same way, and yeah.
Fantastic. So, unfortunately, Tom is working on a project that shall not be named, so we can't really talk to you about this next question. But let's move swiftly on over to our Star Citizen props artist, Mr. Joe. How are you getting on?
I'm doing good, thank you.
Brill. So could you tell us about one of the props that you're most proud of from Star Citizen?
Most proud of, well, that's to come later. But at the moment, I think my most proud is the item banks, the infamous item banks. But lucky enough, the art's cool. But yeah, probably those ones.
Amazing. Thanks so much. Well, we'll leave these guys to their very important work. If you want to catch them, you can catch them at any point throughout the event, both Saturday and Sunday. So go say hi and, give them some suggestions. They might make it into game. You never know. So on the right over here, as you can see, a very popular booth, we have JRDF, who are our amazing model makers, and they have done a lot of work for us in the studio as well. So if you get a chance, do try and visit their booth.
Could be a wizard.
They will be happy
Is there a wizard?
to show you guys all of their amazing work. And next, we'll take... imagine bumping into you here.
Just happy to be here, as always. I think I'm going to take over for a little bit. There's a lot of stuff that I want to talk about because I'm a narcissist.
Yeah, I'm going to go over. Ooh,
The guy
this
behind
way,
the
I
thing
guess.
we'll
looked a little
catch up
bit like
with
a
Sam in
wizard,
a bit.
but I
So
don't know.
this is the Dan show now. Come follow me.
I don't know.
Now, guys, as community producer, one of my favorite bits is getting to interact with you guys, the community. And one of the best parts about being part of the Star Citizen community is being part of an org. And one of our first orgs we're going to look at today is Nova. Now, Nova is one of our awesome orgs that has a community booth here today. You can see they're giving a ton of stuff out. Let's take a quick look at some of their theming of the booth. They have some awesome video stuff playing.
What's a ginger beard,
Because it's a little noisy here.
What's with the
But
dad
as you can
dump?
see, they have some awesome giveaways. They have some
do you
awesome stuff.
mean?
They have some merch, which we'll be looking at the merch in a second.
Checking out some
Let's
hot dads.
make our way behind the booth. Is there a good way? That is a terrible idea if I try and do that. We're not even going to worry about it. If you can come on down and join me, though. How's it going, man?
It's going all right. And you?
Great. Thank you for letting me into the country. So tell me all about Nova. What's the history of Nova?
Well, at the moment, Nova was established in 2948. Nova is a lawful and independent, self-sustaining organization.
Just reading the
where
org
citizens
bio.
from all
Org
origins
bio.
can come together and create a better future for themselves and the people around them. Nova has quickly grown to become one of the biggest and most active organizations in the game. Our goal is to provide an inclusive environment that allows all of its members to have fun and enjoy the verse, and also
Camera
provide an
Elvis.
awesome community
I didn't
of
see any
like-minded
camera
individuals. Our primary objective
Teddy
is to
long
just
legs.
have fun together, and we respect how others may want to
I think
join
the
the
host
game
is
and
just short.
experience.
That's awesome. So both new players and old players alike can sign up for Nova. Anyone who's interested in being part of you guys, what would you guys say is your like main focus as an org? Like, are you guys just trying to get a rounded experience for Star Citizen, or is there a specific focus, like role play or career focus? What's the hook for Nova?
Or if you want to join an org, you could join the Skull Scrapers, and you can go into the description below in YouTube and click a link and go to the Discord and register on RSI, and you'll be a part of the Skull Scrapers. You'll be a part of the Salvaging org. That's me. That's us. That's a bunch of us. You come join us.
Stay in the verse
With the
and enjoy
salvage.
it.
So how many members do you guys currently have in Nova?
On the last count, we had just over 13,500.
These guys just bot like invite everyone in the game. I've gotten multiple invites of Nova. My inbox is consistently filled with Nova invites.
Booth. There's some really cool stuff they have here.
Right.
No one's got a bingo yet.
Here we have the postcards that were part of a screenshot competition we hosted with our members. The winners, obviously, got to have their screenshots posted at CitizenCon. On the back of each of these postcards, we have the QR codes leading to each individual branch's recruitment video.
So walk me through the branches. Like, what are your 5 branches?
Right, our 5 branches. We have Nova Relief, which is our medical and search and rescue branch. Anything to do with helping people, that's what they do. Nova Defense.
Just gonna turn them down so we
our
can
Navy, Air Force,
we
Marines
can
on
talk
the
about
ground.
interesting stuff. You know,
If there's
like
anything that needs to
who
affect
looks like what
nobody's
kind of
fun,
dad.
that's what they do. We bring that in. Nova Corps is our industrial branch.
Well, that's what the next thing is, right? The next
cargo transport, and in the future, construction, hopefully.
God, shut up.
For building. Anything to do with money, that's what they do.
A social universe. All right, so this is going to be a bunch of like real MMORPG, like guild clan UI like systems that they're going to be planning to put in. Now, the big thing from this that I want to know, I want to hear them say something about when this is going to happen. I don't want to hear like, oh, we're going to start on it. We're going to start thinking about it at the start of next year. Don't you worry. You know, like I want to hear that there's a version date for when this stuff's coming in. Otherwise, it's like, you know, someone's just good idea.
Check out Nova. Thank you so much again for inviting us into your lovely Nova home. So guys, we're going to move on to the next booth. We have, pardon me. We have Palakis Workshop. We have some amazing minis here. These guys are making some awesome Star Citizen minis. Take a look at these minis. We have some painted razors. We have an Aepo Centauri. We have a Mercury. No, yes. Lots of ships. Sorry, people are talking
I wish
in
the
my ear. We have Fury.
Fury was better than what it was, you know?
So
Because it looks really
I want
good.
to thank you guys for coming to CitizenCon.
It was just
I'm being
had
told
no
we need
place.
to wrap for time, so I unfortunately need to throw over to Sam. Let's make sure we go over to Sam. Oh, we're going to Jared. Never mind. Let's get ready for Jared. Lots of people talking in your ear. What
I know
people
that
don't
other people
realize
like
is,
hate the
people talking in your
Redeemer
ear
and how
can't
it
really hear what
looks.
you're saying, but
I
think you're ready
love
for
how it
Jared
looks.
now.
I
Jared,
like how
let's
weird
throw
it
over to
looks.
you. Thank you guys so much for having us here at CitizenCon. Back to you, Jared.
Hey guys! Oh! It's main stage disco. That wasn't a gag earlier. I really messed up my hammy. Pro tip, don't get old. All right, so we just finished our Star Engine presentation, Brave New World. I want to do one more round of applause for all the CTG guys who got up here and showed you their work.
Give them hype. We know they know it sucks.
They come up to us about 3 months ago and they're like, hey, we've got this. You want to show this at CitizenCon? I'm like, yes. Yes, we do. We want to show this at CitizenCon. But you don't think it'll be like an ISC kind of thing? I'm like, no. That's CitizenCon worthy. All right, so our next presentation are a group of several dear friends of mine and Sean Tracy. You know I love you, baby. I love you. It's a presentation that I have wanted to do here at CitizenCon for years, and in 2024,
he's
well,
dog dad, by the way.
The stars seem to align, and I'm so excited that you're
Yeah,
going
he's
to see
dog
this.
dad.
This is what I called in our pre-show our sleeper presentation of the year. I hope you give them all the attention and all the admiration they deserve. Please welcome Benoit Bossiger and A Social Universe.
Okay, this should be good. If they give us dates.
Okay. Hello. Can you hear me? 1, 2. All right. Cool. Okay, so in the Star Engine presentation, that was Benoit.
That was almost something.
In this one, I am Balt, my player persona. I will now channel my inner Jared in this one, and I will be your host for this panel. Woo! It's time to discuss A Social Universe. But before we start, I have a couple warnings. First one, let's take a look at this one. I took this in our last technical preview demonstration. And God, I was so happy to see all these people on the train. It just made me like very, very emotional. And so I want to take a moment to thank every one of you that have participated with Tech Preview Server Meshing Test A, B, C, D, and E so far.
The 500 one
been
was great.
Thousands to come and help us test this technology. And the team and I are really humbled, and we feel energized by your energy. So on our behalf, thank you very much. Now, the above picture is really nice, other than this guy, but it does present a problem.
All right.
A fundamental part of playing a massively multiplayer online game is how you connect with other players, to join in on adventures, or to receive support when you want to get out of a tricky situation, or you want to participate in endeavors that are bigger than yourself, or simply you want to run a business and make a profit. Well, as our game server shards grow, you will encounter more players, and for that, we need to scale Star Citizen's social tools to MMO size.
Yeah.
Our ambition has always been to build a grand social system, including not only the game, but the world outside, like on Spectrum. Unfortunately, the focus has been elsewhere for a long time. We have neglected this side of the game in favor of others. For example, the Comlink app is by far the oldest application in Mobiglass. It's now time to correct this and make progress on this plan. Our goal, as a reminder, in Star Citizen is to cater to all types of players. Star Citizen in that respect is not a black or white. It's not an either-or kind of game. We are not an achievers versus casuals game. We are not a socializers versus solo players game. We are not a role players versus mechanics focused game. Or dare I say, we are not a PvE versus PvP game. We are all of those things. We strive to build a social environment in the game that is easy to engage with, consistent and dependable, and trustworthy, where you can judge danger, safety, or shadiness. And we want this to be deeply rooted in gameplay mechanics, like reputation and progression. So today we're going to take a look at the updated Star Citizen social tools and how they tie into the game.
Okay.
But first, look at this guy. A warning. What we're going to show you is very early work. And we will not be making a revolution or breaking boundaries. We just want to bring our game up to MMO standards. Or like Jared likes to say, bringing our 30th century game into the 21st century. And so in order to do this, we've enlisted some help. First of all, throughout this presentation, all the screenshots are made from you, the community, directly pulled from our community hub. You're going to see some player names on screen. Most of them
are
all
presentation.
of our most die-hard
I will not be
members.
happy.
And for this, we should really take a moment and thank our Evocati members for their renewed support. They're always there for us. They get the worst and worst
Thank you.
of the bills,
Thank you.
and they
Thank
do
you.
power through.
Thank you so much. Oh my God, thank you so much,
This is an actual
guys.
shot from the last Evocati. Forget the prisoner mentioned here from the work mines. And so, I'm not going to lie. This presentation is going to be a lot of mobiGlas. It's not super flashy. But focus on what the tools will allow you to do and their impact. But for this, I need some help myself. So I'm going to make a party. And I'm going to get some developers to help. So let me first invite our senior systems designer, Gabriel Hector.
Hello, CitizenCon. Hope you're doing all right. And Ben, you forgot to cover the Swedish before in your earlier introduction, so tjena.
Ah, nice. All right, we need some more. Let's invite Assistant Design Director, JJ, to the stage.
Not much has happened, Mags.
My spot's quite far away. Yeah, no, you walk it up. Walk out. Okay, so social universe begins with your friends. That's your closest group. It's the first go-to when you want to play. Our current friend system is dated, and it includes things that are, well, not really friends. So my first question goes off to JJ to kick us off.
I'll give
What
you
are
an
we doing
easy
to
stoner dad.
improve
I'll be
friends and
nice.
Friends management.
So we're taking
Oh, there you
the
go.
app in the
There you
middle
go.
of us, the Comlink app, and
Stoner
we're
dad.
upgrading it to a brand new social app. And this is now going to be your one-stop shop for all of your friends and group gameplay. Now, this is the new and improved friends list. So you'll notice, sadly, one of our oldest friends that we all have is missing, though, and that's ATC. Sadly, our friendship has ended with ATC.
What? I'll have no friends at all then.
So this is now just a dedicated space for your real friends. So you're now going to be able to see what those real friends are doing with richer presence information. So giving you better awareness of where your friends are, what they're doing, or if they're not on, when they were last seen. And then you'll also be able to reflect your own status. So you can let friends know if you're away, don't want to be disturbed, or if you just want to hide offline for a while. Another key upgrade is synchronizing
Call them while they're on
as well.
Spectrum.
So you'll be able to see friends that are in Spectrum itself, Arena Commander, or just chilling on the launcher. And that also means that you can accept and receive invites to and from Spectrum even while you're offline. And throughout this presentation, any functionality that is shared between the game and the web and the launcher, we're aiming to synchronize across all. And speaking of synchronizing, when we have multiple characters, your friends will be shared across all of them too.
Nice. So some people are real socialites. I know, I've seen them. They have a lot of friends. I'm talking multiple pages and pages of friends.
This is just a still
What
photo.
are we doing to
though, you
help
know?
manage
This is a
a
mock-up.
huge friends list?
Nice humble brag, Ben. Well, in fact, we are giving you the ability to add notes to your friends list so you can remember, hey, this is that cosplayer that I met at CitizenCon 2954. Or maybe it's JJ's super weird username. This is JJ. Also, you can add people to a favorites list, meaning that the people that you interact
cool
with most
shoes.
in the game are always going to be shown at the top of your friends list for your convenience. Additionally, we're moving the voice chat into the social app. And, well, why? Who are you going to call? That's the question. You're going to call your friends. You're going to call your party. So this is where it should live.
Seem to have got a lot of UEC there as well, Ben.
I swear to God, I didn't dupe any cargo. This is just my personal
Oh,
allowance.
we haven't done any bingos either.
Sure.
All right, so that's all cool for your close buddies, but the one thing that always happens when you meet people is that some of them aren't nice. Abusers, pad rammers, active griefers, you know? Currently, we can't do anything about that in the game. What are we doing to help the situation?
So in addition to the friends list, we're also now going to have a block list.
Uh-huh.
We like to think of block people as reverse friends.
About
which
time.
People that you really don't want to talk to anymore. So what we're trying to do is we're doing something called black holing them from communications. So you can't see them talk, and they can't see you talk anymore. And not only for communications, whenever you see some of these other systems we're about to talk about where you can group up, we're going to make it harder for you to see each other as well. Now, we also have a much requested hostiles list for people who have made a real enemy of you as well.
The KOS list is finally making its way in.
Oh, yeah. You'll also be able to add notes here as well, just so you can remember that person I blocked 2 years ago, you remember why, because you're going to forget. And then for those situations where someone really wants to go the extra mile to be a super mega ass, you can report them to us, and we'll deal with them for you.
All right, so now I have my friends list up to date. I can find my friends easily based on rich presence in real time, and I'm ready to go on an adventure. But for that, I need a party. The party is at the core of the social experience when you're heading into a mission, meeting with other players, or whether they're a friend or not. Our party system is very bare bones at the moment. It does have some cool features, but what are we planning to improve parties?
Yeah, so as you said, it does have some cool features like party launching, the party markers, quantum syncing. It's all good stuff, but let's take a closer look at the new features of the party list. So, with server meshing, we are right now at a unique opportunity for us. So we already support large parties, but we want to do this well. We have been seeing what you do in the tech previews, and people have been partying up in hundreds.
Mags, are you feeling
100 plus
the
people in
power
one
getting
ship?
to your
Come
head
on.
already?
And that's all right.
Being the
We
highest
just wanna
ranking
make sure
member
that we're adding
of
better
the org.
support for this, like search functionality, making it easy to find people in your party. Also, just like we did with the friends list, we're adding rich presence here as well. But for the party, you're going to want more real-time gameplay-related info, like if someone's downed or dead or maybe offline for some reason. A big thing, though, is the ship and seat breakdown. So you will see. Yeah, maybe that's worth applause. So you will see all the vehicles that your party members are in, as well as the seat that they are in. This will give you great situational awareness and allows you to coordinate better than ever before.
Okay.
It's essentially a mini fleet manager.
Okay. Oh.
Okay.
So there's going to be more improvements as well. So you're going to be able to control permission for invites. So only your leaders and assistant leaders can actually invite people. So it's no longer an absolute free-for-all.
DedLeader.
And we're adding an absolute MMO staple as well, which is the ready check. So as we add more and more challenging group gameplay, you're going to be able to coordinate a lot better. And while we're talking about group play,
Interesting.
and maybe it's unwanted group play in this case, we're improving the quality of life for our streamers as well. So we'll no longer have a shared player list. We're going to be obscuring things like your on-screen name and location and so on, just so you're a bit harder to find while you are streaming. And that's the full friends and party
But
tab.
what if I want to
Pretty
stalk
cool.
other
It's a party
streamers?
for the eyes.
It's a party for the eyes.
Hmm?
All right, so the new Friends and Party place is really the one-stop shop to manage all your real-time interactions with other players or access your comms channel. That's cool, but as we navigate the verse, it's always very difficult to find people. We have a single channel. People are blasting looking for groups. It's a bit awkward. You never know what you're going to find. With bigger shards, I know I'm the bigger shards guy now, but we're going to have a lot more players in
it's
there.
the framework
There must be a better way.
to run things
Well,
like raid-like
Ben,
content.
We have given this some thought. So,
And war
the second tab in the
content,
social
you know.
app, introducing the Party Finder.
Hey. Wow, this is huge.
So, the Party Finder, it's a dynamic system that's going to make it easy for you to find interesting and engaging gameplay. It's basically player-powered matchmaking. So, if you are looking for more players, just
I've
go in
suggested
here,
this before.
advertise your party, give it an informative name like Ben has done here.
Space Combat Fun Times.
And you could even set things like a specific contract that you want to play, or roles that you're looking to fill. Maybe you need gunners, engineers, pilots.
Meat shields.
Maybe that.
This is how you're going to accrue.
You could also limit the number of members.
like capital
you
ships.
might want to do some, again, specific content. So you want to do with a set number of members in the party, or you might want a tight-knit group. That's something that I would like
Biggest
very
shard
much.
guy equal fastest dead alive.
Maybe you just don't want to split the contract rewards, right?
I'm still yet to see.
So once you have that information, then it's time
I haven't
to
seen him
list
be
your
very
party.
fast.
And then people are going to be applying to join your group, which is kind of like a reverse invite. You're applying to the party, you're joining yourself, you're getting involved.
You're the reverse guy today.
I'm stuck in one gear. So you can then request, the people that are requesting, you can then look at their information and you decide on whether or not you want to accept or reject them, just so you can tailor your group to the kind of gameplay that you're trying to do. Then, on the other side, finding a party should be easy too. So all of those super cool things that Gabriel just mentioned, so like setting your group name, roles needed, party size, and so on,
Hopefully,
you're going to be able to
I'll
use
be
those
able to
filters
like
to find the right group.
weaponize zergs of
And
people
this is all purely because we
very
want
easily
you to find the kind of group
because they'll
gameplay
recognize
that
my
you want
name.
to engage in. So it's for all types of players: FPS combat, racing, beacons, role play, eating burgers at Whammers, finding cool vistas. It should always be easy to find action, things to do, and people to play with.
So I can create a party from a couple friends. I can party launch into the game on the same shard. Then I can share my party with the party finder. And other people will want to join up. Now we're talking. But I'm curious, as we're going to get bigger shards, let's say that already.
Once we get the Polaris,
How will we
man,
improve
we're zerging
communication?
everything.
It's very much of a mess right now. Our chat's very bare bones. And voice comms, we never really know if they work.
Well, let's
Yeah,
chat
mate.
about chats. So, we're adding options for you to customize the chat window, giving you the power to make the chat your own.
We get the power to not have it say the word global
also
in front of every
adding chat
message.
tabs.
My God.
We're bringing back tabs.
We're bringing them back from other games. And this means that you can
Interesting.
set up customizable views, filtered for any area of the game that you are interested in. And Ben, you had a UI team make a little mock-up of some of the other functionality we're adding, right?
I sure did. I also
Yes, they
got
saw
them to add the
mock-up.
combat login.
That's sweet.
We got an
How
update.
kind of you. So, first off, as we can see
If it
here,
says global-
we're making slash commands actually useful. So no longer just
Party,
chicken dancing
right.
and flexing. It's going to be able to help you send messages to party, to
Why do they all have to say
proximity
party?
chats
Why
with
can't it just say at the
say
bottom?
and /yell commands, as well as sending DMs to other players.
Okay, but they're keeping
What
it
the
in the
hell,
same
Ben? Is
thing.
people gonna take
Hey,
that
you
out?
wanted a real example.
Sure. So, another thing we're adding is that we're giving you the power to
Good morning,
share
Reg
information more
Mechanic.
easily via
Anything good?
links.
Not really.
So, first off, here we have contract
This
links.
is all kind of mock-up
taking
stuff,
you to the
so it's very far
contract
away.
manager for
but
that specific contract.
It's for a new,
Cheesecake.
like, more MMO UI.
Yeah, Cheesecake is maybe better than Xenofret. Also, we
This
are
is
adding
yet to be
star map
developed.
links. Let's have a look at what that looks like. This means that you can click the link and it will take you to the exact location in the star map, making it easy for you to group up.
Don't applaud that. They haven't
Another
made
thing
it
we're
yet.
adding is item links, and, well, you'll see why you want to link items in our Crafting Your Home presentation tomorrow. Lastly, we're adding player links to make it easy for you to connect your friends with one another, right? So while we're talking about comms, Sean just messaged us about VoIP. Do you want to invite him to the party?
I sure can, Gabe. We do need an expert to discuss VoIP and FOIP anyway. So you guys give us some air, remember hot mics, and let's invite Sean, Master of Faces Tracy, to join the party.
Hey, Ben.
Hey.
How you doing?
I'm good.
Hello, everyone. Good to see you all here.
Hey, mate. How you doing?
So, I've come up to talk a little bit about FOIP and VoIP. So, it's a bit of the communication channels beyond just text chat, right? All right, so FOIP and VoIP are our systems in-game. VoIP, Voice over Internet Protocol,
Yeah, is she
and
single?
VoIP, which I termed way back in 2019, Face over Internet Protocol. So VoIP gives us spatialized audio where you can hear and be heard within the universe. Whether you've got a helmet on, you've got a different filter. If you're far away, you can hear that they're far away. But we added face to that way back in 2019. So it's cool because you can place video calls, you can speak and see each other speak in the game, and you can take fun selfies like this. So again, I mentioned it's back in 2019, so it's been in for a little while, but it hasn't really been updated so much since then. So the cool part about it, and I really got to mention, it's not a replacement for motion capture equipment. It's not a depth camera. It uses pretty much anybody's 2D-based web camera to track your face. So it can do great things, but it's got its limitations as well. What's kind of cool about it is that FOIP and VoIP are actually coupled. They're encoded and decoded together on the network super efficiently so that it's always in sync, and anybody that's worked on facial animation with audio data knows that sync is super important. So it's been used in expected ways and unexpected ways by the community. Let's have a look.
Okay, this is old
This
tech.
is Wallace Clem.
Clem? What is it?
Seems someone's on our case. One of our Ninetales facilities was sacked last night. Total loss. The bunker was destroyed.
And 3, 2, 1, go.
This isn't what they said it would be.
The subject has crossed the perimeter.
Most people don't associate ladies like us with salvage, do they, Shell?
That's right, Mel. In fact, we're the best in the whole system at salvage, aren't we, Mel?
That's right, Shell.
And you look like you get about a bit.
You need a break.
What? No, you're up there in what? Your underwear just drinking hooch or something and just singing away?
Wait, we have hooch? Hi, I'm Natronics, and you're watching Redline, your source for adventurous stories throughout the verse.
The name's Brad. Agent Davina Brad.
Excuse me, Captain? I'm Aaron Baxter.
We topped off yet, Aaron Baxter?
Just about, sir.
Good. I don't want to spend another second.
It's passing through.
Something we have in common, sir.
The ones that are aware of how weird it looks
It was
are the
that
best.
day when I met Mr. President that my life changed for the better.
Eat that apple.
Apples. You were never supposed to know any of this, Detective. You were supposed to die at Safe Haven.
Rachel.
Rachel's dead.
Hey man, I'm back again. You have any hats? Oh dude, I read the camp. What are you looking at, sir? Go away.
So that was all content made by the community, and I love it. I love it. I think it's awesome, bugs and all. But there's probably some improvements that we can make for that. So one of the big ones that we've made is head rotation tracking. It's actually something we were already doing to do head tracking in first person, but we never could move the head around on the actual character itself, which we've been able to do. Some cool stuff like range of Jared?
Yeah, Sean?
Can we just, let's just do a fake video call. Can we do a fake video call?
Oh, you know we can do a fake video call, Sean.
All right, cool. So let's call one of my guys, Oliver Cook. He's been working on some new tracking updates.
Hey, Sean, and a big hello to everybody at CitizenCon. How's it going?
Hey, Ollie. It's great to see you. Everyone's having a great time. I see you're using FOIP. Where are you?
That's correct. I'm sat here in the comfort of my own home, talking to you via the power of FOIP and my webcam. We've been working on FOIP recently, and we're starting to see some improvements to the quality of the tracking in-game.
That sounds awesome. Can you tell everyone what you've done to improve it?
It's
Well, we
awful
started
with
off
my
by looking
beard.
at what we originally had, and we realized that some mouth poses were really difficult to pull. So we focused on improving the range of motion of the mouth, which now looks like this. Hopefully, you can see there's more of a one-to-one relationship with what's going on in my webcam, and this has helped some of those problematic poses we were seeing before, one of which being a closed-lipped smile, which was quite difficult to achieve previously. We've also started to add in secondary motions that happen naturally when pulling combination face shapes, like squinting in the eyes when smiling or frowning. And when we combine these secondary motions with the wrinkle maps, it really goes to show just how much work has gone into these heads. Let's see how many wrinkle maps we can trigger, huh? Ah! Oh. And finally, one other thing we noticed.
Well, but if it was pre-recorded,
the quality could be
it can't
quite
be future
noisy in
dead.
environments where the lighting is less than ideal.
You know?
So to combat this, we've introduced tracking stabilization, which helps to reduce the amount of noise we get from the webcam. We're seeing positive results in low light conditions, but we're also seeing a small quality boost in optimal lighting conditions. The result is a more expressive and stable face, which is great for using in-game or making videos in the verse. And we still have a little ways to go with VoIP, but the future is bright for this feature, and we can't wait to see what wonderful things you use it for in the verse.
So I see you in the character creator. Let's change how you look.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's change up my appearance here a little bit and see what we can make. The super cool thing about the character customizer is that it continues to track my face even when editing. And this is great if you want to see what VoIP will look like on your character before you commit to your appearance. Let's start off by changing my hairstyle, shall we? We have a bunch of cool hairstyles to pick from, and I used to have pretty long hair back in the day. So let's try and find something longer than I currently have.
Oh yeah, he's gonna...
okay, that's
blow his hair
wild.
around.
Not quite what I'm looking for, but what else do we have? Dreadlocks. Super cool. Not what I'm after, though. Let's see here. There we go. Much better. The fun thing here is with the head tracking, it's much easier to rotate around and quickly see what I'm going to look like. Let's stick with that for now. That looks good to me. We can do the same for anything else in the customizer, but I'm going to go ahead and remove my beard here, because I want to show you that VoIP still works when changing the structure and characteristics of my actual face. We have a lot of heads in our customizer, and I'm just going to cycle through a few of them here to show you that whatever we choose, we're still tracking, and we're good to go. We can even start to manipulate individual aspects of the face, with no detriment to the mapping onto the head. VoIP won't break when you combine these heads together. So if you just want to tweak a small aspect of your character, or take on the likeness of one of the heads included, you can do so, and test out exactly how the tracking is going to look based on your face movements in the webcam.
That's such a weird thing to say that,
you can now see I'm someone totally different, and we're having no troubles tracking. And if I don't like what I've picked,
if you were changing your own face, maybe,
which I think is a great way of not only showing the countless combinations of heads that we can make, but also that VoIP will continue to work with anything that we throw at it.
Duh.
I think I'm looking pretty good here, Sean. What do you think?
Yeah, good. I think it's pretty unique to Star Citizen. Thanks a lot for showing it.
Anytime. And I hope everybody has an awesome sitcom. See you later.
The beard bones.
It's pretty cool.
All right, that's great, Sean. But the reliability of our voice transmission has been a bit spotty, with many players reporting quality loss or even full audio loss. What are we doing to improve the overall infrastructure behind VoIP and FOIP?
Well, first of all, we've heard you. We know. We've tried it. And it sometimes works and sometimes doesn't work. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be updating the voice service and a total overhaul of the voice server. This is actually important, and we need to do this anyways, because we have to update the voice infrastructure for the much larger shards that are coming. So this is going to improve reliability and the voice quality. So one of the biggest things that we're going to be doing for you guys is to make sure that you have feedback in the game for when this is working and when this is not working. When you're transmitting, when you're receiving, you really have to know. So whether that's picture-in-picture, whether that's an icon telling you you're transmitting,
sometimes a little bit
these are
good,
all going to be
sometimes
things
a
that
little
we're
bit of
adding
shit
as we go forward with these features.
Cool. Good stuff.
What? Am I done?
Should we get Gabe back on?
Yeah, let's get Gabe back in here.
Hey.
Okay, there's room for 4.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people on stage now.
It's a bit crowded, right?
Can we kick Sean?
Yeah, we can.
I think we should kick Sean. Bye, Sean.
Certainly do it.
Bye, Sean.
Bye, Sean. All right, now we've made some friends, we've joined parties, and we even kicked some people. That's super great. But what if you're new to the game?
Yeah. I'm
behind you.
Oh! The
I'm
guide
so not
system.
interested if we
So
just
we've
end this
introduced
with
the
a bunch
guide
of
system on
things
the
that
web
might
a while
come
ago, and this allowed new players
sometime,
and
might come
experienced
never,
players to
might
match
come in a
up,
long time.
basically for a new
Like,
player to get
I'm not
training
interested.
and learning the ropes. Wait, are we bringing it in the game?
Yeah, of course we are.
Well,
So, ultimately, we want to encourage you all to help one another. And it's very important for a game as large and as complex as Star Citizen is. And while we're improving how we teach you the game, it's irreplaceable to have another player by your side showing you the ropes. So, we want to keep the guide types from the website, because there's already a lot of good ones there. And they already cover a very wide variety of gameplay. And as we add more game systems, more guide types are going to get added too. And base building's a great example of that, which is a little teaser there for tomorrow.
initiate construction,
Oh, yeah.
complete 20 buildings.
But now, how do you
construct a
become a
large
guide?
construction
So now
hub.
there's going to be a
construct 3
list
bases
of
and
requirements
3
that you've got to meet.
components.
And this list will require you doing content like contracts, beacons, or many other things.
Yeah, there's a lot of lying going on here.
And ultimately, once you've checked that list, you can then opt in to become a guide. And really, we've done this because we want
Like,
to
if nothing here is built on any engine,
both to yourself
I
and
just
to other
don't care.
players, so they can rely on your experience.
This is all
But
built
why
in
become a
Photoshop.
guide? Out of the goodness of your own hearts?
No.
You want to get paid. Some of you love to help, and a lot of you already are. But while I don't have time to get into specifics today, there are going to be rewards available for those of you that do put the effort in.
Because we like to get paid.
You do like to get paid.
Right.
But ultimately, we want you to want to help.
All right. So I've been doing a lot of guide stuff, and I've reached a guide level in a
Yeah,
field that
they
I
might
like
say at
doing
the
tons
end
of content on.
of
or
something.
I'm a new player and I need training in a key area. How does this all tie together? Let me answer my own question. It ties into beacons, trust, and rating systems. Or as we say internally, beacons, but actually good. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So beacons have been in the game for a while, but we are juicing them up.
Yeah, so let's
I've
look
talked
at
about
how
this
we're
as well.
juicing them up. So first off, tying into the guide stuff, we're adding a new type of beacon. So guide beacons. It means that if you are a guide, you'll be able to respond to them. If you need a guide, you broadcast them. And if you need a guide, you can be certain that whoever responds to them knows their stuff. So this is obviously good for new players who need to learn the game. But even seasoned players like yourselves, you're going to have a great use for this because there's always something new to learn in the verse. So you just post your question, you broadcast it out, the guides get alerted, they can accept it, contact you, and once you have the information you need, you take the beacon down, get out there, and use your newfound knowledge. So obviously there's many different types of guide beacons here, but we're also adding more categories to service beacons.
Now, all this beacon stuff sounds fine, but let's be honest. I have a friend, not me, but every time they use a beacon, they get ganked. How are we going to do? What are we going to do to make sure that whoever is answering my call for help is trustworthy?
You sure that's your friend and not you? Yeah, okay. So we've got a few ways of tackling this, and one of them is actually subsidizing the beacons. So guilds contribute rewards to the payouts on service beacons, and we'll get to guilds shortly. But that could be money, reputation, or potentially other rewards as well.
Because we like getting paid.
And ultimately, that keeps the cost down for the people that need help, but rewards the people that are helping. And this actually finally makes it viable to do beacons for whatever profession you like to do. Medics, refuelers, and repairers, just to name a few. But if you misbehave and you fail the beacon, there's no payout for you. So that's one incentive. The other is that we're adding a proficiency rating. Responders can earn that rating by successfully completing service beacons. You go from bronze up to gold, which indicates your level of experience and success, and only the top few will be able to earn platinum status, which essentially puts you on a leaderboard and marks you as one of the best playing in your region. So when broadcasting, responders offer to help, and you'll see their rating.
I'm the best
Then you'll get to
player.
pick who you want to help you out. Then let's say you're not very good, or you like to misbehave a lot. Failing a beacon will result in losing rating, and then repeat offenders will enter the red zone.
The bald zone.
And then only really desperate people are going to take you on. We're making the system much more robust to the point of automatically determining success or failure. So we're putting a lot of focus on making the system difficult to exploit as well, in the many different ways that it can be right now. So criminal types, like you, Benoit, will have to get much more creative.
So yeah, that's all great from the Beacon broadcaster's perspective, right? Pretty cool stuff.
These are just JPEGs.
But they're not the only ones getting ganked.
Mapping it out
the Beacon responders, they're also in a
is
bad
a large
position.
part of the work.
So what are we doing for the Beacon responders? Well, we want to give you some idea of the risk you're putting yourself into by responding to the Beacon. So we're adding trust rating. So if we look at this person who's looking for some help to repair here, well, you can see their last 5 recent beacons that they've broadcasted. They have 2 neutral ones. Yeah. Something's gone wrong, but it wasn't necessarily bad or illegal. Then they have a red one. That's bad. They have been up to something. But they have also been successful with 2 beacons. So, well, at least you can assess the situation before going into it. It ensures your safety when doing a good deed. And yeah, I think that's it for beacons. So, well,
we've got
AJ?
one more big thing I guess we need to talk about, right? Which we're really excited for.
Oh, yeah. Look at that. That is exciting. I like this one.
Did someone mess with the slides?
In Sweden,
I feel like
we
that's
call
going to be
this
some kind
a
of dad.
double barrel.
Well, it's not time for lunch just yet. So, who would like to talk about player organization?
I thought we already were. Are we not already talking about player orgs?
That's all right.
It sounds like we've got a few people in orgs in the house today. But Benoit, you talked about this a while ago, right?
It's been 84 years. So I was originally asked to outline the original ideas behind how organizations would work in the very early days of the project. A younger Ben, big ideas, same ideas, now action. You have no idea how happy I am that we're finally tackling this task and this design in the game to truly give you all the tools you need to make your empire in SC. There are more than 70,000 organizations registered on the RSI website. 69,999 of them of decent size, and then test. Ridiculous.
Too big.
But all of those have custom identities, logos, charter. The amount of creative and high-quality content
Actually
you guys have always
saw
produced
some
has
people
always
had bought
amazed
some
us and
Skull
inspired
Scrapers
us.
merch, and I was
Those
very
orgs range from a small group
happy
of friends with just
at that
the
moment.
name to large companies spanning a large amount of players with the intent to share wealth, missions, and campaigns together. Now we want to make those orgs matter in the game. Should you choose to join or create an organization, we want this social aspect to be part of your progression. But don't let me spoil it. Let's get a real designer to cover this stuff. JJ, you are a self-proclaimed big MMO player yourself, so why don't you give us the details?
I didn't realize I went around self-proclaiming so much, but thank you. But as an MMO player, I understand that different terminology is used in a lot of different games, so I just wanted to very quickly go over how we're using it in Star Citizen. So orgs, as many of you know, the players coming together to achieve a goal, whatever you want your goals to be. We give you the framework and you set it up and drive it forward. And we were going to shout a few of them out, but I was actually told we couldn't play favorites, so we actually made our own. So we've got the Fellowship of JJ and
the Baltzfall Buccaneers.
Those
What?
guys.
You guys made your own orgs?
Yeah, we kind of left you out. Sorry about that, James.
We also have NPC factions, and they're already in the game. And you can earn or lose reputation with them. Now, contracts and doing nice things will earn you rep. And killing and stealing and all of that horrible stuff you love, Ben, that will lose you rep. Ling and Redwind and the ones that you can see on there are just a few examples, and there's going to be a lot more to come going forward. Now, there are also guilds, like the Interstellar Transport Guild. And these are essentially collections of several factions, and we're putting them in a position to be more prevalent.
What? you're saying there's something bigger than factions.
Oh yeah. So they're going to be something you interact with a lot, and they essentially handle contracts for the factions. But you will earn rep with both still, but as the bigger entity, the guild will be much more important. And you'll find out a lot more about guilds tomorrow at the Stars My Destination presentation.
This
at the
is
end
a lot of role-playing.
Again, a tease.
This is them just role-playing.
But now we can dive into some of our new org systems.
That it's like,
let's start
or
with the
developed.
basics. I want to find or I want to recruit for an org.
Yeah, so welcome to the new app for everything orgs.
Jeez.
Yeah.
With the mask.
This is just a PowerPoint of like made-up
Orgs can be
screenshots.
big and complex, and as we said, some of them have thousands of members. So when we designed the app, well, we made sure that we took this into account, but it's also something that we can expand on moving forward. So let's have a look at it.
Now, I'd like to point out that the Fellowship of JJ, like every designer-based org, is really focused on things like progression gameplay and mission and crafting and leveling up. But my Bolt's Fault Buccaneers, no, they're the real deal. Now, we don't do any of that stuff. Now, we're in it for profit, interdiction lines, shipboarding action. We get all that sweet cargo for free.
For free? That sounds pretty illegal, Ben.
I don't know what you're talking about.
What's in those crates?
Slam!
Anyway, it sounds like you guys might be interested in joining some big orgs. Well, I prefer something smaller. So I think it's fair
I
to
don't know
say
about
that
you
we
guys, but
like
I'm
ways,
more
and
interested
we want
in
to
doing
join
something
different
like that.
The recruitment tab is the place to find them. So we're giving you the tools
This is
to
the
promote your
coolest
org to
place
potential members
to hang out
order
in
to give
all
a
of
best
Star
first
Citizen.
impression to them.
I've just noticed that, Ben. You might want to have a word with Rich. It looks like,
What?
like he doesn't want you.
No way. I'll have to speak with him.
Anyway, yes. So we're adding filters for when you're basically trying to find a home. And we want to cater to all types of players because we're a massive game, right? And orgs are combining tons of different gameplay in tons of different ways.
Duck Dynasty.
So you can search by
It's
name
Duck
if there's an
Dynasty.
infamous org you've encountered out there in the verse.
Which is
or
a TV show
online. You
about
can search by
Hicks with
size.
big beards.
So if you're after a big and active org like me, or a small and more close-knit org like Gabriel. Then you can also search by the gameplay focuses you enjoy. So maybe you love trading and PvP, or maybe you like events like the Daymar Rally. Safe? Yeah. So I guess you'd end up searching for, say, social and racing, maybe?
What if I love committing crime and
doody, Rob.
roleplay, asking for a friend?
What's that got to do with the presentation? Anyway, you can search for whatever you like, and if it's not there, why not just create it yourself?
Yeah. Where's Salvage?
So, we allowed you to join multiple orgs back in 2014. I can still do that, right?
Oh, yeah. So we're keeping it supported, and we're actually doing the Star Citizen thing, and we're going one bigger.
One bigger.
So we're giving you an additional one to join when we actually bring it into the game, too. And we wanted to keep it because we've all played games where it's far too limited. Like
yeah.
one org per character just isn't enough for a game this size.
Yeah, and here you get an idea of what the full screen will look like. It's going to be your one-stop shop for joining or finding players for your org. So let's have a look at the core functions and features to look forward to in the rest of the app. This is the Summary tab. On here, you can select one of your orgs that you're in on the left-hand side, and you'll see, well, a summary, a lot of at-a-glance information. So we'll introduce some of these one at a time. So first off, announcements and org information. Simple stuff. You use them how you want to. Also, we're adding an events log. So in here, you'll get a summary of important events within the org and changes to org statuses or settings. In short, these things, well, it's a big verse, and it's easy to miss cool things that happen in your org. And these features will help you stay on top of the day-to-day life of being an org member.
If you didn't see him,
Yeah,
Ninja,
we're
like
also adding an events
you'll have to
calendar.
spot him again.
So,
But he's
by
been up a
default-
bunch recently.
So by default, it's going to be populated with our in-game events, so you never miss a thing. But more importantly, you'll obviously be able to add your own as well.
Okay,
So you'll never
okay.
miss another meetup to get together for group content. It's tough to get everyone on at the same time, right? So use this for your Convoy Tuesdays, Casual Fridays, holding hands in Horizon Saturdays, whatever you want.
Getting crushed by the Buccaneers on Monday.
That's Gabriel's favorite.
It is my favorite.
Remember that it is our intent that all the features we're looking at here are available on Spectrum as well, allowing you to access this info even if you're not in the game. This applies to parties, comms, friends, and all other functions. So I can join multiple orgs, like the Buccaneers,
Yeah, Mags, you're going to have so much
Corvette
power.
Club, or Slam Truckers. But how will others see me in the verse if I have multiple choices? Surely I need to pick a banner.
So that's covered by something new called representing. And it's actually quite similar to the existing affiliation main status system on the website. So if you're into multiple orgs, you choose which one you want to represent, but you can only represent one at a time. Now, there are ongoing benefits for being in orgs, which we'll get to in a minute, but choosing who you represent asks which one you want to benefit from at any given time. But why? Well, we wanted to support players who like to play with different groups of friends. But we didn't want players who are just in one to be at a major disadvantage to those that are in the full 6. Because really, joining multiple orgs should be your choice and not feel like it's a necessity.
And there's no need for you to switch which org you're representing to see things like this Moby screen or org chat. But we want to put limitations on how often you can switch to avoid exploitation, exploiting the systems. And we don't want to punish anyone who's, playing by the rules.
All of the devs.
And
all their money's in the
a
billions.
big part of representing is visualizing it in-world. We want you to be able to fly your banner for your org. So we're adding another MMO staple to the game. Tags. So the org leader will be able to set a tag for the org, and this gets appended to the name while you're representing. So you can easily see who is in which org
like
at a
Skull?
glance. So we'll have it in chats, in world, and if you're not interested in this stuff, you have the option to turn it off as well.
How novel! We'll be able to identify people around us. Wow. JJ, I'm curious. You mentioned guilds before, and I'm guessing they fit into this somehow.
Yes, so you may have spotted a few references on the UI to alignment earlier, but what is it? So, it's your opportunity to form a relationship between org and in-game guild. Now, just as you in personal rep with the guilds, you can with your org now as well. So your org leaders pick which one you want to align with, and while representing, org members doing specific action, like contracts with them, will increase the org's alignment with the guild.
All right.
But which guild should you pick? So all of our guilds are going to have a specific theme and associated gameplay. And you can basically pick the one that matches your theme or benefits your org the most. So a combat-focused org, like the Fellowship, might want to align with themselves with the Mercenary Guild. Or one that enjoys making cash through trading and hauling, they'd probably want to align with the Interstellar Transport Guild.
Yeah, so how do these benefits work? Well, as your alignment with a guild, as it raises, you both unlock new benefits from that guild, as well as improve your previously unlocked benefits. So, for example, if I align my org with the Academy of Science Guild, we might get research speed improvements. As my org performs contracts for this guild, alignment raises, and that speed benefit gets better. And needless to say, other guilds will have other types of benefits. Finally, on guild alignment, you are not locked in forever. You can switch at any time. However, that will put your alignment back at 0, so it's a big choice.
So every member gets full benefits?
Well, not necessarily. We're also introducing loyalty. So it's similar to the org's alignment with a guild, but this represents your relationship to the org you're in.
Gotta be loyal.
Anything you do that benefits the org while you are representing it will gain you loyalty with them. So for example, you could be doing missions for the org-aligned guild, or you could be depositing money and materials into org storage.
We are the
org storage?
Another
tease. Ooh.
Ultimately, we wanted to encourage long-term membership because we don't think you should just be able to join a well-established org and then just get everything instantly for no effort. So to put it simply, having low loyalty limits what you gain from the org's alignment benefits, and having high loyalty gives you full access. We also wanted org leadership to be able to view members' current loyalty and use it as a tool to reward appropriately with things like ranks and permissions.
Oh, the abuse.
And then loyalty resets
The abuse.
when you leave an org, so there's some incentive for sticking around.
Wait, does that mean I lose my loyalty if I change my representation away?
No, so not representing puts your contributions or ongoing benefits on hold. So when you start representing again, you essentially just pick up where you left off.
But what if I leave the org?
It's not very loyal, so it resets.
Contract pass
Well, so, you know,
for
not
salvaging
in my org, my Buccaneers
could
are
be
mostly
massive.
scoundrels, and so they
Yeah.
tend to join and leave, and you know, it's not very loyal in general. Larger orgs, they tend to be a pain to manage.
There could be ones
the
for
flow of
like
joiners and leavers.
to
Do we have any tools
min-max
to have managers like me?
to get like
Well,
higher selling prices
Let's have a look
for
at the members
RMC.
tab. So this is less complex than the previous tabs, but it's equally important. This is where you see the community of your org and your place in it. So in here, you'll be able
This
to
is
manage
interesting
members.
for
You can
people like me and Mags.
leave notes and
Mags
see
like
the
runs
ranks
the
of
org.
them. And as we did with the friends list and the party list, we're adding rich presence in here as well. This is the rank panel. It gives you a clear indication where you sit within the community. And you'll see permissions on here, but that's something that we'll delve more into at a later date. For now, I'll just say that the leader might be able to determine permissions for each rank, and
It's
well,
cool.
it could be things like
It's like
inviting new members or
without
accessing org storage.
Stop teasing us with
an
org
idea
storage.
of when we're
God.
going to get it. It's just
So
like
all right, so
blue
orgs
balls,
form
you know?
and friendship and animosities build up. Maybe my Buccaneers and the Fellowship of JJ don't really see eye to eye most of the time. Would be great for this to translate in game, wouldn't it?
It would, wouldn't it?
pretty much.
So yeah, it's a good job we got it covered, which is with our new alliances and rivalry system. So you're going to have the ability to create alliances and go to war. And there are many reasons to make friends. You might want to have trading
No, like,
partners. or you
this
might
is
want to
stuff
group up
we've
for
been waiting a
protection
long
if you play
time
somewhere like Pyro.
to hear about.
And at the same time,
it's
there are
extremely
probably
useful.
many reasons why
Extremely,
you won't get
extremely
along.
useful.
Maybe an org keeps attacking or stealing from you. Alliance is forming an agreement between two org leaders, and it has to be mutual. You can't force someone to be friends.
Unlike real life.
Requests are sent from the
Like-
screen if you have permission, and you can respond here as well.
Stops.
And as a bonus, allied orgs are going to have additional lines of communication, like alliance chat,
multi-crew
or
gameplay,
being able
not
to
having
share
this stuff in
alliance
here.
events on
It
the
really just
calendar,
fucks it
to
up.
name a few.
So, rivalry.
Even
that
just
is
sticking
the mutual
around,
agreement.
it's so hard
if
to get
someone
people to
decides you're the
get
rival,
together.
well, tough luck. However, you could reach a mutual agreement to make a truce, putting you back at neutral. And there's no real benefit to having rivals, so we want to make them easy to identify. That's why alliances and rivalries tie directly into hostility indicators. So just like now, you'll be able to see neutral contacts in white and party members show up in blue, whereas your org wingman will come in a dark green and your allied orgs in a paler green. Your rivals will show up in red.
Or people in your kill list.
Oh my
The
god.
kill list. People on your kill list that we mentioned before will also show up in red or orange. If you're not, well, they're not legal to attack. That's the go straight to jail
if they're
card
not
if you
legal
kill
to
them
attack.
here.
Okay.
So
wondering about
we'll
that.
be adding accessibility options for this stuff as well to make sure that everybody can benefit from these updates.
Ooh. Oh yeah. Colorblind options. That's
So,
pretty good.
That's everything for orgs today. but
Oh my
it's
god,
just
people,
the tip of
Stream
the
Sniper is
social
just gonna
iceberg.
mark
And we didn't have time to
streamers.
do everything, but there's
It's a
lots
fucking
more to
Stream
show in the
Sniper
future. And
tool.
we're super excited because
No,
we
no, 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 no,
finally
no,
get
no,
to
no, no,
deliver it.
no.
Yeah. Now, what have we learned?
They've made a stream
We're
sniper
upgrading
tool.
Star Citizen social tools to MMO size. With a new social app in the MobiGlass, proper tools to manage
People
parties
could
with
just
rich
add me
presence, ready
as an
check,
enemy.
ship information. Richer chat with the niceties normally present in every game. A new party finder, a system that allows you to find players to play with.
An entire
Revamp
org
beacons
will have
and guide
me as
system powered
red.
by rating and proficiency.
That's insane.
On orgs, we're bringing orgs in the game. We're obviously with a new orgs app, but also alignment.
Doom,
so you
dude.
align your org with a guild and get benefits for your members,
Like,
representations,
Griefer
which identifies
orgs
you in the verse,
are just gonna
and
add
gives you
every
benefits
streamer.
and loyalty to your org,
And it's just gonna be a fucking chaos.
To identify
They're gonna
from
explode inside.
Now,
Oh my
We're going to
god.
leave you with a short video to end on because we couldn't show everything we're working on. But what would it look like
Oh
in
my
the
God,
unlikely
I'm
event
fucked.
where our two powerhouse orgs came together as one?
And my org, right?
They could lock down an entire
It's a little
jump
teaser
gate.
for tomorrow's crafting your
Those
home
orgs
presentation
could
and
lock
what
down
you can
jump
build
gates
together as an
from
org,
any
and teasing
streamer or
something
anything.
else coming in the future. Have a great CitizenCon,
So
guys.
easily. So
See you there.
easily.
Yeah.
Because like you just watch the jump gate and everyone coming out of it, if they're red, you just blast them in pyro because it's all like a lawless area. Oh my god, please actually org merch. Oh my god, org logos, armor, and on ships, please be real. Please be real. Please be real. Please actually confirm it. Please confirm it. Oh my god. Please confirm it.
Yes!
Oh my god.
Sometimes it's just the simple things, isn't it?
Finally.
Let me put that crap on a shirt. All right, so we're at our midway point of day one, guys. We're going to take about a 45-minute to 60-minute
Finally.
break, depending on some technical stuff that we're going to figure out backstage. This is your chance to go get some food, go to the
It's still no
bathroom,
dates.
stretch your hammies, whatever,
Yeah.
you know, entertain yourself for the next 45 minutes. But come right back. We're coming back with the cosplay contest and then 2 presentations. I promise. It's only up from here. Thanks for watching, guys. We'll see
he
you in
knows.
an hour.
He knows that was tiring. He knows that was tiring. Wow. Yeah, he definitely knew that was tiring. Hey. No, a lot of that stuff. I mean, yeah, having the logo and shit is so good because I worked so hard on a logo to make it. That was so cool. So I'm stoked to be able to put that on. Well, Ninja Lega, you didn't get that the Duck Dynasty one in time. It might come around again, unless you got a different one. But we don't have it. I haven't called a fresh dad for a while. Yeah, as I was saying, I noticed a few merch pieces had been sold with the Skull Scraper logo on it. I was like, oh. Jared's good at what he does. He can read the room. Yeah, I mean, yeah, he could be a bit of a doofus, which is fine. I think sometimes he gets a bit protective of the devs, and it makes him say things that are a little bit arrogant about the community. And that annoys me, but it's got to be pretty difficult being from his position, you know, because he puts himself out there that much. On stage, seen a cat. I didn't see a Duck Dynasty on stage at that point. Not one that I called out. But Sneaky Dad, those dudes did full JPEG position. Yeah, okay. We can get Sneaky Dad. Yeah, that thing, that was all just JPEGs. That counts. It works. It works. You guys see the fastest dad alive. I'm not mocking. There was, at one point, Jared ran. But I've got a thing where I don't want to apply the same person multiple dad allocations. And he's already he already got the Dork Dad slot. As fair take, I suspect many of the devs don't want to be out there. Yeah, it's going to be tough for those first few presentations for them, I reckon, because they clearly they were told, okay, you got to do a thing on the engine, and then you've got to do a thing on the new UI, even though there's nothing actually there. And I think, yeah, they just went out there and they did what they were told. I do hope that they continue talking about that Genesis system and the world building and bring that into the planet building, or not planet, the base building tomorrow. I'm hoping, because there's like half of tomorrow's presentations are, if we go back to here, crafting your home, explore the fundamentals of crafting and base building, including how they combine to enable new opportunities for players, ultimately create a future life among stars, and then captains of industry uncover the ships and ground vehicles that will serve as your primary tools. But the thing is, after today's effort from these first two ones, I'm far less looking forward to these now. By looking at these, I would have told you that they've got a plan for base building, and it's like, all right, we're going to give you a date for it. But after these two, I'm just not even saying what any of it was going to be used for. Like when that planet tech, what planets, what system are you updating the planets we have now with this technology? Are you going to add new planets into the systems we already have? And are they going to be ones we build bases on? Do we not build bases on Hurst and stuff? Is that what they're going to tell us tomorrow? And I don't know. My big hope is still they're going to say that there's a new system. I don't know if it's Nyx or there's going to be new planets in some things or something new that's going to be the test bed for base building. I also want them to say, all right, we're going to do this place, and this is a place where you're going to be able to build this. And it's going to happen next year is the big thing I want to hear. Or maybe they'll introduce some Stanton planets, some Pyro planets, and some Nyx planets. And then you'll have the Stanton planets that you can build on will be the protected ones. The ones in Pyro will be the unprotected ones. And the next one will be, I forget what Nyx is supposed to be in lore, what it's supposed to be rich in or whatever. No, Fastest Dad wasn't Jared. Jared didn't get that one because for some reason, but I'd already applied him with Dork, so there's no Fastest Dad alive yet. So now, but I'm less jazzed about these, because if they're getting away with just doing the whole PowerPoint thing of this is the kind of thing we want to do in the future, really generally, and not putting any dates to it. My thing was, what I wanted to see out of this year was I wanted to see dates. I wanted to see them commit. And we'll not just say stuff that's interesting, but say, and we're going to do it this time, and then deliver, which is the very hard part. They've learned not to sort of, commit to things, but that's what I would be most impressed by. But still, we haven't had any ships being announced or anything at the moment. We might not even have some new ships announced. I haven't heard any teasers specifically, other than the visual ones on they've been doing on Twitter of the countdown to this event. But there is a lot of stuff in the game code, so I don't know. Maybe that's to be announced later on in the year. I don't know. The frontline, the boring stuff. Yeah, I think they did last year. It's what we should be sort of hoping for, I'm just living that depressed life for a little while. All right, I'm going to the toilet for a little bit again and fill up my drinks, and to do all that, everyone else go walk around, get yourself a sandwich or whatever, and we'll go to the BRB screen for a little bit with this hot tune. I remember I wrote the lyrics for this one. It's true. And we'll be back in a sec. Wait.
DedLeader, 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 DedLeader. DedLeader, 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 DedLeader. DedLeader, 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 DedLeader. DedLeader, DedLeader, DedLeader.
I also had a different song in the starting soon screen as well. It goes like this.
DedLeader.
Yeah. Anyway, there was the two songs that I'm like, they go really well with the the BRB screen and the starting soon screen. Yeah, I think the lyrics to that one was DedLeader, DedLeader. I was like, near. Let's see. I'm actually able to look at the cards from here, so I can see what people have like marked on their things. There's some. Oh yeah. See, someone's looking for Bondage Dad and Chef Dad. Oh, and Matrix Dad. Yeah, they're looking for a lot of bondage people. Daddy Longlegs. People looking for... See, a lot of people needing Bondage Dad. No, there's some people that are just clicking random things. Someone clicked Anime Dad and Hot Dad. And Sneaky Dad. We haven't got those yet. You won't be able to sneak them past me. I know the dads that have been called. I'm the Dad Master. Yeah, that's right. I remember that one. Yeah, some people are keeping up pretty well. Some people are just filling up squares. Yeah. Look, I reckon that there are some who are like 2 or 3. There are plenty that are 2 or 3 away. But everyone else is probably... Yeah, like 3 or 4 away. They're kind of crowding like in a corner. I have like a sheet of like everyone's things in front of me. We had Sneaky Dad. Yeah, we did get Sneaky Dad. We got Sneaky Dad just then. With the JPEGs. Yeah. Bunch Dad, Rad Dad for bingo. Yeah, we almost had a Rad Dad for a moment. Yeah, we didn't get a Bondage Dad. That was sad. Hey? Real sad about that, Dad. You know what? It's weird. Pipeline is still dead quiet. I'm wondering, like, I guess they're like actually there. I just don't know. I thought, is there not things on the floor that are showing anything new? You know, is nothing new coming out of this place already? Or they're really hyping up this last panel. Hold on, let's go back to the event. So guys, we got the cosplay competition coming up. We'll likely get a bunch of dads. We'll probably get our first winner during that. And just to kill, from high fashion to dynamic function, discover Starboy. See, this is more engine shit, really. So this is community shit, engine shit, beyond Pyro. This could be good. To the fantastic reaches beyond Stanton and Pyro, join us as we explore exciting new frontiers in Star Citizen's persistent universe. I mean, I feel like, because it only goes for an hour now, I feel like they're just going to announce Nyx is coming, or maybe even then not. Maybe not. I don't know. I'm more concerned about Dorito Dad. Hey, don't worry about Dorito Dad. He's enjoying it. He's enjoying himself. He's living his best life. I mean, Dorito Dad could be a Zeus fan. You think about that? Or have you got the, who's the ship designer of the Zeus? Are they there? That would be the Doritos daddy. Did you even think about that? Just to kill. And then Redacted. So this thing they're saying like, oh my god, you better hold on to your decks. Alright, I'm gonna, before I say anything, I'm gonna do a poll. First half of it. One. Alright, we'll go to poll. First half of CitizenCon Day 1. You got impressive. Okay. Boring. Or I don't play / no. If you just wanted to vote and you don't really have an opinion, maybe you just tuned in. Or you're asleep. Yeah, like Sawyer. With hurricane cleanup to do, so I won't be able to stay. Oh, I'm sorry, British Mechanic. Well, look, if any time over the weekend you ever get a second and you watch and it makes you laugh because we're acting like idiots, then we've done our job. So, good luck. We'll see you out there. In the verse, not in the hurricane cleanup, because I can't do that stuff. I got weak ankles, you know. What are people saying in the chat here? Copium, JPEGs. So where do you think they will try and sell us something? Where would they pop in like a, oh, just before we, it's going to be that, right? It's going to be just before we start, or before they finish something, or... They're going to try and sell us something. I mean, the Captains of Industry one is uncover ships. So they might sell us some of those weird grand vehicles or whatever. where are they going to try and sell us a ship? Do you know what I mean? Alright, good luck, mate. Redacted. So we're all assuming this is Squadron 42, yeah? Like, UE is like pretty Squadron 42 heavily focused branding, in my opinion. Is anyone else thinking that there's something in particular in Redacted? Down here? Beyond Pyro, I'm worried it's going to be a lot of JPEGs again, because JPEGs of other planets has happened years ago, so it's really like not good enough. Beyond Pyro sounds going to get sold. Yeah. If they were going to announce that in mags, they would have done that by now. Like, the first two ones were them selling the engine. Like, we're coming out of all of that, all of that stuff. Just the music got weird. Yeah, I'll put this up here so you guys can do the trivia. And remember, if you need to go to sleep or anything at some point, we're probably going to keep this card active for tomorrow as well. So feel free to tune in tomorrow. Remember, we've got heaps of prizes to give away. So there's plenty of chances for tomorrow as well, I'd imagine. So tune in. You probably might be able to finish your card tomorrow. In 2024, what FPS weapon is responsible for the most death and destruction in the verse? Answer: FS, whatever it is, 49 or whatever. At least that's what I've always been using. The chunky one, the ballistic one. What's it called? Man, I really haven't been playing for months. I was going to film a video where I was going to put a little bit of like the caravan build in for you guys to show you what I've been doing. But it was going to be a little part of like a video of catching up of what's happened in the game in the past 2 months. But I kind of did that for 4 hours at the start of the stream. We went and covered through all that stuff. Like, FS9, that's the one. You know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm about. Toby is dead, gotcha. Yeah, same to be. I'm here for the dads. I don't know. What are you guys excited for? What do you guys? Is anyone give me like? Has anyone got some? What's? Give me your biggest like copium. You know. Yeah, okay. Boring. Yeah. I guess it was okay. And that's because a lot of you are generous people too. So that's fair. You know, like that could be so much worse. You know, most other communities would not be anywhere that like forgiving. You excited about the org updates? Well, the thing is, I didn't see any mention of an org update there, you know? I heard them say, hey, with our like blue sky development for org integration, here's some of the PowerPoints of what we imagine it would look like. That's all I saw. That's all they did show, you know? And the thing is, that's what I've been saying this whole time, is without them saying like, hey, all of this, we plan to have it in Star Citizen Alpha 4.2, or it's not going to be 1, or it's not going to be this, you know, it might be this year, it might be next year, you know. I want to hear something like that, because without any of that, with just these mock-ups, it's nothing. It's absolutely nothing. Because it's like, everyone could be like, oh wow, this is so awesome. And then next year, everyone could be waiting going, hey, what happened to all that stuff? And they said, yeah, we said we'd do it. We didn't say when. It was like, this is how we're going to do it when we get to it, but we have no need to get to it. And like, what did you do? What was all that? Why did you even show us that? Like, if you're not going to show us what's going to happen in the next year, what we can expect in the next year from your game, what the fuck is the point of holding a convention at all? You know? That's what this should be. This should be exclusively of what we're going to see over the next year. And here's all the surprises and stuff for the next year to get excited about. And they should show like, all right, this new like concept, that old concept ship that we've been talking about, it's finally getting done. It's going to be fun this year, and then start the hype train for the next year of this shit. But they don't. They're just like, they're showing the behind the scenes. Like, look, we have been thinking about it. Like, have you guys been working on your project? We have, miss, we have. It's like, are you sure? Yeah. Well, then you would have some working out. Have you got any working out? Look, here. We made a PowerPoint. Look. The org stuff is going to look like this. Like, this is them just answering. This might as well just be them answering a long Spectrum post in text, except they've got, like, AI to show a visual representation of what the Spectrum post like description of how the org system was going to work. Like, it might as well be that, without any real dedication. And they still may at the end of the day or the end of the whole thing say like they did last year. They said, oh, you're going to expect all this stuff in the next year. They may cover like this stuff is going to be, this isn't, but so far, we've heard nothing, not a peep of any promise or say of what update we're going to see this in, when we might see this. Has any work actually been developed on it? Like, the early stuff was like some engine stuff that could be used or put to use in some examples, but only shown through cinematics, not through actual examples of how it really works. And then the latest stuff... It's just like someone's working in the Illustrator, like making some nice vectors to like stills that look like they're actually the the Mobiglass screen. I was expecting a lot more from this. Going to be date dad. Ooh, that'd be cool. See, because Sia could be DedLeader, but he could also just be daddy, or he could be world's #1 dad. I don't know. That sounds a bit disingenuous. I don't know. I felt like, I think maybe this is happening because they know they cannot promise anything, because in all likelihood, having server meshing and pyro going on is gonna have bugs for potentially at least the entire year. And so they can't even like dedicate the team to working on building early models for stuff, because they can't like afford to like get them potentially thinking they're going to work on something other than just server meshing or whatever, or like fixing broken patches. Because that shit's gonna, dude, that's just gonna be broken as hell. Like, it's just gonna, like, the thing is, as no matter what, the one thing that still has remained really, really poor with Star Citizen is that the longer the server, the longer the server stays online, the worse condition it gets in. It gets really bad. Even with like the kind of like server swapping stuff we've had going on with servers going online and adding new ones, and then when they go off, it's just everything just starts slowing down. Everything starts getting wrong. And I'm wondering if it's just like, if we're looking at adding more players, it's just going to reach this like the speed of it getting a critical broken level because of it. It's just going to get incrementally faster and faster and faster. The more we add people into it. I don't know. Server health has never been really proven that even server meshing would fix it. Yeah. And so I think they're not looking at a lot of that stuff because they know there's probably so much work that's going to have to happen to it, and they're going to change so many systems, and that one, they need the people to keep working on it, and two, like, they're probably going to change so much that building this next system is going to like need to work on the finished version to work or something. I don't know. This issues might be a possible answer as to why they can't commit. Do they want to wait for meshing to release Squadron due to the players fighting Squadron and coming over to the SC? Yeah, that's another thing too. Zeus want the America's Cup. Wow, wow. America's Cup for what? Sorry. For what sport? Is it like rugby? Had been beautiful but really rough. Yeah, each time I manage to get my way into a 4.0 test, it's broken as hell. Like, all the good footage out there that people have done where they're going through, it's great. Oh, sailing. Ooh, that's impressive. That's tough shit. Yeah, each time I've managed to get in, you know, like 3, 4, 5 hours in from a 4.0 test, it's broken. I like can't get out of shit. I think the real data on meshing is the jump stuff looking at the moment. Like, they didn't even bother updating it to the new version until just recently, other than the jump gate being sort of active. Like, they're just making sure that kind of works. Because no matter what, like, they're still saying it's happening this year. There's not much left to this year. There's like a couple months left. Like, the meshing tests and the 4.0 tests were two different things, you know? Like, it's weird. They sort of turn some server meshing on for things. It's all about where they turn it on and for what purpose. Like, their testing for this wasn't really about numbers of people in line. It was about having those two different servers and seeing how, like, fluent that transfer between the servers of the wormholes. You know what? We're on YouTube. We're not stuck here. Citizen jump gate. There you go. Okay. Should we? I'll just turn it down, just in case. Good old ad blocker. This is footage of going through a jump gate. Which goes to Pyro over on another server. It's surprising how close to like the sliders wormhole it kind of is, which is such a classic wormhole to me. I fully, no joke, I loved sliders when I was a little kid. I remember when I was first shown the internet one time on a computer, they're like, yeah, like there's like websites for stuff. It's like when the internet was new. I remember going, oh yeah, well I bet there's not this, and running sliders.com, and it opened up and my little mind was blown. Just aged myself so badly there. Oh my god. That's all right. I'm amongst dads, even though I'm not a father. But is injected his quantum seed into the quantum ovum. The quantum mistress is now prepared to receive his quantum hornet. She's an angry quantum beast. As you see, he's passing ovum 1. Oh, he's severed that. Hiding over his ovary 2. Ovary 2, yep, has been damaged. Ovary 3 has been shattered. Alright, we're going down the fallopian tube now. Alright, I can see a flow of semen right to a port bow. Just make sure we don't get that in the genit. Alright, here we go. So we just sever this blood vessel. Yep, beautiful. Did that. Alright, alright, she's kicking back this one. Oh, yep, she's fighting now. Just wrestling. Snip her. Hold her. Hold her down. Alright, go here. This is the pooper at the back here. She's got a torch back there. I just got it. Make sure she doesn't bleed out. Alright. If we look up here. Yep. Alright, she ate Taco Bell last night, so we're looking at Pyre on the other end. Alright. I think it's a boy! Alright, trying to piss. She's good, she's good. No piss, a lot of poo. Oop. Just gonna slice the oven. Hold up, sis. Oop, I think we're about to breach. Just get the tip out. You don't want to hold a poem. If you can, you'd bust all these. You'd bust all these vessels immediately if you did. It'd be a bloody nightmare. See, these guys were too long. Is this not too long? Yeah, it should be red, right? Or maybe we already were in Pyre. This looks like the pirate jump gate here in Stanton. Yeah, okay, I think we already were in Pyre. That's a bloody nightmare. That's everyone else waiting to go through. I mean, that's kind of cool, I guess. It's right. It's kind of like, yeah. Looks alright. You can slide through that. Don't condone your fearless dead leader and all content therein. The only gate I could get to yeeted me out of the system. Yeah, every time I've gone anywhere near it, something wrong has happened. I've never like successfully gone through the gate. It's Van Bug Space Anus. Yep. Yeah, pretty much. Oof. I'm starting to like think they've really got me bummed out, don't they? Because I'm thinking they're like, oh man, I'm so glad I didn't like pay up to go to the UK for this. Star Fox fight looked better. Star Fox had great gameplay. Oh my god. I was so addicted to Star Fox 64 when it came out. The dogfighting in that, for me, that was because I never played Freelancer or any of the Chris Roberts games, but the Starfighter 64, the dogfighting was that level above like a pyramid or something. Oh my god, it was so good. Fucking long flight. Yeah, it took ages. Oh. Six, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Cosplay competition. Oh. It's a bit rude. Are we overhyped yet? I think I'm over hype at the moment. Does anyone have... Why does no one have any... This is the thing. I keep asking you guys, does anyone have any like hype predictions that they really hope for? And the thing is, no one's got like conspiracy theories or things that they're thinking really big things might be out, and it's like, that's a bummer, you know. I feel like that's a failed I feel like that's a miss from them, you know. The interior of the venue was supposed to be a Bengal. I was getting room in my Pete's, so I took it easy. What do you mean back in time? Back in time for what? I do think they will announce the release of Nyx and Pyro. Well, of course they're gonna. Pyro's already been announced, you know. It's I want to hear about Nyx and beyond, you know. I really, really, really want them to say kind of like Arc Ascended at the moment, like they're re-releasing all the maps updated and remastered, yeah, and they've got like a roadmap of like each quarter or something, or each like half each year, they'll release a new map, and add to it, and add new servers to it, like in this map. If they announce that like every year or twice a year or whatever, they're like, this is the roadmap for all the new star systems, because all right, we've got server meshing. All right, we've been working on this, we've been working on Pyro this whole time. Been working on Nyx. Like, we just showed you the planet tech to do all this stuff. So I want them to show us a roadmap of, all right, we're gonna release this, and it's gonna all be done to this level by this time. Like, I'm hoping that's the big reveal, give us a date thing. If it gives something like that, then I'm like, okay, cool. In the time of the duds, when the duds roamed. I was thinking of Scary after off my caffeine supplies, but I could be asked to get dressed. I sort of did that today. I was like, oh, like, fuck, I'm broke. I'm like, I needed to get food. But then I realized there was money in the Patreon account. Thank God. Thank you guys, my beautiful patrons. So I was able to put that into my account. I'm like, I don't want to go to the shops though, because we've got a few hours till we start. And so I just put it into Domino's and ordered like 3 pizzas and a bunch of like Pepsi. I'm like, I'll get them to bring me the caffeine. But now I've drunk through all the caffeine. A addiction, and we are, baby. You think Nyx will be ready for release with Pyro same time? Are you sure? Because like they're saying Pyro is 4.0, so they're saying this is in like a month or two. They're saying Pyro's coming out, so you're saying Nyx is coming out in a month or two. I'd happy for that the situation, but I'm impressed by the brass balls on that statement. How ready was Nyx when it was in game? You know what? I have no fucking idea. Like, because it was quite a while ago, and I'm not an expert from that age of it. I wasn't watching CitizenCons or going to them back then. I'm just gonna be flat with you, But I swear that I'd seen some older footage stuff that they'd shown, like some planets and shit of Nyx, and it's like, oh, they look like this. This is a diamond planet. This is a ruby planet. Some shit like that. Because to my understanding, like, nothing's been stopping them from making these other star systems this whole time. It's just been that they can't put them in the game because with that server meshing, they can't do it at all. So there's just been these boundaries, but theoretically, they could have been like whole swaths of stars this entire time could have just been working on making those. And all those tools they showed us at the start, they could have been showing us all that stuff because it's shown, oh, because we've actually done all this, or we're going to do these with that because of this. And hopefully, that's still the big thing. I'm hoping when they get to that building stuff tomorrow, it's not just JPEGs of mocked up things again. We saw a mocked up video the first time. We should see more than just mocked up JPEGs. That would be really sad if all we saw this time was theoretical stills only. That would be fucking insane, dude. That would be insane if all we had was like above par work meeting PowerPoint of like, this is what we will achieve in some unknown quarter. Don't worry yourselves, not in this quarter or next quarter or any of the next quarters, but this is some stuff would in the future would think it maybe would be cool. What a joke it would be. No, there has to be better. It has to be better. It has to be better. They put so much money into these things, right? Okay. They can't have been quiet for that whole time. This reveal must be fantastic. But I don't think even Squadron 42 release date is going to be that interesting by that point, to be honest. I don't know if I care that much by that point. I want to hear some fucking Star Citizen news, I don't want to hear the Star Citizen, like, engine news. I don't want to hear Squadron 42 fucking news. Although, like, unless it's really, 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 like it's coming out now kind of thing. I don't give a shit. Show me what's going to happen in the persistent universe, the live universe. Tell me a version number and some sort of idea of that when you're going to be working on it, when we can kind of expect it. I don't give a shit if you just like, we've just, hey guys, just letting you know, we've decided to add some sort of future promise of making, we've just something that's going to look like this when we get around to doing this. We just want to let you know, currently this is what we're thinking. I don't care about you fucking announcement of having a good idea, motherfucker. No one's paying for that. No one's coming to your fucking convention for shit like that, right? You can have it at the start, and it, you know, okay, cool. All right, Brian, he was told to do something there. It was a hard job. Good on you. You know, everyone knows it was going to be the most least interesting. If they keep up this fucking pace, oh my god. People would take tickets. People paid hundreds of dollars. People paid hundreds of dollars for a subpar average work meeting. Please, if it does not get better than this, I'm probably going to look like an idiot later on. If someone's watching this like later on, or for you watching now, if you stick around, later on, it might be amazing. And I'm going to look like a fucking idiot, you know, for talking. But for prosperity's sake, this is a live recording, okay? I'm going to keep the reaction of chat in here as well for people that watch this back. So people are going to see what you say when I'm saying this now, okay, everyone? From right now, from where we're standing. This is pretty lame looking, okay? But if it's just because they were told to do their part, you know, for it, their section there to fill a couple hours, then, you know, good on, you know, I feel bad. I'm sorry that they were told to have to put things out and go out first with stuff like that. You know, they did a good job. They did a good job. But man, for something that's warranting a convention, I am not seeing. I'm not seeing anything. But okay, you know, we haven't gotten the good bits yet. We're gonna get the cosplay competition coming up. Oh no! Oh no! Is it bad? I really just want them to say what, like a new ship. I just want them to release a new ship. One's in chat. If you kind of wish there was a fast forward button to see like a new ship being released. If this was pre-recorded right now for you people live in chat, one's in chat. If you would probably just like scroll over the bar and be like, okay, is there a ship? Where's the ship here? Well, I know you would now because there's a timer going, but like back here, look at this. Circles. He's done like a disease. There's disease zones. There's trees. There's dots everywhere. There's more. That's the sperm and the egg. Sky. That's a man. That's a dead duck nasty. It was a PowerPoint presentation. This was so pre-recorded. The face thing, which was sad. Because I really do hope that gets a lot better. Because I've got a beard. And you can still see my lips, but it can't at all. And so it's just constantly acting crazy. Okay, we're gonna get real. It's only been like an hour, right? Oh wait, no, wait. No, okay. Wait, it hasn't been 4 hours. What's going on? Have I lost my mind? Has it been 4 hours? No. Hold on. 11, 12, 1. So that was 2 hours. Oh no! No, I've been streaming for 9 hours, but I streamed like 5 or 6 hours early, like before it started. Oh no, that was 5 hours. That really did feel like 5 hours. Hey. Oh my god. Jesus. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. And so, how long are they gonna waste on this? 45 minutes. Just to kill. God. Please inject one of these with a secret ship thing, please. Please. That was 5 hours of nothing. Guys, I thought that was 2 hours. I thought these were 1 hour each. I just like reached over it. Fuck.
Am I on? I'm on TV.
I speak French.
Parlez-vous français?
Je parle français.
That's all I got. I'm gonna do fromage. All right. Thanks, man.
20-minute YouTube. It could have been less than that.
Welcome back from lunch. Like I said, we added an extra 15 minutes to that to get us on schedule and stuff, because that 5:30 thing has to be like right at 5:30. I'm your host, Jared Huckabee. We are back in Hall B, which is what we colloquially refer to as the UEE Barbary. This is our Bengal hangar here. Let's go ahead and take a look around. Do a spin around. People see me.
It is supposed to be a Bengal hangar.
Show there we go. Look at all those people. Say hi, everybody. You're on YouTube. My understanding is that if you're on YouTube, it automatically makes you a better person. All right. So we're going to take another walk. In case you guys missed the beginning of the show, we're going to explore the hangar area of the UES Barbary. We're going to start over here. We made you wait before, but we're going to take a look at this big guy. Excuse me, everybody. Old man hobbling. Yes, were you going to... No, I'm on... Oh, wait, what do you want? What's going on? What's going on? All right, that's cool. Let's go do this.
Where am I going to?
All right, we are going to this thing. Now, this is the Hornet F7A made by our partners at Mango Stone. It is fantastic. Hey, let's do another tour of the hangar, of the Hornet here, and I'll talk a little bit about it. Show the people the magic. So Mango Stone is a company down in the south of England. They've been doing all kinds of stuff for us. When we revealed the Manchester office, you know, everybody knows we moved into the new Manchester studio about two and a half years ago. Mango Stone helped decorate a whole big part of it. They've done a number of mannequins and armor sets for us and helmets, and including 3 major ship models. Nothing this size, but they helped decorate the office. And when it came time for CitizenCon, we were like,
sick.
You know, CIG is. It's like, do you think we could do a Hornet? And we're like, yeah, we could probably do a Hornet. We could do a Hornet. And then we found out how big it is. Do you know the Hornet in-game, like the actual in-game measurements, are 75 feet by 75 feet as a perfect square? That thing is huge. This guy here is 50 feet by 50 feet and still the same size as an F-16. So yeah, the Hornet in game is very big. And Nate Dearsley, hold on, if you're watching, Nate, if you didn't make the Hornet so big, you wouldn't have had to make the Bengal so big. All right, let's keep looking. So this thing is pretty cool. Mango Stone is one of our trusted partners here. They've done all kinds of work for us. I asked them what we were going to do with the Hornet.
Yeah, they should have made the cockpit opener. Why not?
And we've got a lot of ideas. Nothing I can reveal today, but let's just say that CitizenCon this year will not be the last you see of this amazing 50 by 50 by, I forgot how tall it is. It's probably more than 3 or 4 feet. I like the lighting effect. Look at this gun. Let's go look at the, who knows what gun this is? I mean, obviously it's Apocalypse Arms, but what model is it? Remnant? This is a Remnant? Oh, yeah. Now, one of the things Mango Stone is known for is making weapon props for major motion pictures. One of the movies that you might have seen their stuff from is The Force Awakens, where they made a lot of the Stormtrooper armor and all their weapons in kit for that movie.
It's like it's a support beam, but they added some stuff to make it look like it was like
one last wide
plugged in
establishing
to
shot of the
recharge
Hornet.
or
See how
power or
really
something.
cool this thing looks? And then we're going to do something, you know, here's something I can do that other people can't do. I can stand in here. Look, Mom, I'm getting in trouble.
Jesus Christ.
And go through here.
Oh my God, he looks like a little
Maybe go
baby.
under this thing. I am making Tyler Wicken very nervous right now. I'm going to go under this thing. I may not be able to run, but I can still get low. Hey, where's my camera? Can you still see me? Where'd he go? Oh, he went the long way. Oh, I thought I was going to outsmart you. All right, so we're going to check out the rest of Hall B. Follow me this way. These are the Star Citizens. Hi, Star Citizens.
Did he hit it? Did he got hit?
Where are you from? From
Oh my
Florida.
God. Wait, can we give him something for that?
Tampa area.
Tampa?
Yeah.
You got
For
a
hitting
season
his
pass
head.
to Disney?
No.
Used to. Ah, fair enough.
Deadly,
fair enough.
deadly
Where you
Dad?
from?
No.
Just outside of London.
Just outside of London.
And said
Thanks for making the
that
drive, man.
no.
Hey! Oh my gosh, it's embarrassing. We wore the same thing. Where are you from?
Czech Republic.
Czech Republic.
Yeah, he fucking
Wow, what brought you
smashed
here?
his head on the ship.
Well,
Oh God, there's a furry.
It
Wait.
wasn't a trick question.
Wait,
I'm
no,
just saying,
there's,
yeah.
no, there's no
It's all
cos.
right. I
We've got
haven't
cosplay
slept in
dad.
about
That doesn't
3
count.
days, so I'm
That's
like,
not
what the
cosplay.
heck?
That's furry.
All right. Hey. No. I haven't slept in 3 days. Is this
Is
thing
that
really here?
is that a big?
You're seeing
Does
this
this
too,
count
right?
as a Bigfoot? Is this a kaiju? Does this
Ratty,
count as a kaiju?
what's your deal? You're like a technician? All right. Hornet technician, I'm guessing? A little bit?
Does this count as a Bigfoot? I'm gonna put it to
I'm
you
thinking
guys.
about
on
doing
a-
something
the
really
poll.
dumb right now. No, I want to be able to come to work on Monday. Thanks for being here, Ratty. Rats are carriers of communicable diseases, so that's all right. What? Who said hey, Jared? You said hey, Jared.
I did.
Oh, you said hey, Jared. What's going on?
I wanted to give you this.
Want to give me something? Oh. So one of the great things about being here at CitizenCon is people hand me all manner of stuff. And then it goes in my pocket, and then it goes in the back, and by the end of the weekend, I have an entire bag full of stuff. And which is not so bad when you live here in the UK. When you have to travel back across the world, and you have a bag full of weird metal treatments, TSA really loves that. But
11 votes.
This is a
That's a Bigfoot,
challenge
ladies
point.
and gentlemen.
Challenge points
That's
are
a
a staple in
Bigfoot.
Star Citizen community. How many orgs here have their own challenge coins?
I did not think a furry was going to be a Bigfoot.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's a pretty good round. This is a what coin?
U.S. Army Aviation.
U.S. Army Aviation. Okay, hold on. I am getting older. I got to say without this. So United States Army Aviation. Nice.
These are probably some of the ones that people
thank
thought
you,
were
sir.
never going to get
Thank you very much.
bingoed.
That's your M1A jacket too.
This is
Oh,
it. It's all the
yours.
creative ones, which I like the most.
Yeah, no, it's the inspiration for the ones we're selling right now. So yeah.
Tall, let's get on the background. Oh God, the audio's just got jacked out. It's just feeding him things from the cord. It's weird. His mic's dead. He doesn't know. It was awkward. He fed him a chip. If he fed him a chip, does that make him a Dorito, Dad? Yeah, this is awkward.
Hello? Are we on? Hello. Am I back? All right, we're back. Hall A, cheer for
Yeah,
me.
use the mic, mate.
All right, you know, we made it through last year pretty good without any major issues, and then I saw those bingo cards show up on Reddit, and like the first square was technical issues, and I was
Yeah.
like, no, we haven't had technical issues on one of these in a long time. Then this happens. Oh,
Jesus.
Hello, everyone. Welcome
Oh,
back
God.
to CitizenCon. Here we are in the Addison Lounge. And thank you, Jared, for handing over. I think we lost you for a second there, Jared, from your voice. Thank goodness, is all I have to say.
Yeah, there were nachos.
So,
Dorito
we
Dad.
are in the Addison Lounge where we'll find all
Nachos,
sorts
that's
of
Doritos Dad.
interesting people and dads and whatever else. I wonder if there's anyone around here we could possibly annoy.
That's another Duck Dynasty.
Why, hello, Benoit. How are you doing today?
You hadn't already picked that one.
Fancy seeing you here. Awesome. Hello. How are you doing?
I'm doing good, thank you, Benoit. You've had 2 amazing presentations already this morning. How are you feeling about the next ones?
Oh, I feel excited as hell for everything that's left at CitCon. I think everything is chef's kiss.
Does she cancel Hot
Beautiful.
Dad?
Are there
Only
any
if she
highlights
fits
from
the
this morning?
perfect
Any
one.
main takeaways from either of the 2 presentations you've given
You got to
already?
convince me beyond
Well, now that
reasonable
my,
doubt.
stress level.
You're doing a good job, man.
Thank you.
You're doing great too.
Any bets he felt like a bit of a fucking idiot.
He is the man.
Hot Dad.
So, highlights. Well, I mean,
Just
now
because
that my
she's a
stress
girl,
level
I
is
don't think
down,
she deserves a Hot Dad.
I think
You know.
both presentations were just.
I feel like that's a
stellar.
little bit
I'm really happy with how it went, and I'm especially
simple.
very proud of the teams that have shown content today, either being in the Social Universe panel or in the Star Engine Brave New Worlds panel. I think the teams have.
She'd almost
been
be
working like
Aloha
crazy, and they
Dad,
deserve
like
a
a
hand.
Aloha
Let's go,
pinup.
guys. Let's give it
You
up
know,
for the teams
I can
from
see
the
that
first
more
2
so,
panels.
but not though.
They were outstanding and have really given it their all, and it shows. And so for me, I can't really call a highlight, you know, I can't play any favorites, but damn, that Zeus exit was, wow.
Yeah. Big respect to everyone who worked on so hard on all the presentations today. So,
Oh, she's got the pearls.
as we
It almost
mentioned,
could be
today's pretty
Trophy Dad.
stacked already. We've got a lot more to come. But how does this CitizenCon here in Manchester compare to years previous?
I couldn't believe we could do a bigger CitizenCon last year, and this one's one bigger. And so it's absolutely
What?
fantastic. It's also great to have the biggest
You know what? They've been
office
talking
right
a
next
lot
to
of
the
shit.
venue.
You know, they've been like really
Last year
hyping
was
this
really,
up.
like complicated logistic-wise, right? To get everybody on the same page, flying people over. Now everybody's on site. It's been fantastic. We brought the crew
Spooky
from
Dad in the
the
back.
studios in. Overall, having everybody here has been great. Plus,
I
look
see
at
him.
this. We have a almost full-size Hornet in the place. This is absolutely incredible. I couldn't believe we were actually doing it when I actually heard about it. and seeing it for
Was that
real
an
is
Aloha
just
Dad?
completely
I can't tell.
mind-blowing. And I just want to sit in it. Jared, can I sit in it? Even I'm not allowed to sit in it.
Damn. So, does that mean next year's
Jared
CitizenCon
Dad.
could feature
Oh, God,
a
Jared
horse
Dad
sea
is
in
fucked.
Quebec?
God.
Oh my God, that's the number one
That's
question
so
I get all
fucked.
the
That
time
took me
is, when are we
ages.
gonna get a CitizenCon in Montreal?
Oh, fuck you.
I don't know.
No.
But I would love a Halsey.
No.
Or a Zeus.
I won't be
Zeus
pinned
would
to
be
that.
Absolutely fantastic, you know? Because maybe that's a quick shout out I'd like to give is that the Zeus, I mean, tons of people are worked on it at CIG throughout, but this is really the first ship that is completely done from the Montreal team. And so I feel especially privileged to have, put it in the video and then released it in this patch. It's an absolute fantastic ship. So I'm super happy about it.
I have a question. I'd like to ask Benoit.
Yeah.
When are we going to be able to watch CitizenCon and ISC and everything in game?
Ooh.
Is
She's
that
a lot
feature
better
request, sir?
than the other
Feature request, okay.
co-host.
All right. Well,
That
well,
would
I'm not
make
gonna give you
her
dates. We're definitely gonna
UK's
put that feature
number
request to the
2
test
dad.
and see if
Boom.
CR approves it. We'll see.
We'll put it with all the other feature
She's
requests.
the second best
in the bin.
host.
That's right. No.
Beautiful. Well, thank you so much, Benoit. Wonderful to chat. We're going to throw over to Dan. Thanks very much, guys. Catch us after the break.
See you guys around later.
Thank you, Kirsten, and thank you.
Oh God, no! It's the third best. Okay, the first worst.
The interstitial, where we are back in the hall here at CitizenCon 2954. Little bit of housekeeping. We just have to give a quick shout out to our sponsor, Versa, who helped make CitizenCon possible this year. Thank you, Versa, for all you do to help make Star Citizen and CitizenCon possible. We also misnamed Scan Computers a Scan PC. Sometimes when you're running around with people talking in your ear and things you have to do, you mix up names. So thank you guys for being awesome sponsors and helping make CitizenCon possible. Now, I was told specifically to avoid talking about that because Jared just did that, so we're going to gloss over the Hornets. So come, follow me.
Is there a
We have
worst,
some awesome
Dad?
stuff here on the show floor at CitizenCon. We are so happy to have you guys back in Manchester, and we hope you guys are having an awesome show. Now, if you guys haven't been here yet, the General Lounge is filled with people who are excited. Everyone say hi.
Bad Dad.
That was a little lackluster. We'll try again later.
Yeah, there's a bad dad.
Now, guys, there's a
All right.
ton of stuff, but first I
Click
want to throw
it-
it over
click
to
bad
my
dad.
good friend,
Bad dad
Galactica.
counts.
We have the cosplay competition brought to you by Toby, so I'm going to throw it over to Galactica. I think
We're
we have
wondering
some
what he
pretty
was
cool
going to
costumes
get.
to show you guys. So Galactica,
And after we
take it
got
away.
second best dad, he just fell into place. Sorry, buddy. It wasn't the plan. So it had to be someone. Sorry, buddy. Someone had to go.
Greetings, citizens. I hope you all had a wonderful lunch break. How many of you guys had some torpedo burritos? Okay.
I mean, she can call me
And
daddy.
How many of you had
What's
some
this?
Big Bennies?
A little bit of that.
All right, clearly we know
Bad
what their
dad.
crowd
Right
favorite
now.
is. Well, welcome to the 2954 cosplay competition by Toby Gaming. For those of you who don't know me, I am Galactica, our senior social media manager, and I run all of our socials for all things Star Citizen and CIG. And joining me
Bad
on
Dad.
stage,
Yeah, we got Bad
we
Dad.
have
Just
our
take him in.
lovely judges, starting with lead character tech artist Armando. And up next, we have principal
That was
tech
my dad.
artist Forrest. And last, we have our creative director, Kat.
She honestly, she does seem like she's probably like dairy free, like lactose free in real life.
Our judges today will be judging contestants based on creativity, stage presence, quality of craftsmanship, and authenticity. This year, we're doing things a little bit different. Previously, we did a first, second, and third place. However, instead of doing that, this year, we're going to be rewarding people based on the following categories, starting with Best in Show, Most Creative, Best Performance, and for our fourth one, you guys get to decide because we're doing Audience Favorite.
Let me take a look at them again.
This year, for our prizes, let's talk about that for a minute. Who here has ever heard of a Toby eye tracker? Quite a bit of you, okay. And how many of you guys have actually used one before? Okay, awesome. So if you're not familiar with the Toby eye tracker, it is the only device
We're pretty
that is
likely
capable
to
of
get
tracking both
some bingos
head and eye
during this
movements,
pretty quickly. And
allowing
remember,
you
it's
to
going to be
take your
first.
Star Citizen immersion to the next level.
First
through
is actually say bingo,
effortlessly
remember?
following your targets,
And to be
locking
confirmed.
on with just a glance, bringing your character's facial animations to life, and more. So, now for the prizes. Our Best in Show winner will receive a Toby Eye Tracker 5, complete with an accessory bundle, which includes a mounting kit, carrying case, and a tripod bracket. All of our other winners will also receive a Toby Eye Tracker 5, and they don't know this yet, and I'm announcing this on stage, but all of our contestants will also receive an RSI Zeus MK2 ES with LTI and a game package.
Yes, so That's the Discovery version, right?
Are you guys ready
That's
to
the
see
shit
our
version.
contestants today?
They went out of their way to make bad.
Awesome. Contestants, let's get the show rolling. Our first contestant is Shiley.
Yeah, she's cute.
Shiley is cosplayed as a pyro bounty hunter.
Nice.
Shiley, I'm going to have you stand right here. All right, and our second contestant today is Hydrosa, who is cosplaying as an advocacy agent.
Wait, someone did this last year. Wait, it's the same guy. It's the same guy. We watched this before, and we said he would have been Dog Dad.
Come right over here. You were here last year, you know the drill. And our third contestant
I think that guy's just cosplay dad.
Cosplaying as a mining worker.
Like, he came last time dressed in the exact same outfit. He's got to be a cosplay dad. So pick cosplay dad.
I think I've seen this outfit on ISC.
It was the same guy and the exact same outfit as last year. And he entered with the same thing. It's just lazy.
We have Cat
That's why he wins it.
Dressed as Molly. If
It was literally...
saw our commercials from last year's IAE, you might recognize her.
Nope. It's just someone wearing a shirt
What do we have here?
with some merch.
Oh. Who wants a Pico?
Oh! The judges are over here.
I mean, it's someone wearing merch, a
we had a
t-shirt,
deal.
and some plushies. But I guess
the audience,
maybe
I
they put some trim on the leggings or something.
All right, and up next we have Amon
Oh,
Grass,
get on with
who is
Patron.
a Xi'an diplomat.
Oh, wow.
Oh.
Real life character.
It looks like Fat Piccolo.
I love it.
That's Daddy. That's Daddy. That's Daddy. That's Daddy.
And
Oh,
our
Daddy.
sixth contestant is Little Drift Boy as Garmin Humble, another IAE fan favorite.
Oh, God. I'm crying. Yeah, he's pretty cool.
Complete with the burrito, I see.
Fat Piccolo.
All right, and up next we have Dana as Pico the plushie.
We've already had cosplay dad. Oh, future dad. No. What's this? Wait, wasn't there a Pico one? Did I put Pico dad in?
Just making sure you can see with that thing, okay? And we
Swear I
have
had at one
another
point.
Pico up next, Carlito.
Oh God, no. Yeah, that's Spooky
He's
Dad.
got a snowboard.
Yeah, that's Spooky Dad. I'm close to a bingo, you guys.
And last but not least, we have Kin
It was the shuffle.
as
It was
a
like a
duster.
Oh yeah, there is a legendary outfit. I was wondering if there was going to be one of those. Oh wait, no, that's the one just below the legendary one, I think. Oh, Casey.
All right, now that we have all of our contestants on
If
stage,
Trophy Dad.
judges, feel free to come take a closer look, ask questions, and let me know when you're ready to make your final call.
All right.
Metal Dad because it's shiny. Ooh.
Yeah. Nice. Good detail.
Right.
Yeah, I'll allow it.
Is
Metal
asking,
Dad for the
for
middle one that
from
looks
today.
kind of like a Boba Fett or like a Mandalorian one. You know what I'm talking about in the middle.
The best thing.
That could be a.
Oh, good to see you. How you
Oh,
been?
Deadly Dad. Oh, now Deadly Dad can't be that one
Yeah,
either.
doing great. Doing great.
He's not necessarily a bounty hunter,
Right, yeah.
but he's
Still one of
just
my
he's
favorites.
necessarily metal. You know. I think the winner will be the Trophy Dad. Ooh, maybe.
Oh yeah. This is great. The mining outfit.
If they give him an actual trophy, yeah.
Is it true you guys eat pellets?
That's right.
But if they give him like a certificate, nah.
So how'd you do that? Couple LEDs?
So we got
Oh,
Spooky Dad
that
as
is
well,
so
there,
cool.
remember? But the
Patch.
the
See if you turn
man
around
with a
for us.
beak
Yeah.
that came crawling out
Got the
like the
retro
Exorcist.
reflective shader on you? Yeah. All right. Very cool.
Can you do the garment?
How many followers do you have? How's Orson?
Good than you? Nice.
Mm-hmm.
Daddy. Oh, Daddy.
Very nice.
When he pick out his beak, I was like, ew.
Look
Legendary
at this.
should be NPC Dad. I think we did get NPC Dad earlier.
What is it made of?
I do not speak Xi'an.
I'm pretty sure there's like only one photo of this guy. So the fact that like he's chosen to cosplay is funny because I think it's actually very close to the one like concept artwork of him.
All right.
Does the
Wow.
helmet have any
Yes.
interior?
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I wear when I'm playing.
It's I.
Nice. Oof. Will you stop squeaking for a second? I'm trying to concentrate.
Always ready.
He's wearing light armor, so
Alright.
if you don't already have Sneaky Dad, you can get a Sneaky Dad with
Okay,
him.
look. Wow. Where to even begin?
Is it 5 to win? You've just got a good row. There's like I think it's
You really
7.
wag that thing.
Yeah, 7 on this.
All right, extra points for you. All right.
He's gonna get edge to edge row.
Oh, here we go. Down the snowy slopes. Microtech. All right.
He's the spooky one.
Awesome. Yes. 3D scan you, put you in the game. All right, awesome. Fantastic. All right,
You gonna give that out?
cool. How great were all they?
Okay.
How good was that, everyone?
Real life players, real life characters.
Real life in video game. Video game in real life, everyone. Wait, patch news.
Oh my gosh.
Live
Okay,
topics.
real quick, judges, are you good to turn your mics off?
Yes.
All right, if we can turn the mics off for our judges while they decide who our winners are going to be. Give me a little test. All right, I think the mics are off. All right, cool. In the meantime, Hydrosa has given me a tiger claw to give out to the audience. And, oh, are you giving me one too? Okay, let's do this. So I don't want to chuck this thing because it's quite heavy. But if you have not gone to the
I saw a
community
photo of a
booth
bunch of
section
those.
yet, there might be a device that you can put this into that will maybe redeem a prize in game.
Ooh.
How do we want to give this out? Let's see.
Fuck, I wonder what this shit's got on it.
All right, I want you guys to make the loudest noise. All right, let me see. I want to see who's the most hype.
Come on, Fat Piccolo.
All right.
Fat Piccolo. See, Piccolo is the hero we all deserve. The hero deserve is the hero we need. I don't know what it is. It is a tiger claw from in the game, which is like you can use them to like hack computer systems. So they might have like a little fake terminal system set up or something.
There you go.
Probably more be RFID than USB.
And then we have a med pen. I think we have to give this to the ones with the med gowns, clearly. Oh, we got 2. Let's go. Med gowns, come up here.
He's down 2 med sticks. Get him. Fat Piccolo, tackle him.
You know what? I do not regret this decision. Thank y'all. All right, judges,
They plug into the little ace
looking?
up at the Atlas booth. 2
You need more
inches. That's
time?
cool.
You guys are good? All right. So, starting with our best in show, Forrest, let us know who is our best in show winner today.
Well, everyone's a best in show winner, but there can only be one.
Shoot us.
The Xi'an diplomat.
Fat Piccolo!
All right, Armando, can you tell us who is our best performance winner?
Yeah, it was pretty hard, but we're gonna give Pico.
He gets trophy dead. Even though you're not supposed to give him 2. But Fat Piccolo, he stole our hearts. Oh my god.
Congratulations. And Kat, what do you got for
that's
us
trophy
for
dead.
most creative?
Anyone that stops crime and eats burritos in armor that good a quality is the most creative. So it's Garmin Humble, guys.
Awesome.
I don't know about DedLeader.
You guys are all right next to each other. Okay, if we can have you guys step forward. Now we're going to do you as well. Oh, you might need help. That's okay. We got you. We got you. Garmin Humble's here if you need extra help too. Okay. So now we have to decide our audience favorite.
The King of Kings.
So let's do this. We're gonna come over here with our judges.
Mask.
We're gonna go one by one to see how much hype you guys can give our contestants to find out who is going to win our audience favorite. Sound good? Cool. All right, so let's give it up for Duster.
Who's Duster again? Is that for Piccolo?
That's a lot of hype.
Say who they are. No one remembers the names.
All right, and next, let's give it up for Pico.
So Duster was the guy on the right. Right, yeah. He's pretty good.
All right,
It's
and
Piccolo.
then we have
Piccolo.
Molly.
Oh. Which order is she going in?
All right, and now we have our minor.
I have no idea what's going on. It was like 150 plus.
And our advocacy agent. And last, our pyro bounty hunter.
Wait, he was a bounty hunter? He's wearing light armor.
All right, judges. Let me come back
I was
going to
say he was fastest out alive because he was wearing light armor.
Who are we thinking?
She was trying to do like an audience reaction. So I thought she was trying to do like who was the best.
All right, right, the judges have decided, and our audience favorite is Duster.
Okay, that guy. Yeah, he was pretty cool.
Awesome. And as I mentioned before, our prizes today are supplied by Toby, who's actually here with us. Toby?
Toby himself is here?
Welcome,
Bring
Toby,
him up.
on the stage, everybody.
Wait, is it actually a guy named Toby?
Can I borrow
That would
two of you
be
guys to
amazing.
carry some of the prizes, and we'll take a picture?
Hey guys, I'm Toby. It's a little boy. Hello. We love you, Fat Piccolo. Oh, look at his hands.
Here, I'll. Can you hold that? Can you hold that? If you can't hold it, I can hold it for you. Here, I'm gonna turn it.
Wow, I can't believe they got to meet Toby. Toby Tobison.
All right, and then we got one
Oh yeah,
more.
Toby. Toby's gonna.
Let's give it up to our winners.
Yeah, Toby's got to be the rich dad. We got to see him. Rich dad came out. Hello, I'm Mr. Toby, owner of Toby. My name's Toby Tobison, owner of Toby. Maybe you've seen my product, the Toby AI Trucker.
And all of our contestants, if you don't mind coming together so we can all get a picture together. All right, thank you so much for joining us for the 2954 cosplay competition by Toby.
Excuse me, sorry.
Ooh, what's this?
You need to move, sorry.
Get the fuck out of the way.
In a world where the Vandul have attacked, one ship will make it so that the lives lost will be avenged. That's right, the UEE Retribution is here at CitizenCon 2954. I have the creators of this amazing model. We have Pigeon Spaceport here. You guys have done an amazing job creating an awesome thing. Is there anything you guys would like to quickly say before we get into questions?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Right.
Thank you guys so much. I quickly ran down here, so I forgot to grab my note cards. Let me do this off my phone. Quick question: how many total pieces is the
One
UE
person in the
Retribution?
Hornet. It's pretty insane.
Yeah.
About when the 3D printing finish for the Retribution is around 300 in total. 300 pieces.
300 pieces. That is a lot of pieces for, I mean, it's a big ship, so that definitely makes sense. How many people worked on creating
You know what? If this camera
the UE
pans down, but the law of averages, it tells me he could be our best chance for the socks on sandals, Dad. Don't tell me how I know.
So it is around 15
But I know.
people, and almost everyone in the crew have worked on for the Retribution model.
It's amazing.
Sorry, was that 15 or 50?
15.
Still a lot of people. That's still a lot of people. And as you can see, there's a lot of detail in here, so that makes sense. Can you briefly explain the process between taking the concept of the Retribution and then making it into this massive physical model? What was that process like?
I want to give this like a dad name that's like impressive, you know? I want to give him like a nod to his skill and effort. I'm trying to find a way to do that while it still be like correct.
So we searched
Someone
on the
find
internet
me,
to find all the images we could find for the Retribution. Then we bring
a really good
all the images
matching
we find into the 3D printing.
one for this guy, because this guy's sick.
然后关于它的颜色，这个颜色的话，我们是根据我们对于星际公民中
Is
的
Nerd
非
Dad
常
on
黑
there?
色认知，然后来自行设计的。
So about the coloring that we use the retribution is based on our understanding of the color Star Citizen use in the game. So
Wizard Dad,
our
maybe,
understanding and the interpretation of the color that we use in retribution.
Amazing, guys. And one last quick question before we just kind of stare at this amazing ship. What's your favorite detail of the ship?
Rad Dad? Yeah, Rad Dad. Rad Dad. You're right. You're right. That's obvious. That's obvious. Good one. Wizard Dad was almost both thinking, but Rad Dad for sure.
So his favorite part of the retribution is the main thrust lightening of the ship, because when you light it up, you will lighten up the whole room, the whole wall, and it's very amazing and beautiful.
Well, thank you guys. Let's take a look at that lighting. We'll get you guys into position for the next bit right now. So let's take a quick look at the retribution. This thing is amazing. It is massive. It's probably over,
you got a bingo?
I would say 10 feet long. This thing is huge. It's been at previous bar citizens that we've had in Asia. It's awesome to have it here at CitizenCon. We're really, really happy that this thing made it to Manchester. It is so much detail in such a small amount of space, but it's not that small. It's massive. So yeah, we're really, really happy to have it here. Now we're going to follow me. We're going to go to the next thing they brought. I don't know if anyone's really seen this before. I'm going to throw it over to Sam. Sam, why don't you throw us to this awesome bit right over here?
Absolutely, Dan. So we have an amazing model of everyone's favorite Port Olisar right here, near and dear to my heart. Many a year have I spent easily and quickly getting to the ASOPs and buying things and getting rammed off of my pads by unruly and griefers. So I have a couple more questions for you guys about this build, if that's okay. What's this model made out of?
奥丽莎的是用什么做成的？
奥丽莎它主要的结构是由3D 打印所制作，但是在其中我们加入了一些金属梁，用于增强稳定。
So mainly the Port Olisar is made by 3D printing, basically the resin, and we also add the main metal structure to make it more solid.
Wow, that's really cool.
Yep.
So
That's
do you know roughly how much does it weigh?
你知道它大概有多重吗？
Why are they?
大概在700公斤左右。
Why they're
So it's
impressive
roughly
here?
around 700 kilograms.
Awards. Let's spin our prize wheel. Okay, let's spin for what should we get?
是最困难的。
Right, just shuffle it. How do you?
停机坪区域中的就是停机坪表面难度在于，在我们的比例下，它的厚度将只有4毫米厚。
Congratulations, Wars! You've just won yourself a brand spanking new Gattax cylinder with LTI game pack and 3 alien paints. Congratulations and thanks for playing along.
With like just a few millimeter to make it still solid.
这个停机坪的下部也是个非常大挑战，因为下部有非常多的结构交叉在一起。
Everyone, congratulations on our first winners.
是非常大的工程。
I'll send that one
So also the bottom
when I get around to it
of
at the end of the
landing
stream.
pad, because
Congratulations.
there's so many structural intersections. They're so complex, so it was really hard for us to modeling.
No, I can imagine. It is a really interesting kind of station, and I'm sure everybody was just as sad as I was to see it go.
This was the
Do you
card.
hope to see Port Olisar return to the verse someday?
所以你会期待奥丽莎的回归吗？
真的吗？你又说奥莎有可能回归的，那当然啊，肯定的，那太好啊。
So yes, really. So if
What was the
Olisar
fastest
actually will come
satellite?
back, it's so good and exciting.
Nah, they're not on stream.
Absolutely. Yeah. I hope so too. I hope so too. Right. Thank you guys for talking about these. That was the amazing Pigeon Spaceport, guys. Do check them out online. Their stuff is absolutely amazing. I'm going to now pass over to my buddy, Dan, who is hanging out with the merch stand guys to show off some of the really cool stuff that we have here at CitizenCon. Over to you, Dan.
Oh, hi.
Oh.
Awesome. Thank you guys at Pigeon Spaceport. I know, I just come out of nowhere.
He just
come
keeps
follow
doing
me, guys. Thank you guys at Pigeon Spaceport. We're so lucky to have them and their awesome bits here at CitizenCon 2954. Now, I think it's time for you guys to see a bit of where I get my fashion from. So come follow me, guys.
Can we
Come
get a dad
follow me this
recap?
way.
No, we're not actually doing
We'll make our way
recaps
through the
this
crowd.
time.
Let's get in line.
You got to be here
for
live for it,
the
so you get to catch it
merch
live.
Booth. Yeah, that's a long line. I don't think I want to wait in that line. So luckily I have the CIG access pass. Come follow me.
It's a new rule
We
this
get to
year.
skip the line. Just a little secret for me and my many thousands of friends who are watching the stream. Come follow me this way.
This also means I don't have to follow too closely what's been done, what hasn't been done already.
And as they should be, because we have some awesome merch here at CitizenCon 2954. If you guys are interested in getting some, you can go onto robertspaceindustriescom/merch. And that should probably take you there. If not, you'll find it on the pledge store. But we have some awesome merch. Let's take a look. At the top, we have some brand new Pico the Penguin plushies. This Pico is Pico with an attitude. This is our Pico Black Ice plushie. This Pico has a new stepdad and feels a way about it. We are very excited to bring Pico back. We have a brand new Star Citizen cap. We
Yeah.
have some awesome. See if you can get those
I know,
stickers
Mac.
on the other side. I don't know if you are able to get that. We also have a pin set on the far bit there. We have a brand new desk mat, which looks awesome. Look at that desk mat. We also have some awesome physical merch. See if I can squeeze past in here. I am absolutely going to ruin these
This merch
people's
kinda
day.
fucking
We have some
sucks.
exclusive shirts for attendees. I'm just bull in a china shop. We have some cool giveaway packs. Everyone is working really hard on making sure people have that.
The jacket's kind of cool.
Can I get a Zeus bomber jacket? Can I get a... They got me another Zeus bomber jacket. Thank you so much. I have one on, but take a look at this Zeus bomber jacket. So we have the interior lining. It's this awesome, like, yellow-orange, like, sort of a...
It's like
quilted
so much
pattern.
money
It
there.
looks- and, by the way, feels awesome. Now, these do run a little small, so make sure you're getting a size up. Let's hold this up for the camera. Look at that. We also have... Oh, that's gone forever. The cameraman just took that, and I will never get it back. We also have some cool details. We obviously have like this RSI. Hello there. We have some RSI like branding right here. We have some patches over here commemorating the Zeus Mark 1.
Yeah,
And
he's
we
in the
also
most
have, out of the
annoying
wrapper,
place to be doing
a
this.
Pico the Penguin Black Ice Edition. This Pico has seen some things, but I can fix him.
Like, can you fuck
I
off?
swear I can fix it. We also have a bunch of awesome stuff. We have this UEE flag. Let's make sure.
Yeah,
that
that
we're
yellow lining is
holding
pretty
that
dope.
up properly.
Yellow lining
Look at that.
is
We have a UE
admittedly
flag for you
dope.
guys to celebrate your patriotism for a united empire of Earth.
That's very
This thing
close to
is
the,
very long.
the
It's
trans
kinda
flag.
festival colors. I kind of
like aqua.
like that. It's
Just add like a pink
Yeah,
to white to
I'm
that, and
going
you
to
get a
steal
trans flag.
that is mine.
Oh, it's
and,
already got
if
white
you're
in
not
the
getting it
logo.
back,
Add a
what
bit
else
of
we
pink
got?
to it.
I know we have some more merch. Someone get me more merch.
That'll piss off the fucking trolls so
Here we
hard.
go. Thank you. We have a new keychain. Ooh, this is really nice. Camera guy, we got keychain. We have a bunch of cool stuff. I am being told, however, that I think that's all the merch that we can show because we want you guys to be here at CitizenCon getting it. So I think that's just enough time we have here at CitizenCon. I'm going to throw it back over.
Why wouldn't you
to
show it off
We'll
then?
see you guys back here later. Take care.
In other words, he fucked up his timing.
All right. They're saying ice it. I'm wearing jeans. It doesn't work through it. You know, people tried to get me to take my pants off backstage, and I'm like, no, I do it. How's the habit? It hurts. All right, guys. I think that's long enough of a break. Let's get back to some presentations. How about it?
I mean, more merch.
All right. We have the first of two amazing presentations. This next one, Dressed to Kill, is, well, what can I tell you?
Don't.
Who remembers CitizenCon 2016?
No.
Please welcome to the stage.
Because I'm reasonable.
Who is it? can't see it. Oh no, it's supposed to say his name on there right now.
Is this
Show me his
stroke
name.
dead?
Nick Pierce!
Okay. Ooh, Leather Dad.
How's it going?
Did we have Leather Dad?
Hello, hello. So my name is Nick Pierce, like Jared mentioned. It's my second CitizenCon, but it's my first time presenting. So I'm very excited to be here. And just on behalf of myself and the team, thank you so much for coming to this presentation. Thank you. With that said, I'm here to talk to you about an initiative that was first introduced
If you haven't
here at
done
CitizenCon in
Daddy,
2019.
you could count
and that's
as
adding
Daddy.
distinct purpose and specializations to armor and clothing
No, it's
in
not
our
Viking.
game. So let's get started. So, Star Citizen is a game about almost everything where you can do almost anything, with so many different options of gameplay,
Advantage,
whether that
yeah.
be mining, piloting, FPS combat, or even a captain of industry. Unlike other traditional
It
MMOs,
might be just
we don't
Daddy
impose
again.
rules or classes onto the
Yeah.
player.
Mafia Dad.
In real life,
Oh, he
people are not
could
just
be.
one thing. I'm sure you can all relate. I've had many
I'm
different jobs.
dead.
I've not always been a game designer. In fact, it was only a week ago that I found out that Jared used to do tech support for prosthetic legs. It's true. You can ask him. That said, if you're like me, you like to excel at whatever you're doing. So that brings us on to the concept of
He's like-
specializations.
he's like a fashion
This is about bringing more purpose,
guy.
more considerations, and more decisions to armor and clothing you wear beyond just looking cool. So, what are they? Specializations are the
He's
focus
okay. He's
of
going to be
your
hot
current
dad. He's like
daily
fashion
adventure.
guy. Yeah, hot
That
dad.
could be
Hot
a
dad.
daring racing,
It's hot
a
dad.
cargo hauler, or a first responder.
It's fashion.
Specializations are a series of attributes assigned to each piece of clothing and armor in the verse to allow you to make informed decisions on both how you want to look and how you want to perform. What are they not? Specializations are not assigned classes.
Piccolo was trophy
There's no
dad
magic
and daddy.
toggle where suddenly you're forced into a role like a cleric or a wizard or even a pizza delivery person. They also do not limit you. You can still do almost everything in any armor and clothing you want.
Hey.
You just won't do it as well as you
Whimsical.
could
Let me look you
have
up.
if you had specialized. Why are these necessary? Well, specializations enhance gameplay depth. They add a level of roleplay and immersion. Specializations can provide a sense of ownership of your playstyle. At its core, SC is driven by choice, with specializations offering a deeper layer of player options. And that's the option to excel, to fool around, to min-max, or give yourself a unique challenge. Specialization allows us as developers to make gameplay experiences that are deeper and more complex. So whether you're a salvager, a bounty hunter, or a medic, there will be specialized suits that will help outperform your peers. So at this point, you may be asking yourself, okay, well, how do I specialize? It starts by determining your playstyle. What do you want to do today? Are you going to be a trader, a smuggler, an assassin? Is there a void in your organization that needs filling? This is a decision you get to make and remake every single time you log in. Or, if you're like me, perhaps several times in a single play session. Once you know what you want to do, it's time to start hunting for the right gear. Specialized items are not intended to be found in any old store. You're going to have to do the legwork. You'll have to align with some of those guilds and factions that JJ and Benoit just talked about in the previous presentation. You'll have to explore the galaxy, find hidden stashes, and rare opportunities for better gear. Specialized items are meant for those who are willing to put in the work to exceed at your role. And once you've done all that, it's about selecting the right combination of armor and clothing. Yes, I said it. Mixing clothing and armor is built into the very fabric of this new system. Can I get a hell yeah? All right.
Whimsical. Why did you
right.
put as your username on your form?
I know you guys have wanted this for a long time, so yeah, great. And to tell you even more about this new system that we do called Starware, please welcome to the stage lead character technical artist Armando Lira. Watch it, bro.
Thank you so much, Nick. Hello, everyone. I am so happy to be here presenting for the first time. How cool are specializations? We are sure you'll enjoy finding the best combinations for your playstyle. And for that, we had to create a system that gave you all the freedom that you deserve. It's something that I am sure you've all been waiting for so long. Starware. So if you're... Are you tired of choosing between clothing or armor? Yeah. So finally, you'll be able to mix and match. Starware is fashion that meets purpose. As specializations provide you with a multitude of stats to combine, you'll also be able to choose the visual style that you want. But beware, with added options also comes the responsibility of choosing the right combination for the right situation. Let's look at some of the possibilities that Starware will be able to provide you.
Do you know if you submitted the form? It's so silly we haven't been able to use fucking clothes and armor until now. Well, until this. It's not really new technology.
As you all saw,
Denim
the
Dad there.
possibilities are
Okay, yeah, that could be
huge.
Denim Dad.
Like, have you ever wanted to put on a jacket on top of an undersuit? Yes. Yeah. How about an armor on top of a sleeveless shirt? Or
Yeah, Whimsical, I don't know. I'm not seeing it. Do you still have the form thing set up?
On clothing? Yeah.
Like, did you paste it in?
Starware allows more customization than ever. But be careful, certain gameplay implications will still be true. You won't be able to go into the vacuum of space without a space-worthy undersuit
be careful.
and helmet.
I don't
And
want people
certain
submitting late. But,
planets, you'll need a breathable mask or helmet to survive. I hope you guys are excited about this as much as we are. And we've heard what you all want, and we're making a system to bring it all to you. But that is enough about Starware for now. Let's go back with Nick and learn more about how Starware and specializations will improve your gameplay.
Yeah, it's fun.
Well done, bro. All right. Thank you, Armando. Some nice dancing as well, by the way. So as you can see, the Starware system is about adding function to fashion. We are still Star Citizen, one of the best looking video games out there, but we're always going to make sure that you look your best, but now with added purpose. So to recap, we're going to go through adding intent and purpose to all our clothing and armor sets. As designers, we really want the visuals to match the stats that our great character art team have made. So for example, if a pair of pants look particularly armored, chances are they'll have modest damage mitigation to match.
With school, you won the 100 eye and 2 China paints.
We realize right now bigger is generally better when it comes to FPS.
Congratulations with LTI and game
pack. There will be
pack.
some armors that won't have EVA thrusters built into the suit, so you lose EVA capability. Some armors won't even be space-worthy. Specializations means getting better at certain things at the cost of attributes and others. This is about compelling you, the player, to make tactical decisions for every situation you may find yourself in. So now let's look at some practical use cases for the Starware system. Whilst all our armors are becoming specialized, let's take a look at a select few, which I will add are some of my favorites. We are going to assemble a team to tackle one of Star Citizen's most anticipated adversaries.
There's been a bunch of dads, but where like a lot of people have missed them, and so we're redoing dads if we see them again. You know, we're not like reviewing old ones, so you kind of jump in whenever. We've got heaps to give away.
All right. All right, so we have our leader. Let's get into it. So the player's choice of clothing will be crucial in a way it hasn't been before. With magnetic plates built into many clothing items, players can now holster both primary and secondary weapons. However, in the near future, there will be locations in SC where armor and weapons are strictly prohibited. Clothing allows the player the opportunity to access these restricted areas without needing to change. And some clothing will even allow the player to conceal smaller
China
weapons for
paints
security.
are the auspicious red
Another new addition,
for
we're going to
Chinese
be
New
introducing
Year.
flight penalties based on the mass and size of your armor and clothing. You'll still be able to fly in medium and heavy armor, but you're restricting the precision of your control. If you're in clothes like our leader is here, or a flight suit or light armor, you'll be able to fly unrestricted. Now, if we look at an overview, we've cherry-picked 6 generalized stats to give you like a high-level understanding of how various clothing and armors we specialize.
Maybe that is DedLeader.
This is by no means a comprehensive list of everything we have available to us. It's just a little, yeah. So here you can see the leader has low protection compared to a full suit of armor.
That's DedLeader.
No EVA
Okay.
capability.
It is.
For obvious reasons. But has great movement, low emissions, allowing them to blend into bustling cities and stations. The leader really excels at freedom of movement here. Let's meet our next members.
Jump rate. Racing outfit. We weren't doing the characters for it too, but you know, it's later. It's gotta hit, it's gotta tickle the right vibes, you know.
Okay. So here we have our pilot. If you remember, back in 3.23, we introduced our first specialized helmet visor, the combat visor. This introduced the dynamic crosshair and all the magazine information on your HUD. This is our pilot visor, which allows the wearer to link with their ship and cast MFDs directly into their visor. This provides the pilot with all the essential data like ship health and shields, so no longer will the pilot need to break concentration during an intense situation to look down at their MFDs. Again, like the leader in this situation, there'll be no penalties to flight. Plus, with added G-force resistance, the wearer will be able to get the most from out of their ship. So if we look at the pilot stats, they have fantastic mobility. Like I mentioned, great G-force resistance for when combat takes them to the limit of human endurance. And finally,
G-force
this suit comes with
resistance
the best
in suits?
EVA capability in its class for when remaining in your ship
There's
is no
stealth
longer
in
an option.
suits?
Here's another variant in our flight suit class, the racing flight suit. This is what our driver will be wearing. This suit, unlike the pilot flight suit, has features which are more streamlined, which allows it to have truly unmatched G-force resistance for the hardest corners on the most challenging of racetracks. It also offers great oxygen capacity and thermal protection for those planets
The
with
Kelto
hostile
skin
environments.
is pretty cool.
So as you can see, this flight suit excels at G-force resistance, but it loses its protection and has much weaker EVA capability. Let's meet our next team members.
Flying in a ghillie suit. Ooh. Chunky. Little pesto. Ooh. Kind of alien looking. Kind of cheap Doom ripoff, that one. Good to see some new armors, though.
Here is our tank, who is wearing our heavy combat armor. Combat armor is similar to what you're used to, only
It's
we're
like the
specializing
Mars
it even more for
combat armor
So what does
from
this
The
mean?
Expanse. Yeah,
We
she's
want
thick.
our wearers of heavy combat armor to feel like walking tanks. The armor should provide fantastic coverage to limit any weak points they may have, and actually have a great
like how
damage
simple it
mitigation
is.
than what players are currently
you know?
used to. Due to its mass, the armor will also feature the strongest resistance to force
deadly dead.
reactions. So that's flinch, stagger, and knockdowns, which brings me on to a full suit feature. If the player is wearing a full set of heavy
Does
combat
feel
armor,
heavy. It does
they'll
feel
not
heavy,
be able to be
doesn't
knocked
it?
down by small arms fire. Thank you. However, as you can see here, for all that protection, coverage, and stability, we have some major trade-offs. You're going to lose your mobility, stamina will run out much quicker, and your movement speed is severely reduced. The majority of combat armors will also lose built-in EVA thrusters, meaning you're going to have to add additional weight to be wearing an EVA pack. Next up, we have our tracker in the heavy hunter armor. This is another suit in our heavy armor class. However, this one is aimed less at pure combat and more about hunting its prey. This is all the armor for you bounty hunters out there. The heavy hunter armor has the most powerful active scan for hunting their targets. Its scanner outshines all others in locating infrared and electromagnetic emissions.
That gets me
Perfect for
hard.
locating those targets trying to lay low, whether that be human or creature alike. Whilst it's still
God, it
classed
looks
as heavy
good.
armor, it does mix things up. So it
Looks
has slightly
really
faster
good.
movement and mobility, but it loses the protection. You'll also be able to store more devices like deployables and throwables. So to compare the stats, whilst not as tough as our combat armor, it does gain an increase in mobility, and while its scanner is the best of the best, the armor is also incredibly noisy and emits powerful emissions. So while you may find your target with ease,
So, I
there's a
mean,
good
this is
chance that they'll know
kind
you're
of like
coming
why
for
you'd
them.
need jump
Next up,
ships
let's look at our
to
last
like
additions
load
to the
these
team.
kind of guys in the drop ships, you know? Bullseye from the Bad Batch.
All right.
It's Uncle Joe.
I can tell who the fan favorite is there. Yeah. So we have our sniper, who is wearing our light stealth armor. Here's another example of a full suit feature. If the wearer has all pieces equipped, so that's helmet, core, arms, and legs, due to its mass and the suit's material, their missions will run so low that they will be undetectable on radar. With it being light armor, it also
the
has
friend
a
for
great
sure.
level of mobility and traversal
God.
speeds, meaning should the wearer be spotted, they can quickly escape or reposition with ease. And remember, with it being light armor, no flight restrictions. So with the best stealth and fantastic speed, it's a must for any players looking to assassinate, infiltrate, or in this case, be a sniper. However, the protection provided is minimal. You don't want to be engaging in a full-on firefight in this suit. And just to reiterate, folks, as well, like great specialized armors like this one and all the ones that you've seen today, you're going to have to put the work in to have these at your disposal. And finally, surround our group, we have that one friend.
Riz.
We've all played MMOs, right? We all know that one friend. That friend's me. No. They ignore all the rules and the strategy. They can only play for 30 minutes a week. They might prefer a bit of glint on their sniper scopes. Who knows? Well, here at CIG, we also support that friend, so they're on the roster too. So, we have our group. What do you guys think? We fun? All right, all right. So let's see what they face ahead and if they're up for the challenge. And to talk to you about that challenge, please welcome to the stage Senior System Designer, Zach Priest. You've been great. Thank you.
Oh, luckily this thing's only got 2 buttons. So, hello, I'm Zach Priest. I do a variety of things
The
at
Glint
CIG,
King.
But thank you, the people at the front. I do a variety of things at
He's a hot contender for Anime Dad right now.
I do a variety of things at CIG, but I'm mostly a designer who works with AI and guns. So most of you will be wondering, what could the next part of the presentation be about? Well, let's get stuck in. Star Citizen, at its heart, is about community. From our relationship with players to the big dynamic events that citizens work together to complete. We love group content and missions that allow players to work together to achieve a goal. But for our group specifically, you do have to wonder, Well, now our crew is assembled, and in a universe as big as Star Citizen, who knows what trouble they could run into. So let's find out what they're going to face. Now, they're heading to the planet Monarchs, which is in the Pyro system. So without further ado, let's find out what they're up to.
Where are they getting to the... I mean, yeah, this is what varying armor stats looks like, you know? They're pretending like it's some technology. It's just having varied armor stats. My same Nick. Right, it's just a worm? Oh, you fucking trolls. Fuck off. Fuck off. You're not doing the worm. So many people's work in progress. Actual gameplay. Fuck off. They're doing the worm. So many people's actual bingo cards are going on fire right now. They showed this so many years, for people that don't know. They showed this years ago at a CitizenCon. They said, yeah, it'll be at like X next year. It's like 2016 or something. It was like so far from being out. And so them showing something with no intention to bring out, I've referred to as being a worm before in the past. So they're saying they're actually doing it. Whoever's hot dad. Worm is a giant dick, is what it is. What the fuck is this got to start clock? I mean, it's not like it's a really hard event for them to have programmed. It's making spit up. Yeah, we only use one character as a dad, alright? I can't keep opening up to all kinds of dads in the game. It could have been done so easily. Like, this is... all I need to do is just make something, but then make it really big. I mean, it kind of looks pretty boring, right? Is it just me? Or does that look like it would be shit? They just circle strafe something to death. Yeah, if you could Monster Hunter it and like carve it, now we're talking. But you can mine it. You get its eggs. Oh, you can Monster Hunt. You can Monster Hunt it. Hell yeah. Now we're talking. Give me them balls. Give me them bones. Give me them worm nuts. Give me them worm pearls.
Oh, that was cathartic. Absolute cinema as far as I'm concerned. The teams at CIG have worked so incredibly hard to get to the point where what we just showed you was no tricks, no hacks, just gameplay of the Valar car.
Monster Hunter coming to Starcity. They didn't say it. They didn't say Monster Hunter.
I want to give a huge thank you to all the
Use
people
ground
who put in
vehicles
a
to
lot
paint
of work
out.
to get to the point where what we just showed you is gameplay.
On
As you
pyro.
can imagine, all of that is work in progress. We have some good polishing to do on it, and we didn't want to hold it off. We just wanted to give you an honest view of where we are. That was from a build last week, so
Is it going to come out with
that
4.0
said,
there?
Monster hunting is coming to Star Citizen. And the best part was starting off this epic series of fights with the infamous Valar car, who some of you may remember from 2016. This absolute monster of a creature is 300 meters long and sees your light fighters just as puny little ants. You're going to need to assemble your quickest and most nimble pilots to dodge the Valar car's range attacks, as well as your fastest drivers to bait out the Valar car from the surface.
Yeah.
It's the only way to bring this mighty creature out
Zach
the ground is by disturbing the
is Chef
is
Dad.
by disturbing
Because
the
he's
surface
cooking
with a
right
ground
now,
vehicle.
boy.
But how does the Valar car stack up to our crew? Well, unfortunately, the Valar car stats don't really fit on the screen due to being so powerful. But for some context, it's around 150 times harder to kill than an Aegis Avenger Titan. But to be fair, it's most likely to kill you. So how does it do that? Well, the deadly Valar car has a variety of ways of killing possible threats. So for a high-level overview of the fight, it regurgitates rock-hard sand that has been compressed inside the Valar car and uses it as a projectile to target
glint
foes.
it.
But if something's a bit too close for comfort in the sky, it uses its ginormous body to swipe ships out the way. Or its deadly slam. So, little bit fun bit of information. As the Valar car becomes more injured, it will retreat back into the planet's surface. And you'll need to make sure that your ground vehicles stay alive or have backups to bait out the creature again, as well as keeping it interested. So, the big question
Giving
in a
purpose
game
to
like
ground
ours,
vehicles.
how are we going to communicate the health of this creature? Well, things being physicalized is at the heart of Star Citizen. And we know how much of a large fight the Apex Valar car is, and we need to communicate that in a diegetic way. So you'll see here the Valar car's health from 100% to 1%. You'll see its skin getting more battered and bruised as the fight progresses, to give you an idea of where you are. And how
Not
close
that
you
much
are.
different.
So the nice thing about this, it communicates the Valar car's health without needing any UI or health bars, and just purely keeps you immersed in the experience. So, number one question, why do you want to kill the Valar car? Well, because it's fun, but I know you sweaty gamers, so it's got loot, also known as harvestables. The Valar car has two very valuable harvestables. Firstly are its pearls. You'll need to mine growths on a variety of locations of Valar car to reveal these pearls. And once you've destroyed the growth skin, you'll see disgusting squidgy innards. But next is its big apex teeth. These are within its mouth, and you'll need a very strong tractor beam to be able to yank these things out. And these harvestables will not all come out at the same quality. So you'll be able to learn more about that and how harvestables are going to be used tomorrow in crafting your home. So a fun thing here is you'll see the character is standing within the Valar car's mouth as well. So when it dies, it keeps its collision, meaning that you can climb on it, land ships on it, and it's essentially your playground. But this really shows how big it is. But
disrespect
how big
his
is
corpse.
it really? Well, fun bit of information. When we first made
But
the
is that
collision for this
hard
model, Star
or
Engine
soft?
actually gave us an error saying, like, no living thing needs to be this big. You've accidentally added an extra 0 onto the size. But to give you an idea of the sheer ridiculous scale of this monster, you'll see here an Idris. Anyone who's done Xenothreat knows how big the Idris is. You feel like an ant when you're in the Idris, and this makes the Idris look small. There's also an Aegis Avenger Titan here as well, but if you look even closer, there's actually a Copion in this image. I'll give you a second to try and spot it. There it is. So well done to anyone who spotted it. So it's big. So for some fun numbers, it's 250 Copions long, 47 Aegis Avenger Titans long, and for our American friends, that's about 3.5 football fields. But lucky for our Copion friends, the Valar actually comes in different sizes. So you'll be familiar with the variants we've done before with our Quasi-Grazers and our Copions. They're in different biomes and they have different aesthetics. But moving on, we want to also introduce different creature sizes. So these sizes will have unique behaviors, animation, audio, and harvestables associated to each size. So for our first size, we have the juvenile. These juveniles will respond to stimulus, such as noisy footsteps and loud mining beams. This will cause them to burst out the ground and attack anyone who's disturbing them. And you'll find these in caves near valuable harvestables and minerals. So for our next size, adults. The adult Valakars know not to pick fights and tend to remain to themselves. However, if you exterminate too many juvenile Valakars, this will cause adults to show up, which are 3 times larger and a lot more angry. Creature sizes are great because they allow us to create varied experiences as well as show you how creatures grow and evolve in the environments they live in and grow up in. Beyond that, we have our Apex, which has the most valuable harvestables and the most deadly attacks. It's also the biggest living thing in the verse, so far. So, in summary, monster hunting is coming. This is the first in a large series of Apex creatures that you need to gather your crew together to take down this mighty beast. You need a diverse lineup of ships, ground vehicles, loadouts, and skill sets to take out the Apex Valakar. Everyone at CIG is incredibly excited to get the Valakar into your hands, and we hope it shows that we're not only doubling down on creatures, we're also committed to bringing you gameplay experiences that only a game of our scale can provide. But that's all for the Valakar, for this Valakar. Let's take a look at some other fauna. Now, the Valakar is very exciting, but I also want to share with you the bigger picture for creatures. So let's start with some Valakar variants. Variants so far have typically just had alterations to their loot and appearance. However, we want to go further with what variants can be. For example, what if the Valakar evolved and grew
They're catering for the scalies, not just the furries.
Or if a Valakar never made it to the surface and only lived in drowned caves? These are the kind of questions that make sci-fi one of the best
these are just
videos.
drawings again.
And I can hear the
they're
questions
not
already.
going to do this shit
What does
for
an
years.
adult cave Valakar look like? What does an Apex Quasi-Grazer look like? Well, it's these questions that get everyone excited that works on creatures to give you a glimpse into the big picture. All of these variances and differences and new creatures make up what we call our fauna matrix. The fauna matrix is basically our creature encyclopedia. So these concepts should show you that we want to get more weird and wonderful with our creatures. We've started off with more traditional animal references like dogs and birds and cows. But now we're in a position to create the things that we love about sci-fi, which is the weird and the unknown. So looking at where we're going, all of our creatures have been defined for the road to 1.0. We've ensured we've got a rich, diverse, distinct roster of creatures to make each of our planets feel special. As well, as concealing the unique elements of various planets, ensuring that they're populated with appropriate creatures. We've been designing creatures in mind so that planets' ecosystems influence their behaviors, designs, aesthetics, and harvestables. With that being said,
worm daddy
I would like to give you a sneak peek at our fauna matrix. That's all from me. I'm very happy to bring the Valakar to all of our backers.
It does
It's
feel
really
like Magic the
nothing
Gathering.
I've played before. I'll leave you with this last video. Enjoy the rest of CitizenCon, everybody.
Space cow. Space worm. What?
We have some
Yeah, I
amazing
expected more
creatures,
Spice
but we
Wells.
also have some even more amazing ships. Let's give it up really quick again for that Dress to Kill panel. That was amazing. Everyone there did an awesome job. Now we are back here at Palakis Workshop. We got cut off for time earlier, so I want to give these guys their due. As you can see, they are makers of awesome Star Citizen miniatures. I mean, just look at the Retaliator, look at the Razor, look at all the Hornets. We have some awesome miniatures here, hand-painted, hand-created by these guys. These are works of art, and if you guys haven't come over to the Palakis Workshop booth yet, if you're at CitizenCon, come check them out. And I'm here with the people behind Palakis Workshop. Let's ask them a couple questions. How's it going, guys? How's your CitizenCon so far? Good?
Yeah, I did too, Sawyer. Monster Hunter is one of my favorite games
So my first
of all
question
time.
is, how long have you been making
So it would be two of my
models? How long have
favorite.
you been making miniatures?
They'd be very far away. One boy a Monster Hunt does not make.
Alrededor de 3 años. Around 3 years ago, he started to do the designs and the 3D printing.
So 3 years ago, you started making models, and were you always making Star Citizen models, or if not, what made you want to?
Yeah, he
make
could be
Star
counted
Citizen
as a
models
Disney
first?
dad.
¿Directamente con los modelos Star Citizen o estuviste primero haciendo otras cosas?
Desde el principio, empezar el modelaje 3D por las naves de Star Citizen.
He started in this hobby because Star Citizen, he loved the design of the ships, and then start to working on designing, on blending and printing.
Do not let Ben Curtis or John Crew hear you say that. They will never get over their egos. Now, these guys are so
I'll
great,
check
but
it out.
how long do they take to make? I mean, how long does it take to, just these works of art that I'm looking at, how long is that process?
¿Cómo es el proceso y cuánto te lleva más o menos hacer?
El proceso primero es el modelaje 3D de las naves, después se imprimen, después se pintan. Y depende de la nave. Esta, por ejemplo, alrededor de 2 semanas o 3.
The first step is prepare the modeling for the printing. They need to do the design, but he is working to have a proper printing. Then after put on the print, assemble, and then working on the paint. Then depend of the paint that he's using is taking more or less. But for example, this one here, this Redeemer is taking around 2 weeks to have the full complete process.
Sorry, I moved the mic away. That is 2 weeks from concepting to creating that fully painted. Fully painted is 2 weeks. That's a lot quicker than I
That's
would
a
have expected.
verified
It still is time. But that's that's
fad.
honestly amazing that it only took 2 weeks. And finally, my
Where's
last
the-
little question for you guys. Obviously,
Oh,
I do minis, I do D&D stuff, but
this.
nothing to this scale. What is your advice for people who are just looking to get into hobbies like this? What would some good advice for people who are just starting out?
¿Cuál sería tu consejo para alguien que se quiere iniciar en la impresión de modelos 3D?
Mucho más baratas que lo que eran antaño, entonces yo creo que simplemente
LTI
comprarse
and
una
Game
impresora y buscar modelos para poder imprimir y equivocarte, volverte a equivocar y volverte a equivocar hasta que te salga bien.
Just to say that now is more easy than before because the price of the printers go down a lot. Then after that, just start to unload models. I start to printing and get mistake, broken models, get mistake, broken models, and now you will learning process till you start to be able to make 9 pieces like that ones.
So try again.
I've
and
marked it down and
eventually
got your
you
email,
too will be
so
able
I'll
make
send it to you
models
after this.
just as
Congratulations.
good as Palakis Workshop. Thank you guys so much. It was awesome to have you guys here. I'm going to cut it over to my good friend Sam, who was at the Xi'an Workshop. Let's get a little out of this world and see what she has right here. Sam, over to you.
Hi again, everyone. I'm over here at the Xi'an booth, and I'm going to
Solid
introduce
ship,
you to a very
especially in
famous guy
3.24.
in the Star Citizen scene. Been around for a while. Would you mind introducing yourself and a little bit of your background with the game?
Jason, is and Chris the Hero Noah. This was Xi'an for, hi, I'm Chris Hero. And in my booth, I translate the names of the attendees into Xi'an and write it with a calligraphy brush on a special calligraphy paper, and for everybody free to collect, free of charge.
Well, that's amazing. I can see that as the day has gone up, you've kind of done a few more different kind of calligraphy on the wall, and I can't wait to see this kind of grow as the convention goes. So how would you say that a beginner could kind of get started with learning an alien language?
I think the easiest way to learn Xi'an is as a primer to watch the videos Britton Watkins made. It's either available on the
I mean,
on the Star Citizen or
they're having fun.
Star Citizen YouTube
Oh,
channel.
anime dad.
And then after this, we have our Xi'an Linguistic Institute. Well, and we,
that was a pretty smart pickup.
yeah, you can learn the language. We have experts.
Yeah,
even
that's
for
a total
Bible
anime
and
dad.
other
He's an
languages,
anime
and,
dad.
You can find everything you need, every tools and learning materials we created. Yeah, so this is the way to go.
Amazing. So, yeah, you mentioned that you've got a few folks kind of coming to your
He's
booth.
100%
You're doing a little
an anime
calligraphy
dad.
for them.
Anime
Are you just
dad.
mostly doing people's names? What kinds
He
of
just
things are you
is.
doing with your
Look,
calligraphy?
these friends got a fucking One Piece on. You don't just do calligraphy if you're not coming in from like an otaku angle,
The
okay?
alphabets doesn't match. There's
No way.
There's no F in Xi'an, for example. They do have a little bit translations, but yeah, it's very interesting.
It comes
and
through
it's-
his
it's a-
appreciation
I think it's
of
a
the Japanese
very
art
cool
forms,
service
not
for the
just
community, for
anime,
me.
but also
Absolutely.
the calligraphy.
Well, it's an absolute honor
But
to
mostly
have
the
you
anime.
here yet again at CitizenCon, and I hope we'll catch you at more CitizenCons going forward. I'll pass you back over to Dan, who is going to go check out one of our other community booths. Dan?
Jared for dad. I don't know why would it.
Thank you so much, Sam. Now, guys, it's been a long week. I think most of us here could use a drink, and no one does drinks better than Bar Citizen International. Now, you guys have been killing it this week. I don't know if you guys have been here in Manchester this whole week. There's been a Bar Citizen every single night, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. You guys went all out. You had an entire city block takeover on New Wakefield Street. I was there. It was massive. How many people were there again?
We had about 2,600 people, which is 4 times larger than what we had in LA last year. So it's big.
So, for those who didn't hear, 2,600 people, 4 times larger than the Bar Citizen they had in LA last year, which I was at that as well, was massive. So you guys have been killing it with Bar Citizen International, but what are Bar Citizens? For people who maybe don't know, what is a Bar Citizen?
Yeah, so it's a really any event you want to go to, anything can be considered a Bar Citizen. If you got 3 or 4 people with pizza and you're just talking about the game, that is a Bar Citizen. Now, because of all the great things that are coming out, coming up, and we get to see, we assume that these are going to grow and they're going to become massive. So Bar Citizen International was put together to help coordinators, either veterans,
The way he's holding his arm up,
or brand new
it
people.
looks like a
And it's been
Bigfoot
great
dad.
because the number
It
of
could be
people that
another
are here,
Bigfoot
they're
dad.
like, I want to run
It
one
could
of
be
these.
another Bigfoot
Well,
dad.
we've
It's
got-
not an Elvis dad. No, it's not
Fantastic.
Elvis dad.
I know you guys have, registered events. Obviously, people can maybe go rogue and do their own. But how many registered Bar Citizen events have you guys had in the entirety of Bar Citizen International?
Yeah, so we have about 600 events that have established over the last 10 years. So you can see about 60
He's got
of these.
some.
and
He's
then
got daddy.
you guys
He's
go
got daddy
through the
aura.
Bar Citizen World
You know,
Tour,
look,
but
I'm
you're
not
right, there are
too.
many
I'm not
of these that
afraid
just happen naturally. And so
to
it's
say
really
whether a
great
man's
to
got
see
daddy
everyone
aura
so
or not.
excited
All
about
right,
this.
we're
And
doing dad
for those
bingo.
citizens
I
that
gotta
are
take
here
this
that
shit
are like,
seriously. All right.
You're saying this, I'd really
It's my
like
job.
to go. Well, we built some stuff. I mean, obviously we built a bar for you. But for any of these citizens here,
Yeah, he could be.
you can
If someone
quickly
hasn't got
just
Bigfoot
join
dad,
these
he's
Discords
definitely.
and find all those great
He's
experiences
a big
that we
daddy.
had last night. You can find it locally. So we're really excited to see how this grows, and we can't wait to do this again.
Well, we are always excited to be at a Bar Citizen. If you guys haven't been to one yet, they are fantastic. And yeah, I guess last question is, what's next for Bar Citizen International?
Well, what's next for us is working with all the coordinators to figure out that next step. We want to find ways of kind of creating that concierge program for the coordinators that have been doing this for 5 to 10 years because they put a lot of effort into this. And at the same time, how do we streamline this for new people that just want to raise their hand and say, I'd like to do this? So.
Awesome. Well, as a community producer, I can't thank you guys enough. Nick, good seeing you again, bumping into you.
I worry
here at CitizenCon.
that they
I
spend
think
a lot of
that,
money just on
unfortunately,
free
is it for us
trips
here at CitizenCon today?
for people to
Don't
these
worry,
Citizen
don't cry. I
Cons.
see the tears
It
forming.
seems just like an
Be brave.
excuse for them to
Brave,
get
be
holidays.
strong. We will be back tomorrow. But Sam, any last words from you?
Yeah, it's just been such an honor to talk
He's
with all of the
drunk dead.
community this year. And I can't wait to
Oh.
show you guys some more tomorrow. So make sure that you tune in.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Give him
thank you
drunk.
once again to
Look,
our
he could be
sponsors,
Bigfoot.
Versa.
Give him
Thank
drunk
you again
dad.
to
He could be one of the rare
VKB.
ones that gets
Thank
a
you again
couple.
to Scan Computers. We could not have had CitizenCon without you guys. Thank you to
That's
Toby
been good tax
for your
deductible? It is.
cosplay competition.
Although I'm
You
not
guys
going to make any
helped
money
make
from
CitizenCon
this.
the
I'm
best
giving
one
away
yet.
hundreds of dollars worth of ships.
Dan and Sam here on the show floor. We'll see you guys again tomorrow. We have one more panel before the very mysterious Redacted at the end of the show. Let's head over to that panel, shall we? Thanks again, guys. We'll see you tomorrow.
Bye.
Are they saying this is it?
Okay.
Oh, beyond Pyro.
Woo. I've almost got full mobility back. You know, when they tell you
This could be a
Chris
good one.
Roberts isn't ready, go take a run.
They gave us a worm.
Go take it literally. All right. Find also, quite frankly, if I may say so, find someone that looks at you the way that Scrap from Bar Citizen International looks at someone doing a CitizenCon interview. That was just so intense the whole time. All right. As they said, as Dan and Sam said, we have one more presentation left. It's a big one. Beyond Pyro. We're looking at what's next beyond our next star system, which just went to PTU, yeah? Viva Cati, all right. I've been in this world for so long. So please welcome to the stage one of my favorite people at CIG, and I don't say that lightly. A man whose last name took me 3 years to learn to pronounce correctly, and I'm still not entirely certain I did it. Please welcome to the stage Star Citizen's creative director, Mr. Ian Leyland.
Hello, everybody.
Did I say it wrong? I did.
Yeah,
okay. I did.
Yeah,
I still didn't get
Redacted after.
One day. Thanks, Jared. Hello, everyone. Wonderful to see you all. Thank you for coming out. Did you guys see that worm? Really cool. All right. So right now, it's all hands on deck to make 4.0 the best experience for you. Richer locations, deeper gameplay, better experiences. All with completely new and wonderful music from Pedro, which will create an evocative and emotional backdrop. Rich and I have been working directly with Pedro for many months now. Beautiful music awaits. But today, I'm going to talk to you about what's beyond Pyro. So let's strap in and we'll take a look. My name's Ian. I'm the creative director for Star Citizen. And let's start by looking up into the stars.
They were saying something about an old friend in this. What is this? Shit they're going on about. Gray box. Constellation. What's Levski?
Awesome. All right. So this is Nyx system. Nyx was discovered in 2582 by Carl Larry during the height of the newly formed United Empire of Earth's territorial expansion. Its most defining feature, and the source of its name, is the sprawling black dust cloud that occupies most of the system. The dust cloud severely hampers visibility and can interfere with your ship's scanners. This system does, however, border with Vandal space.
Ooh.
So, visitors are being advised there are Vandal raiding parties hitting locations throughout the system. But despite this, a small community has formed in the system, and this is on an asteroid in the belt between Nix 2 and Nix 3. And this asteroid is called Delmar. And here it is, hidden deep in the Glacium Ring. But actually, Delmar should be, and now is, an actual asteroid. And as it's an asteroid, the space is a zero-G location, giving a unique identity for a landing zone. So let's take a closer look at the main POI on Delmar.
Okay. How long ago was this? How long was it up for?
All right. Awesome. Awesome. So, for all that remember, it's awesome to be able to say, welcome back to Levski. And for new players, let me tell you why it's a cool place. This used to be an old mining facility, which was mothballed and then abandoned. There is an internal network of abandoned tunnels and mine shafts, and these are now populated with refugees, fugitives, and criminals. This is also the home to the People's Alliance, who you'll be doing some work for. And as Levski was made some time back, it needed to be updated so that it can fit into current gameplay features and systems and mission loops. So let's take a look at the first update, and that is to the hangars and landing services.
Where's my baby? That's my baby JPEG. What is this? Oh my god, it's fucking Kraken. Those dogs.
Release the Kraken!
They didn't seem the right scale.
All right, cool.
It seemed quite
so
small,
Levski
actually,
is still
with the Voltron on
perched
it.
over the borehole, but now has a suite of hangars that are arrayed around and inside the borehole. We're also increasing the quantity of hangars. This is to meet the ever-expanding players per server to remove hangar wait times. And this pass will be done for all landing zones in the game right now.
Oh, mother
and
baby.
For players that don't want to store their ship, docking services will be added high upon the cliff walls. Now, other than hangars and docking services, there are other ways to enter the location, which are also getting new updates. Let's take a look.
Kind of weird, kind of cool.
All right, awesome.
Okay, pretty cool.
So around the main entrance, there's still gravity plating for on-foot access. And these will lead to open landing pads for quick drop-off and pickup. And we're also adding access to gameplay areas for a variety of local missions and gameplay types. And as you saw in the video, there will be banks of exterior freight elevators. These can be used for quicker gameplay loops without requiring hangar services. Now, as this is a zero-G location, it also gives an opportunity for another type of specialist freight services. Let's take a look.
I feel like they're hiding things around in here that are going to be picked apart for a long time. What, is it working though? Unlikely. What? You connect it to... Oh, that's a cargo grid? And that person's manually doing it? Or they need two people to do it.
All right. So first off, now the borehole goes all the way through the asteroid, which is awesome to fly through. And down at the base of the asteroid, there will be banks of exterior zero-G freight elevators. These will be priority access for Hull series ships. So for all the Hull series folks, we got
it's because the way that they set up just doesn't work. And so they're like, well, we just move what's inside outside.
The same functionality is also coming to space stations in both Stanton and Pyro.
Makes sense, I guess, but I can see being griefed, being crazy.
But wait, there's a little bit more. Let's take a look. All right, cool. So, the external freight elevators will now have direct access to cargo decks to be able to quickly sell or pick up for the next run. So that concludes some of the exterior updates coming to Levski. But the interior is also getting some updates to bring them in line with current gameplay requirements.
Is that the market you're talking about?
These will be spaces like cargo services, as we just saw, for hauling and supplies. And refinement centers, so you don't need to travel far to refine your ore. And we're updating the interior layout to provide better access to gameplay spaces. So to conclude, Nick's system will be the next system after Pyro. Yay! Delamar is now a physical asteroid with a zero-G play space. All right, not so much. And we're updating Levski to fit current gameplay mechanics and gameplay loops. And most importantly, we're adding local areas for gameplay content.
I mean, it's just an excuse for them not having fixed the Hull
Now,
C.
Speaking of gameplay in landing zones, let's leave Levski for now. And let's jump to Rainy Arcop, which is missing the most gameplay spaces right now. So we're continuing the Building Interior initiative. We're adding additional districts to landing zones, which are gameplay focused. These gameplay areas will interweave with the landing zone, but ultimately will be independent. So for Area 18, let me introduce you to the Municipal Works. And this will be split into two locations. The actual Municipal Works, which will be an open world sandbox area for all players, and the lower Municipal Works, known locally as the Depths, which will comprise of several instanced levels. So, how do I get to the Municipal Works? The Municipal Works is accessible in multiple places in Area 18. Some will be available to everyone, and some you'll need to unlock with mission progression. As an example, here's a map of Area 18 Central. And as I said, there'll be various access points throughout the landing zone, and some will be easier to access than others. These access points will lead to transit systems, taking you deep into the underbelly, eventually reaching the Municipal Works. And the Municipal Works will have spaces like maintenance, filtration, and the sewer network. Which is what we're seeing here. It's a very exotic place. So down here, it's an open world sandbox for you and other players very similar to contested zones in pyro stations. It's an area to do local missions, like exploration, repair, or even pest control. But the main purpose is provide access to the depths. And these will be instanced areas. So, what is an instance area? Well, an instance area works in the same way as an instanced hangar. And as the name says, it's a separate space for you and your group. But why do we want to do this?
What?
This gives us the ability to create tailored missions that will provide a mixture of content like combat or exploration.
So they're doing instant bunkers.
Gameplay.
Instant bunkers.
And fundamentally allows us to design challenging,
so they're giving up on
content.
how they're doing physical bunkers, which is what they're saying they're doing the whole time, which is their design philosophy. They're finally giving up and just doing instant bunkers. Yeah.
All right. So let me illustrate. Going over here.
They just gave in.
How the depths will be
split
by levels.
Good job.
Now, stay with me on this. We're going to rattle through it quick. So let's say you're in level B01. You're running a mission. You're having a great time with the curated content I just mentioned. But down here, you'll have to do a variety of content over a period of time and over multiple play sessions.
I think they've realized, even with server meshing,
access point, which
the reality, if they want to be able to have all these different things going on at the level, they need to do instance bunkers.
Mission content.
And so they've had to give in.
After achieving the required amount of progression, your access level will be upgraded. So this time, you head down the access point elevator, and now it takes you all the way down to level B02, and you continue on with your journey. Now this is your new area with different mission content, new rewards, and a new access point back to the LZ.
This is very vague.
Same as B01, you'll do this loop multiple times. And you guessed it, eventually you'll get access to level B03, and we continue deeper.
It's just dungeon crawling.
With each level you unlock, you access new areas. For new mission loops, you'll access new, more challenging, curated content and access better and better rewards. And this is what will form progression-based content.
Okay.
So as I just described, was a very condensed version of an actual play sessions. But this still describes the unique gameplay experience. Landing zone areas which will offer long-term gameplay progression. So that concludes this section on gameplay spaces for landing zone.
This planet,
we're excited to show you more,
is like a city planet.
All right.
So every bit of land
So
is
we're
like a
gonna head
city.
away from
So
our
that under it
now.
would be like a city sewer
Let's look
kind of
again
thing.
into the stars, and now we're going to talk about solar systems. All right. Stanton system was the primary system in the game. It serves as a lawful system. It's protected by the UEE and will continue to be evolved and updated as we balance it with other systems. Then we have Pyro system, which we've spoken about at length, and this will serve as the primary unlawful system and is the perfect contrast to Stanton. Then, as we just saw, we have Nyx system. It's not a totally unsafe system like Pyro, but it depends on where you go, as it borders Vandal space. See that little bit of red?
You're going to
That's
show
Vandal
another one.
space right there. And the UEE does not protect this system. But we've got a little bit of space there, haven't we?
Yeah. Go on.
All right. I thought he was saying click system then. I'm like, I'm not sure about that one. All right. But we've got a bit of room at the bottom. So it would be a shame not to fill it in with something, right? So if we get a big cheer, we'll reveal the system. You ready?
Fuck you.
Very cool. Very cool. All right. Here it is. Oh, wait. Oh, all right. Okay. All right. All right. Okay. So, let's take a sneak peek.
Are you serious?
At system number 4. Here it is. Well, it's awesome, right? All right.
Low blow.
No, in order to reveal the 4th system, let me take you on a little history lesson.
Suck my dick.
And to do that, we're going to load up our old friend, the Galactipedia. So, we're back in the height of the human-Xi'an Cold War. Tensions were at breaking point.
Yeah, he could be sneaky again if you don't have sneaky.
In 2542, Armistead Perry introduced a designation line for a group of 8 planetary systems that marked the borderlands between Xi'an and human-controlled space. The United Planets of Earth designated the systems as no-fly zones.
I don't know.
And utilizing them as military staging grounds. But one system on the Perry line offered a key strategic position for a potential invasion into the Xi'an Empire. And that system was Castra. But luckily for us, war was averted, the Perry Line Pact was signed, which was a peace treaty between the now UEE and the Xi'an Empire, so the Cold War ended. The systems of the Perry Line were divided up between humans and Xi'an, and fast forward back to present day, humans and the Xi'an enjoy a more prosperous relationship.
It's Piccolo.
And everyone's cool.
Piccolo.
The 4th system will be Castra.
Okay.
History lesson's over, so let's jump in and find out a little bit more. First we have Castra 1. Here it is. Castra 1 is a dead, coreless planet because it's too close to the sun to be terraformed for human habitation. So instead, the UEE Navy used Castra 1 for target practice, giving it the nickname of Bullseye. All the weapon testing throughout the Mesa era has left Bullseye covered in craters. And as you can see, it's super toxic, meaning ground exploration will require high-end environment suits. And as you saw in the weather demo, raging storms will create difficulty of access, giving risk and rewards for adventurers seeking unique minables and other items. Okay. Then we have Castra 2. The second planet from the sun is called Cascom. And this was the location of the military's staging area. Since the system was opened up to non-military settlement, it has since become a center of trade and tourism, but is still considered an Earth-centric traditionalist system, which prizes citizenship above all else. Let's head down to the surface and check it out.
Sounds racist.
Breaking through the clouds, you'll find a landscape full of Great Lakes
Fat
and
Piccolo.
lush crimson forests. And as you saw in the CTG presentation, you can see how we're going to make these worlds with the new technology. High up on the mountain range, here at the highest peak, we can just make out the landing zone called Sherman.
Cool drawing.
which is fondly known by its residents as the island in the sky. Sherman is currently in pre-production, but I wanted to take the opportunity to show at least a sneak peek. Let's take a look.
Okay. Have a worm go. We still got heaps of ships to give away, Adam. Depends on what they say during Redacted. Yeah, they haven't mentioned a date for fucking shit all. Sorry if anyone's like watching this on like TV and have like people around and the TV's going like, I haven't said shit all. We're not like reading the bingo hits, Adam. We're sort of doing them as we go, so that way people can, you know, keep joining in. So we don't randomly have people that join and then just draw a card that has a full bingo hit on it, you know. But only 3 wins have won so far, yeah. Valar again. My Polaris, come to me already.
Awesome. Let me take you through some of the areas of Sherman you just saw. The dominant landmark you see in the center is Spaceport Ulysses, named after the mountain Sherman is sitting on.
Convenient, it's hidden by.
This is where they staged the bombers
cloud
that were on active rotation, waiting on any sign of any aggression.
It's your called Imperium's
But now
class.
it's mostly a commercial spaceport. The Navy still has an airbase here, but it's a great place to see some big ships of the UEE. Commercial hangars are located inside the main trench. And even though this is a converted from a naval base, it still has an impressive military flavor. And speaking of military flavor, the original AOV-9s, anti-orbital cannons, are still present around the defensive walls, with most of them being decommissioned once it became a civilian city. Over to the left of the spaceport is the Sparrows Industrial Park, home to the sprawling cargo yards and manufacturing plants. The Sparrows has evolved from its days as a military supply and munitions depot into a bustling and modern industrial park. To the right side of the spaceport is Fort Riggs, which originally used to house the Army when Sherman was used as a staging point for a potential ground assault of the Xi'an Empire. Since the area was decommissioned, it has now been turned into a business park and is the governmental center of CASCOM, with the Governor's Council headquarters located here. As this base was built during the Mesa era, as humans were expanding their borders, this introduces a new architectural style for humans. Between the First Travarian War on one front and the Xi'an Cold War on the other, a new style called Henoism arose, with an emphasis on prefabrication and fortification. The designs were robust, durable against warfare and harsh enemies and harsh environments. And from all the locations we just saw, high up on the upper wall, you can see the commercial district, and specifically the Ansel shopping complex. Situated high above the sprawling main base below, the Ansel area originally served as the command center to Sherman's military operations. Inside this building, you'll find key areas like the Edge of Oblivion Bar, which was converted from the old officers' lounge. You'll also find Eckhart Security Headquarters, and you'll find the Mercenary Guild headquarters. The other areas in the commercial district include the OPA towers for habitation. That's the building on the left. And on the right, it's the Imperial Sherman Infirmary. There's also the Reeves Military Museum, where you can experience the history of humanity's military and the role that Castra has played in keeping the Empire safe. And finally, we have Overlook Point, which is the name of the vantage point and park situated in front of Central Command, which has the best view overlooking the landing zone.
It is pretty cool.
So that's a quick overview of some of the key areas of Sherman. I think it's devastatingly beautiful.
Everything seems
with a
right
rich
there.
history and
You know,
unique
isn't it like the big like long train, won't be long trams and stuff?
Awesome. So before I go, I want to thank you all. You are all awesome. All your passion, all your dedication make our lives as devs so much easier. And thanks to the CIG staff, who's the awesome work we're seeing in front of you.
Thanks, man. I wish I had a cool dad name for you, but I don't. I didn't put bald dad in there.
You are all amazing, passionate, and enabling us to dream big. Enjoy the rest of your show.
I'll just do that. All right.
That was awkward.
Okay. We're just about at that time. Before we get there, I do have a couple announcements. Now, this time last year, I did a couple announcements and it made a couple people upset. I used this opportunity to call out a couple of people who bothered me. Mostly, I just want to say the ground floor and the first floor can be the same floor. No,
right,
we actually do have some
Squadron poll.
actual honest-to-goodness announcements. Two of our partners, Scan Computer and VKB Joysticks, are doing giveaways for the people here exclusively. Now, there are numbers on the challenge coin that was in your swag bag. I'm getting this data as I'm here, so bear with me. So everybody should pull out your coins. Yeah. And I'm going to call out some numbers. And if your coin matches this number, you're going to find Dan. He's that guy over there with the bouncing thing. There we go. And he's going to give you your prize. So the first prize is for a set of VKB joysticks. The number we're looking for is 2272. 2272. Anybody? Yeah, all right, well, pass it along if you find 2272 VKB joysticks. A second set of VKB joysticks, 3404. 3404, you can head on over there and pick up your VKB joysticks. And the grand prize is a computer from Scan Computer, they're a vendor here, built into a Kovalex shipping box. So I'm going to give you 2 more seconds to pull out your challenge coins here. The winner of a Kovalex computer is challenge coin 413. 413? What? You get it? All right. Find Dan over there. If you don't claim your coins, hey, I'm just doing the thing. It just says the thing right there. I'm just reading the thing. All right, guys, it is approximately 5 o'clock. If you check your CitizenCon schedules that were handed to you inside your gift bags, at 5:30 is our special redacted portion of the show. That gives us approximately 30 minutes. So 30 minutes to stretch your legs, to get something to eat, to buy your last piece of swag, to check your challenge coins, and go and collect your swag if you need to. And then at 5:30, I said it before, I'll say it again, don't let any force on this earth stop you from being in these seats. We'll see you at 5:30, everybody.
Oh, damn. It's us, Salvages. Oh my god. I've been streaming for 11 hours. Calm down. Calm down. Oof. No, I need more dads. Well, don't worry, the dads will roll over for tomorrow anyway. 5 a.m. in New Zealand. It's 3 a.m. in Australia. Well, you gotta cover the whole thing. It's nothing if you don't. Still got plenty to give away though, remember? So don't think that, like, you're not, you know, at the running. We've got six ships here. I've got another potential, like, 4. They might even send me more during this if they announce anything they want to send me to give away. Yeah, I'm gonna see the redacted thing. That's the whole important bit, you know? Yeah, it's an intermission. So, you know, it has been 11 hours. I'm gonna walk around just a little bit. So I'm gonna put you in the BRB screen for just a few minutes. Yeah, alright, what can you do as well? Get yourself a sandwich. And we'll be back with some Dad Bingo in a little bit. Alright.
DedLeader. DedLeader. DedLeader, 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 DedLeader. DedLeader. 'Cause DedLeader, 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 'cause DedLeader. DedLeader, 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 DedLeader. DedLeader, 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 DedLeader.
All right. Still got a while to go. Pipeline Discord finally posted some stuff about the caster system. I'm good. Long, but I'm hoping to be hyped up a bit. Sorry, I'm coughing off camera. I keep muting it. It's actually very concerning. We have not had a single ship sale yet. Pretty weird. I guess we caught up and they just got home from murder shift. Not much. To be honest. They're bringing the worm in. They named the next system after Nyx, which is Castor. Different armor will have different qualities. Yeah, and the worm is apparently real. Am I crazy or is that it? New dads, or we don't repeat any potentially missed dads, but I don't think there really was. You gotta be here. You gotta be here live for the dad. Live dad catching only. Yeah, there was a lot of stuff that they just kind of like spoke as if they were like, oh, there's this new thing, there's this new technology, but all it is them like reverting to something, like going backwards a bit. Like, oh, we've invented this thing called a persistent dungeon. I'm like, excuse me? Your whole game philosophy was that you weren't going to do like instanced dungeons or instance like elevators and all that stuff. And now you've completely given in. Good on them. Bravo for giving in, because they can finally just do stuff. But they're talking about it like, oh, we came up with this thing, you guys. Yeah, these great things happened. We've realized when a door closes, we don't have to physically move the elevator all the way to the physical hangar. We can just do an instant bunker. Instant bunker. Oh my god. Each time I've ever brought that up on Spectrum, everybody's like, you don't get it. Oh my god, you're so stupid. And then they just do it. And they're like, oh my god, we just came up with this idea. Instance bunkers like everyone has always done. Perfectly scalable. We just came up with it. We invented it. It's a new technology, you guys. After 13 years, we did it. We did it. Oh man, dude. People are not going to be gracious with these rust skins. No siree, Bob. So this is just a quality of life. Right, they're setting up live computers on the stage. Yeah, I'm still hoping that they're going to say something that's going to tie this all together. Well, that's their only potential saving grace. All right? If they say all this stuff is because we're bringing building in with all this other stuff that we just showed, and it's all coming out next year, then now we're talking, you know? But it is pretty simple stuff, really. There's really no reason why they shouldn't say a lot of this is going in next year. It's actually disturbing that they haven't said anything about what is happening in the game next year at all. You know? Which makes me think that they already think they're just going to be patching 4.0 for a year. Yeah, we don't know what Redacted is. If they're going to have the ship be revealed and sold to us, it's probably going to be now, though. You know? Like, it's the last chance to. As if they wouldn't. As if marketing wouldn't try and sell us something on day one. Isn't that crazy? That'd be crazy. So, if putting it near the hypest point, maybe. I want something to be sold to us, alright? I want a new toy. I want a new toy. Give me a toy. I'm going to play. Yeah, exactly. So why isn't it? It's weird, right? You claim rocks. Is that worm not copyright? Oh, no, keep going, because we've still got tomorrow as well. And a lot of people, like, I'm not giving up the list for a lot of people, so a lot of people, like, who have tuned out or had naps and stuff just aren't in it, really. And, you know, we've got, like, enough prizes for, like, 50% of the people who've submitted a card. So, and it will say valid tomorrow. If you just stay focused and you be creative with your answers and you know, you really do if you be debate champion lord and convince me something is something, you know, you might get it. And a lot of us are probably like 1 or 2 off. I think I'm like 1 off. Like, I'm not going to claim it, obviously, but I'm 1 off for 2 different directions at least. If I got Muscle Dad, and if I ate a huge pasta dad, I would get it in neither direction. But there's plenty of stuff, yeah, you know. And if they give me more ships tomorrow that, like, you know, are like whatever, like if they're settlement building vehicles I'll just give them away too. As a work, there's a link at the top that takes you to a form to sign up, and it teaches you how to do it. Just make sure you submit your form into that and submit it. And if we see someone in the crowd that looks like a dad, that looks like what's on your sheet, then you say, that looks like a dad from the future. And then it might tick the future dad square. But I've got to be the one to verify a hit, a bingo. Well, a hit on a square as well. And then we go to the big wheel whenever we get a bingo. And we spin it. And you get whatever it is. And they all come with an LTI and a game pack. And a bunch of them have a bunch of paints and stuff as well. Those are the ones that are left at the moment. But I might have more to add. Mm-hmm. But just know, as I'm getting more tired, because I've been streaming for 12 more hours or whatever, I'm going to get worse at spotting them. So it's got to be up to you to be really, like, getting, like, voting for what you think happened in the chat. Just letting you know. If you really want me to see it and do it, you guys have got to delete these ones, because I'm fading. So look at whatever squares you need on your card that you really, really need. And when we're looking at the audience, you don't just aim for anything. Come on, you know, this is an amateur hour. But if you really think you find something for it, and you work up like this is your candidate for the president of the world, you know, then let's hear it. Yeah, once you're in, you're out. Once you've won, you're out. Just keep it fair for people. But you can keep playing for your own. Like, I'm sure once you've been playing for as long as like us, yeah, you gotta be getting almost everyone on the board by now by this point. It's gonna be crazy. Yeah, oh my god, that's Dark Hidden Dragonfly. I want that so badly, but it's like impossible. That Bigfoot dad with the furry was so good. Oh my god. We took a poll. That was good. You did great, dude. You did awesome. Was awesome. There was no like big win ship on there anyway, you know, and so like Nomad's like dope. Like everything that is given away is pretty like what's on it? It's like Sealand's a bit of fun. The Terrapin with Halloween paint. I know Halloween paint. God, what did I just say then? The Terrapin with Halloween paint. I know Mags wants. The Nomad's great. Cutters great. Sealand is a bit of fun. Another Nomad, another Cutter. These are all great ships. Once again, Sealand, little odd, but yeah, it's still pretty cool. Lord Piccolo. Oh, that was good. And the other ships that I may give away, that I have, but I just kind of like them already, but if I feel very generous, I have an Origin M50 with the pirate skin, an LTI, and I've also got a combo pack, which has a Medevac Ursa, MPUV tractor beam ship, and an Aurora MR, all with LTI, and a game pack. And that's all like a 1. That's like a Mega Pack 1. Those are the ones that I want because I don't have a Medevac Ursa other than, or an MPV tractor. And what if I needed to do science for a video or something? It's important. But if we run out of them or something like tomorrow, and it's like, oh, we can't do the whole thing or whatever, I might, if I feel generous, I'll do it. But also, if they give us ships to the giveaway, I don't really care. I'll give that. Well, I'm not just... I'd melt it if it was just that, you know? Actually, I don't think I can melt the Carrack. I think it was like... CCU'd from... You know, something that you can't melt from. So I think I've, like... either stick with it, or upgrade it to something like Odyssey or something. Because I'm going to be using the Polaris as my new character. I did a ship tomorrow too for and stuff. Hey, if people want to get into like donating ships or things or stuff for it, like, sure, why not? If we think it's a bit of fun for people and adding stuff onto it. I know we all collect a lot of shit in our own hangar, you know? Oh my god, dude, seriously, that beacon thing, if they actually get that like beacon group thing, I'm abusing that for so much content. To just like write the title, like, join me on Polaris for Zerg. DedLeader says come for Zerg on Polaris. Yeah, boom. Like, how many on party? 100. Like, I know that's exactly what Void Dude, I know, is going to be doing exactly the same. Oh my god, we're going to be able to literally summon. Oh my god. People are going to be able to summon armies from strangers on servers. And who knows how many, like, population counts these servers are actually going to be, right? They could be thousands when we're doing this.
This is an SSN news flash, delivering the news you need. A statement issued by the UEE Naval High Command Office has revealed that a Vandal incursion into the has been stopped. News flash. More coverage.
We never designated him. We haven't designated him.
Hey, I hope you like what you've seen so far in day one.
All right, he's got to be world's #1 dad. World's #1 dad.
Thank you very much. Anyway, so I hope you have liked what you've seen so far at day one of CitizenCon 2954. I think the future of Star Citizen is incredibly bright. We have a few more things to show and tell you about tomorrow. But let's talk about the Hornet in the room. Last year, we announced that Squadron 42 is feature complete. So what has the team been doing since? Given the scale and ambition of Squadron, our teams have been focused on polishing and optimizing to ensure the game meets the high standards that I have, the team has, and you guys have. This level of quality does take time, and we're committed to delivering an experience worthy of the journey. So I'm not sure if we've officially talked about gameplay time, but the story on a regular playthrough is anywhere to 30 to 40 hours in length, which is not inconsequential.
Okay.
So what does that look like? To show you, we thought it would be best to boot up the game and start at the beginning. Now, quite a few people want us to play a pre-recorded video where we played it safely offline, but that's not our style. So, we are going to play this live. I've played it through many times, flawlessly not crashed, sorry. Occasionally, We've had a few, so if something happens, it happens. But fingers crossed. But what
Not
you're about
everyone
to see
has every
is
option,
the prologue of
Mags.
Squadron 42's and you, the player's origin story. And you can think of it sort of like the opening of Gladiator, but even more epic. And I want to remind everyone that we are still polishing and optimizing. So what you're about to see in here is still work in progress and will continue to be improved. But I hope you agree it is shaping up to be something special.
Okay.
So to take us on this live journey,
How
I would like to bring Richard Tyra,
scripted
Senior Game Director, to the stage to play the game.
is this gonna feel? Is this scripted? Or is this gonna be actually controlled? You know?
Okay.
All right, Rich. It's in your hands.
Absolutely.
How old school
Hello,
Xbox
CitizenCon.
demonstration is this?
So, my name's Rich Tyra, and I'm the Senior Game Director for Squadron 42 in Star Citizen. And I think we've got a little bit to play, so who wants to start? Should we go? Okay. So as Chris says, this is going to be playing it as a natural playthrough with, hopefully we don't run into any issues, but we'll go from there. And this, what you're seeing here, is the Combat Pilot Training application form that we're going to submit for your application. But once we get into the game, I'll kind of be quiet and just let the game speak for itself.
It is not about piloting the most cutting-edge ships or traveling to the farthest
It's Henry Cavill.
even learning what you're truly capable of. Those are just the perks. I'm Commander Ryan Wright. I fly Navy.
Do we have Super Dad? Nerd. Is this all like a video at this point, or?
So should we go rookie? No, Legatus? Which one? Yeah, let's do it.
Oh, good man. What the fuck?
So you will be able to fully customize your character further into the game. But in the prologue, this is how you select it.
I assume you talk to all rookies that way.
I assume you talk to all the rookies that way.
Kind of lazy.
Should we go?
Not heavy character creation before a cutscene. Unlookable. This feels exactly the same as the Squadron 42 thing from last year. Was that the intro then? We just watched this and I skipped heaps because it was boring.
I know I just wrote you, but a couple of hours ago, proximity sensors on the other side of the jump got twigged and went dark. The word is it might be that clan that we've been battling with. Guess that last fight didn't scare them off quite like we all hoped it would. Honestly, we've been out here so long, I don't know what to pull for anymore. I just wanted to let you know. I'll write as soon as I can. Stay safe.
Chris Roberts.
Never gets old, does it?
Sir.
Eddie's. I used to do the same thing when I was first coming up.
Agent Scully.
I up to the flight deck whenever I could to watch the launches. Have you seen the F-8s up close?
No, sir.
This is Miss Gillian Anderson.
Nimble, too.
12 maneuvering thrusters and 3 mains. It sure sounds like it. Sir.
Now you call like captors and people above you, sir. So
I saw you apply to the Flight Academy again.
Yes, sir.
Keep your head up. Took me a couple times before I got in.
Thank you, sir.
Nice. It's an honorific. It's genderless. At that level.
All gunners. Getting here, report to
Oh, here we go. Oh. Weird.
Before we move on, yes, this is a live demo, and no, it won't crash.
See what I mean by like this
Well,
is
we
what
hope so.
I hope the Polaris is like instead of the Zeus. Like this is a good level of dirty. This is probably a little bit more damaged. Ugh, it's pretty. You guys giving blowjobs back here?
Really? Then why are we sitting here? Vandulon's stupid. If they know we know, they would have hit us by now.
Hey, they can take as much time as they want. The longer they wait, more of a chance for 42s to get there.
Well, they can hit whenever.
Hey, there you are.
Hey,
Where's your helmet?
can't gun without it.
Idiot.
Come on.
Rookie mistake.
Creepy twins.
I gotta get to my turret.
Got to go up.
Jacob's told me the Vandals have 4 chips, and I haven't been able to sleep since.
I heard we aren't getting any reinforcements.
Right? We've been getting tuned up for weeks.
It's this Polo Initiative horse shit.
Stick your finger in his soup.
About having to make cuts, so everybody's taking hits. Winslow and the Banshee told me they got denied on extra ammo for their main gun.
Almost like the suits on F1 in attack.
Yeah, we should oblige with them. Let a couple of offers slip on.
Yeah, look rippling.
What about this show, Lost Squad?
Would they seriously do another show about the fall cattle man?
Supposedly out next year.
Okay? Take him to Lake Perrin. He's old enough. You'll teach him.
Is that Chris Evans?
And do me a favor. Help your mom.
Sounds like it. I don't care unless it's in the PU. I want lockers working in PU so badly.
Hey. All set?
Where's Skip?
Hey, you got any sleep last night? Yeah, me neither.
Oh, that move slower, move slower. God, look how quiet everyone is. Look how little they're moving.
I heard Goofy was assigned to your rig for his last shift, so brace yourself. Your controls are gonna be screwed.
Easy mark for cool helmet animation.
CitizenCon upgraded to orange. All reserve personnel get to your stations.
Looks like this could be it. Hey, good luck. I'll see you up there.
F to wish luck.
You got it.
F to wish luck, chat.
God damn it, Goofy, get the hell out of there. So glad you could join us. Want you calibrated and ready to fire in 5, here?
Ooh. Yeah. I feel that luck.
I don't know how the hell Goofy uses this thing with those settings. I'm just gonna do a full reset so you can get operational. Just follow the on-screen instructions for the calibration program. Stand by. We'll start with tracking. Since we're out here hunting a Vandal clan, I'll load up one of their ships for you to follow. Alright. You should be all set for controlling your turret. Next up, they'll test your firing mechanics. The system projects simulated rounds, so don't worry about friendly fire. Looking good. Last thing we need to do is verify your targeting. I'll load up a larger Vandal ship for you to practice targeting specific parts of the enemy. Targeting is tracking solid, so that should do it. Checking the other gunners, and they seem to be up as well. Everyone up? Marcus, test your tilt. System says it's sticky.
Moving now, sir. Seems fine to me.
Good. All right, people. Eyes open, mouths shut.
Any idea what's happening, sir?
You covering your sector and staying off comms. At least that's what should be happening.
My mind is still on the drill.
What'd I just say?
Sorry, sir.
Yeah, I bet he practiced it all month. Except he did all month like 9 years ago, maybe. We forgot he did it.
Attention, Second Fleet. This is Admiral Bishop. For 6 months now, we have faced an elusive enemy determined to see the Empire burn and every human with it. There have been battles. There have been losses. Each and every one of you has proven yourself time and again, but today I must ask for more. Today, we fight one last battle. Advanced recon indicates the entire Vandal fleet has just entered the system. This means a kingship is headed our way.
Live demo.
Now, some of you will not survive today, but there will be no time for sorrow. We will have to grieve for them later. Because 2 billion souls in this system hang in the balance. There should be no illusions about what we were up against. In the history of the UEE, a kingship has entered human space a handful of times. Battle of Orion, Siege of Tiber, the fall of Caliban. But we are the Second Fleet. History will remember us differently. We will not have to worry about it being kind, because today we will define ourselves through our actions. We will not lose the system. We will not fall back. We will win because we have to. We fight today. So in 40 years from now, when you're surrounded by everything and everyone you hold dear, and they ask, what did you do in the Battle of Vega? You can look them in the eye and say, I held the line. Men and women of the Second Fleet.
Cold shit, cold shit, cold shit, cold shit, cold shit. I didn't give up believing that it wasn't a scam.
Good luck. Push your button.
I didn't refund my credit card charges. Held the line.
Any
Huddle.
word from the recon team?
Not yet.
Let's get into position.
So boring. I couldn't hear anything he just said. I was so bored. We're in here, in space, and just remember, we need to survive. Out there, in space, it's cold. It's been a long time, and we're all tired. And this war's going on for a long time, and you don't want a war going on for a long time because it's tiring to do. And so you want to be as short as possible. We're just going to go out there this time and give it 110%, and I believe in you guys. So go out there and you give them your best. I'm pretty sure that's word for word what Gary Oldman just said. I just recited his quote verbatim without having in front of me. That's how talented I am. Go out there and give it 110%, everyone. Except Wade. Oh my god, we're gonna be able to put the skull scraper fucking logo shit in, dude. It's gonna be so good. I can't wait for that. That was the one thing that I'm like, all right, I'll have a little bit of copium. I'll have a little bit of that.
Fleet, hold fire until my mark.
That was hex codes as well that were showing, right? Because there was like colors on 890 jumps and 890 jumps on like the 400i. I have to look at that footage again, but I'm pretty sure there was hex code colors on those ships. Like orc colors. That Piccolo's. That Piccolo was so good. Whoa, that's a rework. That's a rework. That's the reworked Vandal.
Strip safeties from the Goliath. I have to hit him close. I want him live on launch.
We don't have that in game. We didn't have any of those in game. That's the new version of a. Is it a blade? Or is it the glaive? There's more than just the glaive there. The glaive and a scythe, I think. But the blade is a human-made one, isn't it? Right? But it's scythe and glaive. And then there's these big ones here that we don't have at all. Motherships and shit. Yeah.